Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Pittsburgh Pirates broke out with offense yesterday, scored 10 runs against the Miami Marlins, won by a 10-3 final score. That makes it 4 wins in a row for the Pirates as they go into Game 2 of the series, which is tonight at 6:40. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Eric Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Looking for your next favorite spot in Brookline? Head to Moonlight Cafe. Enjoy $5 Blue Moon drafts every Tuesday. And don't miss their homemade spaghetti and meatball special every Sunday. Moonlight Cafe, where good times and great flavors shine.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
Getting warm. Summertime, let's go. Schultz Ford, all the great locations. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, Harmer, Schultz Ford, South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. What a store down there. Always at schultzford.com. Listen, Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about my great friends at Schultz Ford. And now that the weather's heating up, I had an idea. Why don't you get to one of these locations ASAP and see about a new Mustang? What a summer car. Oh, yeah, that could work for you. But they got so much more. A gigantic selection of inventory. There is that. All those locations. The customer service cannot be beat. How about mobile service? You get into that new car, and there's something they can fix right in your driveway. They'll do that. Also, pickup and delivery. Maybe they need to take it back to the shop and do something. They'll grab it. They'll bring it right back. Schultz Ford offers so much at all those locations. Get online right now. schultzford.com.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has 7 convenient locations, including their newest in Scott Township on Cochran Road. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and it cost me just $5 to join. And you can join if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. Right now at Allegiant, get a 7-month CD with a 4% annual percentage yield, and you only need $1,000 of new money. Learn more at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's morning time. It's early morning time. That's why we have a Fan Early Morning Show. And I'm here. I'm hosting it. I'm taking you through this time from 5 o'clock to 5:40. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Talk about the Pirates this morning. They've done some good things. Oh, yes, they have. They scored 10 runs against the Miami Marlins in a game that you expected them to win. Because the Marlins are kind of similar to the Pirates record-wise this season. We're going to break it all down right now. The Pirates are interesting. They've won their last 4 games. They swept the Philadelphia Phillies. They took 1 out of 3 against the Houston Astros, which isn't terrible, considering the Astros are leading the American League West right now over there. Phillies are now in second, firmly in second in the National League East, after being swept by the Pirates in that previous series. The Marlins are 24-40, with now less wins than the Pirates. They've also played less games overall. Marlins now 24-40, the Pirates 27-40. And just speaking of teams toward the bottom of the National League, the Colorado Rockies are still firmly at the bottom with 12 wins and 53 losses, which is just impressive to continue to mention. But the Pirates are climbing out of the hole. They're starting to climb out of the hole. There's still a good ways to go. They're still firmly in last in the National League Central. The Cincinnati Reds are the next highest team in the division with a 34-33 record. All teams right now relatively close to first place. The Pirates are the only outlier in the collection of National League Central teams. But a 4-game winning streak and an offensive outburst like that against a team that you really should be able to compete with in the Marlins, that is a good sign. I mean, many would argue that the Pirates should have won that series against the Marlins at the beginning of the season. Remember, the Pirates opened with a 4-game series against the Marlins in Miami. So this was a nice game for the Pirates to, you know, in reflecting on it, being able to win 10-3 like that was inspiring. Good offensive output. 4 runs in the third, 4 runs in the third, 4 runs in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. Caleb Ferguson got the win in this game. It was well done. We'll start there. Mike Burrows only went 4 1/3 innings, gave up a couple earned runs. Struck out 6. Wasn't the greatest for the amount of time he pitched, but it was all right. And I heard Bob Walk talking yesterday, just talking about the bullpen and how the Pirates have used it, and they didn't have to use any of their high-profile guys, but Bob Walk was talking with Dan Zangrilli on the post-game show yesterday, on the reaction show. And Walk said that David Bednar may have climbed back and now has that closer spot, and Dennis Santana has become a reliable setup pitcher for this team. Seems like everything's working relatively well, and Don Kelly getting a lot of praise as Pirates manager now for making this team more motivated, making this team seemingly more incentivized to win, making it more exciting to play baseball, something that Derek Shelton struggled with and seemed to ultimately cause his firing. Geez, that happened almost 2 months ago now. Time is flying. We're in mid-June. Can't help but wonder, and sometimes I hate going back and rehashing this point. But this is a talk show, so we're going to talk about it. Like, where would the Pirates have been had Derek Shelton not started the season? Because this is something that I talked about last season, and it's not like it was a completely out there opinion. I mean, plenty of other people agreed with me, and we're talking about this. The Pirates needed a push that Derek Shelton just could not give them. And that's very much proven by how this season started. They needed an extra push. They needed better managing. They needed more aggressive managing that Derek Shelton was able to give them in his time with the Pirates. And the start of this season, the way the Pirates started this season, cost him his job. Now, Don Kelly being put in as interim manager has worked out very well. Players seem to want to play for him. He's got a lot of energy. He's been ejected several times in entertaining fashions this season. He seems to care. And last season I said it might have been time to move on from Derek Shelton just based on how conservatively he seemed to manage games. But they did not move on from him, and they kept him, and this season heavily stalled out. And it's a shame. It is a shame because seeing the way the Pirates are playing now and just thinking about the possibilities of how they could have started the season if they would have started considerably better, especially against the Marlins. That Marlins series set the tone, and that made everybody start to question everything. I mean, remember when O'Neal Cruz wasn't making routine plays out in center field? It was tough. Now I see him catching the ball like he's been there his entire life. And that's been his primary position his entire life. He's got a little bit of swagger out in center field when he makes plays, which is good. But, how much of a problem was Derek Shelton? I think we're starting to see that. We watch games like this and watch the results from the Pirates. I mean, they swept the Philadelphia Phillies, a team that's got a giant payroll and has had success so far this decade. Very much success this decade. Saw the World Series in 2022. They're a good team. Pirates swept them. Pirates did what you'd expect them to do against the Marlins team that has been perpetually weak, which is win by 7 runs. They also had respectable pitching. I'd like to see a little more from Mike Burrows, but, 4 1/3 innings of 2-run ball. It's all good. The bullpen came in and had a sizable lead to work with, and no harm, no foul from them. It was a solid performance all the way around. Let's just see what the Pirates are capable of down the stretch here. I don't know how sustainable winning is, and I don't know if they can climb fully back out of the hole. And I'm not heavily contemplating this. I'm not going to get my hopes up too much. I'm not going to get your hopes up too much. But what I'm taking this season for now, it's like you always want to find a reason to watch. And if you don't have a reason to watch, you don't watch. But my reason to watch right now is just to see what is this team capable of through summertime? What is this team capable of? And is there hope for next season? Is Don Kelly going to be given the permanent spot? He's on his way to being offered that, and I don't know if any other teams would be interested in him. I don't know what his contract looks like right now from when he was the bench coach, now being promoted to interim manager. We'll just have to see how that all works out. But the players here seem to like playing for him, and he seems to make solid decisions. I mean, his pitching change from Sunday paid off greatly, it seemed. They took Skeens out. And some of his decisions haven't worked out, but for the most part, he's been pushing the right buttons. He's been feeling this team out properly. And the team has gotten wins. And now they're on a 4-game winning streak, which is exciting. So I'm watching just to see what this team can accomplish now that Don Kelly is the manager, what they can accomplish, how well they can do down the stretch, and hopefully how they can transition into next season. Because I mean, it's tough to think that they could win enough to be a playoff team. They're 27-40 though, and teams have climbed out of worse holes to make the playoffs in Major League Baseball history. It's not common. It is rare. But anything's possible if you can string together win streaks like this one, here and there. Not guaranteeing playoffs, but there's some hope. There's a little bit of hope as they win some games. Let's see how far they can climb out. Let's just take it one game at a time. And then if they start going on losing streaks again, then we can get frustrated, and you can yell into your phone, you can yell into your radios as we have this conversation. Well, based on their poor start, what can they accomplish this season based on that? And Don Kelly is now over 500 as manager of the Pirates, as official manager of the Pirates. May he be praised, and may there be hope for this Bucco team after all. Pirates on a 4-game winning streak after beating the Miami Marlins 10-3 yesterday. That was the first game of 3 in that particular series. Pirates swept the Philadelphia Phillies over the weekend and are now going to play the Miami Marlins tonight in Game 2 of the series at 6:40. It's also youth baseball and softball night. Love that. Youth baseball and softball players can go on the warning track for a pregame ceremony as long as you get there early enough and get signed up, it seems. But, youth baseball and softball appreciation night is tonight at the ballpark at PNC Park. So that's exciting. And we love that. Here at 93.7 The Fan, we have leagues sign up and we go out and say hello to the players and hang out during skills competitions or games. We're happy to do that. So the Pirates also taking a night to appreciate those in youth sports that participate in baseball and softball, which is good. It's good. The Play Ball Initiative. We love seeing the youth get involved in the game and being interested in sports like baseball and softball. And it's my favorite sport, so I love to see it for sure. For sure. All right, we got a caller on the line, 412-928-9370. If you'd like to get a phone line, you can. You can talk to me. You can give your opinion, whatever you think. Do you think anything of this Pirates winning streak they're getting on now? 4-game winning streak. Do you think anything of it? Do you think it's just a small sliver of brightness in what is ultimately going to be a dark and depressing season? Or do you think the Pirates can turn it around and get exciting enough to be watchable through the summer? Let me know. 412-928-9370. We will put this caller on the air now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry. It's GP from Gilpin Township. How you doing?
Let's go. How are you?
Good. Hey, I just wanted to say they're looking okay right now. So far, my man Kelly's pulling the right strings. You know what I mean? And this catcher they picked up he was in the minor leagues, I guess.
Is that Sullivan, right?
Yeah, he showed some wheels there. He showed some hustle going around first to third there. Did you see the game?
I listened to it on the radio. I didn't watch it.
Okay, yeah, it was good to see somebody fresh in there running. You know what I mean? But I think we just give him another month or so. I wouldn't really dwell on what could have or what might have been. We never want to look back. Just let's look forward and see what's going on here. And as long as Bednar sustains what he's doing, I think we'll be all right. Yeah, we'll be around. If we can just keep winning series, 2 or 3, you know what I mean? Maybe we can squeeze back in there and have some hope. At least we got hope, right? Right, Harry?
Yes, indeed, GP. Thanks for the call. I wouldn't call it hope quite yet. They are still 27-40. I wouldn't call it hope quite yet, but it's exciting. It's exciting. Well, I guess there is a little bit of hope. If they can win 4 in a row and they can beat the Marlins, see how many they can win, within a 10-game span, and then we'll judge them there, and we'll just see how much they continue to score. Maybe there is hope. I'm trying to avoid saying it because I don't want to get excited, and I don't want to get my hopes up too far, and then they go on a losing streak again, and then I get sad again. I don't want to get happy and then get sad. I just want to stay mellow, and I want to try to stay calm. But you're right. There is some hope that they can make this exciting based on what they've done here. But again, it is a stretch in June, and they are 13 games under at 500 mark right now. So, I want to say that there's hope, but they've also still got a hole deep to climb out of, and they've got to be consistent with this. And right now they are playing the Marlins, which is an accomplishment because, again, they lost the series of the Marlins to open the season. Right, but they should beat the Marlins. The Marlins are a team right now where their standards are not very high. They are a struggling team. They are a perpetually struggling team. The Pirates should have at least split that series at the beginning of the season, let alone win it. I mean, they had several opportunities to win that series in those games, and they did not. So it's not surprising. They should beat the Marlins. That is a fact, and they did that. And they did that the way they should have done it yesterday. They did a solid job. And speaking of Brett Sullivan, yeah, I mean, I saw that name. I heard that name when I was listening on the radio, looking at him now. First game up in the season playing for the Pirates. He was the catcher. He's 1 for 2, drove in a couple runs. 2015 17th round pick of the Tampa Bay Rays, and made his debut a couple years ago with the San Diego Padres. So, yeah. Yeah, apparently he can run. He scored 1 run, drove in a couple in his time. Also, time playing. He also walked once. So, I mean, he had a pretty solid game. For the Pirates. Definitely contributed to the offensive route that the Pirates put on the Miami Marlins. Part of that 10-run effort. So, yeah, I guess he'll be a person of interest here for the time being. Yeah, again, just a solid job all the way around. Just based on how the Pirates struggled earlier in the season, I would expect them to sweep this series. I would hope that they can sweep this series. I would hope that they can, do what they did yesterday and have similar results in the next 2 games. Well, only time will tell. We'll see. But things are exciting right now for the Pirates. And that's all it is. I mean, Paul Skeens said it when he was on the 5-alarm marathon. He was on Thursday afternoon. Doran Dickerson, Donnie Chedrick, Jason Mackey, they were all talking to him. And he said, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, I wouldn't show up if we weren't winning either. We want to win more games. And, I understand the frustration of the Pirates fans. And so it's nice to see that turnaround. Like after those comments, after the Pirates lost 2 of 3 against the Houston Astros, they bowled through the Philadelphia Phillies and won by 7 runs against the Miami Marlins. It's all good to see. And so, again, I don't want to promise ultra hope. Like, I'm having a little bit of hope now. I want to see what they can do. I want to see how many wins they can string together here in June and maybe in July, and then we'll see and we'll reassess. It's not impossible. Teams have done it before. Have climbed out of holes like this to compete. It's just a matter of whether the Pirates have it. Don Kelly is the manager right now. He's being viewed as a hero. And again, I mean, just to pose the question that I did to start the show, I hate going back and reviewing this because, you can't change the past now. And the Pirates did the right thing, but, just what would it have looked like if Don Kelly started the season as manager instead of Derek Shelton? We can only speculate. The world will never know. But it is an interesting question, an interesting hypothetical. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line. You can talk to me. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Callis. It's Rob from Chicago.
What are you doing up this early?
I'm driving Uber this morning, trying to drive for dollars, make a few bucks,
Drive for dollars. I like that.
That's what I do on my days off. The team definitely has a sense of urgency under Kelly versus Shelton. Shelton just was not managing with any purpose at all. It just was I don't know what to call it. But anyway, you got a couple games coming up in Chicago this weekend. If they can, pick up some ground right there, if they can get out of there with a few wins, that'd be nice,
Yeah, what they're playing they got the Cubs in a 3-game series. I mean, that one, or 4-game series, it looks like. It looks like it's going to be tough. I mean, all NL Central teams are tough. The Cubs are the leading team right now. You'd like to see them win games, but they got to take it one game at a time because the Cubs are not an easy opponent for sure. Are you going? Are you going to go
No,
since you're from Chicago there?
No, I'm in the northwest suburbs. I have to work that weekend, but like I said, if they can, the Cubs have made their life miserable for the past few years. If they can get a few games back, that puts them a little closer. That's where you got to start.
Indeed. Thank you for the call, Rob. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Get yourself a phone line. Talk to me. Talking about the Pirates. Pirates are on a 4-game winning streak. They swept the Phillies over the weekend. They won 10-3 over the Miami Marlins, and there is excitement out there right now for this Pirates team. Very exciting. They're winning, and we like to see them winning. Tell me what you think. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Ericalis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. I'll be back. We'll talk more. Take more of your phone calls after this. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Texans signed 4-time Pro Bowl running back Nick Chubb to a 1-year, $2.5 million deal that could be worth up to $5 million, according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Chubb played his first 7 seasons with the Browns. The Packers officially released Pro Bowl cornerback Jair Alexander after 7 seasons. Team president Mark Murphy saying Alexander is an elite talent, but unfortunately he's injured a lot. Alexander missed 20 games over the past 2 seasons. Elsewhere, the Bengals are releasing veteran linebacker Jermaine Pratt after 6 seasons, according to NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Pratt requested a trade from Cincinnati earlier this offseason. The Colts announced that Carly Ursay-Gordon will take over as the franchise's principal owner following the death of her father, Jim Ursay. Ursay-Gordon's official title, effective immediately, will be team owner and CEO. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on the parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Don't forget, no outbound work on the Parkway East between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges, as that work has been suspended for the U.S. Open at Oakmont. Meanwhile, we do have reports of a malfunctioning traffic light at the intersection of Arlington Avenue and East Carson Street. Don't forget, state law says you must treat that like a four-way stop. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Verona News 4-Day Smoker, June 11th through the 14th, 7 to 10 p.m. Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigar Smoker and meet AJ Fernandez representative on June 11th from 7 to 10 p.m. on Allegheny River Boulevard. Beer, food, and prizes. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult, 19 to 49, with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Company. Full flavor, huge variety. It's Athletic Brewing Company non-alcoholic beers. Ask for it at your favorite beer retailer. Visit askforathletic.com to find your closest retailer today.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and wouldn't this sound nice? Clearer skin, better posture, improved digestion, better sleep, increased libido, and more energy. Just a few of the endless benefits clients receive with Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
Mike Farner's American Band live at Jurgles Thursday, June 26th. Legendary guitarist and singer-songwriter Mark Farner is back, showcasing his powerful new single, Anymore, from the album Closer to My Home. Experience the rebellious riffs and commanding lyrics that have defined his career. Don't miss this unforgettable night of music with the man behind Grand Funk Railroad on Thursday, June 26th. Buy your tickets now at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Thank God I got a chance to wake up. Wake up. Another day that keep my kick up. Kick up. 'Cause every time I wake up, I get a chance to wake up. Wake up, wake up.
Waking up with Pittsburgh Sports Talk, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Morning Show. Seems we're out of time, so no more callers that I can take, but I'll just rehash what I said in the previous segment. Pirates doing well. Pirates have won 4 games in a row. Pirates swept the Phillies, won the first game against the Marlins of 3. They won yesterday 10-3. And we're excited because the Pirates are now 27-40. Don't look now. They're climbing out of a hole that they put themselves in to start the season. And we love to see it. I mean, we don't want the Pirates to do poorly. I think everybody in Pittsburgh can unite in the fact that we want the Pirates to have success. We want the Pirates to compete. We want the Pirates to be good. We all love baseball. And so when we get to see a winning streak like this, we can only hope that it continues. We can only hope the Pirates continue success. And certainly if they can beat the Philadelphia Phillies, sweep them in 3 games, and the Marlins are a team not as talented as the Phillies are. Hopefully the Pirates can, continue to win, and hopefully they don't drop any games that they should win against the Marlins in this series. I don't want to jinx it, but they're doing well, and all we can do is take it 1 game at a time and try not to get our hopes up too much until there is something to get our hopes up about for sure. But that's it. I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorn is coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan says thank you to everyone who supported our 2nd annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your donations will assist at least 25 volunteer fire departments in our region. We also acknowledge some of our partners: Fast Rescue Solutions, the PA Market, John's Appliances, Target Freight Management, and People's Natural Gas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here. The summer is finally here, and that means graduation parties, cookouts, a bunch of people in and out of your house. It could mean a mess. And it's time now to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the summer. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home and business: carpets, tile, grout, hardwood, laminate, stone, upholstery, rugs, and air ducts. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Don't worry about having the entire neighborhood over. Zero Res will take care of everything for you. Vacuuming, not sufficient to maintain the cleanliness and the lifespan of your carpet. Don't do it yourself. Trust the experts at Zero Res. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Big summer savings: 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $129. Take $75 off air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same: Zero Res.
Moon Beer and Pop for less for all your summer needs. Bud and Bud Light 24 packs, just $18.99. Michelob Ultra 24-pack cans, $18.99. And a big selection of Surfside and High Noon vodka seltzers. Across from Robert Morris University in Moon Township.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Malsey here, alongside my guy Donnie Football. And listen, it has been so long since we dropped weight with Awaken 180, people can't figure out who did it first. It's the old chicken or the egg bit as far as weight loss goes. So Don, which one are you, buddy?
Malsey, you're a smart guy. Obviously the egg. I mean, you saw my shape 45 to 50 pounds ago. Round, pale, fragile, wasn't good.
Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. Listeners know that I dropped my 35 pounds almost 3 years ago. Donnie finally cracked 2 years back. Yes, 2 years ago. So I was first to the mountaintop.
You hatched the idea, but listeners, you ran with it too. We hear your stories, and honestly, some of you make our losses look minor league.
Like single A ball, kind of minor league. Yeah, bottom line, Awaken 180 makes it easy to lose weight and keep it off. No yoke. Sorry, I'm a dad. That's a dad joke. I had to.
Awaken180weightloss.com. 25,000 success stories and counting. Just tell them Malsey, Donnie, and Callis sent you. Online, Awaken180weightloss.com.
As we grow older, we all need a little more help. That's why the elder law firm of Julian Gray Associates has a full-time social worker on staff to help you with challenges that lie ahead. To arrange a no-obligation consultation, please visit grayelderlaw.com and grow old with us.
Oh, these polymers aren't as flexible as batch K3.
Researcher Laurie is stretched thin.
Did you get the vulcanization analytics from V66? Wait, are these rubber scores from last week?
She needs to hire new lab technicians so she can bounce back into her old self.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind for all our customers, existing and new. We're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Baseball's #1 digital destination is the MLB app. And this app's got game. Like game highlights, live games, fantasy games, and more.
The gem of a game!
This is baseball your way. With stats, scores, breaking news, and daily custom content that hits every time.
A monster shot!
Because here, you choose the teams and pick the players you want to follow.
All year long.
So when they catch it on the field,
what a catch!
You catch it on the MLB app. Download today. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Tuesday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways, as well as Route 28, pretty much up to speed. Seeing a little bit of heavier traffic on the parkways east and west into their respective tunnels. Also, Route 28 up to speed from Harmon to the north side, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show, pre-show, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas, Harry Callis behind the glass.
Behind the Steve Blass.
How we doing today, guys?
Great. Fantastic. Callis, how you doing?
Well, that made my morning right there. Behind the blast.
Someone said on the text line 12 hours ago that if intern Dom were conceived back in this person's days, that the sperm never would have found the egg. I guess Dom was firing off hot takes yesterday, filling in for Donnie Football.
Lord.
Why we got to take out Dom that way? Why'd I have to read it? I guess I didn't have to.
Dom brings himself to that sometimes.
There is a very hot take that Dom threw out over a year ago that I think is incredibly stupid, but I've come around on it at least a little bit, and that's that they needed to dome PNC Park. And we're just getting rain delay after rain delay after rain delay this weekend. Well, I bet you Dan Zangrilli would be up for it. Not have to do rain delay theater all the time.
Like, is there really any domes anymore? Like, I mean, if you were to, it's just more of a cover retractable roof.
Yeah.
So, like, you can open it up.
Yeah.
But I guess you still wouldn't get the aesthetic. If you're thinking of, like, the structure of it, like, you still wouldn't get the, I guess, the look of downtown Pittsburgh.
No, you would ruin.
Yeah, you would ruin that.
Yeah.
The view.
Unless it was a big dome that went over the top.
And then folded back down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, you can kind of see through the cages of those retractable roofs, but I mean, I think it's the open feel that really appeals to people. You don't want to feel like you're in a cage.
It just, to me, baseball needs to be played outside.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Football?
Yeah.
You think football should be played outside no matter what?
Yeah, but the older I get, the less and less I want to sit around in the cold and watch a game.
Right.
Which, that used to be my favorite thing as a kid.
you would wear every bit of Steelers clothing that you had, and you would sit out in the elements, and you would watch the game, and it would be awesome.
Yeah.
The older I get, the less and less I want to deal with that.
Yeah, no way.
I'm going to the Open on the U.S. Open on Sunday, and I know you're going to be there, and it looks like there's a bunch of rain in the forecast. I don't even want to deal with that.
Right.
What happened to me?
What about teams that play in the hotter states? I mean, wouldn't you want indoors for air conditioning and more comfort?
I think you're right
Like
about
Dallas?
that. Yeah. I mean, Arizona, you got to have a dog. Like, no one wants to sit out there. Houston for a 1:35 first pitch in the middle of summer on a Sunday.
The worst.
95 degrees.
Worst.
Baking in the sun. Absolutely friggin' not.
I left a bottle of water in my car when I was in Houston one time. And I came out the next day to go to practice, and I was like, oh, there's some water. I'm going to sip it. And it was boiling. Burned my mouth. It was boiling. That's how hot it was.
I accidentally, burned would be too strong a word, but startled my daughter trying to buckle her into her car the other day. Because those metal pieces on the car seat, they get real hot.
Yep.
I sat her down, and she was, ah! My bad. Someone said on the text line, rain delay is better than having Jason delay. Well, it is whenever you got Brett Sullivan. This guy's a superstar. Got a 1,000 OPS, 500 average, threw a guy out. Sacrifice fly. First hit is a Pirate. Brett Sullivan, he is the truth.
He's probably the second fastest player on the team.
He was flying, man.
Moving.
Texter, we go to Army-Navy every year, and every year I get older, I dread sitting in the cold. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
The older you get, you just don't want to deal with that nonsense.
Yep.
We're adults now. We go outside in the cold when we have to go outside in the cold. Sitting there for 4 hours? Like back in your 20s, you just wear every piece of Steelers garb you got, you drink a bunch of beer, and you're not cold at all. You don't worry about it. Now,
No, I'm good. Good on that.
Texter, intern Dom sounds like an annoying woman. All right.
I don't think it's more of being uncomfortable than the cold. I just don't want to be uncomfortable, like in any type of situations. The older I get, like I just don't want to.
Cold, wind, rain.
I just don't want to put myself in a situation where I'm going to be uncomfortable.
Sounds like James Franklin.
Yeah, uncomfortable. You're making me uncomfortable.
Be a terrible mailman, Doran.
Terrible. That's why I don't do it.
I've always said that if this doesn't work out for me, and at some point it won't, at some point I'll get fired, I'd want to be a mailman. But the more I think about that, the less and less I want to do it.
No way.
Even a garbage man, I thought,
no.
would have been fun. They make a nice wage. You get to be outside. Here, though, do you really want to be outside?
No.
Imagine slinging garbage at 90 degrees.
Or February.
Yeah. 20 or below, can't do it.
Oh.
Can't do it.
Oh.
Nah. Even yesterday, this right here is showing my age. My wife asked if I wanted to go to the pool yesterday, and it was about 75 degrees and cloudy. Absolutely not. Because when I'm in the pool and there's no sun and I'm playing with my daughter, it's a blast, but I'm going to be cold. And when I get out, I'm going to be cold. And you know damn well she ain't getting her ass in the pool. That's going to be on me.
Yeah, I'm not. No.
I'll be swimming for 2 hours in the shade? Absolutely not. No way. What are you laughing at, Harry?
You're something. You're something.
How about they had to close the Lebo pool yesterday because some kid took a dookie in it?
In the pool?
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
And it was, they had a story on it, because of course they would, on KDKA radio.
Kid took a dump? There was a story on it?
Kid took a dump in the pool, and they wrote a story on it.
Young kid? Like, what are we talking here?
I got to see if I can find it, because the way that they put it was very funny to me. Yeah, here it is. Mount Lebanon pool closed following bathroom accident. A case of Montezuma's revenge forced Mount Lebanon to close its outdoor pool. Crews are working hard to make sure the water is sanitary before reopening.
Montezuma's revenge.
Was this just our guy Andy writing Montezuma's revenge, or was somebody quoted? Mount Lebanon says on Facebook the pool is closed due to a diarrheal discharge.
Oh, man. Oof.
Will reopen when CDC protocols are completed. Oh, my God, it was closed since Saturday afternoon. What the hell happened?
Oh, man. Explosive.
I guess there's a difference, right?
There is. Then a lump.
Then a log.
Yeah. Log.
We've all been there whenever there's been a log in the pool, right? And they just sort of fish it out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
I mean, this is like wet on wet.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's nasty.
According to CDC protocols, pools should raise the free chlorine concentration very high for hours when someone has diarrhea in the pool because it can contain a parasite that is extremely chlorine tolerant.
Oh, no.
Mount Lebanon says they were upfront and honest with the public after the pool had filtration issues last summer. What are we doing, Lebo? And wanted to make sure everyone knew that wasn't the issue. Callis, can you move to Lebo and run for council?
No.
I mean, how in the hell they had filtration issues last summer? What are people paying for? That's why I don't go to Lebo Pool. We go to a different pool.
Do you go to Green Tree Pool?
I'm not going to tell people where I go. I don't need.
You
them.
go to Green Tree Pool?
I don't need.
It's only going to take one person to find out that you're at the pool, and then it's over.
If one person finds out I'm at the pool, all of a sudden I'm signing autographs for 3 hours.
Right. It's over.
Yeah, people were asking for your autograph of the three of us.
I mean, they're going to ask for Doran's. You think they're going to ask for yours before they ask for mine?
Well, I did just play in a baseball game, and a bunch of kids and other fans came up with baseballs for me to sign them. So,
well, Crowley played in the softball game, and people asked for his autograph.
We're tied then.
I think it's more likely that people would ask for Callis's. I think Callis is more recognizable. People at the baseball game, they knew who you were, Doran. They don't know who I am unless they hear me talk. And then they're like, oh, that's Crowley.
They instantly, as soon as you say one word, though, you can everybody know. Yeah. It's like, oh, that's, yep.
Well, I'm the same way. People don't know what I look like, and then they hear the voice.
What are you talking about? You've got a very distinct look.
People know what you look
like. I think people know exactly what you look like.
You don't have a distinct look?
I look like an average mini guy.
Scrawny with furry hair? Yeah, you're unique.
I don't think so. I think I'm as average could possibly be.
What makes Doran special?
Doran looks like Doran. Everyone knows what Doran looks like. He was an All-American. He was a famous high school athlete here. He played in the National Football League. He's been all over people's TVs for years, and he's on the radio, a very popular morning show. I just have been on a morning show, and I look like your cousin Paul.
Cousin Paul. What? Cousin Paul.
I look like everyone's cousin Paul.
Cousin Paul.
Harry has a distinct look. Like, you got recognized at a strip club, for God's sakes.
That is true.
It was for my voice, though. It wasn't for. Okay. The guy heard my voice, and he said, "Where have I heard that guy before?"
And he looked you up and down and was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yes, that's who it is." Yep.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Diarrheal discharge is something I had never heard before.
That's bad. That just sounds awful.
Oh, that poor human.
That's embarrassing.
That stinks.
Literally.
Oh, yes. I feel terrible for them.
Have you been there with your bowel habits? Have you ever?
No, I never pooped in a pool.
No.
I did once go in the ocean. I couldn't help it. It was a 10-minute walk back to my condo.
You took a dump in the ocean?
Yeah. You just swim out as far as you possibly can, and you just...
I don't even know if I could like mentally get through it.
It was an emergency situation. It was either dig a hole or get out into the water. Because if I was going to start trotting my way back to the condo, I wasn't going to make it. Like, I would never do that unless it was absolutely necessary.
Oh, man.
Montezuma's revenge. Maybe that's why Mulsey was off yesterday.
Yeah. Isn't that his thing?
That's right.
Did he actually have it ever, or is that just like a...
It's a great question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Texter, nobody wants your autographs. What do you know?
Well, by definition, that's not correct because several people asked us for our autographs.
Yeah, it's happened.
Yeah, so...
Doran probably does it all the time. Especially at, like, pit stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. High school is just as bad as now.
Texter, wouldn't be a morning show without you guys talking about diarrhea or taking a bleep. Change the subject. I mean, it's a news story. There's nothing we can do about it. This is A1 source material for a morning show when a local pool is closed due to, how did they put it, diarrheal discharge.
Yeah, you think we're coming up with that on our own? Why
Yeah, this is
it's an official story. You think we're coming up with that term? You think we're talking about that on our own?
Thank you,
No.
Henry.
That's what makes it interesting. No. Diarrheal discharge.
Texter, garbage men don't have to get out of the truck anymore. They just sit there operating a joystick that sends out a claw to grab the can and dump it into the truck. I don't know.
That's not every truck.
I agree.
That's not every truck.
I see dudes all the time popping out of the truck.
Yeah, it's not every single truck.
Yeah. Texter, something like that doesn't just happen. Whoever did that was fighting some serious demons and lost. Yeah. I'd like to have them on the show. I'd like some good to come out of this.
Do you think? I mean,
getting more publicity for taking a dump in a pool and that caused it to shut down for multiple days.
I think
that person wants to come on the radio
I don't think
and
they would want
address
to
it.
come on. Yeah.
All right, I yield.
Unless they're just going
Bad
all
idea,
in.
Crowley. I yield. Fine.
I mean, kids go all in
I'm
nowadays.
tapping out.
You know, it's like, hey, make content out of everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think you lean into it. You can't allow yourself to be embarrassed because it could. I mean, here's the reality: it could happen to anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but right now this person is anonymous enough. Why would you want to put a name to that?
That's true. I bet you by the end of the day, just knowing how tight-knit Lebo is and what a small community is, I bet you I could find out who it was. I bet you I know the person.
For sure.
There's a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon where I'm sure I can figure out who this person was. Not that I would out them on the air. Texter, Crowley autograph worth thousands. No.
I wouldn't go that far either. I mean,
nah, it ain't worth jack. I laugh. I'm never going to tell someone no, but I do. You know who I am. One time after a game, Pirate game, way back when, I was probably 12, 13 years old. We had season tickets about 2006. Oh, so I guess I was 16. Kind of loser behavior now that I think about it. I would wait after some of the games to try to get autographs from the players. And one day, Greg Brown's driving out. And I was like, sir, could I please get your autograph? And he goes, you know I'm not a player, right? I said, yeah, you're Greg Brown. He goes, okay.
Okay.
And he signed the ball. I got a signed Greg Brown ball.
Nice.
Greg was very funny yesterday on the radio side. It sounded like, and I don't know if he announced it during the game that he was going to do this or it was just something he was trying to slide in casually. He kept using golf references for Oakmont.
Mm-hmm.
And I was laughing a lot. And I don't know if he came out on the front end and said, I'm going to try to work as many golf references in as I can, or if it's just something he did. I'm guessing it was probably just something he did. But I picked up on what you were doing, Greg, and I appreciated the hell out of it.
Well, I tell you what, I wish I would have listened to that because I listened to the FS1 broadcast, and it was one of the worst broadcasts I've ever heard in my life. In my life. In my life.
What were they doing?
It just, I mean, just weren't making sense, weren't saying the right things. It was awful. Then, you know, obviously the excitement was just fake. like, oh my God, they got a hit up the middle. Look at that. Nick Gonzalez. Oops, I'm sorry. I mean, the Marlins second baseman got a hit up the middle. It is the first hit of the game. Like, what?
This was Fox Sports 1?
It was FS1. It was on Sportsnet whenever I put it on.
Was it Joe Davis by chance?
I have no clue.
Because he works for them, and I don't like him. He does the Dodgers games.
It probably was. Like
he does the Dodgers game. He does playoffs for Fox now. Sometimes he'll do the national games.
It was so bad that Rochelle came in and said, who is broadcasting the Pirate game? And I was like, I don't know.
Yeah,
she
that's
was like,
bad.
It sounds weird.
Yeah,
and I
that's
was like,
no
yeah,
good.
it's not the local guys. And she was like, oh, I was about to say.
You got to consider what crew they were sending to Marlins Pirates on a Monday.
Yeah.
There were like 14 people in attendance. Now, the Pirates are hot, which we'll get to at the top of the show proper, but Marlins Bucks on Fox Sports 1, you ain't getting the A crew. Like, if Joe Buck still worked there, you ain't getting Joe Buck for Pirates Marlins on a rainy Monday.
I was starting to feel bad. It was one of the situations where I was like, this is awful, and then you start feeling bad because of how bad it was.
No, we're broadcasters. We know it can be hard.
It's very hard. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to really even flame them that much, but I just couldn't. I couldn't help myself.
Was it the diarrhea in the pool equivalent of a TV broadcast?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm going to go back and look and see who it was. Meanwhile, we were just watching the post-game show on Sportsnet Pittsburgh. You got Alex Presley sitting up there, Stephen Brault sitting up there, and you tell me they don't look like your cousin Paul. Alex Presley and I look exactly the same. My wife, I think, has a little bit of a crush on Stephen Brault.
I feel like your wife has a crush on a lot of guys.
Yeah, we're working through it.
Yeah. I mean, Pat Fryermuth now, he's taken.
He's taken. She was devastated.
I'm sure.
Devastated.
And there's been a couple that you've mentioned.
I don't mind when she has a crush on guys like Stephen Brault. He has a theater background, obviously a much better athlete than I, and, well, a better broadcaster than me, and he's got the cool tattoos. We really don't have a lot in common. What am I talking about? But when she's like, I think that Pat Fryermuth's cute. Like, his thighs are bigger than me. We're not similar at all. The hell's going on here? Congratulations to our guy, though.
Yes, congrats. Patty Fry.
Jill, I think her name is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Steelers tweeted that out.
He's a great guy.
What a man.
Yep.
He is a tremendous human being.
Mm-hmm.
Just a fabulous person. All right. Buccos are, what'd you call them? Sizzling?
Sizzling.
I threw some steaks on the grill last night.
Did you?
Oh, I did. They turned out outstanding.
What kind of steaks?
New York strips.
Nice.
Had some mashed potatoes and peas.
Peas,
Yeah.
nice. Okay.
We realized late into the proceedings that we didn't have a vegetable, so we just busted out the frozen peas.
Peas,
I'm
okay.
a big fan of peas.
Mm.
You don't like peas?
No.
Little butter?
Nope.
Oh, I love the peas.
Mm-mm.
They're nice protein from a vegetable.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they like
Get
peanuts?
a lot of protein powder from peas.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Peas, mashed potatoes, a little steak.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's a nice summer meal.
I mean, that's you ain't gonna get more healthy than that, baby.
Nice summer meal.
Although I had probably 7 potatoes worth of mashed potatoes, so that probably negated all the other good that I was doing for myself. All right, the Pirates are sizzling 4 in a row, 15-14 now with Don Kelly. It led one national media member to make a proclamation. What is it? We'll tell you next in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This time he gets it down. Third base side. Picked up. Throw to first base. Throws it away. Run scores. Hayes to second. And now the ball gets past the catcher. Into the dugout. Pirates will score 2 out of it. Gonzalez and Frazier. Hayes winds up all the way to third. And now they're going to discuss whether Hayes might actually score on this play. The 1-2 pitch. Called third strike. Raise the Jolly Roger for a 4th straight game. Dottie ball rolls on.
Don't you love it when your third baseman lays a bunt down and winds up at third?
Yes.
The reason I wanted to play that clip, Doran, is because that's what the Pirates looked like before Don Kelly was the manager. How many games did they fritter away by not making the right fundamental play? The error there from the Marlins third baseman, to me, wasn't just because he made a wild throw. He just should have eaten the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't make the throw. Ke'Bryan Hayes was credited with a hit first because he was going to beat it out.
Right.
Don't make the throw. And I feel like the Pirates before Don Kelly, they would have made that throw too. They did all kind of stupid stuff. They lost a ton of one-run games. Now they're winners of 4 straight. 3 of those games, all against the Phillies, were one-run wins. They're playing good baseball. No qualifiers. They're 15-14 under Kelly. Since he took over, they're a winning baseball team. There are no qualifiers. That's who they are right now. They're an entertaining team. They're a winning team. He should have been the manager from the start of the year, or when they really dug themselves a hole early, Ben Cherington should have fired Derek Shelton at least a couple of weeks before he did, and if he did, where would they be right now? But that's not the topic of discussion. Topic of discussion is, yes, 15-14 under Kelly. John Heyman, big-time baseball insider, tweeted out last night, quote, "The Pirates are showing serious improvement. Kelly already has earned an extension," end quote. So you got one of the biggest voices in all of Major League Baseball saying the Pirates should pay up. They should extend Don Kelly right now. Brian Reynolds, after the game with, now bear with us here. This is a monologue from Brian Reynolds. I have never heard Brian Reynolds talk this much at one time. I have never heard Brian Reynolds praise anyone as much as he is praising Don Kelly here.
Yeah, he's just great. Everybody in here loves him, and he's fun to play for, so not much more you can ask.
Holy hell.
Man.
Wow, an expansive answer there from
that is big time.
Brian Reynolds.
Jeez.
Do you agree with John Heyman, Doran? Is it time already to give Don Kelly an extension?
Absolutely.
Whoa!
I mean, think about where they were and what they had to do. They had to fire their manager because they are one of the worst teams in baseball. And you just said it. Fundamentally, they were one of the worst teams in baseball. Whenever you're thinking of pro baseball, you're thinking at least pro baseball players would do the fundamentals right to make it look like that they are a baseball team. And the Pirates couldn't do that for the last couple of years. It's been a long time. So not only did Don Kelly, bring them out of the ground from where they were at this year. I mean, this spans back years. Like he's rebuilt the Pirates' kind of perception a little bit of their team on the field for the past years of them getting driven into the ground and being a horrible bad news Bears-ish type club. That's why. Because he's doing it in a short period of time. Like, it hasn't been that many games, clearly, as you just said, the record. It hasn't been that many games.
It's been exactly a month yesterday.
Exactly a month. And they look like night and day of a baseball team. And he's getting the most out of the players that Charrington has given him, too. We talked about, you didn't get this guy. You didn't get that guy in the offseason. You didn't get this guy at the trade deadline. You got the Canarios of the world. You got the Tommy Phams of the world. You got, all these guys that's like, all right, are these guys going to help you? Well, he's getting the most out of those guys.
Yeah.
That's a hard thing to do alongside of trying to get out of the dumps and play competitive baseball. He has done that in a month. So, literally, if he continues to just do this, which is, it's not the best in the world, it's average, yes, that's way better than it has been in the last how many years? Way better.
There's not much there I disagree with. The only thing I would disagree with is the main question. I'm not signing him to an extension right now. And the reason is we saw what happened when the Pirates did that with Derek Shelton. Derek Shelton had the Pirates out to that 20-8 start a couple of years ago. So that's 28 games. And he had won a lot more even than Don Kelly has in his 29 games. The Pirates came out of the chute as one of the best teams in baseball. They give him the contract. The terms are never released. We never got any clarity on it. All we knew is that they gave him an extension, and then it went to hell in a handbasket. And I'm not saying that would happen with Don Kelly. I am more than pleasantly surprised. I'm elated, actually, by how different the club looks under him as compared to Derek Shelton. It is night and day. But I'll wait till the end of the year. I'm not going to scream. I'm not going to shout down anybody that wants to do it right now with Donnie Kelly. I think that it might actually lead the team to rally around him even more. I think they would celebrate that because, as Brian Reynolds said there, and I can't believe we even have any more time to talk this segment with how expansive he was, this club loves playing for Don Kelly. I would just wait until the end of the year, see where they all wind up.
And the only way I would wait to the end of the year, the reason why that I would wait to actually to the end of the year is because I want to tie him with a general manager. I want to tie him with a general manager that I think that could fit his style and what he wants to do as a manager. So that's why I would wait to the end of the year. Now I wouldn't be upset or anything if they did it now. I'd be like, okay, that's fine. But I would wait to the end of the year just so I could tie him with a different manager.
Yeah, at least
general manager.
Get the GM in here, get a look at the guy, and make his own independent evaluation. That would make some sense. The Pirates were 12-26 under Derek Shelton. That is 12 wins in 38 games. The Pirates have 15 wins now in 29 games. That is a significant improvement. And we've talked, like you just did, about the holes in this roster. And there are still a ton of holes in this roster. The key was always going to be, can you win one-run games? Can you find a way to plate 4 or 5 runs a night, knowing that your starting pitching is really good? It's making the fundamental plays. It's laying down a bunt like we saw last night. It's throwing to the correct cutoff man. It's getting caught up in a rundown so that whenever you do make a mistake, the other runner can advance a base. It's hitting behind runners. It's hit and runs. It's thoughtfully stealing bases. It's bullpen management. And he hasn't been perfect from a bullpen management standpoint. You can criticize him for some of the stuff he did in the Padres series. I thought he was beautiful with what he did, though, in the Phillies series. And the Pirates bullpen all of a sudden has given up just one run during this 4-game winning streak in 15.1 innings. They have very quickly turned from a team that did all the little things wrong to a team that does more often than not the little things right.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to play pretty much perfect baseball when your roster is still as flawed as this one is. This is a really impressive managing job through 29 games. We can only go off of 29 games. Like, we can't. We have this body of work that we have to give an opinion on. And it's not even 30 games yet. It's just a full month. But so far, so damn good, man, for Don Kelly. Seriously, 15-14 isn't worth celebrating in the streets, but compared to what they were doing, it's a totally different baseball team. And they're fun to watch, and it's not an embarrassment. Because that's the other thing. Not only were they losing, but they were embarrassing themselves.
Right. I mean, and you got to look at like getting the most out. We talk about getting the most out of the guys, and guys like Henry Davis. You're getting the most out of him where, he was a 1-1 pick and now he's playing the best baseball he has in his career. Now, maybe that was just timing and him having to mature a little bit, but I mean, even O'Neal Cruz to an effect, like he looks just even more comfortable than he did a month ago. That has to be. I'm going to give Don Kelly a little bit of credit for what O'Neal Cruz has done, at least in the outfield. I know at the plate that has nothing to do with Don Kelly this season, but in the outfield, he looks like a center fielder. He doesn't bat an eye anymore.
I saw a statistic yesterday that I don't know the time frame. I think it's like the last month of ball games that O'Neal Cruz is third on the team in defensive runs saved. He's playing a good version of center field right now. Like, forget he's settled in, he looks comfortable. He's playing good defense. Here's a text at 412-928-9370. I always love when texters try to dunk on you and they wind up being the ones who are ill-informed. Here's a text. You're so lazy, Crowley. Your own station announced that he is the manager as he was not labeled interim. You should spend less time bullying Harry and do some damn prep work. Oh, okay, that's funny because Ben Sherrington came out days later when people actually could put microphones in his face and said he's the permanent manager for 2025. Right. It was some of the strangest verbiage we've ever heard. Oh, he's the permanent manager for this year. So, yeah, they didn't call him the interim, but they didn't commit to him beyond this season.
Right.
All worked up. Yeah, I guess I must have missed the contract extension.
Yeah, the multi-year, right?
Yeah, where was the press release saying that he is the full-time manager? Must have missed that. 412-928-9370. John Heyman says the Pirates are showing serious improvement. Don Kelly has already earned an extension. Do you agree? Would you give Don Kelly the extension right now? 412-928-9370. Dorn and I both think that he's moving in that direction, but we would wait until the end of the year. I mean, if I had to make a prediction right now, I'd say, yeah, he is going to be the full-time manager. I mean, he's on pace to have them finishing above 500 in his tenure this season. That's incredibly impressive when you consider just how bad they were before he was named the permanent manager for 2025. 412-928-9370. Would you today give Don Kelly an extension? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls, texts, and tweets on this when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates took down the Marlins 10-3 yesterday, extending their winning streak to 4 games, an extension of the 3-game sweep of the Philadelphia Phillies over the weekend. Game 2 of the 3-game series against the Marlins is tonight at 6:40. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7. The Fan coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. I have no problem if the Knicks want to make Jason Kidd their next head coach, and it seems like a great opportunity for him. But if you think that it's connected with the Knicks making a tsunami trade for Giannis, come back to reality. Milwaukee wants picks and young players, something that the Knicks haven't. Neither of. I'm Pat Boyle.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with lung cancer, mesothelioma, colon cancer, or throat cancer? If so, you may be entitled to compensation even if you smoked. Many local area tradesmen and steelworkers were exposed to asbestos and didn't know it. If you are suffering from lung cancer, mesothelioma, colon, or throat cancer, call the Pittsburgh-based law firm Goldberg, Persky, and White at 1-800-COMPLEX for a free consultation. That's 1-800-COMPLEX or online at gpwlaw.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, two great divisions in one great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $379 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 7th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Safe parking. Free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Clouds and sun today, the high 77.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And the morning rush starting to get a little bit more active with the Parkway West slowing a bit near the top of Green Tree Hill toward Parkway Center. And then again, as you approach the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 remains mainly steady for you from Harmer down to the north side, while the Parkway North is up to speed. The HOV lanes are open. For the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cohen Markets now has spicy fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's the pitch. And a drive to right center field. That's going to get down. That's going to score a couple. Andrew McCutcheon is going to be waved home as well. Here comes the throw. It's going to be late. Into third, Brian Reynolds. He clears the bases. The Pirates take a 4-1 lead in the third.
Greg Brown's having fun again. And really, isn't that what it's all about?
Yes.
Pirates 15-14 under Don Kelly, prompting National Baseball voice John Heyman to tweet, "The Pirates are showing serious improvement. Kelly already has earned an extension." I wouldn't give it to him now. Doran wouldn't give it to him now. We'd wait until the end of the year, but it's definitely trending in that direction. I'd get Paul Skeens' input on this. If Paul Skeens loves the guy, and I'm sure he does, because he knows what it's like to lose around here, I mean, that would go a long way for me.
Yeah.
Again, I'm still not doing it now, but you've got 3 years after this one, max, to win with Paul Skeens. If Paul Skeens, who knows what it takes to win, wants this guy around, I think that's going to factor into the decision-making for me, Doran.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think they already know what Paul Skeens probably feels, at this point. They know that he and the team is rallying around Don Kelly, so I think they already have his input. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like they have his input already. Like, it's like, yeah, like, this is the guy. Like, this is the guy that I feel like that we can win with. And I just feel like that there has to be some other moving parts that you gotta, like, if I were Paul Skeens and, like, I got asked my opinion, right? So say Nutting asked for my opinion or Charrington asked for my opinion about Don Kelly, I'd be like, yeah, Don Kelly is the guy on the field, but we need to make some major moves off the field.
Right.
In order to really be contenders, which I think that we're close with some of the product on the field and with the manager. There's another missing piece that we need to take care of. We have to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
We have to figure that out.
The worst case scenario maybe the rest of the way would be for them to really play well.
Yes.
Like if they finished the season, forget just under Don Kelly, but let's say they play 13 games above 500 the rest of the way. That might be the worst case scenario because they'll go into the offseason thinking, okay, under Don, this is who we are. We don't need to do much. We just need player improvement, and next year we can contend. If they're a 500 team with Kelly, you could say, all right, we've got the manager. We still need to improve upon the roster we have.
Yes. Yes.
I think that might be the best case scenario.
And then also, your first scenario, 13 games or whatever, over 500, then that means the GM is back to.
Exactly. It does just boil my brain, though, that they could not be in a playoff spot right now, maybe not even be above 500 right now, but they could be closer to all those things if they merely got rid of Shelton like 2 weeks before they did.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, that was an injection that this team needed. Obviously. And they waited until they were 14 games under 500, 38 games in. The season was basically lost at that point from a true contention standpoint. Why'd they let it go so long? It's maddening to me, Ben.
Like they thought that they was going to, turn. It was going to turn over.
Well, Bob Nutting told Jason Mackey in the one-on-one interview that the reason that Charrington wasn't let go is because they thought basically the season was still salvageable. You'd have to play like 110-win pace the rest of the way when you're 14 games under 500, 38 games to go. Like, it wasn't really realistically salvageable. But if you had done it 2 weeks prior, it could have been. And so while this is exciting and it's fun, and at least you can watch the Pirates now and not be embarrassed, they waited too long.
Yep.
Harry, would you give Don Kelly the extension now? You are a baseball expert. We saw you turn around a 92-mile-an-hour fastball this weekend.
You called me an expert. Yes. No, I wouldn't. For the same reason that I'm learning there from the Derek Shelton extension back in 2023 that doesn't really mean much, and you don't want to make any long-term decisions based on temporary success.
It's a 1-month sample with Don Kelly. You do it for 3? All right.
All right, yeah.
You do it from the beginning of your tenure till the end of the season. That's all we can work off of. Absolutely sign me up.
And just to piggyback a little more on that point, like with the way the roster is constructed right now, if you can get this group winning and you prove that, yeah, he deserves an extension, because imagine what you could do then with players that can actually hit.
That's right. And Roman Anthony, the number 1 prospect in all of Major League Baseball, he played for the Red Sox yesterday. You're doing this without one of your best arms. I mean, Bubba Chandler, let's get him up here now. And I don't think it's going to be for a little bit now, guys. Not to change topics here on the fly, you'd like to give Don Kelly every arrow possible in his quiver to win baseball games, and Burroughs was fine yesterday. He's got pretty good stuff. Like, this is a major league pitcher, that much is obvious, but he ain't Bubba Chandler. They're going to go on the road now for 7 games. Do we really think Bubba Chandler is going to debut on the road? I don't.
Nope.
They're going to want to get that ticket bump. And he's already listed as not starting these next 2 games. Keller's going to go today. I think Falter's going to go the following day. I don't think we're going to see Bubba Chandler for another 10 days.
Yep. Yep.
Which, that annoys me. If the Red Sox are going to do it with Roman Anthony right now, Bubba Chandler's done nothing in AAA to show you he's not up for this task. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Starter for the Marlins yesterday had that Band-Aid on his face.
I saw that.
And my wife said, I wonder if he cut himself shaving. No, that's way too high. That was way too high for a shaving nick. That was like right below his eye. I think my man had a pimple.
Oh, yeah, pimple patch.
I think you just go out there with the pimple.
Yeah. Yeah, it's baseball. You're playing a game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think as someone who had bad acne back in high school, the acne's better than drawing attention to it with the Band-Aid.
Right.
I had a guy I went to college with who had it real bad, like really unfortunately, had to take Accutane, like had all kind of scars and stuff. Like, feel bad for the dude. Like, that's just a tough hand to be dealt, right? But they were like boils. And he would wear a Band-Aid from time to time. He looks like you want to vomit over there. The Band-Aid always was a worse look, I think.
Man.
If you cut yourself shaving, you can always do the take a little piece of tissue or toilet paper and stick it on there.
If you cut you're probably shave. If you're going to shave, you're shaving in the morning. This game was at night. I think the blood would stop.
That's true, too.
Then.
But we're talking pimple on this guy.
Yeah, this is a pimple.
I got to see this
Or
thing.
like a removal of like a mole or something.
That could be it.
Yeah.
That could be it. If it's a pimple, I need to see it, though. That you feel, we're going to be on Fox Sports 1. I haven't pitched in a year because of my surgery. It's so bad I can't let the world see this thing. I got to see it then. I'm curious here. And I'm happy the Pirates didn't let, a teenager-looking guy beat them yesterday. He was nasty.
Yeah, he was throwing some gas.
68, 6'8", throwing 100 miles an hour. He's releasing that ball basically halfway between the mound and home.
Yep, he was throwing.
And they got to him, which was another positive sign. All right, we now have the incentives for Aaron Rodgers' contract. Aaron Rodgers making $13 million in change in base, $10 million guaranteed. He can get closer to $20 million if he hits some of these incentives. Some great reporting from Sports Illustrated got all those contract details. We'll go over them next and see which ones we think he can hit. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Miami Marlins play the second game of 3 in the series tonight at 6:40. Game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Pirates won it yesterday 10-3 over the Marlins to take the first game of the 3. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Hey, it's Doran. One reason I love working with Keystone Custom Apparel is because they're a locally owned and operated company that is the best screen printing and embroidery company in the region, and they offer an online spirit wear store. This month only, if your group or organization opens an online spirit store, you'll get an additional $500 once your online store reaches $2,000 in sales. The Keystone Custom Apparel online spirit wear store. Easy and effective. Get started today at KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Malsey here, alongside my guy Donnie Football. And listen, it has been so long since we dropped weight with Awaken 180, people can't figure out who did it first. It's the old chicken or the egg bit as far as weight loss goes. So, Don, which one are you, buddy?
Malsey, you're a smart guy. Obviously the egg. I mean, you saw my shape 45 to 50 pounds ago. Round, pale, fragile, wasn't good.
Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. Listeners know that I dropped my 35 pounds almost 3 years ago. Donnie finally cracked 2 years back. Yes, 2 years ago. So I was first to the mountaintop.
You hatched the idea, but listeners, you ran with it too. We hear your stories, and honestly, some of you make our losses look minor league.
Like single A ball, kind of minor league. Yeah, bottom line, Awaken 180 makes it easy to lose weight and keep it off. No yoke. Sorry, I'm a dad. That's a dad joke. I had to.
Awaken180weightloss.com. 25,000 success stories and counting. Just tell them Malsey, Donnie, and Callis sent you. Online, Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. It's a Tuesday again, so that means Dinger Tuesdays are back. And that means all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost from America's #1 sportsbook. That means you get an even bigger payout when you correctly find someone who hits a home run in tonight's game between the Pirates and Marlins. Pittsburgh playing much better baseball lately. Miami, not a very good team, so let's see who can go deep for the Buccos in this one. Best odds to hit a home run, O'Neal Cruz at plus 330. Second best, actually, Andrew McCutchen. My guy would be Brian Reynolds at 6-1. FanDuel.com/Andrew to make that bet today. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. 21 plus in present Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412 431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has 7 convenient locations, including their newest in Scott Township on Cochrane Road. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and it cost me just $5 to join. And you can join if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. Right now at Allegiant, get a 7-month CD with a 4% annual percentage yield, and you only need $1,000 of new money. Learn more at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
This Father's Day at Lowe's, score free gifts for the greatest dad. Right now, get a free Blackstone 8-piece accessory kit when you buy a Blackstone 28-inch griddle. Plus, get 2 free select Craftsman V20 tools when you buy an RP brushless drill and impact driver combo kit. Shop these deals and more this Father's Day at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/15 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
With Target, this Father's Day will be epic. Get up to 30% off gifts for dad. Plus, buy one and get the second one at half price on games, books, music, and more with Target Circle. From stylish apparel and top fitness gear to amazing games and Lego sets, you'll find the perfect gift for him, no matter how he dads. Now through Father's Day, save up to 30% on select gifts for him. Plus, buy one, get the second at half price on games, books, music, and more with Target Circle. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Let the dogs out! Spruce! Spruce! Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Got junk? 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Safe parking, free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We got details now on the Aaron Rodgers incentives. He's going to make $13 million-ish. $10 million in guarantees. He can get up to about $20 million with some of these incentives. He'll get $500,000 if the Steelers make the playoffs. An extra $600K if the Steelers win a wild card game or if they get a bye. So you get the 1 seed or you win a wild card game. If the Steelers are playing on divisional championship Sunday, then he'll have made he'll have made 1.1 extra million bucks.
Mm-hmm.
If they win in the divisional round, he'll get an extra $750K. If they win the AFC, he'll get $1 million. $1.5 million for a Super Bowl win. $1.5 million for winning the MVP award. What do you think he makes?
I think he makes 1.1.
You think they win a playoff game?
Yep.
Harry, do you think they win a playoff game with Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Why not?
I don't think he's good enough. I don't think the team as a whole is good enough.
I tend to agree with you. Aaron Rodgers was jettisoned out of Green Bay because he wasn't winning a lot of playoff games anymore. There were some other things going on, obviously. But he wasn't winning a bunch of playoff games anymore. The Steelers haven't won a playoff game in 8 years. This is one of those rare things where I have to see it before I believe it. I think he gets them there. I think they're playing in a playoff game wild card weekend. I don't think they win the division. I'm not sure they don't finish second, though. Like, everyone seems to love the Bengals. Oh, look at what they did. They kept T. Higgins around. Okay. Their defense was trash last year. And they got a new defensive coordinator, which should probably go a long way, but I'm not going to believe that until I see it. I don't think they've got enough good pieces on that side of the ball. Like, everyone's afraid of the Bengals. Oh, the Steelers have the third best quarterback in the division. Okay, yeah, they do. Joe Burrow's elite. Lamar Jackson's a 2-time MVP. But I have to factor in the rest of the Cincinnati Bengals. So I think the Steelers may even finish second in the division, especially if they get a number 2 wide receiver. But will they win a playoff game? I can't get there yet.
Well, I just look at the scenario, as I've said a couple times in the past couple weeks. I think it's going to be who they draw in the playoffs. And I think that they are capable of beating, a team that isn't the Ravens or isn't the Bills in the playoffs. So I think that Aaron Rodgers, he didn't win many playoff games down the stretch of his Green Bay Packers tenure, but he was still making NFC championship games.
Yeah.
He was still getting there.
He
just
couldn't
wasn't
win the quote-unquote big one, I guess.
Right. So, and that was a long time ago, I understand, and we know what happened the last 2 years with the Jets, but I think it's going to be them taking care of business against teams that they need to beat during the season, and that would lead them to a playoff matchup that they are capable of winning, and I think that Aaron Rodgers does win that.
He's definitely got a better chance of doing it than Mason Rudolph, which is why I'm on board with this. I was talking to somebody who is intimately involved with the New York Jets yesterday, and this person said that Rodgers, for 3 games, played like an MVP last season, and that he thought that Rodgers got better down the stretch, clearly was never healthy all year long, and he thought the biggest problem with Rodgers was that they gave him too much say, that they basically let him be his own coordinator, he handpicked his guy, and that Robert Saleh wasn't really cut out to be a head coach. That's what this person said. So if you can give Rodgers a little bit of structure here, which obviously he's not getting Arthur Smith fired, he's not getting Mike Tomlin fired, maybe he gets his guy in Alan Lazard, we can get to that in a little bit, but it's going to be kind of this happy medium between Rodgers having a say in the offense, but also the continuity that the Steelers have had for our entire lives. I think for Rodgers, it's going to be just about playing football. With the Jets, it was, here's the keys to the Mercedes.
Right.
You're fully in charge.
Right.
I do think him being another year removed now from the Achilles injury is a big deal. Now, there haven't been a lot of 40-plus-year-old quarterbacks that have had success. Like Tom Brady is basically it. But a year removed from Achilles is usually a lot better than in that year right after the Achilles injury. So I'm optimistic that he's going to play better football than he did last year. I guess that's a long-winded way of me saying it, but because of Mike Tomlin's playoff failures, more than anything else, I'm just not willing to say he's going to get that extra, $600,000.
I think in order for Aaron Rodgers to sign with the Steelers, there has to be a compromise, right? There has to be a compromise, and I think he's willing to compromise. I think that he knows he has to run the offense in the structure of the offense like they are going. Arthur Smith is going to sit there in that 6-hour meeting and be like, "We're going to run the football." Like that is that's our mentality. We want to run the football. So he has to be okay with doing all that stuff, knowing that last year he was just, full on just by himself and, hey, I could do whatever I want. That's why they probably didn't run the football, is because he was out there doing whatever he wanted. But I think he knows deep down, in order to win football games, in order to give himself some help, he needs to run the offense. And then, obviously tinker with certain things that he can do, getting in and out of things that he's good at. But he knows that he needs to run within the offense of running the football and doing different things, and he can't just be the guy that wins games.
Yeah, if he doesn't realize that, then it's not going to go well this year.
Right.
They ran the ball very little last year. In fact, no team ran the ball less than the Jets, and they averaged 4.3 yards per carry. So they weren't even bad at running the football. They just didn't do it very often. I think, to argue against myself, if they're going to win a playoff game, Rodgers is going to have to be the catalyst for, 4 or 5 games, something like that. The defense should be pretty good. The defense was good last year until the wheels came off at the end of the season. They were hurt. They played 3 games in 11 days against some of the best teams in football. The Eagles had the ball for the final 13 minutes of that game. They got worn down. If they run the ball effectively this year with Caleb Johnson behind a young, talented offensive line with the threat of throwing it deep with Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf, can you allow for the defense to not be terribly worn out by the end of the year.
Right.
You need the defense to have something left. And if you do, okay, you might have a shot in that playoff game. But there needs to be that long-term thought. It can't just be we need to do what we can to win this game. They need to be thoughtful about the way that they're playing ball because you got an old quarterback, you got a defense, or your best players are old. You got to see the forest through the trees.
Well, I mean, and I read something yesterday that, Arthur Smith came up with a plan of an offense that they were going to put in front of Aaron Rodgers whenever they met the first time. And that's what Arthur Smith is good at. I will stand on that. I will stand on him, adapting to his personnel and changing his offense. His offense isn't just a concrete offense like, hey, this is what I do. Like, no. He alters his offense and kind of, is like the professor in the lab where he has a certain personnel that he just molds his offense to. So there's still a structure around it, but I think that Aaron Rodgers had to have gotten on the same page of what they want to do this year and how they see it going game by game and week by week and month by month.
Yeah, shoot, we saw it last year. First game of the season, let's not screw it up, right, against the Atlanta Falcons. Yep. And then with Justin Fields in that Chargers game, they knew the middle of the field was an area that they could exploit, and actually Justin Fields did throw the ball well over the middle of the field. We saw in that Colts game the offense opened up a little bit, and we saw the offense look different when Justin Fields was in there as compared to Russell Wilson. They weren't calling all the same stuff. So I do think you're right that Arthur Smith can be malleable and can change things on the fly and can game plan for a specific opponent. And I think there just needs to be a little bit of give and take. It can't be, oh, this is all Arthur. It can't be, oh, this is all Rodgers, because we saw what it looked like when it was all Rodgers last year. I think a happy medium is probably what they're looking at, like you've said. This was the subject of the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, too, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, trustpj.com. Aaron Rodgers will make an extra $1.1 million if the Steelers advance to the divisional round. Will the Steelers win a playoff game with Aaron? 412-928-9370. Right now, 58% of folks, results are in. Not all precincts closed. 58% of people saying no, he will not win a playoff game. It is 6:46. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. We'll keep talking about this when we come back. And an NFL insider says he expects the Steelers to acquire, well, a specific wide receiver. Who is that wide receiver? When might it go down? According to this insider, we'll tell you next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 10-3 over the Miami Marlins yesterday in the first game of 3 in the series. The second game comes your way tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Monongahela, Washington County, a down tree and wire is closing Route 837, also known as East Main Street, in both directions between Black Diamond Hollow Road and Nelson Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is heavy right around the bend at Carnegie and then jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East delays at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Verona News 4-Day Smoker, June 11th through the 14th, 7 to 10 p.m. Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigar Smoker and meet AJ Fernandez representative on June 11th from 7 to 10 p.m. on Allegheny River Boulevard. Beer, food, and prizes. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
Safe parking, free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle.
Lou and Stephanie Jewelers, have we met? Yes.
Hi, this is Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Father's Day is just around the corner. And with graduation season in full swing, we have the perfect gift for the dad or grad in your life. Nothing marks an occasion better than a fine Swiss timepiece. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years everyone's been asking,
Have we met yet?
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to corriganmoving.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, get 50% off your windows. That's half off. Plus, no interest and no payments for 12 months and a free entry door with your window purchase. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Orchestrate your network with Armstrong Business Solutions. From small or mid-size all the way up to enterprise, we have the tools to help you operate more efficiently, securely, and with peace of mind. Synchronize your connectivity across locations with SD-WAN. Get end-to-end network security that proactively monitors for threats, and data management to ensure it's always available and protected. Armstrong Business Solutions has the tools to help you conduct business without missing a beat. Visit ArmstrongOneWire.com/business.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Jeff Hathorn going to be joining us at the top of the next hour. Get his thoughts on how the course is looking over at Oakmont, Doran. He'll be on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Also, Aaron Rodgers going to speak to the assembled Pittsburgh media for the first time today, and we know Jeff Hathorn will be there. And I'm wondering what he is burning to know. Like, what is Jeff trying to extract from our guy, Aaron Rodgers? I'll also argue against myself once again here, Doran, as I pull up Aaron Rodgers' career playoff statistics. Now, overall in his career, he's got a rating of 100.1 in the postseason, which is really damn good. For comparison, Ben's is 93.7 the Fan. I mean, that's what Ben's passer rating is in the playoffs. For Rodgers, it's 100.1. And I've crushed him for losing playoff games. Well, you have to go all the way back to 2016, Doran, to find the last time that Aaron Rodgers had a quarterback rating lower than 91 in a postseason game. And you look at some of the scores of these games. They lost to Atlanta in Atlanta. That was the year that they played the Patriots in the Super Bowl and 28-3 and all that fun stuff. Green Bay gave up 44 points. That ain't Rodgers' fault.
No.
Game after that, he had a quarterback rating of 113.7 against Seattle, won that game. They lost to San Francisco the following week. He had a 97.2 quarterback rating. Beat the Rams, 108.1 rating. Then lost to Tampa, and the final score was 31-26. I mean, he put up 26 points in a playoff game with a quarterback rating of 101.6. And his last playoff game was against, again, a really good San Francisco team that pushed the Kansas City Chiefs to the brink. And he had a quarterback rating of 92. So while they weren't winning as many of the big games as Packers fans would have liked, it seems like more often than not, actually, Rodgers was doing his part.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they get the right matchup, they could win a playoff game.
Right.
If they got the right matchup with Mason Rudolph, they wouldn't have a shot, though.
No.
Because I don't care who you're playing, you can't even squint and think they've got a quarterback advantage.
No.
But on a given Sunday or Saturday or Monday night now in the playoffs, you could squint and say, hey, Rodgers could have a virtuoso performance. He's going to do it like 4 or 5 times this year. There are going to be 4 or 5 games, like Russ did last year in Cincinnati, where you go, oh, my God, that's the old Rodgers. He can't do it for 17 games, but if he did it in a playoff game against, like, let's say Houston, okay, he'd have a shot.
C.J. Stroud, they had the same numbers last year. Or I think Aaron Rodgers was better.
Rodgers was better than Stroud last year. I don't even think it's arguable. He was better than Trevor Lawrence last year, too. And I'm not sitting here telling everyone that Aaron Rodgers is God's gift to football at 41, soon to be 42, but, you know, there are going to be games where he's still going to have his fastball. I still will not say they'll win a playoff game. I'll say they can, but I just don't have enough faith in Tomlin to think that they'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the defense has let them down so often in these games. Like, you look up and they're down 21-0 at the end of the first quarter. It's really insane for a guy who's a defensive coach. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. All right, coming up next, Jeff Hathorn. He's been at Oakmont. You've got Dr. Vogt, the dentist. He spoke yesterday. It's a heartwarming story. We'll talk to Jeff about that. How's the course looking after getting bombarded by rain for like the last 2 weeks? And then we'll get his thoughts on Aaron Rodgers signing and what he wants to ask him today. He's going to talk. It was surreal, man, seeing him yesterday at the Cam Hayward golf outing. Like, no one punched him in the face either. None of his teammates. It's so weird to me. All these guys are supposed to hate Aaron Rodgers, right? Because he made them wait. I know. They're putting their arm around him.
Yep.
There were smiles. Wasn't it just crazy, though, to see Rodgers photograph with all the other Steelers?
It's weird.
Like, it crystallized for me, oh, my God, this thing is real. I can't believe he's actually here. I can't believe he's actually signed. We've been waiting for 3 damn months. Okay, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. We met all the Myers people at the Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. Very nice humans. One of the Myers children goes to Penn State and is a storm chaser. So took some of the weather equipment from State College and was actually in Oklahoma trying to chase down damn tornadoes.
Like Twister.
Yeah.
You ever seen Twister?
I have not, but I know the concept. There's a tornado. People are scared.
Yeah, people chase it.
Do they?
Yeah.
I wouldn't do that in a million years.
No, for what?
Some people get the adrenaline going.
I mean, something bad. You're putting yourself in harm's way.
Penguins playoff games, West Virginia football games, some Steelers playoff games. My heart rate gets up high enough. I don't need to be chasing storms to get that kind of thrill.
No.
Sports will get the blood pressure going for me, Doran. I also saw yesterday, just real quick, a tornado hit a gas station and turned into a fire tornado.
Gosh.
One of the most apocalyptic things I've ever seen.
Jeez.
So anyway, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. Jeff Hathorn next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Morning most will be dry the remainder of the day with just a small isolated rain chance for the rest of the morning into the early afternoon. Canadian wildfire smoke is back and should be thick enough for us to see some hazy skies. Air quality isn't expected to be impacted too much. Besides that, it's going to feel fantastic with highs hitting the mid-70s. Morning temperatures are in the 60s and it'll be breezy this afternoon with winds coming in out of the west. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you hate working on your feet all day because of foot, ankle, knee, or low back pain?
As a waitress, you're running all over the place. If you have a 4 or 6 hour shift and you're in pain the whole time, that seems like an eternity. I was aching. My feet were throbbing, just genuinely hurting. I kind of lost hope. And then I saw the Good Feet store and I decided to stop in. That's when everything changed. My name is Kristen, and that's my Good Feet story.
You deserve a better life, too. Come to the Good Feet store today. Good Feet. No shots, no surgery, no medication. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Summer's here and June savings are heating up at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Rugged and powerful 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payments starting at $389 for 36 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay up early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Tuesday morning rush hitting the heights. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Out of the South Hills, 51 northbound with a traffic light delay at Route 88. Then heavy traffic between Maytide Street and Nobles Lane, and then again between Edgebrook Avenue and Bousman Street heading to the Liberty Tubes. Parkway East, you're stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy past the 31st Street Bridge toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Safe parking, free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com, USOpenParking.com.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is Aaron Rodgers Day in the city of Pittsburgh. Mini camp begins today for the Steelers. Rodgers will speak with the media. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, joins us right now on the fan hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. There's a lot of U.S. Open stuff we want to get to, Jeff, but today's the day. What are you most wanting to hear from Aaron Rodgers? What's got you curious about this quarterback?
I mean, I want to know from him why here, what took so long, what intrigues him about the Steelers, what he feels like he and Arthur Smith could do in an offense. I mean, there's a lot. Thankfully, it's just going to be like three of us talking to him.
Yeah, there's going to be no parking down there, I don't think, Jeff. Do you think that
that might be a problem?
It's going to be a big problem. For minicamp, do you think you'd ever see a bigger crowd of assembled media than we're going to see today?
No. I mean, I can't think of a scenario where there would have been another player with this type of intrigue, with the drama leading up to it, before a minicamp ever. I mean, there have been holdouts, hold-ins, contract questions, but never a person as polarizing, as known as this that enters the Steelers. And it's just going to be, they should just take us to the U.S. Open and do it there. There might be enough parking for all the media.
Jeff, do you think he's going to be good this year?
I think there's a potential to be good. I don't know if I would say great, but I thought at times he was good last year. His numbers would back that up. And, you look at his losses, 7 of the 12 were one-score losses. Did he have a couple of stinkers? Yes. Was maybe his worst game against the Steelers, which I think heightens the opinion for a lot of people. Yes. He had a bad game against Minnesota. They had a bad game against Arizona. But there were some other games in there where maybe he didn't have the best numbers, but they were either right there in the game or they won it. So I still think there's some game in there, especially that in an Arthur Smith offense or Mike Tomlin offense, they don't need the quarterback to do everything.
Jeff, flipping it over now to the U.S. Open, our old friend Shelby Cassesi, she tweeted out moments ago, fans trickling into Oakmont early this morning, and they got a big surprise. Not listed on the tee sheet, Rory McIlroy taking in a practice round with his good friend Shane Lowry. Before we get into some of the nuts and bolts and the newsy elements, what has really stood out to you so far? Like, what has made you go, wow, I can't believe that I'm seeing this? And I know that this isn't your first rodeo, but, I'm just watching, and these guys being here is still and will always be so cool to me.
Yeah, if you're going out there, the new practice facility is awesome. There's so much room to be able to watch these guys. But the thing that stands out to me, and just walking around a few holes yesterday, is the rough. We hear about it, it's going to be there, but it's wet, thick, rough. And, and some of the bunkers have been redesigned so the lips are higher. 18 is, 507 yards? And guys are teeing off, and a few of them that I watched were maybe only 20 yards onto the fairway because it's so long. And there's a bunker that sits
my God,
right into the landing area that if you hit into that bunker, you're going to have to just lay up. There are just things like that throughout that course. And it was rolling. Considering all the rain, it was still rolling at a good clip.
Jeff, with all that being said, we know how hard Oakmont is, and you've heard pro golfers and a lot of these guys say how hard it is. And if you had the chance to play it here, and if you live here in Pittsburgh, it is clearly very hard. With all that being said, Scotty Scheffler, it's kind of hard to bet against him, right?
It is right now, the way he's playing, the focus that he has. He seemingly is unfazed by things that happen to him, not just negatively, but positively. It's, okay, I'm on to the next hole, or I'm on to the next shot. And the focus, Nicklaus brought that up a couple of weeks ago. Jack Nicklaus did, about how well he pays attention to every shot, knows exactly what he needs to do to win. He's very calculating. And you see that from Scheffler. Could he be beaten? Yes. Somebody could have a huge weekend and beat Scotty, but man, that's going to be an uphill battle considering the way he's playing right now.
We got to see the weather the rest of the week, but what do you think the winner's score will be? Or in what range do you think it'll be, Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, the weather is important. I mean, just looking at the course, and if it doesn't rain, I think +1 or 2 could be the winning score.
Wow.
I don't know if he would get down to Cabrera +5, but I would be surprised if there's. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised by anything Scotty does, because he could have he could have a tournament like Dustin Johnson did back in 2016. But I would be surprised. I mean, this thing is set up. I mean, it's beyond difficult. I mean, guys were saying yesterday, like this is the hardest course that we play, like ever.
Jeff, do you expect TJ Watt to show up today? And do you expect him to participate if he does show up?
I do. I expect him to do what he did 4 years ago and do some individual drills, but not team. I think he'll use the same blueprint. I mean, we'll find out for sure, but he did that 4 years ago. Other guys have done a similar thing, and I expect him to be that way. And really, I mean, even in mandatory minicamp, there are a lot of the younger guys who are getting reps at opportunity, so it wouldn't be that. It's not like TJ needs the reps. Let's just put it that way.
Jeff, you're a news hound. You got a much better memory than I do. Did TJ talk 4 years ago whenever he reported?
He did. Okay. I mean, I think he did once and then not for the rest of any of it, which, I think he wants to get his point out there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Like, he's not going to be pounding or trying to get little nuggets out there, trying to put pressure on the Steelers. He already put pressure by not saying a word, by just posting a picture. He put pressure on the Steelers. So I don't anticipate that he's going to be talking a lot or pushing anything. I think he's just going to go about his business.
Jeff, I saw your story, read your story on 937thefan.com about Matt Vogt, the dentist who is returning to Oakmont, and I saw some of the clips out there, and I got chills. How cool is this that he has this opportunity, and what is his expectation going in?
He doesn't know. He said he's just going to kind of try to soak it all up. I think he's smart in saying, I can't approach this like I've got to get ready for a tournament. Like, he's just taking it all in. It was cool to watch him sign autographs and how he wanted to interact with people. And he was talking to people about, where they're from. And he signed one guy's autograph, and I guess it was a little sloppy. And he's like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm new at this.
Well, plus he's a doctor. They generally don't have great penmanship.
I mean, how many people are this happy to see a dentist? Not many. But he is embracing it. He's not hiding from it. He's not scared of it. And I think it's really cool. I mean, you could see it in his eyes. And, this is, I can't imagine how many different emotions are flooding through. I mean, having worked there, I mean, normally you're the dude that's carrying bags for somebody else, and now it's you inside the ropes. And Sunday is Father's Day, and for the first time, he won't have his father. I mean, he's a recent dad. I mean, there's just so many things, and he's playing in the U.S. Open, and we'll find out a little later during your show who he'll be paired with. And I mean, imagine if they put him with like somebody huge.
Pinch yourself kind of stuff.
Yes.
Oh, it's just. I mean, and he also discussed like. Maybe, he said, maybe I'm here to inspire somebody else to do something they wouldn't have done.
So cool. Jeff, a busy week for you, busy week for everyone. A great sports week here in the city of Pittsburgh with the U.S. Open at Oakmont, and then TJ Watt, Aaron Rodgers, all the storylines coming out of minicamp. We appreciate your time as always, man. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
Yep. See you, boys.
Hey, Jeff.
That's Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. Did you see the fleet of mowers that they had?
I did, yeah.
I didn't quite ever really think about how they do that. I thought it would be one giant machine, but it was like 700 people with lawnmowers. It's unbelievable.
I think they have multiple, like some different ones. They have a big one.
Yeah.
A couple big ones, a couple little ones, just depending on what type of grass you're cutting.
You ready for this? Byung-Hun An, golfer, he tweeted out, Oakmont is hard. And then someone asked him, what's the hardest part? Length of rough, speed of greens. And he said, speed is playable. Length of the rough is similar to Muirfield. But contour and shape of the greens are very tricky. There are lots of spots where I went, there is no way to hit it close or keep it on the green.
Yep.
I would love for someone to win the U.S. Open with a score over par. And Jeff thinks that's the way it's going to look. And someone finishing 2 over and winning the thing, I love that.
Yeah, that's tough.
Because these guys are the best of the best of the best of the best, and to watch them have to deal with Oakmont, it's why it's my favorite tournament every year, the U.S. Open, but it's why it's, and I'm biased here, but my favorite course.
Yeah.
It's why they played it 10 times here.
Tough.
Still going Scheffler.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Yep.
Would feel silly betting on anybody else and then him winning.
Justin Rose would be my second.
Mine too.
Yeah?
Yeah, because you said it.
My third would be Xander Schauffele.
Same.
My fourth would be...
I ain't going Byung-Hun An.
Oh, okay. Tommy Kim.
Oakmont is hard, he says. All right, coming up next, there was the report over the weekend from Adam Schefter that Aaron Rodgers was the Steelers' third choice at quarterback. I thought an awful lot about this last night. I don't think I'm buying it. Mark Caboli wasn't buying it. Now I'm not buying it. I'll tell you why when we come back. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You could tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Right now, the Florida Panthers lead the Edmonton Oilers in the Stanley Cup Finals. Game 3 of the series yesterday was won by Florida 6-1. Game 4 of the series is going to take place coming up on Thursday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler, for the ride of life. So the next job is open, and you've heard some names floated around. The problem is expectations, especially if you get Giannis. It's championship or bust. I think the Knicks are going to look back at this and go, Tom Thibodeau, you want the job? I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back. back, not your wallet.
When it comes to a weekend warrior home project, I have tackled more than my fair share. But looking at my all-brick home and seeing loose and worn mortar joints, I knew I'd be in over my head. The thought of finding the right company for such an important project to preserve my home for years to come was daunting. Then I heard an ad for Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry restoration company that did not require a down payment and guaranteed the quality of their work. Who does that nowadays? Well, they do. Precision Pointing for the win. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $209 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $245 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 7th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Overbrook section of the city. Crews checking reports of an accident now at the intersection of Glenbury and Brining Streets. Meanwhile, the Parkway West are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, that is heavy from the 31st Street Bridge down toward the north side. Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard. A multi-line delay approaching the intersection with Nobles Lane on that northbound side, heading for the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I just got one of those broken glass warnings on my phone from Guardian Protection.
Oh.
Because my 16-month-old threw her water bottle, which is not one that a 16-month-old should be using. It's like a torpedo.
Oh.
When that thing hits the ground, it sounds like,
Boom.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Those heavy ones. Yeah, they're there. Yep.
What are they called? I forget the type of water bottle. But
Yep. We have like 50 of them.
Oh my God. They basically dent the ground when you drop one of those things. If she dropped one on her toe, she would shatter it.
Yep.
Is it a thermos by chance?
It's a thermos kind of deal. Thermos adjacent. There's a name for them.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember
Me
right
neither.
now. Right when I need it, I don't have it. Not that it's interesting to anybody.
They have their names on them.
Did you have to write them on in Sharpie or custom made?
No, it's custom made.
Custom made?
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations on all your success.
Yeah, you don't want to spread germs around. Everybody knew. It's like that's how you learn your name, too. It's like, all right, that's my bottle. It's my color.
We have color-coded ones.
Color-coded?
Nora's got the yellow. Fiona's got the blue.
Yep.
My wife dropped one on her toe.
Yeah, those are heavy.
Oh, she screamed some words. And I laughed because I'm a sick, sadistic son of a bitch. Cam Hayward on the Not Just Football podcast this morning talking about Aaron Rodgers. Chris Carter, he transcribed it, our friend from the Post-Gazette. Quote, I think it's good. He brings the leadership. Dude's a 4-time MVP. That's not nothing to look over. Got a chance to meet him. Very nice and approachable. Just excited to get down to business. He's going to teach a lot of the offensive players about how to go about business, and that's what we need. They got a lot of young guys on the offense, Doran. So Aaron Rodgers, definitely not that, can provide leadership, and Cam Hayward says they need that on the offensive side. I think he was the Steelers' number 2 choice. It was reported by Adam Schefter that this was the 3rd choice for the Steelers, that Rodgers was. And really, Stafford was a pipe dream.
But it was a choice. Like if they could line all the guys up in front of them,
then Stafford would be the choice.
Yeah.
I don't blame them for that. I think Stafford's a better quarterback. However, if Rodgers played for L.A., what would he have looked like last year?
Same.
I think so too, man.
Same.
You put him in that offense with Sean McVay.
Same as Stafford.
I think he'd be viewed the same as Stafford.
Yep.
But I'm just not buying, the more I thought about it last night, that Justin Fields was the Steelers' first choice. They had, up until the legal tampering period in mid-March, to exclusively negotiate with that guy. If they really wanted Justin Fields, I think they could have got it done. Now, obviously, Justin has something to say about that, and I'm sure Justin was perturbed by the way things went last year. But why'd they go the way things went last year? Because Mike Tomlin clearly didn't value him enough, man. Right. Everyone and their mother has reported that this was a Mike Tomlin decision. Aaron Rodgers is here because Mike Tomlin wanted him, and Mike Tomlin was driving the bus on this. Okay, Mike Tomlin got Russell Wilson before Justin Fields. So you go all the way back to last offseason. The first quarterback they acquired was Russell Wilson. But Justin Fields had been on the trade market the entire time, and they said, no, let's go with Russ instead. So he picked him over Justin Fields. Justin Fields wasn't ever going to be acquired. Kenny Pickett said, I don't want to be here if I'm going to be the number 2 quarterback. So it was only when Kenny Pickett wanted to get out of town that Justin Fields was even acquired. Then Tomlin made it known to the world that Justin Fields getting sat down was his decision. I'm a Lone Ranger, is how it was reported by Jay Glazer and others.
He also said that Russ was in pole position whenever, a week or two after both of them were on the roster in round this time.
And Mike Tomlin, he's one of these you can't make the club in the tub guys.
Yep.
Like performance, in a lot of cases to Mike Tomlin, is indicative of how much you prepare.
Resume's bigger, though.
You're right about that. Resume is bigger, as we've seen now with Aaron Rodgers. But that's another reason why I think Rodgers was clearly a choice ahead of Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
Tomlin wouldn't play Fields at the end of the year. There was a story, who was it, Tom Pelissero just last week, that Steelers players were upset that Justin Fields wasn't getting a look when the offense stunk so bad the last 5 games of the season. So Tomlin's the one who benched Fields, who played in a Russell Wilson, who barely practiced in training camp ahead of him, said good not to be confused with great. And I'm supposed to believe the guy that is getting all the credit for bringing Aaron Rodgers in here really valued Justin Fields more than him. I'm not buying that, man.
I don't think that. I think there was a situation where you had, a split decision. And that happens a lot. It happens more than you probably think. I'm sure Omar and maybe even Art were on one side and Mike was on the other side. And and then Justin Fields helped them make the decision by not coming here. I think that he was like, all right, yeah, I'm out. So it's like, okay, now we have to move to the next option.
Okay.
The next option.
That's fair. I actually see it exactly the same way. I think to crystallize my point even further, I think Aaron Rodgers was Mike Tomlin's first choice.
Okay, got you. I see what you're saying. Yes.
And I didn't.
That's what you're saying. Okay.
I didn't say that well the first time. Yeah, I think Tomlin all along wanted Aaron Rodgers.
Probably.
I think Art Rooney II wanted one of the two quarterbacks from the year prior.
Yes.
But just listening to Art's comments, he said he wanted a quarterback that could survey the scene, could be a field general. I think he was probably leaning Russ. And for Tomlin, and probably for Kahn, if it's Russ or Rodgers, I think that's an easy decision to make.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't go well with Russ at the end of the year. He wasn't seeing eye to eye with Arthur Smith. I'm not going to go with that old quarterback. I'll go with a different old quarterback.
I think Arthur Smith wanted Justin Fields.
And I think Arthur Smith, who unfortunately for him is lower on the totem pole than any of these guys, he wanted Justin Fields.
So let's put this all together. Art probably wanted Russ and or Justin Fields.
I'm going Russ for Art.
Okay, Russ for Art.
Tomlin wanted
Aaron Rodgers.
Rodgers.
Omar Khan probably wanted Matt Stafford. And I will say Arthur Smith wanted Justin Fields.
And who wins out? Who always wins out? Mikey T gets his guy.
Because that was the only option left.
Well, that too.
That was the only option
Art
left.
could have overruled Tomlin, though, for Russ. Like I absolutely think that he wanted Russell Wilson. Just the way he talked at the end of the year.
I think he wanted Russell Wilson, but I think that his plan B was Justin Fields, and I think that he probably would have won out if Justin Fields would have
wanted to come here.
Yeah, if he wanted to come back.
I wonder if they didn't want Justin Fields for multiple years too. Like this is obviously the stopgap season.
Right.
Oh, you're going to pay him 2 years, $40 million bucks?
They might have offered him one.
Yeah.
Justin was like, no. Commit to me.
We'll take Rodgers for a year over Justin Fields for 2. Sure. I said way back when that we would talk about an NFL insider saying that the Steelers are going to acquire a specific wide receiver. We'll get to that at the end of the hour. We've got Are You Smarter Than a Plumber coming up next. This was a fun exercise. I think we need to do more of it a little bit later on. Art liked Russ. Tomlin liked Rodgers. Justin Fields was Arthur Smith's preferred choice.
We can go another direction too. Who wanted DK? Because I don't think that everybody. Well,
they went after Chris Godwin. It sounds like
right. And we're allegedly prepared to offer him $30 million. Too,
yeah,
off of a bad foot injury.
Which I'm really happy they didn't do that.
Right.
They would have had to have given up. They wouldn't have had to give up the second-round draft pick, but it would have affected their compensation picks next year, compensatory picks for next year. I would rather have DK Metcalf at $30 million than Godwin coming off that injury for $30 million.
Yeah, and a second-round pick, like whatever. Okay,
yeah.
That was your second-round pick this year.
And I think Godwin's a really good player, but that looked nasty. People writing Tumblr is what that's called. Yes, a Stanley Tumblr. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That was bothering me.
It looks like a damn torpedo, man. And when it hits the ground, oh my God. All right, Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? Coming up next. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Right now, the NBA Finals series is tied 1 game apiece. Pacers won the most recent game that was played last week on Thursday. Next game of the series, Game 3, is tomorrow at 8:30. Pacers host the Thunder. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina G. and Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Joe's worked with Gina on multiple real estate transactions over the years and knew that he wanted to work with her again when he wanted to sell his home in Fox Chapel. Joe said that Gina's experience, creative marketing skills, and knowledge of the local real estate market is like no other, and she makes everything go smoothly throughout the entire process. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have a button turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G. and Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan says thank you to everyone who supported our second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Your donations will assist at least 25 volunteer fire departments in our region as we raised over $71,000. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by South Hills Lincoln Fast Rescue Solutions. Target Freight Management, and Piata. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Take a test drive at Bowser Hyundai today. BowserHyundai.com, where your summer adventure starts now. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Dan Zangrili, a proud member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union here. I want to let you know about their credit card, which is perfect with all of the summer expenses that you might have creeping up. Vacations, parties, weddings, whatever life throws your way. With the Allegiant Visa credit card, you get 2% cash back on every swipe. 5 different cards to choose from. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org. Or just visit one of their 7 locations in our region, including their newest on Cochrane Road in Scott Township. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Law firms come and go. But what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit EdgarSnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Weekend Wild Things Fun at EQT Park. Fireworks presented by Range Resources, a baseball card giveaway, and Salute to Service Night presented by Clearview FCU, and Toy and Game Night with a Kids Rubik's Cube giveaway thanks to First Federal of Greene County on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Malsey here, alongside my guy Donnie Football. And listen, it has been so long since we dropped weight with Awaken 180, people can't figure out who did it first. It's the old chicken or the egg bit as far as weight loss goes. So Don, which one are you, buddy?
Malsey, you're a smart guy. Obviously the egg. I mean, you saw my shape 45 to 50 pounds ago. Round, pale, fragile, wasn't good.
Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. Listeners know that I dropped my 35 pounds almost 3 years ago. Donnie finally cracked 2 years back. Yes, 2 years ago. So I was first to the mountaintop.
You hatched the idea, but listeners, you ran with it too. We hear your stories, and honestly, some of you make our losses look minor league.
Like single A ball, kind of minor league. Yeah, bottom line, Awaken 180 makes it easy to lose weight and keep it off. No yoke. Sorry, I'm a dad. That's a dad joke. I had to.
Awaken180weightloss.com. 25,000 success stories and counting. Just tell them Malsey, Donnie, and Callis sent you. Online, Awaken180weightloss.com.
Summer's here. It's time to shift into adventure mode with June savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport S. Payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Southside Jake joins us now, one of the sponsors of the Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. He also auditioned to be next up on the Fan and become a part-time host here. He was better than a lot. He did a nice job. He was rehearsed. He had some pretty good hot takes. Jake, how you doing today? You've shaved. You look like a totally different man. And you're not wearing a hat. Who is this guy?
Right?
Oh, man. Hello, new me today, boys. Actually, wanted to commend you guys and the station for a great event. I mean, honestly, that was honestly a awesome time for a great cause. I mean, Cal's out there balling people down, and everyone just having a good time, and the food was great too, by the way. So everything, all about the day was awesome. And yes, I did audition. Sadly, I don't think I made the cut, boys. So it is what it is.
There's going to be more opportunities, and for anybody who wants to be next up on the Fan, go to 937thefan.com to find out the next location and the next time you can do that. All right, Jake, so you're a new man. You're not wearing a hat. You're shaved. Does this mean you can beat us in trivia? What do you got for us today?
I don't think so. I think since we started this new segment, I think I've won one time. So you know what I'm doing? I'm cutting back one of your lifelines. You're only getting 2 lifelines today, not 3.
Okay.
Which one do you cut now?
Situation,
Okay.
gone.
Pass is gone.
You're still getting callous, boys. Don't worry. You're still getting callous.
Yay! All right, hit us with question numero uno. That's Spanish for number 1. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. U.S. Open week. So we got a special edition of, I guess, Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? All U.S. Open questions.
Oh, this
So
is
I hope
not
you did
my
some
wheelhouse.
brushing up. I hope you brushed up on Oakmont history, too. That's all I could say. Sorry, boys, but we got to do it. It's a big deal. All right. True or false? Oakmont Country Club and Whistling Straits are tied for the most times the U.S. Open was played at a single course.
Oh, you're giving us a true or false?
Yeah, I'm trying to mess with you guys a little bit here.
I know that the 10th time is the most. I don't know whether or not it's tied with Whistling Straits or not.
I think it's true.
You think it's true that it's tied? We're going to defer to the golfer here.
Locking in true, boys?
Yes.
You are wrong. It's false. Oakmont 10th time will be the all-time record.
Wait a second. Could we have used the 50-50 there?
Come on. What are you doing?
We could have, actually.
I already gave you 50-50 right there for free.
All right. What do you got for us next?
All right. What is the lowest single round score in a U.S. Open at Oakmont? Par is 70, just for a reference. Okay. A, 62. B, 63. C, 64. Or D, 65.
If we phone a friend, does it have to be Harry, or can we call Chris Muller?
You can call anyone.
I mean, it's a total stab. I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Can we put a pin in it while Callis calls Muller, and then you ask us the third question?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Callis.
You're not gonna like this. You're not gonna like this third question either, if you don't know this.
Or do we just take a guess?
We just take a guess.
50-50?
Sure.
50-50.
Yeah.
That's a good call. I like it. Okay. So A62 is gone and D65 is gone. So the remaining questions are C, 64, and B, 63.
Don't you want to go the higher of the two?
Yep.
64 final answer.
Unfortunately, you're wrong. B63. 1973, Johnny Miller, PGA US Open.
We lost.
We did.
Sorry.
We did. This isn't our wheelhouse.
Let's get the final one in here. Thank you for keeping it topical, though. We appreciate that.
Like I said, if you didn't get that one, you guys are going to really hate this one. Dustin Johnson in 2016 U.S. Open tied the best score to par ever at the country club. 280 is the tournament par. What was his final score? So, obviously, we mean 280, that's 4 rounds.
Right.
So that's 70-ton scores.
Well, we're not that dumb.
Right.
Well, if you knew what he won with in 2016, such as the minus, this would give you the answer, by the way. Which I did know, but that's okay. A, 275, B, 276, C, 277, or D, 272.
I thought he was 3 under.
Oh, you want another 50-50? Is that what you want?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, I'll give it to you since you guys are. The morale is down right now.
It's
My
tough.
goodness.
All-time low.
All right. Well, I mean, this is Oakland. It's in Pittsburgh. It's this week. You got to brush up, boys. C, 277, or B, 276 is the answer.
I think it's 277.
Yeah.
He was 3 under. Final answer.
Locking it in?
Locked.
I just waxed you guys heavy today, boys. Woo!
Son of a gun.
I'll shut you out. B, 276 is a straight answer. Southside Jake, victory today. That's right. Take it in.
New look, new Jake. Thank you, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Jake.
All right, boys. I'll talk to you. Have a great day.
You too. That segment brought to you by Southside Plumbing and Heating. What a man.
Wait, like that just no idea.
I should have known the last one, though. I was just looking at it the other day. I was looking at the score, and I got it wrong.
I had no idea.
Stupid Crowley.
No idea.
Dustin Johnson, the winner in 2016. Angel Cabrera in 2007. Oh, my God. That one was electric. Ernie Els, 1994. Larry Nelson, 1983. Johnny Miller, 1973. He had that wonderful round. Jack Nicklaus, 1962. Ben Hogan, 1953. Sam Parks Jr., 1935. And Tommy Armour in 1927. 10 times.
Yeah.
Yes, Harry?
I don't know if you noticed, but I have a specific sound when you get all 3 wrong that I played there at the end.
If you want to play it again to dunk on us, feel free. Even though you're part of the team.
Right.
Yeah.
You didn't call on me. I would have got one of those, right?
No, you wouldn't have.
I'm not even going to pretend like I could. Never mind.
Texter, the toughest quiz for golf's toughest course. Well said. Coming up next, NFL Insider says the Steelers will trade for a specific wide receiver. He named names within the next month. Who is it? Does it make sense? That's next. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won a baseball game yesterday against the Miami Marlins, and they've actually won 4 in a row, extending beyond that sweep of the Philadelphia Phillies over the weekend. Game 2 of the 3-game series against the Marlins is going to be tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Moni and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West jam between Carnegie and Greentree to the Fort Pitt tunnels heading out of the South Hills. Route 51 northbound with a multi-light delay approaching the intersection with Route 88. Then again past Maytide Street to Nobles Lane. A third delay from Edgebrook Avenue down to the Liberty Tubes. While West Liberty Avenue you jam between Cape May and Brookside Avenues to the Tubes intersection. Parkway East you're jammed at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass toward the north side. And the Parkway North heavy around the bend at Bellevue Westview, and then again just past McKnight Road toward Venture Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. Two Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
No matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Company. Full flavor, huge variety. It's Athletic Brewing Company non-alcoholic beers. Ask for it at your favorite beer retailer. Visit askforathletic.com to find your closest retailer today.
Do you ever feel like your neck or back pain will never get better? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty. We have the answer you've been looking for at the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Our non-surgical disc treatment has helped thousands of patients with bulging, herniated, and degenerative discs avoid spinal surgery. Our treatment, intradisc nutrosis, rehabilitates and turns on your disc self-repair process. Call 412-906-9600 or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. We're here for you.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Mulsey here for my guys at Rookline Golf. If you ask me, any golf brand worth their salt needs shorts that go a few speeds. Rookline's got 3. The Malta short is a workhorse, perfect for the regular Saturday game. The Hudson pull-on short is great for range sessions and after-work 9s. And the Campo mesh lounge short is perfect for kicking back after the round. Fabric and feel come first at Rookline. Use the code CHRIS25 and find out for yourself. Rookline, we know because we play.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We heard some squealing coming from Harry's phone in the studio next to ours. And I said, oh my God, I think he's watching his highlights from the baseball game on Saturday. Lo and behold, he was. Then there's a picture of him holding his niece, Sage.
Nephew.
Oh.
Boy.
My bad. And he said someone wrote in saying it looks like Harry's going to swallow the baby whole. Get out of here.
Yeah, X is just a place where nothing can be sacred.
It's terrible.
Terrible place.
It's absolutely awful, Callis. You have lost 60 pounds. You hit a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. People can take your bat and shove it up their backsides. How about that? I got your back. 50-minute mark on the Fan. This is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township.
Look, I'm sorry. I know you're being nice and you're very supportive now. You have a lot more respect for me. You still don't sound any more intimidating, though, when you make threats like that. I got your back. They can take it up their backside. They can take your bat and shove it up their backside. Yeah.
Yeah, it was only a half-hearted backing of you.
Could tell.
Why I oughta. You mess with Harry Callis, you'll get these hands.
Fisticuffs.
We'll be throwing hands. They'll just snap me in half and shove me down your gullet is what would happen there. All right, Mike Florio, he of Pro Football Talk, he joins the PM team every week. He says, it's his opinion, Steelers likely to get Alan Lazard in the next month. I don't think Alan Lazard's a bad player. He is not my first choice. I think I might take him over Gabriel Davis, but here's my point on this. Don't do that. Rodgers is obviously going to have some say-so in the offense. Like, you can't bring in a Hall of Fame quarterback who's north of 40 and run things exactly the way that you wanted to. In an offense where Ryan Tannehill thrived because he was mobile. That Arthur Smith wanted Justin Fields to be QB1 because he's mobile. You can't do everything exactly the same way. I think the way this all works is by fitting Rodgers mostly into the Steelers structure. And I think you go out and you get a significant playmaker, but I think maybe you kind of go out of your way to make it not be one of his guys. Like to show, hey, we want you here. You can have a say in the offense, but this ain't the Jets all over again. And we waited a long time for you. We're not giving you everything you need.
Well, I mean, if Alan Lazard fits wide receiver number 2 and you need a wide receiver number 2 and he could still play, who cares? It's not like Alan Lazard is going to be calling the offense. It's not like they're going to have their own hand signals. Well, they might a little bit, but like it's not like that it's going to deter from what they're running on offense if they're both on the roster.
I just think it gives the look that you are capitulating to Rodgers, and you've already done that.
It would if there was a legit number 2 and you went and got him.
Yeah.
But you still have a hole to fill. And if he's like the last option again, like, I mean.
If he's the last option and you can't get anything else done, then fine, sure, okay. I mean, he caught 6 touchdowns last year. They have an obvious rapport. I would rather have Amari Cooper. I would rather have Keenan Allen. I would, of course, rather have Terry McLaurin, as much of a pipe dream as that seems to be. By the way, Brooke Pryor live on ESPN right now outside the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. Practice doesn't start until 1:55. I absolutely love it. I love it. She's out there right now. She looks great. It's a beautiful cloudy day here in the city of Pittsburgh, but it's not going to rain today. And we're on Rodgers watch. Like, why are you there that early? Just to be there? Like,
yeah.
Like, what, Rodgers is going to drive in, and are you going to yell things at him? How's that going to go?
Well, I mean, I think she's there because there's a segment that she needs to be a part of on ESPN.
And it's going to look better,
yeah. It's going to look better. Instead of her in like
some studio somewhere.
Studio or hotel.
Like a basement.
Right. Yeah.
They had the camera positioned perfectly to keep the Pitt logo out of the shot.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Real nice.
I mean, you figure you would want to get the nicer part of the facility in the camera shot, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Just diss Pitt all over again.
I don't think Aaron Rodgers likes Beanie Bishop. Threw 2 picks to that guy.
He sent them footballs, though.
He did, which was a really cool story, actually,
cool.
From last year. Undrafted rookie picks you off twice, and you sign him. You sign the footballs?
Now, wouldn't that be something today? Beanie Bishop picks off Rodgers in practice.
Oh, my God. I'd quit. I'd retire. Sorry, guys. I know I just signed the contract. I obviously don't have it anymore. This guy got me again. Texter, is Crowley having your back a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah, it doesn't really mean much. It's like, what are you going to do? It's like, oh, look, here's vocal support. Now go fight your battle yourself.
You get out of here, you. Get out. Stop messing with them.
You dog, you.
I have Doran Dickerson's phone number. I'll get him over here in a second.
Yeah.
That's what I did in college. You're a jackass. All right, all my roommates. Come over here. Get over here now. Put your beer down. Get over here. Fight for me. Someone texts in F Lizard. I think they were going for Lazard there. All right, coming up next, a national quarterback expert says Rodgers to the Steelers was the worst possible outcome for the team. The strongest take nationally that I have heard so far on Aaron Rodgers belonged to whom? We'll tell you coming up next. But first, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 75. That's Ryan Reeves, Doran. Low of 61, Roger Maris had that many homers in a season in 1961. Asterisk. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Getting warm. Summertime, let's go. Schultz Ford, all the great locations. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, Harmer, Schultz Ford, South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. What a store down there. Always at SchultzFord.com. Listen, Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about my great friends at Schultz Ford. And now that the weather's heating up, I had an idea. Why don't you get to one of these locations ASAP and see about a new Mustang? What a summer car. Oh, yeah, that could work for you. But they got so much more. A gigantic selection of inventory. There is that. All those locations. The customer service cannot be beat. How about mobile service? You get into that new car, and there's something they can fix right in your driveway. They'll do that. Also, pickup and delivery. Maybe they need to take it back to the shop and do something. They'll grab it. They'll bring it right back. Schultz Ford offers so much at all those locations. Get online right now. SchultzFord.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Before I went to the Good Feet store, I'd have to find a chair or something just to rest my back. There was so much pain. It was tough. I would take ibuprofen, aspirin sometimes to get rid of the pain.
Many customers talk about these same failed remedies when they come to the Good Feet store.
Once I went to the Good Feet store, my life really changed. And I have not, over these 5+ years, wearing these orthotics, had any trouble whatsoever with my lower back. It has been an absolute blessing.
The Good Feet store has helped thousands of customers live a better life. No shots, no surgery, no medication. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Built for summer adventures on the road ahead. It's not just a vehicle, it's your vehicle. From Spitzer Toyota Monroeville during our summer road trip sales event. Enjoy hot deals on every Toyota in stock, including new Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, hybrids, and more. And yes, Santa's packing peace of mind for the trip with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Visit us today or online at SpitzerToyota.com.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 6/30/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Millvale, crews on the scene of an accident now involving an overturned vehicle, 600 block of Evergreen Avenue near Lawrence Street. Also, crews are clearing an earlier accident in the Overbrook section. It's the intersection of Glenbury and Brining Streets. Parkway West, you are jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Southbound delays approaching Parkway Center to Carnegie, then 79 to Campbell's Run. Parkway East stacking at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 jammed approaching the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. Heavy from there to the north side. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Safe parking, free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com, USOpenParking.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7
The industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs now come with even hotter deals.
Summertime is the right time to upgrade, and here at Shorkey Mitsubishi, we've made it easier than ever.
Everyone loves the Outlander, Jim.
It's a fan favorite for a good reason. 7-passenger seating, loaded with tech and safety equipment, now priced at $6,000 off, or you can finance at 1.99% for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, or 3.99% financing for 60 months.
Or get a brand new Mirage as low as $16,000. It's incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
And we need trade-ins. So let Shorkey Mitsubishi help heat up your summer with your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Worst place they could be in. If he's good enough, they're good enough, they're going to go 9-8, 10-7. They won't matter in the playoffs, and we all know that. And then they're not bad enough to get a top 8 pick and finally find the quarterback of the future. And so anybody who says that Aaron can't play anymore, you're just being a hater because of some of the things you don't like about him as a person. But this still is a subpar offensive line. They only have really DK Metcalf on the perimeter. Fryermuth a really nice tight end. They don't work the middle of the field with Arthur Smith right now. Maybe that'll change with Aaron, but Aaron didn't necessarily do it a ton last year. So you're in that area where we're going to be a contending team, but we are not better than Buffalo. We're not better than Kansas City. We're not better than Denver. We're not better than Chargers. We're not better than the Bengals. We're not better than the Ravens. So are we really going to matter? No. But we're not going to be bad enough. At the end of the day, if the Steelers said we're going with Mason Rudolph this year because we have to figure out this position for the future and next year's college class is going to be good, I would have sat back and said, not traditionally how you go do it, but I understand the reasoning why.
I'm sick and tired of hearing that the Bengals are better than the Steelers. I'm tired of that. Yeah, the Bengals beat the Steelers in the last game of the season. Sure, that happened. Also, didn't make the playoffs. And the Steelers whooped up on that ass in Cincinnati, and I haven't seen enough out of the Bengals to think that they're going to improve a lot year over year. They had a historically good offensive season. Joe Burrow, if they had made the playoffs, arguably could have been the league's MVP. They didn't add to the offense. They just kept a guy around that they already had. But I'm not here to rip on the Cincinnati Bengals. No, I'm here to rip on Dan Orlovsky for that take. You don't need to tank to get a good quarterback.
No.
Now, the Steelers accidentally tanked in 2003, which led them to Ben Roethlisberger with the 11th overall pick in the draft, and that's the last time they had a losing season. Accidentally tanking might not be the worst thing. Like if Rodgers didn't play well and they wound up going 6-11, or he got hurt and then Rudolph has to go in, and I didn't think Rudolph would play well this year, and you wind up accidentally tanking, I do think maybe you can make an argument, not the worst, because you didn't ship off T.J. Watt. You added DK Metcalf. You tried to make this roster better. They're going to go out and try to get a number 2 wide receiver. I want a rookie quarterback next season landing in a good spot. And if you tank and you trade the Watts, I thought a lot about this last night. You trade the Watts. You don't get Metcalf. You really go hard after the tank. And let's say you do pick 8th overall. What is that rookie quarterback walking into next year?
Exactly.
That's why the tanking is a dangerous game. You know, Cincinnati, when they picked 1st overall to get Joe Burrow, they at least had good skill position talent around Burrow. And then you go out and you get Jamar Chase, and the rest is history. And you can fix it pretty quickly to bring it back to the Bengals. But that's not always how it works. If you tear everything down to stink, now you have to build it back up with that rookie quarterback. And so what, the first couple of years?
Right, it takes time.
It takes time.
Yeah.
The Kansas City Chiefs traded up in the 2017 NFL draft to take Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs traded their 2017 first round pick. That was 27th overall. They traded a 2017 third round pick and their 2018 first round pick to the Buffalo Bills. They moved up to the 10th spot. They selected Patrick Mahomes. It's going to take a lot for the Steelers to move up. But if you get your guy and you've already got a good foundation in place, isn't that okay?
Yes.
So the Steelers are trying to win this year. What will it get them? It's anybody's guess. I think they'll make the playoffs. You think they'll win a playoff game? They can still get their franchise quarterback next year. And when that guy walks through the door, you've got a really good defense. I think Cam Hayward will still be here. You'll definitely have T.J. Watt. You've got Alex Highsmith. You'll have Minkah Fitzpatrick. You've got Joey Porter Jr. You didn't tear it all down. So now you've got a rookie quarterback trying to win with a bad defense. You got DK Metcalf. If you were really tanking, you wouldn't have done that. They don't need to tank. And we don't have to suffer through a losing season. We can't handle them not winning playoff games. If they were 6-11 this year, they would be getting excoriated, crucified, even if it led to them getting their quarterback of the future next year. Like, you can try to win this year. You can maybe win a playoff game, get that monkey off your back, and this offense can learn from Aaron Rodgers. You got a young running back in Caleb Johnson. You've got a young offensive line. None of these guys know how to win in the NFL. At least Aaron Rodgers can share that experience as a Super Bowl champion and a 4-time MVP. So that next year when you draft your rookie, I think it's the best possible position for you to be in. So I totally disagree with Dan Orlovsky.
There's three things I think people are missing. One, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they're not going to do that. One, that's number one. They're the Pittsburgh Steelers, so they're always going to try to win. I mean, they're not going to tank. They're not going to embrace it. They're not going to do that for any type of player. I don't care if it's in the draft. I don't care if it's a Hall of Fame player. They're not going to tank to get somebody. They have a bigger agenda for who they are, and to keep a standard, at least in that realm, high of at least competing and winning every single year for their brand. Like, they are just not going to do that. One. Number two, I think what people are missing is the amount of picks that they have next year. The amount of picks that they have next year almost gives you that blanket to not have to tank, to be able to package those picks and the following year after this season, in 2026 it would be. What would it be, 2026, 2027? Yeah. You can use those picks as well because you're going to go after your quarterback, okay? So you can package all those together to get your quarterback. Number three, there's not just 2 or 3 quarterbacks in this draft. There's a lot.
There's like 6.
There's like 6 or 7, maybe 8. You know that there's somebody else that's going to creep up in that conversation throughout the season. We don't know where these guys are going to fall and how good of a season that they're going to have. Yeah, you can look at the intangibles, and a lot of them have traits that be NFL quarterbacks, and say, okay, like this guy could be the third guy based off of his traits, his NFL traits. But we don't know how and where these guys are going to fall throughout this upcoming season. Like, a lot of questions are around Drew Aller. Yeah, he has the traits to be an NFL quarterback, but I think a lot of teams want to see how he does this year.
Can you get it done in the biggest moments against the best competition? Yeah.
Can you throw the ball to win? Can they rely on you on multiple games to win? I would want to know that if I was interested in drafting quarterbacks. So, in my world, there's probably going to be 8 quarterbacks. The Steelers don't necessarily need to go up to number 4 to maybe get a quarterback. There's not going to be every team in the first 15 picks that are going to pick a quarterback.
No, and it's not always the case that the first or second quarterback taken is the best quarterback from the class.
Right, exactly.
We see it all the time.
It's the one that you like, that you feel that can actually...
Yes.
And that's the case. Like, it could be... what if Sellers has a bad year, or say that he gets nicked up and he misses a few games and doesn't really showcase anything, then he slides in the draft, and that's your guy the whole time. Like, he slides to 13th. Yeah, you could trade up there. That's more feasible.
If the Steelers had the number 1 pick in 2000 and the 2004 draft, do they take Eli Manning? Do they take Phillip Rivers? Or do they take Ben Roethlisberger? I don't know the answer to that. I'm happy they got their guy. He was the 3rd quarterback taken, and it was 11th overall. Again, the Chiefs moved from 27th to 10th and gave up 2 first-round picks to do it. I've looked at a ton of way too many early mock drafts. I think I said that wrong. I've looked at a bunch of way too early mock drafts. There we go. And in just about all of them, the Rams have traded up to take a quarterback. So should they have not got Matt Stafford? Oh, they should have tanked, Doran. Wouldn't want to have to give up 2 first-round picks. I just don't think it's a big deal if you get the guy. And there's no guarantee that the guy would work out, but the process to me is sound. You try to win this year. You package 2 first-round picks. You move up. You take your quarterback in the draft here in Pittsburgh in 2026. Yeah. It's not that hard. And you don't have to sell your soul as a franchise. And I get it. They've been above the mean. That's not good enough. Understood. But tank is like a 4-letter word to them. Like, they're the franchise that tries to win even at times at their detriment, to their detriment. Don't sell your soul, still get your guy. And like you mentioned, you've got 12 picks next year. Now, are those going to be enough to move up? No, but here's what you can do. Let's say you finish 21st again. Rodgers gets you to the playoffs. You lose a game in the playoffs. Okay. We've had fun watching the team down the stretch. Hey, maybe Rodgers can win the game. He loses. Fine. 21st overall pick is what that would net you. You trade that. You trade the following year's first-round pick. You move up. You take, whatever, Lenore Sellers or the Levitt kid from Arizona State, name your quarterback. You've got a second-round pick, 3 third-round picks, 2 fourth-round picks, a fifth-round pick. You're not going to make all those draft picks. Maybe you trade a couple of thirds. So now you've got 2 seconds.
Right.
So now you've added a couple of players in the second round. Then you make your third-round pick. Then a couple of fourth-round picks. They're going to continue to be part of that compensatory game. They're going to keep playing that game, you would think, next year too. So probably 2027, you're going to have more draft picks. You can part with 2 first-round picks for your franchise quarterback and not have to suffer through a 6-win season to do so.
I really look at it like this. If I were running things for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I would look at it like this. I'm going to sign Aaron Rodgers. I have DK Metcalf. We had a pretty decent draft. We have a young offensive line, and I'm just talking on offense. We have TJ Watt. We have Cam Hayward. We have Minkah Fitzpatrick. We have all the guys on defense. Let's say that things work out this year where we play a good brand of football. Let's say, honestly, and this is how I would think of every scenario. I think of the worst, I would think the best.
Absolutely.
Let's say that we make it to an AFC championship game. In my mind, if we were to make it to an AFC championship game, this is why I would go with the method that they're going with right now. In my mind, if we made it to an AFC championship game, it's not going to be all because of Aaron Rodgers. It would be a team effort, as it always is, as it usually is. So if we make it that far, that means my offensive line has grown.
Mm-hmm.
That means my running back situation has grown. That means my tight ends did well. That means DK Metcalf balled out. That means TJ Watt balled out. That means Cam Hayward. That means Minkah Fitzpatrick. That means my linebackers, my corners, JPJ grew, and now he's a number 1 corner. It makes it a lot more easier, whatever pick I would have, say it was the late 20s, to pick a quarterback or to trade it for a quarterback whenever I have the foundation in place for next year, because I would know this year that I had that.
I'm with you, and it's why I said at the very beginning of the offseason, build the nest for the following quarterback, for your next franchise quarterback. Go out and, I said it, go sign a cheap guy and build around the cheap guy. Aaron Rodgers is making $13 million this year. I didn't think he'd be the cheap guy. I thought he'd cost $30 million. He cost $13. They have $18 million in cap space right now. They like to go into the season with about 10. Pretty much your slush fund, something that you have in case something bad happens. You need to make a trade or guys get injured. They do it every year. They've done it since Colbert. I think that's because Omar Khan does such a great job with the cap. So really, they only have $8 million left to spend. Once you give TJ his contract extension, you'll get a little bit more. That's enough to go get wide receiver. But they were not going to have enough money to do a whole heck of a lot more. Aaron Rodgers at $13 million, again, operating the way that I understand it, means you got about $10 million, maybe $12 million, depending on what happens with TJ's contract. Go get your other wide receiver. And I thought it would take doing it with a Justin Fields, cheap quarterback, or a Daniel Jones, cheap quarterback, to build around. No, you don't need to, because Aaron Rodgers took 13.
Yeah.
Now go get your wide receiver number 2. 412-928-9370. That's the number to call. Dan Orlovsky says this is the worst thing the Steelers could have done. Do you agree? Do you disagree? 412-928-9370. Best caller on this subject wins a pair of tickets, Doran, to Tacos and Tequila Festival at EQT Park, Saturday, June 28th, with music from Lil Jon, Chingy, Petey Pablo, Mike Jones, and more. 412-928-9370. It's also the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are on a 4-game winning streak. They swept the Philadelphia Phillies over the weekend and then beat the Miami Marlins yesterday by a 10-3 final score. Game 2 of the 3-game series against the Marlins will take place tonight at 6:40. It's a game you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on your radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. Coverage begins with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, and that begins at 5:45. More fun and lines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Your communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2, they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. Well, the Steelers got their quarterback in Aaron Rodgers, and they think they got Tom Brady. The Pittsburgh Steelers saw what Tom Brady did. They saw what Peyton Manning did, change teams, win a Super Bowl. I'm here to tell the Pittsburgh Steelers, now they got their quarterback, they're going to get back to the playoffs, and they're one and done again. I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 2025 Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for only $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36-month, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Safe parking, free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com, USOpenParking.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews clearing an accident in the city's Overbrook section, the intersection of Glenbury and Brining Streets. Watch for delays there. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound is heavy from Banksville down toward Carnegie, and then again from I-79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays approaching the Route 8 at the bypass to East Ohio Street. Heavy delays on the inbound side of the Parkway North around the bend at Bellevue Westview. Also jammed approaching the East Street off-ramp across the Veterans Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Dan Orlovsky says that the Steelers signing Rodgers is the worst move they could have made. Do you agree? 412-928-9370. Segment brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Doran, I think this is what you were getting at in the last segment. I wholeheartedly agree. Playoff experience is important. And I remember Baker Mayfield, his rookie season. He put up all kind of good numbers. Threw a bunch of touchdowns, threw a lot of picks. But he wasn't playing in games with stakes. Like, obviously, you want to play well, and you're still reading the defense, and you're still having 350-pound guys land on you, and there's pressure. But there's a different pressure if down the stretch you're trying to get into the playoffs. If Rudolph were the starter this year, and you go 6-11 and the tank job happens, I don't know, you've got a really young offense here.
Right.
I think you're missing something down the stretch in terms of evaluation. Like, okay, these guys, they look pretty good. Like, Caleb Johnson, he looks really good. Steelers trying to get their 7th win in Week 17. Who cares? Like, experience is experience. And playing in meaningful games down the stretch and hopefully getting to the playoffs with Aaron Rodgers, I think is valuable to a young offensive core. And Cam Hayward said it on his podcast today. He thinks what this offense needs is experience. All right, how about some playoff experience then?
Yeah, I mean, it really, my point is that if they take a shot on Aaron Rodgers will be a part of the solution to getting to the playoffs, possibly winning playoff games, but he's not the only solution. Like, it would take the offensive line that is very young. It would take guys like Broderick Jones to have to play very well throughout the whole entire season for this to happen. With Zach Frazier, Troy Faltanu, Caleb Johnson, Jalen Warren, DK Metcalf, Roman Wilson. Like, these guys would all have to play well to get to there. Now, Aaron Rodgers can help them do that. And I think that the experience that, like you're saying now, the experience that they would get, it wouldn't just be about Aaron Rodgers getting them. It would everybody have to play well, and then you can move on from Aaron Rodgers, and everybody has the experience for next year whenever you get that young quarterback to just ease that guy into the lineup of guys that have played meaningful football. Like, that's what it's about. And it could go very bad this year. But, like, I'm going to take a chance on, hey, like, if it does go well, we're really setting ourselves up for the future everywhere else but quarterback, but we know we're going to get one next year.
Meanwhile, you've got Orlovsky advocating for the tank, but the way I view a tank is you rip everything down to the studs. So that would mean you trade T.J. Watt earlier in the offseason. You trade Minkah Fitzpatrick. You don't get DK Metcalf. You're trying to stink. And then you'd have to build it all the way back up again around the rookie quarterback when you could get that guy next year anyhow if you just part from a second first-round pick. That's my preferred route. Let's go to Tim in the North Hills. You agree with Orlovsky, Tim?
No, you know what? I completely agree with everything you guys have said. And 2 points that I want to add. One, what people seem to have just given up on this season, I look at Aaron Rodgers, and I'm excited because he is a guy who, look how good the offense looked last year when Russell Wilson was allowed to audible. He's a guy that Mike Tomlin is not going to go to Aaron Rodgers and say, oh, hey, you're not allowed to audible anymore. Right. He's a guy that's going to have a ton of control. Mike Tomlin respects him enough, way more than Russell Wilson, that he will let him run the offense with Arthur Smith. I'm excited for this year. I'll be more excited if they get a wide receiver too. But the other point too is people keep talking about the offensive line, like he mentioned there, the offensive line isn't that great. The offensive line was running a run block scheme that was opposite of what they want to do. They want to do a zone blocking scheme, but Najee Harris doesn't fit that.
Yeah, that was one of the, and this is I'm not gonna completely cut you off or hang up on you, Tim. I think that's a really good point. That was one of the real true nuggets of truth we got from the Steelers last offseason. We want to see how Najee Harris fits within this scheme, and we're not going to pick up the fifth-year option. And he didn't fit the scheme. Mm-hmm. So you have a running back who didn't fit the scheme last year. You've got Caleb Johnson now, who played in his own blocking scheme in college and showed breakaway speed. And you had two quarterbacks that were the most frequently sacked quarterbacks in the league for years leading up to the Steelers bringing them in. There is reason to believe that this offensive line can be better this year, Doran.
Oh, look, I mean, you talk about a guy that fit the scheme, and I know it was only like a sample size, but you could tell that the running game could work is whenever Cordero Patterson went into the Colts game before he got hurt. Like, he knew the scheme. Like, he came from Arthur Smith's scheme. He knows how to run in that scheme, and look what it looked like.
Well said. Yeah.
Look what it looked like.
That was the best running back looked all year, I think.
All year. But that's what it looked like. That's a 33-year-old running back running Arthur Smith's scheme the right way. That's what it could look like with a Caleb Johnson that knows the scheme is had a scheme-ish type of offense in college.
And it'll be to the Steelers' detriment at times when A-Rod gets rid of the ball real quick. But I don't think you're going to see the sack totals anywhere near where they were last year. And down the stretch, Russ was on his back an awful lot. Now, you're playing good defenses, but still. Henry in the car. And, Tim, we put you on hold. I said I wouldn't hang up on you. I didn't, because you could win a pair of tickets to the Tacos and Tequila Festival at Wild Things Park. Henry in the car next up. Hi, Henry.
Hey, guys. I struggle with the whole tank thing just from a management standpoint. Yeah, how do you look your guys in the eye? And we're just not going to try this year. You might break your leg or you might blow out your knee, but you're going to do it on a losing cause. I mean, how do you face your guys when you – how does the locker room survive that?
I totally agree.
I don't understand that.
I'm with you.
Every time I hear the word tank, I want to vomit because, I manage the crew guys, man. I can give them a week of not trying, and then it would take 2 months to get them back.
Thank you, Henry.
I totally agree. Like, I in any sport, really, I'm like, man, you know how hard it is to go into the locker room and you know that you're not trying. Like, that's hard. That'd be very hard to deal with as a player. I mean, even just for individually, like even for individual success, like even for future success, future money, like I'd be like, man, you're messing with my livelihood now because you want to lose.
Right. I'm not surrounded by the best talent.
So, yeah, I don't know about that.
I think there are a lot of people in this town that are okay with the tank. I think the majority of Steelers fans, though, they look at it like the Steelers do as a four-letter word. We've already taken a couple of calls on that. We've had a few texts as well. Like, people don't want to deal with the tank. We're all pissed off because they're above the mean, because they're winning 10 games and getting destroyed in the postseason. I don't think Steelers fans want to watch this team purposefully lose. We got too much pride around here for that. Now, it did lead them to Ben Roethlisberger, but as I outlined in the previous segment, there are other ways to find a franchise quarterback beyond tanking. We'll take more calls on this. Tim in the North Hills, the leader in the clubhouse right now for the Tacos and Tequila tickets, 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on this when we come back. Also, can you ever give a franchise points for trying? Get to that, too. Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Nicholas Ericalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NHL Stanley Cup Finals continue on Thursday when the Panthers host the Oilers. Right now, the Florida Panthers lead the Edmonton Oilers 2-1 in that series, so Game 4 is on Thursday. The NBA Finals continue as well, coming up tomorrow. Right now, the series is tied 1 apiece, and in that third game, the Indiana Pacers will host the Oklahoma City Thunder at 8:30. Like I said, tomorrow. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan says thank you to everyone who supported our second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your donations will assist at least 25 volunteer fire departments in our region. We also acknowledge some of our partners: Fast Rescue Solutions, the PA Market, John's Appliances, Target Freight Management, and People's Natural Gas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs. Re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
This summer, Giant Eagle is making a big splash with the Carefree Summer Sweepstakes and your chance to win free groceries for a year. This June, just spend $10 or more shopping for backyard barbecues, road trip essentials, campfire treats, and everything in between. Then swipe your loyalty card for your chance to win. Only at Giant Eagle. No purchase necessary. Sweepstakes ends 6/30/25. For official rules, visit GiantEagleCarefreeSweeps.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA
1565.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Book us. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Safe parking. Free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Show number 2 of the week for us, flying by. Aaron Rodgers going to speak today for the first time to assembled Pittsburgh and national media. Looking forward to that. We're also going to get the tee times and pairings for the U.S. Open Championship today at 9:30 a.m., Doran.
Yes, sir.
Where's our guy Matt Vogt going to be? Who's he going to be paired with?
Scotty.
Oh, my God. Could you imagine?
Why not?
Could you freaking imagine?
But, I mean, what's holding them back from creating a story in a story that's already a big story around that's a local story?
How many times did you say story there? Like
story.
8? I don't know how it works.
I don't either. But, I mean, for content-wise, if I want to...
Oh, it'd be
there's
sick.
a lot of eyes on the U.S. Open. Like, I mean, I would put the local story with the best player. Why not?
Our guy A.Q. Shipley. Just kidding, Neil. No, that was a joke this time. I got his name wrong before. Neil Shipley was walking around with Tiger Woods.
Right.
Just a total pinch-me moment. Our question now, though, Dan Orlovsky says signing Aaron Rodgers was the worst thing the Steelers could possibly do because he thinks Rodgers and the Steelers are too good to stink, and they'll go 9-8, 10-7 again and get waxed in the playoffs. Do you agree with Dan Orlovsky? 412-928-9370. I've thought an awful lot about this of late, and when Rodgers gets signed, it kind of gets the cobwebs out of some of the reaches and corners of your brain, and you start rethinking things that you've been opining on for 3 weeks as it's actually crystallized here and as he's actually the quarterback. And the more I've thought about it, the more and more I realize you don't have to tank. You just don't have to. You can try to win this year. You're not going to win the Super Bowl, okay, but you take a shot. You see what you can do. Maybe you catch lightning in a bottle. And if you wind up with a 21st pick again, so be it. You trade up and you take your quarterback of the future. And it's probably going to take a couple of first-round picks, but no one's going to be crying about it. No one cries in Kansas City that they gave up a second first-round pick for Patrick Mahomes. They just count their championship rings. Here's a text. Going to take 3 number ones to get a quarterback. Cleveland has 2 number ones next year. Well, you don't necessarily have to jump Cleveland, first of all, because there are multiple quarterbacks worthy of top 15 selection in next year's draft, at least as it sits right now. And also, and this is an opinion, I mean, I think Cleveland's going to pick number 1 overall. I think they're going to be the worst team in football this year. And you're not getting a number 1 overall. So I don't even worry about Cleveland. Get them out of your mind. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to jump other teams. I don't think Cleveland will be one of them. 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls in a second. I asked the question headed to break. Do you give the Steelers points at least for trying? I don't, but I do want to point out, which I think is fairly obvious. A lot of people say about the Steelers, Doran, that they do the same things over and over again, expecting different results. And I think it's actually an indictment on them. They've done a lot of different stuff, and they're getting the same results. That, to me, is worse.
Doing the same.
Yeah, because we're going to try to win different ways, and we're still going to come up short of winning playoff games. Like, they've got 10 different starters that are going to suit up, if everyone's healthy, week 1 this year compared to what they ran out there with last season. This is the 5th consecutive year now. They're going to have a different starting quarterback week 1. They actually hired an offensive coordinator with experience, which is something they hadn't done. They fired a guy midseason, which they hadn't done since, like, the Beatles were touring.
They traded for a $150 million receiver.
That, too. Like, they're doing a lot. They're trying to win. And I'm not going to throw a parade for that. Like I said, you don't get points for trying, but I do think it's worth pointing out. Everyone likes to say they just keep doing the same stuff. They've turned over an awful lot of this roster, and this is the 5th straight year. Half a decade now, they're starting with a different quarterback. It hasn't worked. Fair enough. But they are throwing stuff against the wall and seeing what sticks. To the phones, Mike at Point Breeze. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, I wanted to mention I haven't heard anyone talk about the special teams this year with all our young, fast rookies.
Well, Jack Sawyer's going to be a big special teams guy, Doran.
Yeah, they can make some splash plays. And with Danny Smith, the great motivator, I think they can make some noise in the special teams, and that can be a difference in a few games.
Thank you, Mike.
Could be a big difference by the end of the year.
Well, they're getting their punter back.
They are.
They have arguably the best kicker in football. They have a potential backup kicker if that arguably best kicker in football does get hurt, which he has in the past at times. And Ben Sauls could come in here and knows how to kick in that stadium. Carson Bruner, I think, is going to I know it's funny that, they picked Mark Bruner's son, but I think that he's going to be a special teams ace for like 10 years in the league.
He had like 875 tackles last year.
He's going to be a captain in no time on the special teams unit. So yeah, their special teams is going to be better. Obviously, Christian Kuntz is back, the long snapper, and yeah, they're going to be good.
Just keep naming special teams guys.
I mean, right?
Harmon Killebrew, James Pierre, Corey Trice.
They're going to be good. So they have a good special teams unit.
Texter, I'm sitting here on hold, nervous if I'll lose the tickets, and a guy calls up talking about special teams. I did have the same exact thought. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna call up the fan. They're giving away these tacos and tequila tickets. I'm gonna talk about Danny Smith. Jack Sawyer.
Yep.
Wonder what Ross Ventrone's doing these days.
Oh, I see him all the time.
Do you really?
Uh-huh.
That guy was a demon on special teams.
Yep. His brother coaches for the Browns.
How about that?
Yep.
I liked Ross Ventrone. 412-928-9370. We'll give John an opportunity, but I think Tim in the North Hills is going to win these tickets. Hi, John.
Hi, guys. I guess I think there's an overreaction from Steelers fans. I think if you look and see what Rodgers did last year in a Jets organization that has never truly been good since the 80s, he was top 10 in yards and touchdowns. And I think if you went and asked someone at the beginning of the offseason, hey, if I gave you a quarterback that was top 10 in yards and touchdowns, would you be happy? I don't think any Steelers fan would say no.
Yeah, it's the argument we all made, and thank you for the call, John, for Russell Wilson. And we were told by people who watched the team closely that the stats didn't line up with the way that he played, and then that wound up coming to fruition at the end of the season. I think Rodgers is better than Russ, and I know a lot of people have criticized Aaron Rodgers for ruining the New York Jets. He's not going to have that kind of say here. So it's going to come down to Aaron Rodgers, the football player, not Aaron Rodgers, the part-time front office executive. And I think within the right structure, if it's just about playing football, and Albert Breer wrote a really nice piece in Sports Illustrated saying that the Steelers have been communicating with Rodgers for a while and have been tailoring their offense for him. If it's just about ball, I think Aaron Rodgers has a shot to do a little bit more than what Russell Wilson did last year. Now, if they gave him the keys to the whole damn castle and gave him a key to the city, it would probably turn out the same way, but they're not going to do that.
Right. He has too much respect for Mike Tomlin, and he probably knows that that's just not going to happen. This is Tomlin's show. It's not Aaron Rodgers' show, and he understands that whenever he signed or even gave the handshake deal. I mean, he totally understands that. And he needs – I think he knows that he needs that type of structure where he can respect the person above him. I think he's that type of guy. Like, I have to respect the head coach that understands the way that I think in order for me to fall in line. He didn't respect Saleh.
No.
Now, he didn't respect LaFleur.
No.
I mean, that was a rocky relationship at first.
Yes.
he respected McCarthy because they won together.
Right.
He needs
They've
that.
been through it.
Yeah, he needs somebody that has been there, done it, has their name in high regards.
Prediction, the soundbite that will go viral nationally today will be Aaron Rodgers absolutely goosing and pumping the tires of Mike Tomlin. He is going to wax poetic about how much he loves Tomlin, and that's what all the national shows will be running with today.
What will Tomlin say, though? Because Tomlin speaks today, too, I believe.
He's going to do the same thing. It's a mutual admiration society.
Back and forth.
We have breaking Steelers news, and it's, I think, big-time news. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. Whoa! First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates play the Miami Marlins tonight at 6:40. Pirates won the first game of the series yesterday by a 10-3 final score. You can listen to the game tonight on the radio. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan, or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. Just search for 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting a little messy indeed. This report brought to you by Gerken Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. We have an accident off to the side on the inbound Parkway West approaching the 51 off-ramps. Traffic very heavy on that inbound side over the top of Green Tree Hill. Meanwhile, outbound, that is heavy from Banksville to Carnegie, then jammed from 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side, and the Parkway North heavy around the bend at Bellevue Westview, a second delay near Venture Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gerken Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Malsey here, alongside my guy Donnie Football. And listen, it has been so long since we dropped weight with Awaken 180, people can't figure out who did it first. It's the old chicken or the egg bit as far as weight loss goes. So, Don, which one are you, buddy?
Malsey, you're a smart guy. Obviously the egg. I mean, you saw my shape 45 to 50 pounds ago. Round, pale, fragile, wasn't good.
Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. Listeners know that I dropped my 35 pounds almost 3 years ago. Donnie finally cracked 2 years back. Yes, 2 years ago. So I was first to the mountaintop.
You hatched the idea, but listeners, you ran with it too. We hear your stories, and honestly, some of you make our losses look minor league.
Like single A ball. Kind of minor league, yeah. Bottom line, Awaken 180 makes it easy to lose weight and keep it off. No yoke. Sorry, I'm a dad. That's a dad joke. I had to.
Awaken180weightloss.com. 25,000 success stories and counting. Just tell them Malsey, Donnie, and Callis sent you. Online, Awaken180weightloss.com.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at MetzPlumbingandSewerLining.com.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Hey, it's Crowley here. The summer is finally here, and that means graduation parties, cookouts, a bunch of people in and out of your house. It could mean a mess. And it's time now to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the summer. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home and business. Carpets, tile, grout, hardwood, laminate, stone, upholstery, rugs, and air ducts. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Don't worry about having the entire neighborhood over. Zero Res will take care of everything for you. Vacuuming, not sufficient to maintain the cleanliness and the lifespan of your carpet. Don't do it yourself. Trust the experts at Zero Res. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Big summer savings, 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $129. Take $75 off air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701 1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero res.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
If there's one thing we know about dads, it's that they're not easy to shop for. Enter Kohl's. They've got everything from Nike golf gear to his favorite Levi's jeans. And you can save 20% on other finds like Flex Athleisure and Izod workwear. So if you're not sure what to get Dad for Father's Day, you know where to go. Shop Kohl's now. Select styles. Offer ends June 15th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Nike and Levi's. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, 50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Breaking news from Adam Schefter and all the NFL insiders out there. Steelers standout edge rusher T.J. Watt, seeking a new contract, is not attending Pittsburgh's mandatory minicamp, per source. This would be, Mr. Dickerson, an escalation.
Yes.
You asked Jeff Hathorn earlier on in the show if he thought TJ would be there today and if he would participate, and Jeff thought that he would be there but not participating. Now, you and I noted that he was not in any of the photographs from Cam Hayward's golf outing yesterday.
Right.
So we noted that, and I know what Jeff was saying. He was going off of 4 years ago when Watt did the hold-in thing. This is totally different to me. And do you know what T.J. Watt and Aaron Rodgers have in common, Doran? Neither of them have won a playoff game in a Steelers uniform.
Right.
People would be pissed if Aaron Rodgers were not there today.
Correct.
Keep the same energy.
Right.
TJ can be there, and he can be a leader, and he can be a rah-rah guy, and he can work out on the side, and he could do exactly what he did 4 years ago, and he would eventually get the contract. That's what I wanted to see out of the guy. Like, this is not a team that has a great leadership structure. It just isn't. If you did, you'd probably won a playoff game in the last 8 years. He's part of it. Be there for this. I said the line in the sand for Rodgers was mandatory minicamp. I feel the same way about Watt. I feel the same way about Hayward. I feel the same way about DK Metcalf. If you're on the team, you need to be there today. And clearly, this is the Steelers and Watt not even being close on a contract extension, which I also don't get. Like, they waited around. They screwed the pooch on this.
Right.
Myles Garrett gets paid. Max Crosby gets paid. Now you've got Trey Hendrickson doing the same thing as T.J. Watt. I think it's a bad look for Watt. I think you could be here and still try to figure it out with your contract. I don't like it.
Well, it just seems to me like, I mean, if you think it's a bad look for Watt, if he's not going to show up, then it's not close. And there's probably a lot of friction at this point. And I said this before, and I said it just as a minute point. Maybe that they were protecting that position by drafting Jack Sawyer in the fourth round.
Man, it's a good point.
Like, as soon as they did that, I was like, maybe this isn't going to go the way that we all think it's going to go. And not that Jack Sawyer, he could be, and he would play great at Ohio State. He was a fourth-round pick, but, like, you know, with him, Nick Herbig, Alex Highsmith, like, that could be protection of, we may not see TJ.
I mean, I still think, and I agree with all that, I think you're still going to see a deal get done, but clearly there's trouble in paradise in a way that there wasn't 4 years ago. And while I am upset at TJ for not being there today because he's a leader and I thought he handled it the perfect way last time, I'm also furious with them. Like, we had talked about the merits of trading him earlier on in the offseason. Well, they never had intentions of that. So if you're going to pay him all along, what the hell is with this bizarre, antiquated approach of waiting until the last possible minute to get it done? Art Rooney II came out in his end-of-season media availability and said he's a one-helmet guy. Okay, get it done the day before then. Get it done the day after then. Get it done before Myles Garrett gets his deal. It doesn't have to be tough.
See, like, this is very interesting to me because this isn't your run-of-the-mill, hey, I need a new contract extension type situation. This is talking about being the highest paid at that position. And if you're not even close now, so who's going to get, like, who's really going to give in? If I feel like my worth is the best at my position, I should be paid higher than the guys that have got paid, the two guys that have got paid. And the Steelers are like, well, we are not willing to, like, how do you even come to a compromise there?
I agree.
How?
It seems like the easiest thing in the world to do. Like, you know what you're doing, right?
You should have did it first.
Right, you should have done it first, but now that you haven't, like, it's pretty easy how you get it done, right?
You have to pay him.
You have to pay him. Maybe $1 more than Myles Garrett, but that's what you got yourself into here. And I don't think there's a bad guy here necessarily. I think it was handled terribly. I don't think there's a bad guy here. TJ, of course, should want to be the highest paid defensive player in football. Of course he should. He felt like he should have got the Defensive Player of the Year award over Myles Garrett, and it perturbed him to the point where he wasn't there when Cam Hayward was getting his Walter Payton Man of the Year award. So, like, he doesn't like Myles Garrett, and he shouldn't like Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett takes every opportunity he gets, like after the snow game, to say, oh, I'm the best edge rusher. TJ Watt should want to get paid higher than that guy. Absolutely. And the Steelers need to know what the cost of doing business is. Is DK Metcalf really worth $150 million? No, but the market says he is, so you paid it. The market says right now that this guy is worth more than Myles Garrett. What are we doing here?
Well, let's not miss the point that TJ Watt is pissed. Like, we don't know TJ Watt, and I didn't talk to him, but he's pissed because he has his brother that's chirping in his ear too. And he's probably thinking of all kinds of things and how, there's talks of being traded. There's talks of, obviously Myles Garrett is kicking his feet up and has a new contract. You have the kid with the Raiders, Max Crosby. He has a new contract. Like, TJ is pissed. I'm going to go out and say it. Like,
yes.
He's very, very upset about this situation.
And he should be, but you need to understand that you're Mr. I want to win here. First step in winning here is being here. So I get why he's pissed. He should be pissed.
But why should he want to be here if they don't want to pay him to be here? Like, why should I want to be here if you don't even want me here? You're not showing that you really want me.
Do you want to win or not? Like, he says he wants to win. He says he wants to win here. You know they're going to pay you eventually. They're going to cave. They always do. All you need to do is look at what happened 4 years ago. I just think it looks awful for TJ.
4 years ago, did they make him the highest paid at his position?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they'll do it again. Now the money, it was what, $28 million, and now we're looking at $40 million, but the cap's going up. And from a percentage of the cap standpoint, it's going to be very similar. 412-928-9370. Time to react to that. We got Neil Walker briefly coming up next. That poor guy getting squeezed out here because there's a massive breaking Steelers story. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high is 75. That's Ryan Reeves. We'll be back shortly. It's Fan Morning Show.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs now come with even hotter deals.
Summertime is the right time to upgrade, and here at Shorkey Mitsubishi, we've made it easier than ever.
Everyone loves the Outlander, Jim.
It's a fan favorite for a good reason. 7-passenger seating, loaded with tech and safety equipment, now priced at $6,000 off, or you can finance at 1.99% for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, or 3.99% financing for 60 months.
Or get a brand new Mirage as low as $16,000. It's incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
And we need trade-ins. So let Shorkey Mitsubishi help heat up your summer with your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills or online at shorkeymitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old, worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and has an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
Now, for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the north side, crews on the scene of an accident now, 1500 block of Brighton Road near the intersection with Jacksonia Street. Also one in Harmer Township on Freeport Road. This is at Alpha Drive West near the industrial park there. So again, watch for delays there. You're not far from the Turnpike. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill past an earlier accident off to the side approaching the 51 off-ramps. Outbound delays from Banksville to Carnegie and then from 79 past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, you're jammed to Wilkinsburg, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by the 2025 Washington Wild Thing.
Weekend Wild Things fun at EQT Park. Fireworks presented by Range Resources, a baseball card giveaway, and Salute to Service Night presented by Clearview FCU, and Toy and Game Night with a Kids Rubik's Cube giveaway, thanks to First Federal of Greene County on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
That's it? That's it? No music? Just the mummy screaming, signifying breaking news?
Yes.
I like it. For those who missed it in the last segment, TJ Watt not expected to report to mandatory minicamp today. Doran said it's a big deal. Guy's pissed. I think it's a bad look. Your chance to chime in at 412-928-9370. I feel like we missed the music a little bit.
A little bit.
I feel like it took some of the wind out of my sails.
Mm-hmm.
We had great energy in the last segment, and now we've got this mummy scream and nothing else. Here we go. I think it's a bad look. Doran says TJ clearly pissed. Your thoughts on a Steelers captain and future Hall of Famer not doing what he did 4 years ago, which was hold in, but instead we got ourselves a hold out.
Yes.
412-928-9370. The YouTube stream is popping. I'm guessing that our stream is popping. People want to give their opinions on this. We'd love to hear from you. Is it a bad look? 412-928-9370. Just to underscore your point about TJ being pissed, he did the peace sign thing. He didn't do that last time. He's doing the holdout now. He was a hold-in last time. And coming off of the hold-in, he tied the single-season sack record. So if ever there was a blueprint to follow, that's the blueprint. And he's going the opposite way. And you know, people would be crushing Aaron Rodgers if he weren't here today.
Absolutely.
So why wouldn't we crush TJ Watt?
I mean, there's only one reason. I mean, we got a tweet here. So explain to me how TJ participating in minicamp benefits anyone. if anything, you're hindering the young players of getting reps. Like, it's not really about the reps. It's not about him working on his skills. It's mandatory.
Just be there.
Yeah.
Right.
Be there.
Exactly right. It's mandatory. You set a good example. Craig Riley wasn't jumping on the air at the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, but him being around as our fearless bald leader, it's good for morale.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't need to throw bald in there, but I did anyhow. 412-928-9370. Yeah. You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth here, Steelers fans. If Aaron Rodgers weren't there today, people would be excoriating him.
Yes.
Doesn't care about the team, doesn't care about the process. Now, I understand there are differences. He's picking up a new offense, whereas T.J. Watt is going to play in the same defense, but T.J. himself said it at the end of the year. He wanted to be used differently this season. He wants to move around a little bit. Alex Highsmith recently said something similar when he was on with the NFL Network. There's going to be wrinkles, and yeah, I'm sure he can pick it up, but why not now? Why not in June, when the next time after these 3 practices everyone's going to get together isn't going to be until the end of July?
Marco Bali just tweeted, if the Steelers want, they could find Watt around $100,000 for missing minicamp.
Because it's mandatory.
Yep.
And
I mean, do you expect them to fine him? And that's just going to make things worse. I mean, but I fully expect them to do it if that's their rules. That's the rules. I expect them to do it, and that's just going to make it worse. Probably.
That's a great question. I'd fine his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
Be here.
Be here. And you want to win playoff games here? Then put the effort in. That was the thing with Rodgers. Does he really care about football? Ask the same thing about TJ then, or is it all just about the money? Because he could get the money by being here for the ball. And people are texting in that TJ's got a new kid, and believe me, I empathize with that. There's nothing better than being a father, and you want to spend as much time as you can with your kids. But I can't just take today off of work because I want to spend quality time with my kid.
Yeah, there's no paternity leave in the NFL.
Right. And even if so, like, it would have passed. The kid's 3 months old, for God's sake.
DK Metcalf just had a kid, too. He's 2 months, 3 months.
Yeah, and DK's going to be there today. We kind of had this pegged when we saw that Watt wasn't at the Cam Hayward golf outing. 412-928-9370. We've given our thoughts. Duffy in the car wants to give his. Good morning, Duffy.
Good morning.
What up?
Hey, man, I just have a thought. TJ Watt, you're picking on him for not being there, and I agree. The reason I do is he's under contract. He's being paid. I remember Mike Merriweather back in the day. Didn't report. Art Rooney Sr. didn't pull any punches. He said, I own you. You will play for me or you won't get paid. He lost $1 million ended his career, basically. So that's my thoughts on TJ Watt. Get your butt in camp.
I'm with you, Duffy. And look, I understand when guys want to get paid that they're going to do stuff outside of the norm to try to get paid. But T.J. Watt did it 4 years ago by actually being there, and he sets the all-time single-season sack record.
Right.
I would have been totally fine if he reported today and didn't play.
Right. And didn't practice, yeah.
I don't want to see this guy get hurt out there whenever he's trying to make money, and even more so for the good of the team. Like, you need a healthy T.J. Watt. They win games, not playoff games. They win games when he's there. They don't when he's not. This is a change in the way that he's behaving. And it makes you wonder just why.
I know exactly why.
You think he's mad that they waited around for Rodgers?
There's a lot of reasons why, but I think the main reason, and I just said this before, I think his brother's in his ear, saying, "Don't get taken advantage of. Don't let them do this to you. You deserve this. You deserve that. Look at how my career went.
They should have done this 2 years ago.
Should have done this a while ago. I played in a different team at the end of my career. I guarantee his brother's in his ear. His brother went out, on national TV and the podcast or whatever he was on and said it multiple times.
And if we're going to put words in Art Rooney II's mouth when his brother goes out and talks about being above the mean, we should absolutely keep that same energy whenever it's J.J. Watt talking about T.J. Watt. Mm-hmm. Those guys they're tight, man. They're brothers. They hang out all the time. They go ice fishing and do weird kind of cheese curd stuff in Wisconsin. So if JJ's saying it, he's just being the mouthpiece for TJ. Here's a text. Man, F. Watt. He only cares about individual awards. Call it out. All right, do you agree with that texter? 412-928-9370. Is your reaction to Watt holding out today. F Watt, 412-928-9370. We had this conversation off air today. Off air. Where we were talking about everyone wants to trade TJ Watt. Everyone wants to trade, or not everyone, but people want to trade Paul Skeens. Sidney Crosby haven't quite got to that spot. And you're like, what the hell's going on with us here in Pittsburgh? And, man, Watt ain't won nothing. That's the other thing that, should that rub me the wrong way? I mean, it's not 100% his fault. Like, it goes to Mike Tomlin. But he ain't ever won a playoff game. And he's holding out, and he says he's all about winning. He just wants to win here. Well, then you got to do everything possible to win. And part of that is being here.
But so does the team. Like, it takes two to tango.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have to come up with their end of the bargain, too. Like, their end of the deal, right? Like, if I want to win and I say I want to be here and I want to win here, show me that you want to do the same. I can't just say it and you don't want me here.
But you could do it the same way you did 4 years ago and be like, hey, guys, like, this is kind of nonsense that you're not paying me. I'm not going to play. I'll be here.
Yeah, but there's been a couple slaps in the face, and I'm not trying to stick up for TJ. I'm just trying to kind of just, psychologically think through this. There's been a couple slaps in the face. One, not getting paid first. Not getting paid second.
Well, that's terrible. That, without question, terrible business by the Steelers. How can you, as Art Rooney II, come out at the end of the year and say we want to make this guy a one-helmet guy and then wait around for other edge rushers that you knew would be up for new contracts, get paid before him?
And then,
it's just stupid business.
It's also come out a little bit that there has been negotiations. There has been a contract that is probably another slap in the face. Like, he's like, I'm not gonna take that.
Yeah, the whole art of the deal.
$37 million, something. I'm just throwing out numbers. I don't know what the actual number was, but less than the other two guys.
I still think he should be there, but yeah, the Steelers screwed this pooch. Big time they screwed this pooch. You're right about that. And then you look at the salary cap table. Who's making the most on the team right now? It ain't you, man. It's DK Metcalf, a guy that's never suited up for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
First time suiting up is in a couple hours.
Yep. And so I understand why he's mad. I still think he could handle it better. 412-928-9370. Holy cow. The text line has exploded. F what? Who's the captain? Here's another text. Did someone tell TJ it's playoff time? Is that why he isn't showing up?
Man.
Do you agree with these texters? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls. The phone lines have exploded. When we come back, we move Neil Walker. Neil had to get on a chiropractor table at 9:15. We had obviously gone long in the last hour, so we want to be able to talk to Neil in full form, and we'll effort to do that later on in the week. We don't want to shortchange Neil, and we don't want to shortchange our listeners who want to talk about this TJ Watt situation. 412-928-9370. Neil Walker would have been brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, home of the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life. Neil Walker on the Fan, also brought to you by Goodrich and Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yep, this news just coming in. TJ Watt not reporting to mandatory minicamp on its first day. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they won yesterday over the Miami Marlins in Game 1 of the series. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's sounding more and more like the Bucks and Giannis Antetokounmpo are planning to stay together, which wouldn't be surprising since that's what always happens despite trade rumors. Now this offseason, it would actually make sense for both sides to move on if they are looking for a quick fix. But Giannis has always been loyal to the franchise that drafted him, and the possibility he remains a one-team guy his whole career remains a strong one. I'm Bart Winkler.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. Iron Rock Tap House. That's what I'm here to talk about in front of Westmoreland Mall. Is a unique local eatery and bar that uses the highest quality ingredients to create chef-inspired dishes. Whether a date night or a late night, second floor bar has live music. Come see what everyone is raving about. Iron Rock Tap House, Greensburg is the place to be. Live entertainment every Friday night from 7 to 10. Happy hour Monday through Friday, 4 to 6. Iron Rock Tap House is the best steaks in town, and they have fresh fish. Beautiful outdoor seating with fire pits. Hey, come see what everyone is talking about.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Make this Father's Day one to remember with a David Yurman bracelet from Louis Anthony Jewelers.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card over 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A new accident, this one in Braddock, Hillsboro, tying up the intersection of Brenton Road and Brenton Manor Drive as crews are on the scene. Also, an earlier accident being cleared in Harmer Township on Freeport Road near Alpha Drive West. And also one that's off to the side of the roadway on Brighton Road near Jacksonia Street in the city's north side. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Parkway East is stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays past the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again from Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
TJ Watt not going to show up to mandatory minicamp today. Your reaction at 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, volunteers, not hostages. Trade his ass. So that'll be a new Twitter poll. Volunteers, not hostages. Trade his ass, question mark? Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. Trust PJ.com. Pony just tweeted out, put his ass on the trading block. And here's why it's nuanced to me, Doran. They want to keep him. They should have paid him.
Right.
If they wanted to trade him, they should have done it a long-ass time ago.
Right.
Instead of waiting for this to reach a fever pitch, to reach critical mass, where teams have already allocated a lot of their salary cap to players early in free agency, to their own guys getting contract extensions, you're going to have, you would think, less buyers now on a TJ Watt deal than you would have had earlier in the offseason.
Yep.
Wouldn't mean that there'd be no takers. Teams that are close, we brought up Buffalo a bunch, they might be interested, but who are they bidding against? This is a disaster of Omar Khan's creation. And they could screw up a one-car funeral, man. If you really wanted the guy to finish his career in a Steelers helmet, as stated by Art Rooney II, then you get it done as priority A this offseason. And it would not have affected this year's salary cap, apart from actually lowering the number in all likelihood. So it would have helped them get other things done. Or if you wanted to trade him, do it before. But now it's reached this point where now it's going to be a distraction. And my God, dude, there's going to be a tear in the matrix today when Aaron Rodgers gets asked about TJ Watt not being there.
Right, true.
Are you kidding me? That's where we are, is Aaron Rodgers is going to be getting asked questions by the media at camp today, and Watt is not. I wouldn't have had that on my bingo card.
TJ Watt for Terry McLaurin. He's not attending minicamp as well. Would you trade TJ Watt for Terry McLaurin?
Yeah, I would do that. Would you do that?
I mean, I know
just
that
as a hypothetical, I would do that.
They need an edge rusher. Steelers need a receiver.
I would absolutely do that.
I would do it. And then you're paying less.
And we've talked for years. Spend more money on offense than you do on defense. You got to score points to keep up with the Joneses in the NFL. You want to have an eye on the future and an eye on right now, and you want your quarterback next season, your rookie, let's say it's Drew Aller, whomever it is. Now they're throwing to Terry McLaurin. Now they're throwing to DK Metcalf. Yeah, I would do that in a heartbeat. 412-928-9370. We've said a lot of things. Let's let Ed in Pittsburgh chime in next. Hi, Ed.
Hey, guys. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning.
So, I'm not going to say much. Just want your thoughts. Do we have a Watt problem, an organization problem, or an industry problem? Has the cap really influenced the way players think about salaries and retiring with a team? Your thoughts, I'll let you go.
Thank you, Ed. I think the cap going up only helps TJ Watt here. He's going to be looking for more than Myles Garrett, we think, or at least more guaranteed money than Myles Garrett. And from a percentage of the cap standpoint, it's really not going to hurt the Steelers all that much. From an organizational standpoint, yeah, I just said it. They could screw up a one-car funeral. I don't think they thought TJ would take it this far. And I think they took him for granted, man.
They thought TJ wanted to be a one-helmet guy and that he would take a hometown discount. And that's not the case.
And what am I taking a hometown discount for exactly?
Right. And clearly it would be a disc. Clearly, whatever they put in front of them already, if they have, which I've read that they've had already, it is lower than what the other two guys are getting.
Absolutely. If it wasn't, I think it'd be signed already.
Exactly.
TJ Watt has 108 sacks in his NFL career. He has a whole bunch of forced fumbles. Myles Garrett, while a great player and a future Hall of Famer, has fewer sacks than TJ Watt. He does have one more playoff win than TJ Watt. But from a counting stats perspective, TJ Watt is a better player than Myles. Now, TJ has been banged up in each of the last 2 seasons. He missed the playoff game in Buffalo. He really was invisible down the stretch because he was playing through some stuff. There's no question about that. But the next guy is always the guy that gets paid the most. And when the statistics are that similar, of course TJ should be expecting that. And the Steelers should have been expecting that TJ was expecting that. And they should have got it done earlier on in the offseason. But all that being said, if you want there to be good faith negotiations and the last time you went through this, it all worked out for you, go about it the same way this time. Especially when it seems like we're at rubber meets the road territory. He says he desperately wants to win. You just signed Aaron Rodgers because this franchise will always fall on the sword attempting to win. And now you're going to be the guy that doesn't show up? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Brandon in Sewickley, hello. What up, Brandon?
How you guys doing?
Good, dude.
Good. Hey, I just want to make a quick comment. About what you had said about how they've changed so much. They're paying DK Metcalf $150 million. They changed the roster, 5 different quarterbacks. But they need to change the way they do business in the offseason. I mean, do good business. Get out ahead of the TJ Watt deal, and they could have had him for like $38 million.
100%.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a comment about that. They need to change the way they do that, and there's never bad business by doing that.
They've made some strides,
yeah,
but they're not all the way there yet, not by any stretch. Like the reason why Le'Veon Bell didn't sign a long-term deal in Pittsburgh is because they got so caught up in the sauce with the semantics of guaranteed, non-guaranteed money, and the way that they viewed it was, we don't cut guys. If they sign a long-term deal, we don't cut guys after the first 2 seasons. It just doesn't happen. Thus, those 2 years are guaranteed. Well, then put it in the fine print, man, that it is guaranteed. And they finally started forking over guaranteed money for guys. This idea that they can't negotiate contracts in season is so friggin' antiquated.
Oh.
And then this idea that so they don't negotiate in season. They really don't get stuff done until the end of the offseason.
Right.
And so it's hanging over everyone's head. And, Doran, you know more about distractions than I do, but I've gone in there and I've asked the questions an awful lot in the media settings, the media availabilities, minicamp, OTAs, training camp. Now, all these dudes are going to have to answer a million questions today. And I bet you all of them had a sigh of relief when Rodgers signed.
Yes.
Because, we get to talk about football.
And let Rodgers talk. Rodgers can talk about himself.
Yeah.
Now I don't have to answer to him. Now it's jumped right back up. Now I have to answer for somebody else.
Yes, because not only now, like you're going to have to still answer Rodgers' questions if you're these guys, but it's a lot more fun.
Yeah.
He's here. Oh, he's a Hall of Famer. They've all got their talking points.
Right.
Would you ever go into a dark room? Yeah. Oh, no, not me. Never. You get to laugh about it. And then Rodgers gets to say the money quotes, and Tomlin gets to say the money quotes. And then some of the receivers will get asked tomorrow, hey, how'd it look day 1? Oh, how'd it look day 2? That's all easy boilerplate stuff. But you didn't have to say, oh, yeah, we believe in Mason. Make that lie up. You don't have to do that. Now you got to lie on behalf of TJ Watt.
Yep.
We don't care. No, it'll be fine. It'll be. They're all talking on behalf of him.
Yep.
Last year, we talked to Jeff about this earlier. When Watt did the hold-in, he could speak for himself. And he could answer for himself.
Well, the person that's really got to answer is Cam Hayward, and he's probably sick of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was basically the only person that was talking about Aaron Rodgers. Now he has to talk about TJ. He's going to be asked the most, and maybe Highsmith. And he's probably sick of it.
Jack Sawyer's like, this is great.
Yeah. He's probably like, where is this guy?
Someone texted in and said, Herbig's really good. TJ Watt is expendable. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. We got a bunch of phone callers on hold. We'll get to you guys. You all want your voices to be heard on this today. and we'll let your voices through when we come back. Again, 412-928-9370. It's the text line as well, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
TJ Watt not reporting to mandatory minicamp, which starts today. Pirates won yesterday by a final score of 10-3 over the Miami Marlins. The second game of that series is going to be played today at 6:40. It's a game you can listen to right here on The Fan. North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 5:45. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
Call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing. Saw those guys at the Fan 5-alarm marathon. They're the best, and I trust them for all my roofing needs. You need a new roof on a budget? You choose the Atlas Pro Lam Shingle Package. 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. You call the pickle. You need more protection? How about more color options? You can get those with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle package with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee. You just call the pickle. You want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake package. 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-pro rate of warranty. Call the pickle at Gherkin Roofing. 724-515-5551 or online at callthepickle.com.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The NBA Finals are tied as the series heads back to Indianapolis for Game 3. Obi Toppin has been crashing the boards the last two games, and the Thunder have struggled to rebound all series long. You can bet on Obi Toppin to grab 5 or more rebounds at -125. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and the North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, June 20th through 22nd at the Waterworks.
This is Chris Muller. Guys need a workhorse pair of golf shorts. That's why Rookline crafted the Malta Short, a superior blend of performance and comfort. They're built from Burr fabric, which has cooling minerals woven directly into each fiber. Breathable, moisture-wicking, and made with just the right amount of stretch in the waistband. These shorts are made to last. No gimmicks, no logos yelling at you, just clean design and guaranteed delivery. That's Rookline. Feel the difference and use the code CHRIS25 for 25% off your first order. If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea, tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at a quickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucko legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why the Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Day one of mandatory minicamp for the Steelers, and here we thought the big news would be Aaron Rodgers spinning the football and then talking to the assembled media afterwards. Lo and behold, Adam Schefter and other insiders report TJ Watt will not report to mandatory minicamp today. I think I'm having a glitch in the matrix. You know what's going to be funny today, Doran? Tomlin is going to poo-poo the Watt thing. He's going to say something along the lines of TJ Watt is TJ Watt, and when he gets here, he will be TJ Watt. We are not worried about TJ Watt. He's handling his contract negotiation, blah, blah, blah. And then when talking about Rodgers, he's going to talk about how important it was for him to be here for day one of mandatory minicamp for all the team-building things. Shall we let people weigh in?
Yes.
At 412-928-9370. Texter, TJ is great. Pay him now. Rusty in Pittsburgh. Oh, I should have paid him like 2 months ago.
Right.
3 months ago. And now I guess those jamokes in Cleveland on that morning show over there, Ken Carman and Anthony Lima, are making fun of the Steelers situation.
No doubt.
I'll throw it right back at them real quick while we wait for the callers to come in. And we've got open phones right now. A couple of you dropped off during the break at 412-928-9370. So if you want to sound off, you can. Again, at 412-928-9370. What emotions are stirred up inside of you with TJ Watt not showing up to mandatory minicamp today? Is Cleveland going to win this year?
No.
I think they're going to be the worst team in the NFL. And for the last 2 days, the hosts on that station have cried in their beer over their running back going and signing in Houston, Nick Chubb. They should be destroying that franchise for not letting that guy be a one-helmet dude. The hell do they have to lose by playing Nick Chubb this year? They're talking about what a great career he had. They're crushing Minkah Fitzpatrick for cutting his Cleveland career short. No, the Browns cut his Cleveland career short. They could have had him for pennies on the dollar, and if he doesn't work out, then you let Quinshawn Judkins be the guy. Oh, we're going to miss Nick Chubb. Oh, Minkah Fitzpatrick, he got him all hurt. Could have had him. Not going to win with him. Not going to win without him. Just saying. They struck a nerve. Cleveland trying to talk down to us about football.
Do you see Donnie posted their little segment?
Yeah, I didn't even hear what they said.
Me neither. Sure, it's ridiculous.
It might not even have been offensive at all, but I want to take shots at Cleveland. All right, Joey from Baldwin wants to chime in. Hi, Joey.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Oh, we're great.
One thing that I've been thinking about with this whole thing is it took Myles Garrett requesting a trade after not being paid to get his money. So I'm not really sure, like, him holding out of mandatory minicamp kind of feels like the same, like, all right, well, I'm not going to want to be here if you're not going to pay me. So either pay me or don't.
Have the Steelers screwed this up so badly, Joey, that they have turned TJ into what he hates, which is Myles Garrett? Is that what you're saying here?
I think so. I think so. I agree that the stats are better for TJ, and so that's why he's going to want as much money. But again, you said that he hasn't won a playoff game. He's also older than Myles Garrett.
Yep.
And even though I think he should have won the Defensive Player of the Year, he has less accolades to show that this is why he should get the money. So if they're not going to pay him, they should just not pay him. But they need to do it now.
You think they will pay him?
I think so.
Me too.
I think they'll cave, and I think they'll give him more money than Myles
And you know
Garrett.
you know what's going to happen, Doran? And thank you so much for the call, Joey. And you can get in line too at 412-928-9370. This thing that was always going to happen probably is going to happen. And when it does, instead of it being this feel-good story about how T.J. Watt's going to be a one-helmet guy, it's going to make T.J. Watt look like a jackass for not showing up to mandatory minicamp, and it's going to make them look weak as hell for capitulating to a guy who didn't show up to mandatory minicamp. It's not going to be all flowers and roses and hugs and kisses. It's going to be, yeah, we got it done.
Yep, that's it.
And it didn't need to be that way. 412-928-9370.
I mean, to add gas to the fire, I mean,
Please.
it's not only just, and we kind of alluded to this, it's not only Myles Garrett getting paid, but he sees what Trey Hendrickson is doing as well. I mean, those are two other guys in the division.
And Hendrickson had the best year out of all of them last year.
Out of all of them. So he's like, maybe I have to go about my business a different way. And that's why he's choosing to do this.
A lot of people are texting in that the kid has something to do with it. And I'm sorry, I can't.
The kid wasn't born yesterday.
But it seems like Omar Khan was. Woo!
If he was born yesterday, okay.
Right. I'm not going to go all Steigerworld on this. Steigerworld's always said, if you have a kid in the middle of a season, don't miss a game. No, screw that. You have one kid. Or you have however many kids you do, but you only get one opportunity to be there for that. That's not this situation. The kid could be here too.
Yeah. Where do
we think TJ Watt lives during the season? Oh, here? Okay, I'm sure they can afford a crib. With or without this contract.
Right.
Don't use the kid as an excuse.
I don't buy that.
It's absurd.
I don't buy that at all.
Now, I love using my kids as an excuse.
Yeah, same.
They are a great get-out-of-jail-free card. You don't want to go to something, sorry, my kids are acting up.
Right.
Nora had a rough night sleeping. She's being a tyrant today. I can't be there. But in this situation, no, it's mandatory. You got to be there. And he could get fined over $100,000 for not showing up for these 3 days. Yes, Harry?
You used excuses when you didn't want to go out and hit with me. You just used your kids. Is that how that worked?
Every single time.
Yeah.
Doran showed up to your thing on Saturday night because his sons were having a slumber party. And my God, you can use it that way, too. I just got to get out of the house.
Got to get out of the house.
If anything, this would be an opportunity for T.J. Watt to get away. Maybe the kid could stay in Wisconsin, and he could get some actual sleep at night. 412-928-9370. One final chance to weigh in on this. Cannot wait now. I was already champing at the bit to hear from Mike Tomlin today. I cannot wait. Cannot wait to listen to Starkey. Cannot wait to listen to the afternoon guys, because more and more is going to trickle out over the course of the day, and we're obviously going to hear from Tom. We're going to hear from Aaron Rodgers, and my God, tomorrow is going to be the easiest show that we've ever had to do. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I've noticed this about me, Doran, during breaking news, is I talk much faster.
Yes.
Try to get in like a 2-hour show into 45 minutes.
Yes.
Basically.
You're
how that
excited,
goes.
too.
Very excited. We also have our pairings for the United States Open at Oakmont, which we can get into a little bit when we come back in addition to the SWAT news. First, though, I'll take some breaths. It's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
News came in about an hour ago that T.J. Watt is holding out of mandatory minicamp. He will not be showing up today, per several NFL insider reports. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they won yesterday 10-3 over the Miami Marlins. They've got the second game of the series coming up tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We've got coverage beginning at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bruce checking reports of an accident now on the westbound Pennsylvania Turnpike at mile marker 34.2, which places it between the Butler Valley and Cranberry interchanges. Also watch for an accident now. This is on the inbound Parkway East, about 2 miles west of the Turnpike in Monroeville. Once you get past that, you'll be in line again right around Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 is heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again past Millvale toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. Know what's below, because even minor excavation projects like installing a mailbox, building a patio, or putting up a fence can do major damage. Contact 811 before you dig, or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle.
Centimark provides solutions for commercial roofing and flooring needs, re-roofing to roof repairs to concrete polishing and traffic solutions. While roofing and flooring is the business, giving back to the community is Centimark's commitment. 724-514-8700.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Take a test drive at Bowser Hyundai today. BowserHyundai.com, where your summer adventure starts now. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and wouldn't this sound nice? Clearer skin, better posture, improved digestion, better sleep, increased libido, and more energy. Just a few of the endless benefits clients receive with Awaken 180 weight loss.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store. Do you need new appliances right now? Shopping for kitchen and laundry appliances at Dawn's Appliances has never been easier. Dawn's has the Tri-State's largest in-stock inventory. Refrigerators, cooking and laundry appliances, and dishwashers from top brands like Cathay and GE Profile. Order today, have it tomorrow. With a huge selection and guaranteed lowest prices, why shop anywhere else? Plus, nobody can beat their free next-day delivery. Shop DawnsAppliances.com, where Pittsburgh shops for appliances.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The breaking news, T.J. Watt not going to report today to mandatory minicamp. Texter writes in, the Pirates finally win 4 in a row, and we're talking about T.J. Watt. What are you doing? It's only the number one story nationally and locally with the team that we care most about. So we're going to keep talking about T.J. Watt. You are now social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Someone writes in, didn't the Steelers just see a player go down in OTAs due to injury? Why should Watt want to show up? Yeah, Donald Parham. I got it right?
Parham.
Damn it. Yeah, he got hurt. Watt wouldn't even be participating.
No.
But he would be there as a leader. And he said he desperately wants to win here in Pittsburgh. Well, this would be step one, mandatory minicamp. Not going to get hurt walking around on the sideline. Now, guys can get hurt doing anything, walking off a curb, or, you know, if he's doing wind sprints, he could twist an ankle or something. Like, weird stuff happens.
Pushing a sled.
Pushing a sled is a good example. Or if you're Mark Caboli walking up and down the stairs, you could blow out Achilles.
Yes.
So that can happen. But I just don't see why you wouldn't do what you did 4 years ago, when that process led you to $28 million a year and also 22.5 sacks, the most we've ever seen in NFL history. We have tee times for the U.S. Open. Local guy, Dr. Matt Vogt, dentist, Doran. He's going to tee off in the first group, 6:45 a.m. on Thursday. So he'd be part of a triumvirate, and he'll be one of 3 to tee off at 6:45. He may well be the first guy to tee off at the U.S. Open at Oakmont this year, which is such a thrill.
It's awesome.
So cool for him. And I'm sure the other guy everyone cares about, and there's more too, Scotty Scheffler going to tee off at 1:25 p.m. on Thursday.
Okay.
Which means you and I'll have just had our nap and perhaps some lunch.
Yes.
Throw him on the TV.
Yes.
Hell friggin' yeah.
Can't wait.
Super excited.
Do we know who Dr. Vogt is with?
I didn't recognize the names.
Okay.
So none of the big names.
All right.
I'm sure other people would have recognized the names. I'm sure you would have recognized the names. I don't know who it is. For Scotty Scheffler, it was, I lost it. I think Colin Morikawa was part of his group.
Okay.
Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
Pirates won 4 in a row. There you go. There's their mention.
Yeah, there you go.
Because I say we're going to keep talking about T.J. Watt. Instead, I'm going, we can't find this thing. Where is this thing? You'll find it on 93.7thefan.com. How about that? All right, Pomp and Joe coming up next. I'm sure they're going to have a similar kind of show to the one that we just had for the last hour. You'll have Pony and Muller this afternoon, and they're going to have the audio. Fresh audio. Mike Tomlin talking about T.J. Watt. Mike Tomlin talking about Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers talking. Cam Hayward, in all likelihood, going to have to talk about everybody. So that's on the way. Can't wait for tomorrow's show. I'm already kind of oozing out of my skin in excitement for tomorrow.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good.
We'll have Doug Whaley from 9 o'clock until 10. Until tomorrow at 5:40, Doran. Goodbye, my friend.
Goodbye.
Harry, wonderful show today. Pomp and Joe up next. First, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of mean Joe Green. He wouldn't have held out. 75. Pomp and Joe next. Bye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at MHIRoof.com.
Gary, we're Dennis here from the Gateway Clipper. Let us take you out to the ball game, beat the traffic and parking, grab a pregame beer, and enjoy the scenic ride to and from the North Shore. Tickets available on the dock day of. For more information, visit GatewayClipper.com.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucko legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why does Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty. That the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Not quite out of the woods yet. This report brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage. We do have a report of an accident right around the Hampton Township, Richland Township line on Route 8, the intersection with East and West Hardee's Roads. Also an accident on the Turnpike, the westbound side, one for a lane restriction between the Butler Valley and Cranberry interchanges, and one at Oakland at the intersection of Forbes Avenue and Brady Street. Meanwhile, an accident being tended to off to the side on the inbound Parkway East, about 2 miles west of the Turnpike in Monroeville. Once you do get by it, you're going to be in line again at Edgewood Twissvale, Parkway West, jamming near the top of Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or in third-party delivery platform.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The first day of mandatory minicamp today, and the big story is who's there and who's not. Aaron Rodgers expected to be there for the Steelers after signing his contract over the weekend. Who's not? TJ Watt, according to multiple reports, not expected to be at the Steelers facility today. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's a Tuesday, Pomp and Joe.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, boy, we got a big day here. A big day in Pittsburgh sports. Unfortunately, Bob Pompiani is not here, but you know that. He's never here on Tuesdays, even though Crowley always introduces him on Tuesdays. Apparently, Crowley hasn't caught on to that yet.
No.
Right, Limits?
No, he is not. But we are expecting at some point a visit from Pomp. From
yes,
Oakmont.
he's our roving reporter today.
Yes.
We'll get to that. We'll get to the Pirates, who are suddenly hot. John Heyman saying already Don Kelly deserves an extension? Have we not learned from the Derek Shelton disaster?
20-8 is just past our minds, at the back of our minds.
Patience, people, patience. The main story today, front burner stuff. Actually, it's two things, and I don't know which one's a bigger story. I guess it has to be that Aaron Rodgers arrived at 7:19 a.m. on the south side, according to Brooke Pryor of ESPN, in a Range Rover. And there was somebody chanting on a megaphone, and the person shouted, "You broke my heart in the Super Bowl, but I forgive you."
Oh, that's kind.
Yeah, very kind. I wonder if Aaron acknowledged that person. I don't know if they had a little Nice little discussion. Was that the first person
that was actually
he interacted with on the South Side?
It was actually 10-year-old Austin over there on the South Side that was shouting that.
Might have been. It's Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers uniform for the first time. They'll go out for warm-ups, according to the great Brian Batko, who's going to join us later. I don't know, around 11:45. Rodgers going to speak at 3. Obviously, this is big. The Steelers are big right now. They're not just the A block on the show here. They're on every show in America right now. I was watching Get Up, much to my chagrin, but I did watch it.
You got up?
Much to my discredit, I should say. And there it was, like all over the place. Aaron Rodgers, Brooke Pryor live at the practice facility. That's the biggest story, I guess, in sports today, is Aaron Rodgers shows up, but for our purposes, limits. What's bigger, that or T.J. Watt not showing up, reportedly? I mean, the day still has to play out here, but that's what people are reporting, including Brooke Pryor, that he ain't going to be here. When he had his hold in before his last contract, he was here for minicamp, and SPAC, that's our boss.
That's right. Does SPAC know where he is?
I think he does.
TJ Watt is?
In fact, he spoke on the first day of minicamp. He didn't participate those years ago. He had his hold. That was the beginning of his hold in. Well, he's not here now. That's different. That leads to some questions. Well, it leads to one question. Is this going to get ugly with TJ Watt? I can't get the peace sign, which to me was sort of a peace out sign, I thought, that he put on Instagram a few months back. At the very least, that seemed to indicate this isn't going well and might not go well. That, to me, is at least as big a story. It's not as sensational, but in terms of the Steelers and their path moving forward as a franchise beyond this season, the TJ Watt story might be bigger.
It might be bigger than a 4-time MVP signing with the Steelers after a long, drawn-out 2-month process, and it finally happens with a huge crescendo by the day of mandatory minicamp. But yeah, Joe, the Watt news, it didn't seem like the peace sign was a peace offering, but maybe more so of a peace out if I don't get the money that I want. And the fact that Rodgers is here, and we know, that is put to bed, this is what escalates TJ Watt even further.
And obviously indicates, now some people have said, doesn't he have a new baby?
Yes.
That could be the reason, but I mean, a lot of people have new babies, don't they? From time to time. We did it one time. I still showed up to work.
Pat Fryermuth just got engaged. I'm sure he'll be there tomorrow. Congrats to Muth.
Josh Allen just got married, and he was at voluntary mini camp or whatever the hell it was called, OTAs. I think he should be here. He should be around. It's sort of the start of a new era. It's getting late. It's getting late, or maybe a one-year era with Aaron Rodgers, but it feels like the Steelers want to effect a fresh start here, and the best player on their football team, I think, should be over there. Not participating, that's fine, but there, I think he should be there. Do you? At 412-928-9370. Big deal, small deal, no deal. I'd put it between small and big. I mean, this is a guy who, when he did have those contract issues a few years ago, signed basically right before the season and played great in the first game. I just think this is a bad sign and a bad look for T.J. Watt. 412-928-9370. I think it's pretty clear to me, everything we know about T.J. Watt, that he's going to want that Myles Garrett contract. Why wouldn't he? I don't blame him one bit. Not one bit for wanting that. That's his rival. That's the guy who has taken things from him unjustly. In one case, was awarded Defensive Player of the Year a couple of years ago when TJ, I thought, clearly earned it. It was really the first time that we had ever seen that all these old school sports writers went deep into the analytics to award a prize like that. I think TJ wants more than him, even if it's 1 cent more. Don't know that, but I think that. Would it be wise for the Steelers to do that? I don't think so. No, not giving $40 million a year into the future for T.J. Watt. The Steelers, as comprised right now, are not good enough to win, I don't think, even one playoff game. Certainly not multiple playoff games. Nobody thinks of them as a contender. The ESPN analytics I saw today, for me to dive into analytics now, gives them a 40% chance to make the playoffs. I'll put it at 50-50, maybe in 51-49. But nobody considers them a serious contender. So when will they be in the age of TJ Watt? Next year? When all signs indicate they're going to go all in to take a rookie quarterback? Like when? To me, the time is ripe to trade TJ Watt and has been for a while. But I would love to hear your thoughts on that at 928-9370. Off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Who would have thought we'd be talking about Aaron Rodgers here and TJ Watt not? I mean, it's kind of like last year. Who would have thought we'd have Russell Wilson and Justin Fields starting the year at quarterback? So that leads us to Rodgers and my good friends Pony and Mulsey. Actually, they're friends. Maybe not good ones, but friends. I'm going to echo both of them. Mulsey was on with me and Josh Miller at our Fan 5 Alarm Marathon, and that was a wonderful reunion. Limits, did you come to tears during that?
I thought it was incredible, Joe. It was good to meet Josh Miller.
Josh Miller was on top of his game. Were you listening to him?
Bits and pieces, yes, in between me and Pony playing basketball with the other producers.
I was red hot on the basketball court.
You're a ringer.
Yeah. I didn't lose horse. Did I beat you?
We didn't play.
I would have
at the 5 Alarm. Chief Hale was dominating out there too. You and Chief Hale were.
Chief Hale from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He was unbelievable.
You were like Magic and Kareem out there.
So Aaron Rodgers, to me, I agree with Pony. I was listening late in the day yesterday. I have a little sinus issue here, Limits, that I'm battling right now that I'm sure people can hear, and I apologize for that. He's right that, listen, if you believe Mike Tomlin was the prime mover here, and he always is when it comes to big personnel decisions, so why wouldn't he have been, right? He has the last say on draft picks. He has a huge say on personnel. Nothing big happens without Tomlin giving his final stamp of approval or initiating. And I think in this case, he initiated. So if Tomlin was the guy who brought Aaron Rodgers here, why does anybody out there listening right now who's down on Tomlin, and I think a lot of you are, the vast majority, I would say, why would you suddenly believe this was a good move? Why? Why would you suddenly believe that Mike Tomlin's going to get it right at quarterback? I certainly don't. I think he's going to be 0 for 6. If you want to count Mason twice, 0 for 7 since Ben left here. And that brings in Mulsey's opinion, which I agree with, which was the basement. The basement could be lower here than the ceiling is high. Do you know what I mean, Limits? There's potential. The disaster potential, to me, is way more likely than the, oh, my God, he surprised us, they're winning playoff games. This has a chance to implode in spectacular fashion. Aaron Rodgers does not strike me as a guy who has made football his top priority in life. He doesn't. This isn't Tom Brady walking into the Bucs, where during COVID, he's out there breaking rules in parks in Tampa, throwing to his receivers, like, you know, with ducks running around them, and not Duck Hodges. Ducks and swans and everything else down there. Getting in for, of course, for voluntary camp, for involuntary, whatever. Tom Brady was obsessed and possessed with winning. Does Rodgers strike you the same? He doesn't me. On the other side, is there a chance that another year removed from the Achilles, that he'll move around better, that he'll be better, and with ample protection, he'll play better? There is. I ain't betting on it, but there is that possibility. I'll acknowledge that for sure. And I think that's where the offensive line comes in. If they play well, and if the Steelers have a good run game, and therefore Rodgers has an effective play action game and gets good protection, especially from his blind side. Could he be good? Could he be really good? Yeah. Yeah, I'd put like a 20% chance on that happening, which isn't nothing. But I'd put probably a 50% chance, maybe a little lower than that, on total implosion, where he still can't move very well, where they don't have a great run game, and where the protection isn't great, and Artie Smith's offense doesn't really mesh with Aaron Rodgers. Maybe all of that wrapped in a ball that's sort of labeled, he can't really play anymore. He can throw. You want to have a throwing contest? I bet you Aaron Rodgers will stand there with anybody in the league. You want to throw the ball through moving tires limits? Sign me up. You want to have a guy who can navigate through heavy pressure with a brand new offense and a brand new team, totally new personnel around him at age 41? And get it done in this division? No. I'm not betting on that. But I will say this, it's a fascinating story. It's the biggest story in sports today. Your thoughts on Aaron Rodgers at 412-928-9370. Maybe just your first sort of emotion or impulse. What thought comes to mind when you see this guy run out onto the field in a Steeler jersey? Maybe you're like that guy with the megaphone. You can't look at Aaron Rodgers without thinking of Rashard Mendenhall in that Super Bowl. Maybe you're one of these people who was really skeptical, but you get kind of swept up in the emotion of it today. Well, wait a second. Maybe he could recapture the magic. Maybe he could. It's Aaron Blanken Rodgers, right? I guarantee you this much. When he's throwing the ball today, there's going to be all kinds of Kabali reports and everybody else saying, this guy looks unbelievable out there. This is vintage Rodgers. Unfortunately, there's no pass rush today. Even if TJ Watt were here, there would be no pass rush. 412-928-9370. Our six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And our friend Limits is on the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. There's never a fee unless we get money for you. Personal injury law firm. That's their motto. Let's get to the lines. Crowley told me that people were crushing TJ Watt earlier today. Like, I have no problem with TJ asking for that much money. But would you be ticked as a fan if the Steelers' offer on the table was for $35 million a year and he said no? We've been through this topic before, that the idea of trading TJ Watt, and it was surprising to me when I first started to gauge the reactions to this. I think the majority of people, if given the choice of paying him Myles Garrett money or trading him, would trade him. And I don't think, it's always been like that with stars and would be like that with a lot of other stars. So what is happening here? Is it because fans have become more savvy over the years because everybody has the same access to the same information? We know that a lot of edge rushers, particularly ones who have been injured at the ends of seasons, I would guess, start to sort of flatten out after age 30, and that putting $40 million on him by the year wouldn't be a great idea? And should he be there today, just in person, not doing drills? He's TJ Watt. He's the best player on the team. They're getting started with a brand new season and a brand new era kind of here, right? I mean, for them, there's a ton of optimism. They think Aaron Rodgers is the one to get them where they haven't been in a long, long time. Lest I remind you, they have not come close to winning a playoff game over a span of 8 seasons. It's pretty remarkable when you think about it. And if they miss the playoffs or get blown out again in the first round, we'll basically be at a decade of the Pittsburgh Steelers not one time being competitive or coming close to winning a playoff game. Some people say, well, Mason had us competitive in that Bills game a few years ago. Come on. Josh Allen, if he needed to, could have put 80 points up on the Steelers that day. He was going to score whenever he needed to. I think it got down to a touchdown, into the second half. And then was that when he had the 52-yard touchdown run? Somewhere in there. That wasn't happening. That was not really a close competitive football game. Limits, let's go to the lines right off the bat. I wonder if people were running this show today. What would be the bigger topic here? It kind of has to be Rodgers, but the fact that TJ's not here, and he was the last time he was in a contract dispute, that speaks to me. That speaks to me that this guy is not happy. Who's up?
Wonderful question by the savvy old news sound. Let's start with Vincent in Columbus to start us off as the Lions are packing up.
Hello, Vincent.
Good morning. Yeah, I think it's a bad look on both sides. I think it makes the Steelers look incompetent for waiting for why. It does make him look selfish, but I understand from his standpoint he wants the money.
Should they give him the money?
I don't think so, but I know they're going to. They're going to cave. I do. I do think they're going to cave because, again, they talk about him being a one-helmet guy, and I do think they do. That matters to them to a degree.
Well,
I was going to ask.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask, too, do you guys think him being a team captain plays a factor in it, too? Because I always felt like for him being a captain, it was more about him being the best player than actually being, like, the respected, revered player like a Cam Hayward is.
I'm not sure what your question is. Like, do you think him being a team captain figures into how much money they give him?
Not that much, but just, like, his status on, like, why he thinks he deserves it more.
Yeah, and again, I don't blame him. I mean, his status is obvious. He's the best player on the football team right now. But he also wants a blank load of money. Myles Garrett signed a 4-year, $160 million contract with almost $124 million guaranteed and an average salary of $40 million. If I'm the Steelers, I'm not letting the Browns set the market on TJ Watt. I'm not.
Yeah, I agree.
More to the point, they're not really ready to win. I don't think. They're not ready to win anything big. If they were coming back, with a loaded team and ready to go, I'd say yes, absolutely, let's go here. They have no idea, and I appreciate the call, what they're going to have at quarterback. Nobody could possibly know what they're getting here with Aaron Rodgers. It's impossible to say. Now, the first part of that call I was going to comment on, and I've completely forgot about it. Limits. What did he say at the top, that guy?
I think Vincent was talking about he also said that he wouldn't pay Watt the 40. He thinks they'll eventually cave.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that. TJ Watt strikes me as a very, very proud guy.
Right.
And this is his last chance likely at a mega contract, and he wants every penny, and he wants more than his nemesis. I think. I don't know that. I think that. Next.
Let's go to Dave in Chalk Hill to talk about
Dave.
Watt.
Hi. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they need him for another year, or maybe for one more year, and then try to trade him or let him go to free agency. But what he gives you is he can guarantee almost that they'll get that 9 wins. So to them is more important than anything else.
Well, what do you think happens if they play hardball and simply say, we're going to have you play out your deal this year, and then we might even franchise you? Then I think it gets Le'Veon Bell ugly. Do you?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But, I wouldn't Le'Veon Bell him. I would just say, you're on your own. We'll play out this year, and then we're just going to turn you to free agency.
I mean, part of the main point here is that I think he brings back a first-round pick. There are people who disagree with that. I think they're crazy. You could still make an argument. Through 12 games or so last year, he was the heavy favorite for Defensive Player of the Year. Before he really was hurt to me at the end of the year. You can make an argument. You can make an argument. He's still the best defensive player in football. Do you know what having that guy would mean to a team? And I'm just spitballing here. I don't know necessarily, salary cap ramifications or whatever, although I'm sure teams would find a way. Do you know what he would mean to the Washington Commanders or the Buffalo Bills? Or I could list teams.
The Lions.
The Lions.
And maybe
the Rams.
Maybe he fits better on these high-end teams that are going to be, could score points and are going to need a elite pass rusher.
Yeah,
at the end
and
of the
maybe
game.
they're willing to part with something that could get the Steelers closer to what they really need, and it ain't an edge rusher. Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt are the two best, or have been over the span of their careers, the two best edge rushers, two best game wreckers from that position. And what's their combined playoff record? 1-7, I believe.
Yeah, and you know who has that one win? Myles Garrett.
Yeah, in a game where he did nothing. I think between them limits, I'm going to look this up. Between them, they're 1-7 and have like 2 sacks in those 8 games in the playoffs. This is not where you win Super Bowls. You win it with the guy on the other side of the ball. You win it with a quarterback. So maybe T.J. Watt could help you get that. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter. Brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We're going to have Brian Batko on right before or right as Aaron Rodgers is taking the field for warm-ups at minicamp today. First time in a Steeler jersey. We're going to continue the conversation about T.J. Watt. And, yeah, we're going to get to the Pirates eventually here because suddenly they're hot. Suddenly there's some interesting topics over there. That's all ahead on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Buccos are getting hot, 10-3. They beat Miami last night. They're now 27-40 as the Pirates scored 10 runs. Yes, 10 runs. That included 4 in the third, 4 in the sixth. They scored 1 in the seventh, 1 in the eighth, put together 15 hits. Caleb Ferguson ends up recording the victory. RBIs from Brian Reynolds, 2 in the bottom half of the third. McCutchen also drove in a run to start the scoring bottom half of the third inning. They broke it open in the sixth. Brett Sullivan, the catcher, who was called up when Andy Rodriguez was hurt, and Joey Bart also still on the injured list. Good day for Sullivan. He had 2 RBIs on the day. Andrew McCutchen, 3 hits. Adam Frazier, 3 hits as well. Mike Burrows, 4 and a third, 2 earned runs and 4 hits allowed. Pirates and Marlins will do it again. Buccos on a 4-game winning streak. It'll be today at 6:40 against Miami with Mitch Keller on the mound. 6:40 first pitch, 5:45 leadoff show begins with Dan Zangrilli, the North Shore Tavern leadoff show right here on The Fan. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan says thank you to everyone who supported our second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Your donations will assist at least 25 volunteer fire departments in our region as we raised over $71,000. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by South Hills Lincoln, Fast Rescue Solutions, Target Freight Management, and Piata. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If the NBA Finals are lacking aura, don't blame the 2 teams playing in them. The Thunder and the Pacers, 2 good basketball teams, and the matchup is interesting, but tune into the games and it feels like your average regular season matchup. Besides the fact that the TV broadcast does little to make these games feel special, Adam Silver and the NBA are to blame for not being able to eliminate the small market conversation the way the NFL does. I'm Bart Winkler.
Empower. Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money. So he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Safe parking. Free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Mike Leon of Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford. There's no better way to honor Dad on Father's Day than with one of our spectacular pool tables or shuffleboards. He'll love it, and the whole family will enjoy it for years. Visit our beautiful showroom and check out the large selection. I guarantee no one will beat our price, quality, selection, and service. We're not far from you in Wexford. Call us at 724-934-5888 or visit us at leonsbilliards.com. The Tri-State's premier provider of billiards and more.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $379 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 7th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Big news. Weather Seal is introducing their affordable roofing replacement program. This month, upgrade your old, worn-out roof to the unlimited roof with gutters included. Plus, get the project started with 24 months of no payments or interest. That's 2 years of no payments or interest. This affordable roofing replacement offer will save you thousands and get you the roof your home deserves. Weather Seal, a 4.8 rating on Google and has an A+ accredited rating with the BBB. Call 855-351-SEAL or go to weathersealhomeservices.com.
The Urbanowitz Jewelers store closing and consolidation sale is happening now, and it's your last chance to save on our incredible selection. After 43 years, we are closing our Casti Village store and consolidating into our Peters Township store. Shop now to receive final reductions at both locations on fine jewelry, diamonds, gemstones, and more. Near, at, or below cost. Inventory must be sold, so hurry in. To learn more, visit our website at pittsburghdiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers, we're like having a jeweler in the family.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Hi, I'm Patrick Sundis, owner of Totteridge Golf Course and Residential Community. Golf season is here at Totteridge. Play Reese Jones's finest design. Totteridge is an 18-hole link-style layout with panoramic views that will take your breath away. Totteridge has hosted countless PGA competitions, yet is accessible to anyone with 5 sets of tees. Named a top 15 residential community by Pittsburgh Business Times, Totteridge residents can enjoy golf and miles of walking trails. Visit totteridge.com to book your tee time today.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use True Green.
They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with True Green. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit truegreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Weekend Wild Things fun at EQT Park. Fireworks presented by Range Resources, a baseball card giveaway, and Salute to Service Night presented by Clearview FCU, and Toy and Game Night with a Kids Rubik's Cube giveaway, thanks to First Federal of Greene County on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
The peace lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Limits, can you get the Aaron Rodgers incentives in front of you there? Then we can do that. When we were talking last week, I thought it would be closer to 25 million. Now, if he has, leads them to a Super Bowl, it will be around 20 million. Right now, it's just 10 million guaranteed, 13.65 million, and has a maximum value of 19.5 million. Do you have those?
Yes, I do.
Let's hear them.
So total 1 year, 13.65, as you mentioned. So the incentive package is worth upwards of $5.5 million. So Aaron Rodgers will make $500,000 if the Steelers make the playoffs.
Okay.
$600,000 if the Steelers win a wild card game.
Man, I'd give him $1 billion for that. But go ahead.
He'd do something not done in almost a decade. $750,000 if they win a divisional playoff game. $1 million if they win the AFC Championship game, $1.5 million if the Steelers win the Super Bowl, and $1.5 million if Aaron Rodgers wins MVP.
Wait, so why is it more if they win a divisional playoff game than just a playoff? Oh, okay, divisional.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it just increases by the round.
It increases by the round. So $600 if they win a first round, a wild card round game.
Correct.
Another $750 if they win in the divisional round.
Divisional round.
All right. I mean, it's a reasonable deal. Of course it is.
Yeah.
But like last year, and I was all on the Russell Wilson bandwagon for a long time, right through his first 6 or 7 starts, as a matter of fact, because I think there's no difference between him and Rodgers at this point in their careers, by the way. But even though I was on board, this idea that it's a no-risk move, it's a high-risk move. You're handing your quarterback job to Aaron Rodgers while your whole defense, not that they've gotten the job done, the core of your defense is another year older. How is that not an unbelievable risk? I understand the financial risk isn't there. You're not going to bankrupt the franchise if he flops. But it's a high-risk move. The same as bringing in Russell Wilson was a high-risk move. Simply because you're putting yet another year of those defenders' careers into the hands of Russell Wilson or Justin Fields or, in this case, Aaron Rodgers. And then you're going to look up and they're all going to be gone and done, and they never will have won a single playoff game. I think Cam has one. So please don't tell me it's a high-risk move. And then the other thing I wanted to mention. Keep hearing it's very important for the Steelers to have these one-helmet guys. I mean, it's nice to have a one-helmet guy. But make no mistake, if the Steelers don't think you can play anymore, they're more than willing to take the risk that you'll be a two-helmet guy. That notion of, oh, man, we really want him to be a one-helmet player, that goes out the window the minute they think the best business move is to move you out. Happened with Hines Ward, happened with Troy, kind of happened with Ben. Those are three pretty high-profile Steelers from history, and the Steelers basically pushed out all three before they were ready to go. Ben wanted to keep playing. Isn't that what he told Ron Cook? He felt like he was lucky, to come back here for the last year that he did. But forget about him. Let's just take Hines and Troy. They were both ticked when the Steelers got rid of them, and they both had the clear option to go play for another team, to be at least a two-helmet guy. So it was really important for the Steelers to have them just play for them until it wasn't. They were more than willing to leave open the possibility that either guy would go elsewhere. So I just think that's a crock of crap. Who cares anymore? And the feedback that we get, that I get, is that that's really not as important as it used to be to fans. That's the feedback I get, Limits. Like, God bless T.J. Watt if he wants to go play elsewhere. I think it's more important with a guy like Crosby, but I also feel like even there, given where the Penguins are, I think people would be fine. Most of them would be fine if he went if he went and chased a cup in Colorado for a year and then came back and retired a Penguin. I think it would be done if that's what he wanted to do with the best of wishes, and it certainly wouldn't tarnish or taint his legacy.
No.
Even a smidge.
It wouldn't tarnish or taint his legacy, but I do think that some people would be angered and frustrated by that.
Some would. Yeah, I just don't think it's like it used to be.
I wouldn't be happy with it.
Well, who would you be unhappy with if it was Sid who wanted to do it?
I would understand that. I would understand why Crosby would do that. I don't think that that's in his mold that he would up and leave.
So you'd be sad more than mad.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, it's be sad if TJ left.
It would.
We'll all get over it. It would have been sad if Cam Hayward left. What an ambassador for the Steelers. And I was against giving him guaranteed money beyond last season, and they didn't. So it wound up being a very good contract for me. I was like, all right, come back with Cam. But if he had gone and played somewhere else or goes and plays somewhere else, I think we'll all survive.
I do think there is some value in it, whether that is for the team, whether that is for the player, whether it is for the fans, where I know Franco was different, but I mean, look at all the great Steelers that have come through here for the most part. Other than Rod Woodson and Franco, mostly all are one-helmet guys. Troy, Bradshaw, Swan, Stallworth, Lambert, Ham, Blunt,
you're talking
Green.
about the 70s mostly.
I'm talking about the 70s.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm talking Ben, Troy.
Yeah.
Those
But
types
if
of guys.
they wanted to be, they would have been. It had nothing to do with the team. It had to do with their personal choice.
Right. So I think that
Hines didn't go play for another team. Neither did Troy. James Harrison did. Does it really affect his legacy? They seem to be pretty happy when he comes back to town.
Clearly, that means something more to Cam than I think it does to maybe to TJ.
Why do you say that?
But I mean, because I feel like Cam really wanted to get that deal done. I think he said some things in the public, just maybe for some leverage on the Steelers, or maybe just negotiation ploys and tactics to make sure that he ultimately got a deal done.
So isn't TJ's
doing the same thing? But I think that TJ would be more willing to leave than Cam would. You might be asking, well, what is your basis for that ultimate argument?
I am asking that, Limits. What is your basis for making that argument?
I feel like the peace sign that TJ made, especially in the time that he made it at a point in the offseason where things were kind of all quiet on the Western Front, I don't really think that Cam Hayward did anything like that to really push the envelope. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you remember an instance where Cam
didn't he say if I have to go play elsewhere, I will? To me, that's more than a peace sign.
Fair.
Let's get to the calls, Limits. We've both registered our opinions. 412-928-9370. I mean, the biggest story today, The reason that the stories that the Steelers are leading off every segment practically on all these ESPN shows, and it'll be the same everywhere else. The reason Mark Cabali tells us that there's a giant media presence today for the first day.
Yes, Cabali's saying giant media presence. It's a little overwhelming right now at Steelers' first day of minicamp.
Well, that ain't because T.J. Watt's missing. It's because Aaron Rodgers is there. How much of a difference do you think he makes?
Compared to Rudolph?
Yeah. How many games?
3 to 4.
Oh, my God.
3 to 4. And Ben agrees with me. And Ray Fittipaldo agrees with me.
Really?
As well. How about that? Like you had people on board with you with Jackson Dart. I am bringing people on board with me with the Rodgers over Rudolph win-loss total.
I'm not with you, Limits.
That's okay. I wasn't with you with Dart. We can disagree.
The ceiling is the floor, as they say. Where did that quote come from? Was that Michael Jordan? Floor? Yeah, the ceiling is the floor.
I don't know, but it's one of my favorites, though.
Yeah, I like it. I think there's a pretty big combustibility factor here with the Aaron Rodgers situation. Just his age alone really makes that so. 412-928-9370. Who's up?
Here is Troy on Mount Washington to start us off again.
Hello, Troy.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Joe, I agree with every syllable and half syllable that you were uttering today. This makes a lot of sense. First off, you never, ever let the Cleveland Browns set the precedent for contract negotiations and contract numbers. That would be one of the biggest Steelers faults, is to believe that Cleveland knows actually what they're doing. You got on that said, you got to keep T.J. Watt, but you got to base it off how old he is. You have to base it off the depth at that position, which I think is the best it has been in a very long time.
Well, here's the problem, Troy. Here's the problem. Jerry Dulac reported, I think last week, that TJ has a, quote, pretty significant offer on the table, but it's, quote, probably not what he's looking for. And Dulac mentioned two sort of issues that are holding the Steelers back, holding back this negotiation. Myles Garrett's contract and DK Metcalf's 5-year, $150 million deal with $60 million guaranteed, which I'm trying to figure out, why would that be an issue here? Why would that be an impediment? They have an out after 2 years with DK Metcalf. I don't get that.
Yeah, also I think that what we have to spend, the DK really doesn't affect that. We can still pay TJ, but if I'm keeping TJ, I'm kind of looking to keep TJ on an extension, not a new contract, something that's maybe 2 to 3 years. I also think that, having TJ Watt on your team is a part of the Aaron Rodgers signing. I think as long as you have TJ, Minka, and Cam on that team, no matter if we like it or not, the Steelers are in the mindset of win now. And any quarterback that you could have picked up for this year with the position you were in the draft, there's not one quarterback that rings out to those players that, hey, we're going to still try to win a Super Bowl with you right now than Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you can take Mason or you could have got, Darnold or people like that, but to keep that belief that they've had these past couple of years, like I said, whether we like it or not, their belief is that they're trying to win now. I think that sends a message to them. I want to pay TJ on an extension because I really do, and I've felt this way for a while. I think that if TJ were to get maybe a 2 or 3 year extension with good money, that after that time, I don't put it past him following his brother's footsteps and walking away early.
Well, what if he doesn't want that? That's the question. What if he's not amenable to that? And here's the other thing, Limits, is that I'm wondering if the Aaron Rodgers money prompts them or allows them to throw more at TJ.
I'm sure it does.
Right?
Only $10 million guaranteed. You still have cap space. Some of it's going to go to a wide receiver, you would think. But yeah, a lot of it's probably going to go to Watt.
Which wide receiver, in your opinion?
I'm not a huge Amari Cooper fan, but I would be okay if they ultimately made that move.
He was awful last year in Buffalo.
Now, do you think that's because he was traded midseason and maybe it was difficult picking up the playbook and getting chemistry with Josh Allen?
No.
Keenan Allen I would be okay with as well.
Yeah.
He would be number one on my list right now.
Yeah, that would be better.
Could I interest you in a torn ACL to Brandon Ayuk or whatever injury he had?
I would say I hear that's on the goal line, but that's getting old.
Which one is it?
No, I don't think so. Not for that money.
Could I interest you in Alan Lazard in a trade?
No. Thank you.
Could I interest you in Romeo Dobbs in a trade with the Packers? God bless you.
God bless me. Maybe. I don't know. Keenan Allen is far and above, I think. Tell me Romeo Dobbs' numbers from last year, Limits, if you'd be so kind.
Yeah, he's a pretty good wide receiver, Joe. I mean, they had Jordan Love out a couple of games, but he's only 25 years old. Last year, 46 catches, 600 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Not great, but
okay,
not bad.
That's fine. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to be good no matter who's here, but go ahead. Let's get back to the lines.
Let's go to Lee downtown.
Hey, Lee.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I got the Steelers winning 11 games right now. If they go get a bona fide number 2, I got them winning 12. I like the Romeo Dobbs trade because Green Bay got a lot of receivers, and they just drafted a number 1. I actually like Christian Watson better than Romeo Dobbs. He's 6'4", runs a little faster. He is coming off an injury, but he should be ready probably by about week 2, week 3. Or I want them to get Chris Olave. But I believe if they get a number 2 receiver, they're in line to win 12 games.
Wow. So what makes you I'm curious here. What makes you think that Aaron Rodgers can play at that level?
I've seen it at the end of the year. I mean, granted, it was against teams. I mean, he still had to perform. It usually takes you 2 years to come off an ACL, off an Achilles injury. He still could fling it. I know we talk about that Steelers game. That game was a lot closer than the score really indicates. I mean, you got to remember, they went in the half. The Jets were winning that game, and he was looking pretty good.
He threw 2 footballs to Beanie Bishop, for God's sakes, who then wiped his cleats on the Jets logo. Did he not, Limits, in their locker room?
The Jets logo or the Pitt logo?
I don't know.
It was that was a luck play. I mean, the first one I'll give it to him. The second one was a tip. Good play by Beanie. But I still believe he has the knowledge and he has the arm power to still compete.
Well,
let me go back. Look at their first 5 games.
Okay.
Let's go over I got them going 4-1, 5-0 at least.
Oh my God! You said you saw him at the end of the year. I saw him at the end of the year in Buffalo. He looked like Joe Namath in a Rams jersey. He was 12 of 18.
Buffalo's one of the top 3 teams. You're not going. I mean,
bingo. You know who he is?
Okay.
He's Russell Wilson, which means against bad teams he'll do fine. Against good teams, he's not going to get it done.
Can I give you the first 5 games?
Yeah.
The first 5 games, I like him against Justin. You like Justin in a new offense? First game, they might be better later in the season. But in the beginning, I like our chances. I like our chances against a rookie quarterback in Minnesota when it's going to be almost like a home game for the Steelers. I like our chances against the Browns. I like our chances against Seattle. Seattle got to come all the way to the East Coast for a 10 o'clock game.
I do like their chances in that game. Yeah.
So I got them starting 5-0, 4-1 at least.
I don't. But
why?
We can disagree. What do you mean, why? They go into New York. I think Fields is going to be better than him this year.
No, it's his first year, new offense. The Jets might be good later in the season, not the first game.
Okay, you might be right. I just don't think so. I think Seattle, you're right. At New England, I think New England has a better.
I'll give you that one.
Okay.
I said 4-1.
All right.
I said 4-1, possibly 5-0.
Okay, let's say they're 4-1. Then they go into Cincy. They got Green Bay. They got Indy, which should be a win.
Yeah.
Then you know what happens with the schedule late, right?
Yeah, I mean you got to play Chicago. You got to play. I mean I don't. This schedule is not the same schedule as last year, and you're not going to have that 3 games and 2 games in 3 days.
No, you're not going to have the Christmas tournament, as Art Rooney said. What you are going to have, Lee, is at the Chargers, who I think are a better team.
I like that. They beat them last year.
Home against the Bengals, at the Bears, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Home against the Dolphins, at Detroit, at Cleveland, where they never win anymore, and then home against Baltimore. That's a brutal schedule.
Sound like 11 wins, 12 wins to be with a proven Hall of Fame quarterback.
You know who agrees with you? Our dear friend City Limits, who, as somebody just pointed out to me, Limits says 11 wins with Rodgers. He liked Darnold.
10 wins with Rodgers.
You say 10. I thought you just said 11.
No, I've always
Joe,
said 10.
can I ask you a
What
quick
is this
question?
guy doing, Lee? He just said 10 or 11 wins.
Can I ask you a quick question? If
Yes.
they go get a number 2 receiver, you don't bump their wins up from 11, at least 11?
Let me ask you a question in response to that. Do you think Arthur Smith runs an offense that will take full advantage of 2 really good receivers? I don't know that he runs one that'll take full advantage of 1.
No, I mean, I am a little skeptical of that because I know he's a handoff play action guy, but I think he wouldn't have signed if he's not going to work with him. Rodgers is going to take the reins.
Well,
I think there'll be a balance. There'll be a balance, but Rodgers is going to run some of his own stuff. He's a veteran.
Well, instead of disagreeing with each other, let's both of us confront limits. You ready for this?
Here we go.
He says 10 or 11 wins with Rodgers, and he also said he liked Darnold more than Rodgers. So as this person says, does that mean Limits thinks they're a 13-team win if they had Darnold?
No. If you give him a wide receiver and John Alexander, I may agree with you.
Limits? Thank you for the call, Lee.
Thanks, Lee. Do I think they're a 13-win team? Why would I think they're a 13-win team with
You said
Darnold?
they could be you just said they're 3 or 4 wins better with Rodgers than Rudolph.
Yeah, I think they're a 6 or 7 win team with Rudolph. And I think they're a 10-win team with
10 or
Rodgers.
11, right.
Yeah.
So you like Darnold better than Rodgers. So are they a 13-win team, a 12-win team?
I think they're an 11-win team with Darnold.
Do you still like
Rodgers.
Darnold better than Rodgers?
I don't like him in that fit in Seattle. If he was still in Minnesota,
As a quarterback, Limits.
Yeah, I do like Darnold better.
Why?
Slightly better. Because I feel like Darnold's mobility is also giving him a little bit more of a factor, too. I mean, he's not a running quarterback, but he's still able to escape the pocket. And I think he showed a lot of good things in Minnesota where his accuracy was on point and he made a lot of the right decisions where in the right offense, he will be able to succeed and be able to thrive. I wonder if the Arthur Smith offense is that for him. But I also found it fascinating, something that Matt Hasselbeck said yesterday, and we have the clip if you'd like me to play it, too.
Yes, I would.
Where he was talking about how there is some familiarity between Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith, basically indirectly through Matt LaFleur, but there are some tendencies that they can pick up on.
What the hell are you talking about,
This
Limits?
was on the
I've
herd.
lost everything now.
Good, because we'll listen to it.
I do believe Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers is a really good fit. Mike Tomlin is well respected by veteran NFL quarterbacks, who he was as a defensive coach, who he is as a leader. Arthur Smith was on staff and replaced Matt LaFleur in Tennessee when he got his first opportunity. The thing for a veteran quarterback, you don't want to go in and learn some foreign language. He's not going to have to do that with Arthur Smith. This is a good fit. Aaron Rodgers has the weapons, the quirkiness, as you say. Pittsburgh is the kind of organization that can handle it. I think they're going to thrive from it. Look out for this team. Look out for this offense.
They're going to thrive.
That can handle what? A quirky personality?
They can handle the quirky personality of Rodgers and also that it's a good fit scheme-wise with Arthur Smith, is what Matt Hasselbeck
Do you believe that?
I don't know if it's a great fit. I think it's a good fit. I wouldn't put it a great.
I mean, he's still learning all new personnel, and still really the question comes down to, for me, are you going to take advantage of his veteran status at the line of scrimmage the way you didn't do with Russell Wilson and Ben?
Yeah,
Why do we believe this will happen with him?
Because it's Aaron freaking Rodgers.
Russell Wilson's a Hall of Famer, too, and so is Ben.
He could have just retired. Yeah, but I mean, you're talking Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. There's a difference. Ben, it was at the very end of his career.
I don't think there is. See, that's the thing.
I just don't agree with that argument at all. I don't. I
What
don't
argument?
agree with the premise of that argument.
What's the premise of the argument is they've had 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks who could still play a little bit with them, and they completely cut them off at the line of scrimmage. Why are they going to open it up for this guy?
Because they were waiting at the altar for Aaron Rodgers to arrive. It's different of a situation than it was with Wilson. Like the Ben one, I'll give you that. Wilson, I feel like they just completely lost trust and lost faith in him entirely. And there were people we know that was conflicted on if he should have even went into the game or should they have stuck with Justin Fields to begin with.
Really, what if Rodgers gets off to a rough start, which I think is entirely possible?
Do you think they just go to Mason?
No, I'm talking about you just said that they lost faith in Russell in terms of his ability to change plays, in terms of his ability to think the game and run the game the way he wanted to. what if Rodgers gets off to a rough start that way too?
Even though they
don't
already
clamp down on him?
Well, even though they already had faith in Russell Wilson, they still went out and got Justin Fields. So how truly all in were they on Russell Wilson? They are all in on Aaron Rodgers. And that is pretty point blank and clear based on how this entire process has played out.
Really?
So
He's like their third or fourth choice, is he not?
Probably a couple of months ago, yeah. But that's not the case anymore. Things are a lot different than they were.
You're seeing a
2
big
months
difference
ago.
between Russell Wilson and him where I'm not. Russell Wilson, in his last 2 years, has 42 touchdown passes and 13 picks. I mean, the numbers are so similar. The resumes have become similar, where they're still good enough to beat mediocre and bad teams, but against the better competition, they're not. Even Rodgers last year in Green Bay wasn't great.
Also, the idea that...
When did you get sold on Aaron Rodgers? I'm confused here.
Also, the discussion point that Rodgers, obviously, I wanted him to be here for a while. He still has 3 months to be able to learn this offense and learn the system and go through training camp and everything. The only thing that he missed was OTAs. Would it have been a lot better if he had signed earlier in the year, right around the draft, or even before that? Yeah, I'm not denying
Forget
that.
about that.
Forget
about that. Does he strike you as a guy who is driven at this point, obsessed with the idea of winning, with the idea of even playing football?
I think he's driven. I wouldn't say obsessed. He's not Tom Brady level of committed. I don't know if anybody is.
Exactly. And can you count the number of quarterbacks who have been 41 years old beyond Brady who have been any good?
He's an enigma, Joe. Aaron Rodgers, enigma. Maybe he's just different.
I'll give you one guess as to who the fan host is who's questioning your integrity right now. One guess.
Pony.
Yes.
Yeah, no surprise there. Coming right from the horse's mouth.
Oh, this is good.
What's
this
he
is
saying?
Very good. Just that, I told you. I'm sorry I'm eating on the air.
All right, Ron.
He also said Rodgers was much better than Brock Purdy.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
I'm insulting your integrity.
Pony
That's a great moment in fan history. He also said Purdy went throw for throw with Mahomes in a Super Bowl 2 years ago. You think Rodgers is much better at this point in his career than Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I don't want Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is a system quarterback that has great weapons around him and is the product of Kyle Shanahan.
Do you think Aaron Rodgers will be a Pro Bowl type player? What numbers are we looking at?
Well,
here,
I mean,
Dennis?
everybody makes the Pro Bowl at this point.
Well, give me some numbers. Are we looking at like a huge year from him? 28 touchdowns, 5 picks?
That's a good number. I think we're looking at 28 touchdowns and about probably 7 or 8 picks.
So, all right.
And Pony will continue to belittle me and try to,
2 years
deflate
ago
my argument on that. But that's
2
just
years
what I
ago
believe,
in
Pony.
Denver, Russell Wilson was 26-8. 26 touchdowns and 8 picks.
Yeah, this is also a run-first offense.
It is?
With Arthur Smith, they
can't even get a yard when they need one.
Isn't his philosophy run the ball first?
I don't know what his philosophy is. You watched last season,
Caleb
too.
Johnson, why they drafted him high. That's the other thing. We don't truly know what the Arthur Smith offense is.
Well, I think we know ideally what it would be. It would be that. It would be a replication of Derrick Henry. Unfortunately, they don't have him, and that's the only time he flourished in the NFL running an offense, was with Derrick Henry, was with Michael Jordan in his backfield, and then everything played off of that. If you remember watching Titans games from those years, you'd have 11 guys after Derrick Henry. Tannehill goes play action. He has people wide open.
We have to go. I screwed up the clock.
No, I did limits, and I apologize.
No, it's my fault.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Mostly sunny today, and a high of John Banaszak. No, it should be a high of Chris Hoke. No offense to Johnny B., but a high of 76. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. You can listen to the show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Up next, Mr. Ira Podell from CBS Sports. Is that still correct for him?
Yeah, Garrett's from CBS Sports.
I thought his name was Ira.
What? I did. Ira?
Yes.
What?
That's what you texted me today. Ira Podell.
Joe,
What?
This is your early onset Malsey disease.
I'll find it right here and take a picture of it. You said Ira Podell. Well, he just wrote a story on Aaron Rodgers and had a couple of interesting little twists in his story. So let's talk to Garrett Podell next, shall we, Limits?
Yeah, we will. Thank you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mandatory minicamp begins today for the Steelers. It's mandatory, but T.J. Watt not expected to be there. Aaron Rodgers is expected to be there, and Rodgers also participated in Cam Hayward's golf outing yesterday with the Steelers and was in a golf cart with DK Metcalf. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan says thank you to everyone who supported our second annual Fan 5 Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your donations will assist at least 25 volunteer fire departments in our region. We also acknowledge some of our partners, Fast Rescue Solutions, the PA Market, John's Appliances, Target Freight Management, and People's Natural Gas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Gherkin Roofing. Call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing. Call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing. Call the pickle.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met? Yes.
Hi, this is Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Father's Day is just around the corner. And with graduation season in full swing, we have the perfect gift for the dad or grad in your life. Nothing marks an occasion better than a fine Swiss timepiece. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years everyone's been asking,
Have we met? Yet?
Yeah, it's another day, but what kind of day is it really? A day of doom scrolling? Laundry day? Nah, it's a White Claw day. Light and refreshing tasting, uniquely cold wave filtered. There's an iconic flavor for everyone. So grab a pack, grab your friends. Make the most of each day with those who matter most. When you're together with White Claw, every day is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You just gotta grab it. White Claw. Grab life by the claw. Please drink responsibly. Hard seltzer with flavors. White Claw Seltzer Works, Chicago, Illinois.
Hey, most homeowners remodel their bathroom once. So make it truly stunning with a custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're going to work with your contractor to create a custom-fit shower door that adds elegance, style, and value to any space. Sleek, durable, and designed just for you. Enough with the shower curtains. Ask your contractor about Boulevard Glass and Metal. Do not settle for ordinary. Upgrade to extraordinary. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 2025 Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for only $419 a month. And don't forget, All new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36-month, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Malsey here, alongside my guy Donnie Football. And listen, it has been so long since we dropped weight with Awaken 180, people can't figure out who did it first. It's the old chicken or the egg bit as far as weight loss goes. So, Don, which one are you, buddy?
Malsey, you're a smart guy. Obviously the egg. I mean, you saw my shape 45 to 50 pounds ago. Round, pale, fragile, wasn't good.
Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. Listeners know that I dropped my 35 pounds almost 3 years ago. Donnie finally cracked 2 years back. Yes, 2 years ago. So I was first to the mountaintop.
You hatched the idea, but listeners, you ran with it too. We hear your stories, and honestly, some of you make our losses look minor league.
Like single A ball. Kind of minor league, yeah. Bottom line, Awaken 180 makes it easy to lose weight and keep it off. No yoke. Sorry, I'm a dad. That's a dad joke. I had to.
Awaken180weightloss.com. 25,000 success stories and counting. Just tell them Malsey, Donnie, and Callis sent you. Online, Awaken180weightloss.com.
Corey Wargenis here from the Gateway Clipper. Let us be your destination for date night, celebrations, and memories on the water. Join us Saturdays on the Captain's Dinner Cruise, a real Pittsburgh tradition, featuring an all-new menu for 2025. For tickets, visit gatewayclipper.com.
Don't wait for something to happen. Stop it before it does with Guardian Protection. Get a free AI-powered outdoor camera with an essential security package and 3 free months of AI deterrence as well. Guardian's technology doesn't just watch, it detects motion, analyzes threats, and helps prevent break-ins before they happen. But don't wait. This smart offer ends soon. Call 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328. Or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today. Guardian Protection. Smarter security starts outside. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Safe parking. Free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Marlins with the Buccos on a 4-game winning streak. Game 2 of the 3-game winning streak of the 4-game winning streak is today. Game 2 of the series, I should say. As it's a 6:40 first pitch tonight, 5:45 North Shore Tavern leadoff show will begin. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Sandy Alcantara goes for Miami. Mitch Keller will pitch for the Pirates. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports. Back to Bob Pompiani and Joe Sturkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to Pomp and Joe. Pomp is our roving reporter at Oakmont today. Let's go right out to Garrett Podell of CBSSports.com. Garrett, my apologies. I referred to you in the last segment as Ira. Did you know Ira Podell, the longtime hockey writer for the Associated Press, by any chance?
I did not. That's just purely a coincidence. No connection, but thanks again for having me on, Joe. Great to see you as always.
Of course. Perhaps I could introduce you. Obviously, no relation. You wrote a good story on Aaron Rodgers, the pros and cons, and I thought the part that really jumped out to me was Aaron Rodgers under center versus Aaron Rodgers in the shotgun. He wants to be in shotgun. Arthur Smith likes his quarterbacks under center. How does this play out?
That's a great question. And yeah, because we know Arthur Smith, he loves to build his offenses around the run. In 4 of his 6 seasons as an OC in the NFL, with 10 years in Tennessee and then Atlanta as the head coach, and now in Pittsburgh, 4 of those 6 years, top 10 rushing attacks. And last year, as you mentioned, 42.6% of Pittsburgh snaps in 2024 were under center. That was the 4th highest rate in the NFL. And then in New York, Aaron Rodgers, he was in the shotgun a little over 70% of the time, which was the 11th highest rate in the NFL. And as we know from Aaron Rodgers' career, he loves and has pretty much earned as a 4-time league MVP, having control at the line of scrimmage to get everybody lined up the way he wants and winding the play clock down, full control over the offense. So stylistically, this is going to be a really interesting combination in Pittsburgh. How much of it will be Arthur Smith's offense? How much latitude will Aaron Rodgers have? And then also you think of it's a young offensive line outside of Isaac Seumalo. Everybody else on that line only has a year or two of experience in the NFL. And this was a Pittsburgh offensive line that was bottom 5 in the NFL in quarterback pressure rate allowed, 38.6% quarterback pressure rate, 4th worst in the NFL. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Arthur Smith and Rodgers come together to design this offense to mitigate pressure on Rodgers, because a lot of his game is he's not a runner per se, but always kind of dancing around in the pocket or rolling out to make a jaw-dropping throw. It's going to be 41, will be 42 in December. How will that mesh and come together? That'll be really interesting to see.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of obvious last year that part of his game wasn't there anymore. But the question I have is why bring in Aaron Rodgers if you're not going to let him run his offense? That doesn't make sense to me. Does it to you? Do you think they give him, almost full latitude to do what he wants? And is that the way to go?
I think you have to.
Yeah.
I think you have to because, yeah, you don't want to have a locker room drama. I mean, we saw before Robert Saleh was fired last year, Saleh was complaining about delay of game penalties and things like that stuff, penalties around the line of scrimmage and occasional false start related to Rodgers' hard count and really waiting and trying to get the defense to jump to get a last minute kind of edge at what the defense is doing. And then that became a public back and forth through the media, their respective press conferences for a couple weeks. That's something I'm sure the Steelers do not want to have. So I would imagine you would have to give Aaron Rodgers full latitude. And now look, maybe Aaron Rodgers understands, maybe I need to lean on the run game a little bit more kind of later on in my career. And Pittsburgh's got a real efficient running back in terms of yards per scrimmage touch and Jaylen Warren, and kind of a nice in between the tackles runner, rookie out of Iowa, Caleb Johnson, who was the Big Ten's leading rusher in terms of rushing yards and rushing touchdowns last season with the Hawkeyes. So maybe he leans a little bit more on that. But yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of trouble if Arthur Smith tries to go toe-to-toe and have a war over whose offense it is in Pittsburgh.
Garrett Podell from CBSSports.com. Read his piece. Aaron Rodgers continues Hall of Fame career, pros, cons, as QB joins Pittsburgh for his 21st season. That is unbelievable. I didn't even realize that. It's his 21st season?
Yeah, 21st season. It'll be his 18th as a starting quarterback. So the first 3 years are behind Brett Favre.
That's the part,
So, I mean, if you want to talk about seasons played, 18, seasons in the league, 21, 05 draft class.
That's right. So 21 seasons, even though, he didn't play at first. Here's the question. Knowing everything you know right now about Rodgers, his recent history, Arthur Smith, the way he wants to run an offense, Mike Tomlin's offenses, do you think this is going to work, Garrett? And how would you define that? How would you define that? Winning a playoff game, or what?
I think it can work. I think the big thing is going to be, this is going to sound super cliche, but establishing the run. Rodgers running a ton of play action. I think back to in 2019 and 2020, his first years, 2 seasons with Matt LaFleur as the head coach with the Green Bay Packers. He'd kind of been at a crossroads career-wise. People kind of maybe thought he was a little washed in 2018, but he kind of embraced sort of a hybrid offense where there were still under center concepts, play action, motion, but Rodgers also had plenty of latitude to get out of plays and do what he wanted to do. And in 2019, they made the NFC title game, lost the 49ers. 2020, he had one of his best seasons ever and won MVP, and they almost reached the Super Bowl, falling by one possession to the Buccaneers in that NFC title game. So I think the best case scenario is something like those first 2 Matt LaFleur years where Rodgers was receptive to being under the center, running more play action, leaning a little bit more on the run game, and then taking his deep shots to Devontae Adams, or now in this case, DK Metcalf with the Steelers and kind of rolling from there, leaning on the top 10 defense on the other side of the ball and really seeing if that can work. And so what would a successful year look like? Well, Pittsburgh has lost their last 6 playoff games, and they've given up 28 points at least in all of them. So I'd say at minimum, Pittsburgh would have to consider winning 1 playoff game a success, but I think at least winning 2 and getting the AFC title game would be a massive success. I mean, considering the Kansas City Chiefs have been the AFC Super Bowl representative in 5 of the last 6 years, something that's never happened before. So, I mean, at least getting that far would probably be ultimate success. Winning a playoff game would probably be a success considering where they've been the last few years.
Yes, and as you pointed out in your story, no team in NFL history has ever gone 6 straight playoff games allowing at least 28 points until Mike Tomlin's Steelers. Limits, I wouldn't think of leaving you out of this conversation.
Garrett, I've been squashed like a bug on a rug in the last couple of days based on believing what Ben Roethlisberger also believes, I might add, and what one of our reporters, Ray Fittipaldo in the area, also believes, that I think that with Mason Rudolph, this is more of a 6 or 7 win team. I think they're a 10-win team with Aaron Rodgers. Do you fall in a similar light as me? How many wins do you think they have now that Rodgers is the guy?
I don't think you're far off, City Limits. I think, somewhere between 10, 11 is probably right, because early on in the season, there will probably be some adjustments. And look, playing in the AFC North, the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, who was the all-pro quarterback first team last year, probably could have won MVP. And then Joe Burrow, if he's healthy and firing, as we saw last year, he's right up there for one of the best quarterbacks in the league, leading the league in passing yards and passing touchdowns. So there's definitely probably at least 5 or 6 losses between a few in the division and maybe a handful outside of it as well. But I think best case regular season scenario, 10, 11 wins, 10-7, 11-6, maybe 12-5, but probably more in that 10, 11 win range. And yeah, I think if Mason Rudolph is the starter, you're conceding this season and trying to get into the top 10 of the NFL draft if Rudolph is the starting quarterback. I mean, we saw with Tennessee. Now, Tennessee didn't have the greatest array of weapons, but they did have Calvin Ridley. Tony Pollard went over 1,000 yards rushing, and that was not good in Tennessee. So I would definitely agree with your stance for sure.
Garrett Podell of CBS Sports. So, Garrett, when you look at the Steelers in general, are they the biggest story in the league right now? It sure seems like it today with Aaron Rodgers showing up and TJ Watt not here. Like, which team is a bigger story, of more interest than them right now? Anybody?
I think the Steelers certainly have that crown when you combine, like you said, Watt and the contract uncertainty, him willing to eat the fines for missing mandatory minicamp, and Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you just look at contract situations around the league. In the AFC North, in the Steelers division, the Cincinnati Bengals, no contract for Trey Hendrickson. Up to this point, no contract for first-round pick edge rusher, so probably his successor, Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M. That's a little weird that neither of those guys is paid. You'd think at least one of them, probably Shamar Stewart, would. And then the Dallas Cowboys, here where I am locally in Dallas, are a storyline simply for the fact that Micah Parsons, like TJ Watt, is one of those top-of-the-line edge rushers and seeking a new contract. And he said he will be at mandatory minicamp this week. He's not going to take any fines. I will be out at Cowboys minicamp the next 3 days, and we'll head out from there in a little bit. But I would say probably the Bengals and the Cowboys are probably up there, but the Steelers definitely have the crown because no one's got both, a brand new MVP quarterback walking in the building and an all-pro defensive player in a contract spat simultaneously.
Well, speaking of that, would you give TJ Watt, Myles Garrett money to keep him here? Would you consider trading him? How do you think that all plays out?
Well, I think you pay him because Cam Hayward, he's at the end, right? And he's kind of been the culture setter defensively for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Steelers over the years have clearly shown they value continuity, culture. I mean, in the way that they've handled Mike Tomlin, despite some disappointing playoff finishes, like we mentioned, the 6-game playoff losing streak in which they've allowed 28 points in all of them, an NFL record. So with knowing that organization's MO with this stuff, I would imagine you sign TJ Watt. I mean, this is probably TJ Watt's last big deal. and he's kind of the bridge between the current Steelers and whatever Pittsburgh's going to be in the next 2, 3, 4 years from now, based on who they draft and sign in free agency, and who also a bridge to they'll have a new quarterback after this year. Rodgers turns 42 in December and is on a 1-year contract. So I think the Steelers would want to have a stable locker room presence on defense like they always seemingly do. So I would imagine they would sign TJ Watt because while he's super valuable to a lot of teams, he probably has more value to Pittsburgh. And if you look at Trey Hendrickson, he's led the league in sacks this past season, had the same figure, and was the runner-up a year ago, 17.5 each last 2 years. He's 30. I mean, there's a thaw or stalemate on his market. So what would Watt be on the trade market? I think he's more valuable to Pittsburgh than anyone else.
What would he bring on the trade market, in your opinion?
That's a great question. I would probably say at least 1 first-round pick.
Me too.
And then after that, it would depend on if a team wants to surrender another player in that deal, or if it's, a second, third-round pick, things like that. Because any team that does trade for TJ Watt is basically communicating, we are about to pay up for a pass rusher who's going into his 30s. So I would say that's probably something that you would consider there. So for sure, 1 first, and then compensation after that would depend on player picks, whatever it may be.
Garrett, we appreciate the time. Everybody can read that piece at cbssports.com, the pros and cons of Aaron Rodgers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me, Joe.
Absolutely. What a nice man he is, huh, Limits? Nicer than Ira Podell, I would say.
Yes, I don't know where you got that from, but he's a very good man.
I told you, he was a longtime hockey writer for the Associated Press and was a great guy, by the way. Is a great guy. I hope he's,
Maybe not as good of a man as Garrett is.
Maybe. Maybe they're tied. Coming up next, let's take a brief detour because the Pirates are worth mentioning right now, having swept the Phillies, and now they have a 4-game win streak. And now we have John Heyman writing that Don Kelly should be extended right now. Do we agree with that? 412-928-9370. Let's talk about that. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line on which you can communicate with City Limits brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you, and the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I want to tell you a little bit about FanDuel right now. And we're in the NBA Finals. We're in the Stanley Cup Finals. And by the way, Limits, those are going about the way that I thought. I'm picking Oklahoma City in 5. And I'm picking, well, I guess it's not going the way you would think. But I have a feeling Oklahoma City may not lose again.
So they're going to just lose the first game and then sweep them after that.
Yeah.
The gentleman's sweep.
Yeah. They should have won the first game. And then I think the Panthers are going to win in 6, don't you?
I think Edmonton's going to end up winning in 6 or 7.
Edmonton's going to win 3 straight?
I hope that the Panthers win.
Holy
But
bird
I think
milk.
Edmonton is going to find a way to win the series, yes.
Well, baseball's heating up, too. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you can bet on moonshots. You can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and gear up to go yard all season long. Brian Reynolds is heating up. I think he might be a good pick. Thought he might have a grand slam last night. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, thank you, Joe. I admire your kindness and compassion for everyone in the building. Steelers defensive line coach Carl Dunbar confirmed to the media today at minicamp, I should say, mandatory minicamp, that Derek Harmon will begin the season as the Steelers starter on the defensive line. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Sam Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, NHI Roofing, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, Soon I Will Run Golf Outing, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Safe parking, free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com, USOpenParking.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New York Knicks say they're chasing a championship, but their coaching search looks more like a Hail Mary. Tom Thibodeau is out, and instead of zeroing in on a proven available candidate, New York is targeting coaches who are still under contract. Prying a coach from another team doesn't just take luck. It takes leverage, timing, and draft picks. For a franchise with title hopes, it's a high-risk play, one that better land. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191. No
matter what you're looking for in a non-alcoholic beer, there's only one name that has it all. Athletic Brewing Company. Full flavor, huge variety. It's Athletic Brewing Company non-alcoholic beers. Ask for it at your favorite beer retailer. Visit askforathletic.com to find your closest retailer today.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Take a test drive at Bowser Hyundai today. BowserHyundai.com, where your summer adventure starts now.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
You know your bad disc is causing your pain. That
epidurals, physical therapy, chiropractic, or laser therapy only gave you temporary relief. This is Dr. Rafferty, DC of the Disc Institute. If you want the answer to true disc healing, getting back to normal, and avoiding spinal surgery, call the Disc Institute. Our trademark method heals your disc and gives you lasting relief. It's proven, it's different, it corrects both your bad disc and your pain. Call the Disc Institute, 412-906-9600 or PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
We could tell you what makes Giant Eagle special, but we think our customers say it best.
I love the fresh produce. I love the fresh meat.
I'm pretty sure the fish guy knows me by now. We're buds.
I love to grill. That alone keeps me coming back.
The people that work here are so nice and so helpful.
Everybody loves the cakes from Giant Eagle.
On every shelf, in every department, we're always going for better because being your Giant Eagle matters.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
This is my Giant Eagle.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Some sun this afternoon, the high 77.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Limits, you'll be happy to know that Deontay Johnson is at Brown's mandatory minicamp today.
Thrilled
As is Myles Garrett and David Njoku.
What about
who had a contract situation?
Kenneth Shane Pickett? Is he there?
Unfortunately for them, I believe he is. Yes. We're going to get back to the Steelers in short order here. First, let's jump onto the Pirates wagon a little bit here. Limits 4 in a row. Don Kelly has a winning record. 15-14 or 14-13? What is it?
I think it's 15-14. Don't let the Bucs get hot, Joe. Don't let them get hot.
So a couple of questions for you and everybody out there. People love Don Kelly. There's no doubt about that. My mailbag was littered with Don Kelly questions today. Should he be named permanent manager right now?
Wow. Very popular topic on Uranus.
Oh, we had John Heyman. Without context. Okay, yeah, you got to add the
Uranus.
Yeah, the context you have to add there.
That's true.
Limits. John Heyman writing that they should extend Kelly right now. Has he lost his mind? Listen, I like Don Kelly. I think he's doing a good job. I think they're fun to watch. They become watchable again. There's no doubt about that, but I think we can afford to hold off for a little while here. Limits, don't you?
John Heyman's direct tweet, Pirates are showing serious improvement. Kelly already has earned an extension. No, I'm not going to rush to judgment after just a month.
We finally agree on that.
I'm not going to
something anyway.
No, I'm not going to do that. I like Donnie Kelly. I think he's a good baseball man. I think he's made some good decisions. That does not mean that you immediately jump to conclusions in what is a 162-game season and just hand the keys to Donnie Kelly because they're playing 500 baseball. Is that the goal? Just play 500 baseball?
Well, I'll say this. If they're one game over 500 or at 500 at the end of the year, he's a shoo-in to come back.
Agree.
But that brings up the second question, and first the conundrum.
And this is the most important question.
Is him doing well making Ben Cherington a really good candidate to come back? Like, is he going to save Cherington's job? Are they going to save Cherington's job if they play well? But the question I want to ask you, Limits, is for you, what would it take for you to support the idea of Cherington coming back next year?
Oh, that's an incredible question.
Incrinculant, some would say.
Because my white flag has already been waving for Ben Cherington.
I wrote 3 weeks ago that he's the worst general manager in the history of Pittsburgh sports.
Yes. I think that they have to move on from him unless they make a miraculous run and almost sniff the playoffs.
Is that
That's
your
what it would take
criterion?
for-
Because mine, it's not for me.
There would be individual. That would be like team-wise. Individually, which I think at this point is probably more important because they dug themselves such a huge hole, is Henry Davis and what ultimately happens there. The improvements of
Spencer
Horwitz and what that trade ultimately looks like. And also, what does he do in trades at the deadline? Because he's going to be here at this point for the deadline. What do you get for IKF? Are you able to parlay David Bednar and Dennis Santana?
I mean, we won't know, though. For me, listen, he's actually done a good job with the pitching.
No doubt.
He has.
That is
that
is undeniable.
Talent has been finding veteran pitchers, and he's found Bailey Falter, and this year he found Heaney. And he also drafted Paul Skeens over Dylan Cruz when a lot of people thought he wouldn't. So that part of it, he looks pretty good. The lineup, he looks horrendous. Bob Smizek just put out a Twitter poll. You know, I think it was to the effect of, even if Kelly wins, do you want Cherington back? And 94% said no. Well,
94?
I'm keeping a little more of an open mind here. If Henry Davis continues to get better and better, and Horwitz looks like a player, and Nick Gonzalez has a good year, it's almost like, how can you deny him then? If those three guys, maybe a Canario, maybe somebody like that, it looks like Griffin and Termar Johnson are advancing nicely through the minors, two position players. Like, I think there's enough to move on from Cherington. Don't get me wrong. But one big reason is he blew it in the draft with Henry Davis. Well, what if he didn't? What if he did find a first baseman? And what if Nick Gonzalez, the 7th overall pick, turns out to be a pretty good player?
I think one argument that a lot of people will make is, should you throw out what happened over the course of the last 5 years just because of what is currently going on in the last 5 weeks? You know, like...
Well, it's not about the last 5 weeks. It's about the next 3 months.
Very fair. And I mean, that will ultimately be the
But then you can
argument.
ask the same question. Should you throw out what happened over the first 5 years just because of 3 months? Well...
Yeah.
Listen, I'll tell you, if at the end of this season I'm very optimistic and I have some actual positive data for Henry Davis, Gonzalez, and Horwitz, I think I'm keeping Ben Cherington, and I never thought in a million years I would say that.
So you don't think they need to get to like a win total? Like if Donnie Kelly plays 500 baseball, so let's say hypothetically they don't get to 76, which they were at the last 2 years.
Yeah.
How would you hold Ben Cherington in regards for that? Like, looking back on, let's say
largely responsible, but I would have, again, if those three guys or two of the three are really looking like, I'm really optimistic, like if Henry Davis takes off here, to me, that in and of itself could save Cherington's job, maybe with justification, maybe.
So if that's the case.
Plus the bullpen that he's cobbled together that we've ripped him for. They basically swept the Phillies. The bullpen did. They were
definitely
unbelievable. In other words, I'm surprised by this. Believe me, I'm still open-minded about Ben Cherington returning, and I never thought in a million years I would say that. I still think he should have been fired with Shelton. I do. But the fact of the matter is, there's been some developments, and there's opportunity, I think, for players to prove him right.
So if that's the case, was Shelton ultimately the problem? What was Shelton the biggest issue and biggest problem now that they're a 500 baseball team with Kelly?
Did Henry Davis, is he coming along because Derek Shelton's gone?
Well, I mean, Derek Shelton didn't want to play him, and when he did, he threw him out in right field.
Well, Kelly has no choice. I'm not sure Kelly was going to play him either, but everybody else is hurt.
Shelton didn't play Canario either until Ben Cherington. Until
Canario stinks again right now, but
yeah.
No, I don't think that would prove that Shelton was the problem. But again, maybe Cherington made the move at the perfect time. Maybe he should have done it before the season. I don't know. They were arguing about that on the morning show. I think that's Bob Nutting's call, myself, to fire the manager. Ultimately, that's his call. I don't think it's Cherington's. So you're telling me, what if all the above happens? What if the Pirates, under Don Kelly, have a winning record, and two of the three following guys has a really good year in the end? Henry Davis, Horwitz, and who else was I thinking of? Henry Davis, Horwitz, and Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
Yeah.
I'm pretty optimistic about Gonzalez, regardless. The unfortunate thing is, I don't think that you can keep Don Kelly and still move off of Cherington. Like, if that was the option, then I would do that. I would still move off Cherington and hope that whoever the new GM is would keep Don Kelly in his role.
Why couldn't you still move off Cherington?
You probably could, but typically when a new GM comes in, he wants his guy. You know, he wants somebody that he has hired to ultimately run the club and have a similar perspective as himself. Now, maybe that will be the case that if that would happen and Cherington would be moved off, that person would still value Donnie Kelly enough to say, okay, sure, we'll keep him as manager. He did a good enough job. But I still don't think that regardless of what's happened, Cherington should be, and I don't think you are, left off the hook to the point where I think a lot of us have written him off to the point where once September hits, it'll be bye-bye Ben Cherington. Your house is on the market. Sure, you might be moving closer to the ballpark, but I mean, you could take some signals from that.
If by the end of the season they have a first baseman, and there are things I like about Horwitz, and they have a second baseman in Gonzalez, and if Henry Davis comes along, I think the argument to keep Cherington wins out over the argument to get rid of him.
Should that excuse, though, ultimately what they failed to do in the offseason, only getting Horwitz?
No, it was a horrible offseason. He signed Tommy Pham, but Adam Frazier, by the way, is looking like a better signing, too.
Yeah, he's been hitting well. I just can't excuse, and I used to be a big Cherington supporter. I just can't excuse what he failed to do this offseason to put a lot of talent around schemes.
Do you blame him? I mean, I blame him partly. I mostly blame the budget.
Right. No, the budget is significant.
Their big signing was $4 million for Tommy Pham.
No multi-year free agent since Ivan Nova.
I mean, yes, believe me, Ben Cherington right now I would fire. But I've become more open-minded on the rest of the season because of signs of life from Davis. Because I think Gonzalez has a chance, and because I think Horwitz has a chance.
Yeah,
that's 33% of your starting lineup.
Now let me throw this out there as well. It's over the course of 162. We know what the first 2 months, the first month and a half and change gave here. How much maybe are we overvaluing what has happened over the last 5 weeks and kind of banking on that happening, like some of those guys that weren't hitting at the start of the year?
I'm not banking on it, but again, I'm open-minded.
I'm open-minded as well.
And I'll tell you this much, Don Kelly, even though I think it's mostly about the players, the fact that he has a winning record with this group, he's done a hell of a job.
He has. His bullpen management
has been excellent. I also think there's a vibe where with any coach or manager who comes into a full rebuild and he's the guy at the beginning, he's very rarely the guy at the end because all the losing, it's almost unfair in a way, but all the losing just creates a vibe around you of losing. It's a bad vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shelton needed to get off to a great start this year after last year's collapse. He should have been fired after last year, honestly.
Yes.
To create that vibe in the offseason. It's just very few start with the new rebuild and are the ones to, experience the fruits of it. It just doesn't happen. The vibe becomes so bad. So I wonder if a lot of guys might have been able to come in and just be not Derek Shelton, with the stain of losing on him. Again, fair or unfair, with the stain of losing.
How about what Brian Reynolds said last night about Donnie Kelly?
Yeah, he's just great. Everybody in here loves him, and he's fun to play for, so not much more you can ask.
I like playing for him.
Well, when we get to, because I got asked also on the mailbag, what would their record be right now if Kelly was at the start of the year?
Great question.
And my answer, in part, was I always think it's more about the players than the manager. Like, did Brian Reynolds start hitting? Brian Reynolds, in a lot of ways, buried them earlier this season. We realize what one guy can do when he gets hot, especially when he's your $100 million guy. He was horrifying at the beginning of the year for a lot of weeks. So would he have been good with Kelly? I don't know. I find that a little hard to believe. Would David Bednar have been good with Kelly at the beginning of the year? Would he not have gotten demoted and ruined the first series against Miami?
Yeah, Reynolds.
I don't know about that.
333 over his last 15 games with 14 RBIs.
Right. Who else has started hitting? Henry Davis.
Would he have magically started hitting? I think with more playing time, probably.
It's not like he's tearing it up, by the way,
No.
but he's helping them win. So I don't know about that. I think the record might be pretty similar with Kelly. But then again, there is how much importance do you put on the vibe, especially the negative vibe of just being engulfed by losing hundreds upon hundreds of games and literally never winning. I think that can be a tough environment, and unfortunately, that was around Shelton. You know what I mean?
Well,
that's
5
what
years.
he did.
Yeah, other than 20
is
and 8,
lose.
That's all he did. Fourth losingest manager. I don't know if that's a word.
I don't know that
History.
nobody would have won the first 4 years here. Nobody in history. It was a tank job is what it was. Then last year's collapse, it should have been it for him. All right, Limits, 412-928-9370. The first photos, that they haven't trickled out already, will soon, of Aaron Rodgers in a Steelers jersey. Let's get back to that story. Mark Cabali had an interesting tweet from over at Mandatory Minicamp.
It was a joke.
No, it wasn't. Where TJ Watt is not there today. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Mostly sunny today with a high of Chris Hoke, 76. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at usports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Our friend Adam Crowley had a very incendiary TJ Watt tweet, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if you agree with that one. Coming up next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thank you, Joe. Steelers mandatory minicamp is today. No TJ Watt in attendance. Aaron Rodgers is there, though, for the Steelers, at least according to reports. What is ultimately going to happen? The media is currently meeting with members of the Steelers right now. We will talk to Brian Batko in a half an hour to get the reaction from the locker room. First day of mandatory minicamp. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Safe parking. Free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucko legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why the Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
When it comes to club fitting, you need to make sure of two very important things. Number one, the club fitters have lots of experience, and number two, you are being fit outdoors so you can see the ball flight. The best place to get both is Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek, located in Allison Park. Jim Lynch and Zach Stein are the best club fitters in town, and being fit on the driving range is the only way to get your new clubs. Set up your fitting today and call 412-492-9990. That's Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Ready to take your golf game to new heights? With Aircraft Management Group, your next round starts at 30,000 feet. Pat Bostic here for AMG Jets. Skip the lines, the delays, the stress. Fly private to the nation's top golf destinations in comfort and style. Whether it's Pebble Beach, Augusta, or Pinehurst,
AMG Jets will get you there on your schedule. AMG Jets, private flights, premier golf, first-class experience. Visit AMGJets.com today and tee off the luxury way. That's AMGJets.com.
Getting money back. Invest that tax return back into your home. Upgrade your bathroom with a stunning custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Colin Dunlap here. My friends Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're high-quality, custom-fit shower doors add elegance, style, and value to your home. Whether it's a sleek, frameless look or unique design, they make it happen affordably. Invest that tax return wisely on a home upgrade you're going to love. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com to get started.
Mulsey here, alongside my guy Donnie Football. And listen, it has been so long since we dropped weight with Awaken 180, people can't figure out who did it first. It's the old chicken or the egg bit as far as weight loss goes. So, Don, which one are you, buddy?
Mulsey, you're a smart guy. Obviously the egg. I mean, you saw my shape 45 to 50 pounds ago. Round, pale, fragile, wasn't good.
Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. Listeners know that I dropped my 35 pounds almost 3 years ago. Donnie finally cracked 2 years back. Yes, 2 years ago. So I was first to the mountaintop.
You hatched the idea, but listeners, you ran with it too. We hear your stories, and honestly, some of you make our losses look minor league.
Like single A ball, kind of minor league. Yeah, bottom line, Awaken 180 makes it easy to lose weight and keep it off. No yoke. Sorry, I'm a dad. That's a dad joke I had to.
Awaken180weightloss.com. 25,000 success stories and counting. Just tell them Mulsey, Donnie, and Callis sent you. Online, Awaken180weightloss.com.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with True Green. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
You're hiring 2 men and a junk truck. Apply now.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on home and auto insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your house sitter has the new code first before leaving for vacation.
System lockout.
But that's the code.
Contacting authority.
I'm out of here.
Oh, seriously, the car too?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a home and auto bundle that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates, they are on a 4-game winning streak after sweeping the Philadelphia Phillies over the weekend. Buccos put up 10 runs last night against the Miami Marlins as they take Game 1 of the series. Final score last night at PNC Park, 10-3, as Mike Burrows was not able to go 5 innings, so did not earn the win. Caleb Ferguson did 2 clean innings, no hits allowed, no walks. He did strike out 2 as McCutchen and Reynolds got the scoring started bottom half of the third inning. 4 runs for the Pirates in the third, 4 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, and 1 in the 8th. Mitch Keller goes to the mound tonight for the Pirates. It's a 6:40 first pitch. 5:45 our coverage begins here on The Fan, and that's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Back to Pomp and Joe.
Good Talk Radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Joe, just an incredible meal today. You could call it incrinculant. From Tim's Corner Market. Oh, the hoagies today. So good.
Better than so good. I don't know what that word would be, but it's better than so good.
Amazing.
I had salami, turkey, lettuce, bacon on a very fresh roll with macaroni salad and potato chips limits.
I had some potato chips on the sandwich. Very good.
I get those from time to time, too. Yeah. What a place. All right. It's happening. Aaron Rodgers is, has he taken the field yet, Limits? Have you seen a photo of him in a Steeler jersey yet?
No, I have not, but I'm going to scour the internet to find it.
Well, that's coming any minute. In the meantime, Freiermuth and Rodgers, according to Richie Walsh from KDKA, are expected to head out to Oakmont at some point this week for the U.S. Open. Do you think they see Pomp out there?
They might see me out there. That will be fun.
You should interview them while you're there, Limits. Get an exclusive Rodgers interview. And the big news for now is that Aaron Rodgers has addressed the team. Brian Batko putting out a clip here. This is Zach Frazier on Aaron Rodgers.
I know you've seen a lot of football. I couldn't tell you how it's going to change, but that's hard to
First 2 years in the league, you're snapping to Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. You ever take a step back and think about that, or told yourself
cool.
that 3 years ago?
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Definitely, myself as a younger kid would be pretty excited about that. I mean, I am too, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
I know you guys had a team meeting with him this morning. Did he address the team or talk to you guys at all?
Yeah, he talked today, and like I said earlier, just said he's all in from now on.
Said he's all in? Is that what that said?
He's all in. From now on is what he said. He's
all in.
From now
on. There you go. Aaron Rodgers has addressed the Steelers. I think what's going to happen today, and maybe, I don't want to spoil anybody's fun. Maybe these people are right. But I think we're about to get swept into Aaron Rodgers mania based on him making great throws at minicamp, which I'm sure he's capable of doing because he can still throw the ball, and the fact that he addressed the team and said he's all in. I bet you a bunch of people's minds are already changing.
Yes.
Limits. Unfortunately, there's no pass rush yet. He's not working Arthur Smith's offense yet. And we haven't gotten close to when the real judgment happens, which is with real games.
No, and I think a lot of people's minds are changing now just because Rodgers is signed, where it was just speculatory in nature for 2 months.
So if you didn't think he was going to be good, he signed. Now you think he's going to be good for some people?
Some people think that way,
I mean,
yes.
Okay, he signed a piece of paper.
Like, Pony put out a Twitter poll, and I think Bob did too, and he was talking about it, where Are you happy that Aaron Rodgers is here? Do you think Aaron Rodgers will be good with the Steelers? People that put out the same poll about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, were getting, no, Aaron Rodgers, I don't want him here. Now it's more so 50-50, 55% in favor of, yeah, I'm excited that Aaron Rodgers is here.
Wait, what was that? Tell me again.
So Pony put out a poll. We were talking about this a little bit at 5 Alarm.
Yeah.
Where he put out a previous poll and received right around 70%, no, I don't want Aaron Rodgers to come to the Steelers. I don't want Aaron Rodgers here.
Yeah.
He put out another poll after Rodgers signed, and it was more 50%, 55%.
That's exactly
yes.
the phenomenon I'm talking about.
Yep.
And when people, and this is natural for fans, I think, when they hear that he addressed the team and said he's all in, and then they get reports today of him firing the ball around OTAs, there's going to be an Aaron Rodgers mania. And I ain't buying it. I'm not buying it.
You're hearing the ball whistle as it goes past defenders.
Like I said earlier, you want to have a throwing contest, he'll step up with anybody in the league still. Nothing wrong with his arm.
He's all in.
But can Broderick Jones give him the type of protection on his blind side that he's going to need? Is he going to have time to throw back there? Is he going to have a running game? Are him and Artie Smith going to get along? Can he still play football? I know he can win a throwing contest. Can he still play at age 41?
I think this is
That's my question.
I think it's an obvious question, but I'll pose it to you. Does this team have more questions than answers? And if so, how many more questions than answers? Because I think that there are so many questions around this team where, sure, there are some known commodities. Cam Hayward's a known commodity. I think we know what Jaylen Warren is. We know what Pat Freiermuth is. But there are a lot of other things. How will Aaron Rodgers play? Broderick Jones at left tackle. Troy Faltanu coming off of a big knee injury at right tackle. That, to me, is the big one.
Is the offensive line is the biggest question mark on this team and the biggest key to success. 412-928-9370. Aaron Rodgers all in, about to take the field over at minicamp today. The Steelers, easily the biggest story in all of sports today. If you read or watch anything, they're all over the place. And TJ Watt's not there. That's the other big story at 412-928-9370. And it seems like fan sentiment is that he should be there. Tell us about the Crowley tweet heard around the world.
Yeah, so Crowley put out something that I thought was pretty fascinating earlier today. And basically, the premise of what Crowley was saying was, look, people treated Aaron Rodgers and not showing up at minicamp and everything in a pretty negative light. Crowley tweeting, people would have crushed Rodgers if he didn't sign by minicamp. Keep the same energy for Watt.
Wow.
How about Crowley from the top rope?
Crowley pulls a Benzie with that one. I don't agree with that the same energy. I think TJ Watt should be there, but TJ Watt isn't arriving on the scene as a quarterback who's got to be, the leader of an offense that hasn't been good enough for a long time and get used to the personnel and everything else. Having said that, I do agree that TJ Watt should be there. He should. TJ Watt should be there today as the best player on the team, as a leader on the team. Doesn't have to be participating in drills, but the last time he had a contract dispute that eventually got solved, he was there. He spoke on the first day of minicamp that year. Not this year, oh Limitless Wonder. Do you agree that he should be there?
I do, even if it's just in a hold-in capacity and he does not practice. Even if he's just in the facility, he's listening to Aaron Rodgers' team speech. He's going through the team activities outside of what goes on the actual field.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should be there.
Yes. And here's who I want to hear from. Here's who I want to hear from out there at 928-9370. And Pony spoke of this yesterday, and I couldn't agree more. It's the Aaron Rodgers believers. Mike Tomlin made this decision to bring in Aaron Rodgers. And we know for a fact that the populace is very down on Tomlin. He hasn't proven at all that he knows what to do in trying to replace Ben. He's swinging and missing like, Tommy Pham these days. Why would you all of a sudden believe he made the right move here? Like why have faith in Mike Tomlin? He thinks this is a great idea. You do too? Especially if you're a convert. Like you didn't believe that signing Rodgers would be good, but now that he's here, now that he's telling the team he's all in, gathers the players around, if you're a convert to Rodgers, why? Why do you have faith that Mike Tomlin got this right when he has gotten so much wrong of late? Limits, let's go to the lines.
All right, Joe, let's go to Greg in Youngstown who wants to chime in. He always has some fire that he brings to the table.
What's up, Greg?
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. Okay, people say the Steelers lineup isn't as good as the other teams. If Buffalo lost Josh Allen, how many wins would they have? 7? How many wins would Baltimore make the playoffs if their quarterback was out? No. I mean, I could go down the line. We made the playoffs with no quarterback for 4 years. Now we got a quarterback, and people are saying, "Oh, we're not good enough." You got to be kidding me. I mean, we're just as good man to man than almost any team in the league. I think so, but they say we're not.
So you think? Wait. You think Rodgers is as good as the best quarterbacks?
No, I'm saying team-wise. Like you guys keep saying that our lineup isn't good enough. Well, take those quarterbacks off all those teams, and they don't make the playoffs. We made the playoffs with no quarterback. Now we got a quarterback.
Well, that's my point of contention with you. You say now we got a quarterback. You're convinced.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, you're convinced that Rodgers is significantly better than Russell Wilson?
Yes, way better.
Way better. Why?
Way better. Because Russell Wilson stinks. None of those guys were good. None of those guys were good enough. Everybody knew it.
Russell Wilson's numbers in recent years are virtually the same as Rodgers.
Rodgers is a better quarterback. And, here's the thing. He comes off this Achilles tendon injury, and I told him yesterday, listen to the NFL Network, the doctor that's always on the NFL Network, he said Rodgers will be major, big-time improvement over last year. It takes 2 years to get over that injury, and he still threw 26 touchdowns.
Normally, yeah, but he's 41 years old. That's the other thing.
He's only 41 years old, though. He's only
41?
Yeah.
Name for me all the 41-year-old quarterbacks who have been good in the NFL.
Tom Brady, didn't he win a Super Bowl?
Okay, yes, that's one.
Okay, and people have better ways of training. Better ways of training now than they used to have. They do. I mean, I will tell you this. We will win a playoff game, and we may even win 2 playoff games. If we do, I hope everybody on this network quits. Because then, Phil Tony and his big mouth, he has never been right about one thing he's ever said, ever on the network. You know he hasn't.
Limits, has Pony been right about at least one thing?
At least one thing, Greg, yeah.
Can you name it, though? Can you name it off the top of your head?
No.
Well, it wasn't Pickett to Pickens.
No, it wasn't Pickett to Pickens, no. It wasn't
He said something about Skeens, and everybody knows Skeens is great.
Yeah.
But we got to be – here's the thing, Joe. Just be positive. Give it a chance.
No, it's not my job to be positive. It's my job to give an opinion. It's my job to give an opinion. I don't think Aaron Rodgers can play anymore. I watched him play last year. Against good teams, he mostly stunk. I watched him late in the year at Buff. Yeah, it was horrible against good teams.
Listen, I saw a lot of quarterbacks last year make a lot of mistakes. I saw a lot of quarterbacks.
Great.
I really did.
I'm glad. So did I. So did everybody else who watches football.
But do you think Fields would have won us 8 games this year or 9? No, I don't think so.
I think Fields is going to be better than Rodgers this year, and I think you'll find that out in the opener.
No way. There is no way. So you said that Fields wasn't good enough. You said this. You said Fields can't throw the ball. You said this 4 or 5 months ago.
Yeah, but you're asking me in the context. No, I'm not. In the context of is he better than Aaron Rodgers? Yes. In the context. What?
He can't throw over the middle. He can't. So look at the films. Look at the films of the games. When guys go over the middle, he wouldn't throw the ball over the middle. He was afraid to. So, I mean, he just isn't good enough.
I agree. But he's better than Aaron Rodgers.
No,
that's the context you're talking in. Yes, he is.
Not.
And you'll see it this year. And you'll see it this year.
I will see it this year. When Fields is benched halfway through the year, we will see.
We will. We'll see. Also see that Aaron Rodgers was, 25th in QBR last year? Passer rating, you want to go with that one? He was 20th in passer rating.
He's a leader. I think he's on a really good team. I think we're going to win the game.
Okay, then you're on the record as saying it.
I am. I'm on the record.
Yes,
and you're on the record saying Fields is going to have a better year than Aaron
absolutely.
Rodgers.
Absolutely.
So,
yes.
More touchdowns?
I'm also on the record as saying Russell Wilson is still every bit as good as Rodgers, and the numbers in recent years prove that. Actually prove it indisputably. How many of Rodgers' games? He was better? He was just as good last year.
I probably watched more games than you do. I watched Russell Wilson the 2 years on the Broncos, and he was horrible.
The second year was actually pretty good, and last year he had better numbers for the number of games he played than Rodgers did. Better passer rating.
If Wilson was this good, why didn't we keep him?
Now, see, here's the mistake that you keep making. You keep making the mistake of, you said Justin Fields is bad. You're saying if Russell Wilson is this good. No, it's only in the context of comparing them to Aaron Rodgers. You keep doing that.
I will take Aaron Rodgers any day of the week over those two guys.
I hear you. You keep doing that.
One more thing. Bob Papiani said yesterday that Daniel Jones is better than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
No way! You guys are crazy. This guy's not. Daniel Jones is horrible. He is horrible.
I didn't say I necessarily agreed
Greg,
with that.
don't worry. I'm on your side. Don't worry, Greg. I'm on your side. I think Rodgers is going to have a successful year. Did you see Aaron Rodgers?
When you watched Aaron Rodgers against the Steelers last year, were you saying to yourself, man, that guy would look great in a Steeler jersey? Were you saying that to yourself?
Hey, the guy was coming off an Achilles tendon injury.
Right.
His first year.
Right.
Okay,
so now he'll be
year two.
Okay, year two at age 41 off an Achilles injury. He'll be spry and running around like he used to be? Did you
listen to this. I'm in my 50s and I bike 4 or 5 miles on weekends every day. So if I could do this and I work every day of the week, I could think that Aaron Rodgers could do more than I can do.
Okay. You win on that one. Limits, please.
Thanks, Greg. I want a call from Greg.
He definitely wins on that one because Greg is biking in his 50s. Aaron Rodgers will be good in his 40s.
Greg has electrified the lines, Joe. We are packed right now because Greg has made everyone fired up.
He kept saying things like, you said yourself Justin Fields can't throw the ball last year. Yeah, I did. And yet, given the choices, Justin Fields would have been my first choice for the Steelers this year.
So you think that
not a good choice. They had a bunch of bad choices. And then he said, if Russell Wilson was that good, why didn't they re-sign him? I didn't say he was that good. I probably would have moved on from him too.
They didn't want him. They had no plans to bring him back. That was pretty clear and obvious by their...
Yeah, well, what the hell do they know? What have they done since Ben left? Why reference them? Who cares what they think? They obviously have no idea what they're doing.
Do you think
But suddenly, in a lot of people's minds, Tomlin does. He got this one right. Can't get anything right in most people's minds in this town these days, but he suddenly got this one right?
Do you think Justin Fields is a better passer of the football right now than Aaron Rodgers?
No, of course not. There's a lot more to the game than that. There's the whole running side. I would rather have Justin Fields than Aaron Rodgers, especially with this offensive line.
Here is Emmanuel in Carnegie next.
Good morning, Emmanuel.
Good morning, man. That was great for talk radio. That was amazing.
What was the guy's
great
name?
For talk radio, my man.
Because Greg can bike in his 50s. I guess I'm now on the Aaron Rodgers bandwagon.
Sounds like y'all have to work out a steak dinner between that.
Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. That being said, I do believe that Rodgers is better than Justin Fields just because of the passing opponent. But at the same time, I love the move. Why? Because I believe that this is going to tie Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers together. You know what I mean? And we're not starting Mason Rudolph, which means there'll be no expectations. Now with people like the prior caller calling in, there's expectations. We must make the playoffs and win in the playoffs, or else Mike Tomlin and Rodgers have to go. And I love this move.
But you and I both know that Mike Tomlin won't go, even if Aaron Rodgers completely flops, right?
He must be held responsible because look at his resume. You have a 4-time MVP quarterback. It's not Mason Rudolph, so he has to be held responsible if he blows it up. And I think that's what Rodgers is going to do. He's not
Well,
and even if he is a top 10 quarterback, I don't think we're winning a playoff game. Put Brock Purdy in the game last year, we're going to still lose to the Baltimore Ravens.
So you're more along the pony line of this is a good thing because it's going to blow up, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, well that's a different conversation, and that may very well be true. But if the idea is to win this year, I don't think it is a good thing. Limits, I don't. I leave a 20% chance that I could be wrong because Rodgers can still throw the football. If he can stand back there like Brady used to in New England, I think he could pick teams apart. I just don't think that's going to be the case. Would you like to go through some of Aaron Rodgers' games against playoff teams last year, oh Limitless Wonder?
No, but let's do it anyway.
Minnesota, 29 of 54 with 3 interceptions. Was that a good game, Limits?
No.
Denver, they lose 10-9, and he goes 24 of 42 for 225, no touchdowns.
That's a high-scoring baseball game.
Is that a good game, oh Limitless Wonder? The first game against Buffalo, they score 20 and lose. The Steelers were a playoff team. We all know what happened there. The Jets scored 15 points. He went 24 of 39, and 2 of his best throws were to Beanie Bishop. He had a good game against Houston. You give him that on Halloween. He was 22 of 32, 3 touchdowns and no picks. And then did they even play? The last 2 playoff teams he played were the Rams, where they lose 19-9, and he goes 28 of 42. And then in Buffalo, where they lose 40-14, he goes 12 of 18 for 112 yards, no touchdowns, and 2 picks. So I kind of rest my case there. Now, could that guy have been right, the cycler? That year 2 of the Achilles, this guy comes back and has some of his mobility back, even at 41. He could be. I just don't trust it game in, game out over a 17-game season. He could be. I think other things may crop up. Why? Because he's 41.
I trust it more than Mason Rudolph, who went 19 of 31 with a touchdown and a pick in a 20-13 loss against Jacksonville.
No one has ever been damned with such faint praise. Next.
Let's go to Tomcat in Mount Lebanon.
Hello, Tomcat.
Hi, guys. Going to be hard to top the last couple of guys. But
I agree.
I do see Aaron. First off, I think Russell Wilson has been unfairly scapegoated. That said, that throw in the home game against Baltimore and then the pick 6 going in to tie the game against Baltimore and him trying to play hero ball and getting blown up at the 3-yard line when they were going in to take the lead, those were unforgivable. And to me, I don't think Rodgers will make those mistakes.
Did you see the Steeler game last year? I asked you the same question. Did you see his other games against playoff teams? He made mistakes left and right.
I guess, Joe, I think there is a higher chance than the 20% chance that you're giving that if this team goes 10-7, and I think we all know they will because that's all they ever do, it is a pretty good roster that Aaron Rodgers could find it for 1 or even 2 weeks, more so than Russell Wilson could, and certainly more than Justin Fields. And can they go to Houston and win? Yes, I do believe that. Could they beat the Chiefs team that literally is Patrick Mahomes and nothing else? Yeah, I do think Rodgers could find it for 1 week and they could win one playoff game.
All right. We disagree, and we disagree quite vehemently and quite severely. And everybody keeps bringing up this Houston example. I think the Houston Texans are pretty damn good. The Houston Texans won a playoff game again last year, just like the year before. They came on late in the season. They lost a rough game at Kansas City. They got blown out by Baltimore, but they won 3 of their last 5. Then they won a playoff game. They hammered the Chargers 32-12, and then I thought played a very good game in Kansas City and got ripped off by the officials. And I think they're coming back loaded for bear. I think that was a little bit of a sophomore jinx for C.J. Stroud. I think he's going to be great this year. I think Will Anderson is going to be a monster this year. They're better than the Steelers. They have a quarterback. Is he still there?
No.
Where'd he go?
I thought that you were done talking to him.
Oh, I was just beginning to talk to him. Limits.
I
Everybody's
apologize
bringing
to
up,
Tom Kemp.
could they go into Houston and win a playoff game? No. How's that for an answer? Next.
Here is Steve. He's in the car.
Hello, Steve.
Hey, how we doing there?
I've never been better. How are you?
Oh man, I'm kind of fired up like my man Greg was for Aaron Rodgers.
I knew this was going to happen today. I knew it.
Man,
I knew it, Limits, because he talked to the team and he's going to throw at minicamp. Everybody's fired up.
Hey, everybody can join me over here. Come on now. Greg and I are leading the team.
I'm just glad I'm on my way to the gym. I will say that. You guys got to understand. There's 22 guys that are going to get us to the playoffs. We're going to be better than 10-7 with Rodgers. Don't hang your hat on Rodgers being 41. 41 is just a freaking number, buddy. How old was Tom Brady? How old was Tom Brady?
I'm just trying to get over 41 is just a freaking number. I'm savoring that for the moment.
Man, I'm telling you what, you're throwing this guy under the bus when he had surgery. How old was he when he had that surgery? It was an Achilles. That doctor that Greg was talking about, give Rodgers the second year. You want to go when he was on the Jets throwing the ball to who? What kind of offensive line did Rodgers have?
It was his team. He brought in the coordinator. He brought in his own team.
You can't throw it all on Rodgers that the Jets sucked last year.
Oh, yes, I can. He's the one who hired their coordinator, brought in their players, and ran the offense.
You're entitled to be wrong, like you're wrong this year on Rodgers performing.
What about his last year in Green Bay? Was his last year in Green Bay good?
Let me ask you this.
What about his last year in Green Bay?
It wasn't the best. It wasn't the best. But Terry Bradshaw, all his years weren't the best either. Let me ask you something. How old was Jeff Hostetler when he won the Super Bowl? Was he like 35, 36?
Jeff Hostetler? What does he have to do with anything?
I'm just telling you, you're throwing age out there as a number. I'm just giving you some examples of people that were close to 41 and had success.
Hostetler,
you know what I mean?
Hostetler
in
was.
This day and age,
Hostetler was.
Day and age, you're more prone to have more success in the older age due to the health care. And
okay, then name somebody who's been good at 41.
Oh, besides Brady, I just threw out. How about the guy that won it for the Raiders back in the 80s?
That's your next example. Jeff Hostetler was 29. Hostetler was 29. He was 29.
Pittsburgh Steelers lost 2 Super Bowls.
Yes.
One we know is to Aikman. Who was the other quarterback that beat us?
Aikman and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, very good. Very good.
Yeah,
Do you remember?
That definitely proves your point.
Rodgers still has it in him. You can't go. And this guy won 4 MVPs. Don't judge him by what he was last year recovering from an Achilles injury. And you know what I mean? What did the Jets surround him with? What did the Jets
whoever he wanted them to. Whoever he wanted them to.
Well, he didn't have a chance. Well, the Steelers should have went after him before, but they didn't. But we got to go with him this year.
All
Our
right.
offensive line. Here's why we're going to be successful. And you guys are missing the whole point. The offensive line is going to be way better.
All right.
Two last predictions. Rodgers will get comeback player of the year, and our running back from Iowa will be rookie of the year. Have a great day. Thanks for the call.
Have a good workout. Limits, can we get
God.
Jeff Hostetler? Jeff Hostetler was 29 and came in for an injured Phil Simms.
Jeff Hostetler didn't play a season after age 36.
But you know what? I mean, listen, we've said many times on this show, if this offensive line takes a major step forward, and God knows they've invested in it, they have first-round picks as their bookend tackles. They got a really good center, I think. Sayamala's a good player.
Yeah. McCormick, we'll see.
And I think McCormick, looked serviceable. He looked like, he could be a Ramon Foster type.
I'd take it.
So if that happens, then all bets might be off here. I'm willing to concede that this could be good, but I ain't putting it at more than 20%, and I think the chance that it will implode like
I'm sorry. This might have to have been the most electric
forget that. Let's hear this. Let's hear him. He was unbelievable.
Oh, my gosh. This was absolutely wild. Give me 30 seconds here, Joe. Oh,
All
my
right.
gosh. I was just
Well, just
reeling.
finish. Take us out with that because we have Brian Batko. He just talked to Zach Frazier. Let's hear what Frazier had to say.
All right.
And let's talk to Batko about
Zach Frazier.
No, I don't want that now, Limits. I'm saying Batko's coming up next. We'll talk to Batko about what Frazier said, and then we'll ask him whether Aaron Rodgers is on the field yet and all these other things. What was this last guy's name? Steve from the workout?
In the car going to the workout.
Take us out with him.
Oh, my gosh.
Do we have it yet?
No, we don't have it yet.
All right, then let me go with this. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Part of the point here is that Rodgers had begun to fade before he left Green Bay. His last year there wasn't very good. So then he had an opportunity to bring in his own coordinator, multiple pieces that he wanted there. He had some pretty, electric talents around him, guys like Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson. I think Devontae Adams is still a good player. And his offense completely imploded. Just completely fell apart. They had some okay games, but what it really looked like was a team and an offense that hadn't been together long enough. There were times he looked good. Of course he did. I mentioned the Texans game on Halloween. But it's really, really hard to walk in June and be ready to go in September, to come back in training camp and be where you need to be as far as timing, terminology, just working with the same guys. I mean, it's a hell of a trick, which is why almost nobody outside of Tom Brady has done it.
41 is just a freaking number, buddy.
Oh, that's incredible.
Oh, my God.
41 is just a freaking number, buddy.
The way he says frickin' reminds me of a movie character that I can't think of. So take us out to that again, Limits, and we'll talk to Brian Batko next.
41 is just a freaking number, buddy.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Day one, mandatory minicamp on the south side for the Steelers. We'll talk to Brian Batko next about it as Aaron Rodgers is there. TJ Watt is not. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Melcy a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Paul Skeens has been sensational. Sub-2 ERA and poise that screams ace. But his brilliance is vanishing into Pittsburgh's black hole. The Pirates are scoring just about 3 runs per game, their worst mark in 108 years. And Skeens has only 4 wins and 14 starts. And so the clock starts ticking. Because if this keeps up, it's hard not to see the inevitable. Skeens in a bigger market, pitching in games that actually matter. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In a world parched for excitement, Twisted Tea's your refreshing thrill ride of flavor. The hard iced tea that's smooth, made with real brewed tea and 5% alcohol. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Safe parking, free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Do you ever feel like your neck or back pain will never get better? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty. We have the answer you've been looking for at the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Our non-surgical disc treatment has helped thousands of patients with bulging, herniated, and degenerative discs avoid spinal surgery. Our treatment, intradisc neutrosis, rehabilitates and turns on your disc self-repair process. Call 412-906-9600 or go to PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. We're here for you.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Summer's here and June savings are heating up at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo and Grand Cherokee El Laredo. Payments starting at $299 for 24 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for details.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same-game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 2025 Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for only $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36-month, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th.
Well, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
41 is just a freaking number, buddy. 41 is just a freaking number, buddy.
Maybe the greatest call of all time. That guy was unbelievable. Limits. What was his name?
That was Steve in the car. He was going to his workout. It sounded like he took a lot of pre-workout. Fired him up.
I don't know how old that guy is, but his workouts must be ferocious.
Oh, he's
probably got
jacked.
the flour on the hands, and he's throwing weights around like James Harrison. Brian Batko is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What'd you make of that, Brian? That guy.
I mean, it sounded like you got them all riled up, Joe. So good job. You're doing good work. You are eliciting strong opinions from your radio pulpit.
Well, he came in fired up, so don't give me too much credit. Has Aaron Rodgers made an appearance on the field in a Steelers jersey yet?
Well, they had their walkthrough this morning, so yeah, and then he walked past me and some other reporters in the locker room. So it's really happening, Joe.
When will you talk to Aaron Rodgers?
He is scheduled to speak today after the first minicamp practice, which is slated to go till 3:15. So it'll be right around then.
Of course, right in the middle of the PM show and not our show. Okay, what about his address to the team? What did Zach Frazier say? What else have you heard about Rodgers addressing the boys?
Yeah, I don't know if it was like a real formal, like everyone's sitting in the team room and the 41-year-old gets up there and says, "Hey guys, I got something to say." I don't know if it was like that, but maybe Mike Tomlin gave him the floor and said, "Hey, it's your first day here. You're the quarterback," and maybe that was just his message. But that was his message. You can find a clip of him when he went to the Jets that once he's in, he's all in, and we know that wasn't always the case, at least in terms of his attendance up there in the Big Apple.
What else have you seen this morning? What about the absence of T.J. Watt?
Yeah, everybody's just kind of doing the whole nothing to see here routine with that. Really no different than the song they were singing in OTAs when he wasn't there. Maybe that's the case, but it's always going to raise some eyebrows when 89 of 90 guys or however many are on the offseason roster at this exact moment are in attendance and one is not. So I think he knows that. I think that's kind of the whole point of what he's doing here. And I guess it's just a matter of you've been through this before if you're TJ. And in 2021, you kind of set the precedent a little bit with the hold-in maneuver, and you had to go to a different club in your bag now 4 years later, second time around.
Yeah, and he was at mini camp that year. He wasn't participating, but at least he was there. He's their best player.
Right.
What % chance do you think there is that this little stalemate ends in a trade of T.J. Watt?
I don't think it's a very high percentage. I think this is kind of the cost of doing this a little bit right now with highly paid edge rushers and the Steelers. I mean, they've broken character a couple times in recent years, taking care of things early, like Minka Fitzpatrick or Alex Highsmith or even DK Metcalf. I mean, that all came together quite quickly upon that trade from Seattle. But I don't know. I still think there's a 94% chance that they get it done. I'm just, throwing a number out there at you.
Brian Bacco, the Post-Gazette. Read his stuff at postgazette.com. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's at the top of your mind to ask Aaron Rodgers?
I would probably want to ask about just the delay in deciding and getting here, because I do think it's interesting. After this all became official last week, now you're starting to get some more of the national types who are plugged in with people all around the league, not just Pittsburgh, weighing in on how this all came to be. And I think there's this notion out there that Rodgers wasn't the Steelers' first choice. Let's be honest, the Steelers probably weren't Rodgers' first choice. I think there are some other teams with better supporting casts, and I think our buddy intern Dom tweeted that the Steelers could end up going to prom with a different girl and having a better night anyway. But I think it's maybe more like two platonic high school friends who make a vow that if they're both still single in their 40s, they'll get together.
Brian, I've actually done that with somebody.
Maybe that's the situation here.
I actually made that.
What's
pact
that, Austin?
I actually made that pact with somebody.
Wow, I think we're.
And how's it going? Is she single?
We're burying the lead here. Tell us what pact was made, Limits, and you still have 15 more years?
Yeah, it was a 40 pack, and then it got moved up to a 35 pack.
And what was discussed? Give us the wording.
That if we're not married by 35, that we will marry each other.
Limits, if you're willing to, Brian, if you're willing to make a pact like that with somebody, obviously you have feelings for them, and I think should ask them out right now. Do you agree?
Well, I was gonna do a little bit more digging on this with Limits, as I wanted to.
I think we'll have to dig off.
Please,
go ahead. It's a complicated story.
Please.
Friend zone? I mean, so you've been friend zoned, or she's been friend zoned?
No, nobody has been friend zoned at all. That's never been pursued on either side. It was just kind of said in a joking way, but kind of a serious way.
You think she's listening right now?
Questionable, maybe. Probably
always not. Truth in a joke, Limit.
Always
truth in a joke. She may be listening right now, so there's no zone defense. It sounds more like a prevent. Yes?
Yeah, probably a prevent defense. We're playing 3 back. We're playing cover 3 right now, Brian.
Anything else on that, Brian?
It's kind of like it's a main plot point in the show How I Met Your Mother, if you've ever seen that. But
Barney.
I guess this could be How I Met Your Quarterback.
Could be.
Justin Fields got way too much money. Matthew Stafford went back to the LA Rams. The Vikings pushed all their chips in with J.J. McCarthy, and now Aaron Rodgers is at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex in Pittsburgh wearing 8 in a Steelers practice jersey.
What a story. Oh, my God, I forgot. Was that already known he was going to be 8, and I'm sure they weren't going to give him 12, right?
No, he didn't even want to wear 12 when he went to the Jets. He said that's Broadway Joe's number, and he wouldn't even, even think to ask for that. And then I think Namath actually said that he would have been willing to do it for him, but Rodgers, obviously took the high road on that. And I thought it would be pretty funny if he showed up. And I've also heard stories of him being pretty gracious with the media, at least at the beginning, New City. What if he would have brought us all some bark, some chocolate bark,
ayahuasca,
maybe some peppermint bark?
Yeah, Limits could have come over and chewed some.
Oh, yes, crunchy.
Or drank it.
I might have to see my dentist after that.
You drink it, right, Brian? Ayahuasca?
Ayahuasca?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it is served as a tea.
Yeah. Doesn't he call it the medicine, like he called it on Enigma?
Did you see that, Brian, the Netflix special on Rodgers?
I did. I didn't have much interest in watching it when it first came, but once it became more and more obvious that Aaron Rodgers was going to be, I don't know, are players that you cover a colleague of yours, Joe? You spent many years as a beat writer. Do you consider them colleagues?
No, more subjects, but sort of, because you're around them every day and you're in the locker room every day. So in a way, I guess they are.
Calling them subjects almost seems very dehumanizing, but it's sort of an awkward relationship.
But calling them colleagues sort of elevates us to sort of their inner circle, which I don't think we're in.
Yeah, we're not coworkers.
I don't know how to phrase it. Brian.
Well, once I got more clearer view that Aaron Rodgers and I would be inhabiting the same spaces and I would be in his orbit. Yeah, I went to watch it to want to learn a little bit more about what makes the guy tick. Now, I think a documentary like that, everything's getting the stamp of approval from the subject himself, but I still found it pretty interesting.
So did I. I actually like the fact that he goes on journeys like that and does something different. It seemed like some of the characters who appeared in there were very interesting. Now I'm forgetting who they were.
I reached out to the one guy,
former hockey
player, Adrian. Adrian Colbert, who played for the Bears.
Yeah,
and was on that Costa Rica trip with him, and he emailed me back and just said, Rodgers is a legend on and off the field. But then when I asked if we could chat further, I didn't hear anything. So maybe it was that was all he really had to say. Or maybe if I were willing to go to the ceremony with him, then I could get an interview.
Well, Cam Hayward, when he was asked if he'd retreat into the darkness with Rodgers, said no. If you had a chance to get a story, like an insider story on Rodgers, would you go on the ayahuasca journey with him?
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
And would you drink the stuff to really get the story? Would you do that?
I want to play football. I'm tired of talking about the quarterback situation there.
My future brother-in-law asked me that exact question when we were celebrating his engagement over the weekend.
Congratulations
to my sister-in-law. And yes, shout out to Jordan and Tori on what will be a fantastic marriage, I'm sure. But I would need to know more parameters here, Joe. If it were like a week-long trip, I don't know if I'm leaving my family for a week to do that. And, those hard psychedelic drugs, I don't know if you consider them, but I don't know if I would trust my body's reaction. And I guess that's why they have like the shaman there with you, right? They showed that in the documentary, that like you sort of have somebody shepherding you or guiding your brain through that.
Right.
The ayahuasca coach.
I would need that for sure.
Would
I'd
you
just
do
be
it?
Worried that I would like
freak out.
No, I think I'd be worried. I think I'd be too worried I'd freak out and like try to jump off of a waterfall in Costa Rica or something.
I know, believe me.
Because they say you see visions and stuff, right? I mean, you're like, you could be living like an entire another life in the however long it takes that you're under the influence of the drug. So I've got too much to lose, put it that way. I wouldn't risk it all for that.
Imagine if you had visions of Ron Cook while you're on that Limits. If you're on an ayahuasca trip and all of a sudden Ron came into your consciousness again.
You're a pathetic person. You know
it would be more. It would be. Imagine if Brian Batko drinks this stuff and he's in some Himalayan like desert somewhere or forest and he gets Ron Cook's laugh on repeat.
I did it, and I actually became the mongoose.
Just off in the distance,
I became the mongoose itself.
Yes. Oh my God! What if it was a bad trip, and that's what happened? Limits. Poor Brian Batko underneath a waterfall somewhere, and he can't stop hearing the Ron Cook laugh on ayahuasca.
You idiot!
You may throw yourself off the waterfall in that case,
Brian. I could be scurrying around like a real Batconian mongoose by the end of the night.
You could be.
Do they scurry? I'm not really sure.
I don't know.
They scamper.
Limits, would you drink that stuff if you could get the inside scoop on Rodgers? Would you go on a journey with him?
Yeah, I think I would. I think I'd be very hesitant to drink it, but it seems like it hasn't hurt anybody. So I guess it's not edible, but drinkable.
Man, would I pay a lot to see that? Limits on ayahuasca. Would you, Brian?
What do you think I would be like on ayahuasca?
It seems less intimidating in the form of an herbal tea than if you had to, smoke it or snort it, inject it. So it's a little more approachable for our man Limits.
I think all of Limits' latent anger would come out. I think it would be like a bad drunk. He would have a really bad trip. Lots of anger that's been pent up, especially at me. Perhaps some resentment, some regrets. All the things we never see from Limits would come spilling out, I think.
Oh, boy. I don't know if I want to go on ayahuasca now.
It could be very ugly. I don't know, though. Could be good.
That sounds bad, Brian.
Anything else, Brian?
I mean, if it would allow, like, yeah, if Aaron Rodgers said, hey, city limits, you do this with me, you'll be my guy, you will be getting all of the inside info, I will come on your show once, like, I'll make you a star,
once a week?
Oh, my God. That was the deal, Brian? We had an Aaron Rodgers show here. If we'll go on the ayahuasca trip, I think I'd do it.
I think I would, too.
Really?
Yeah. Can you imagine me on that stuff?
Okay. No, that would be a sight to behold.
I've done everything for Mosey.
I would ruin
He's done nothing for me.
Take that up to a 10.
I would ruin everyone else's trip.
You would.
There's no doubt about
After
it.
Not necessarily. It might mellow you out.
It could.
Maybe you would be very calm and tranquil.
I feel like I'd be hearing voices like that caller we just had, Steve, in my head on ayahuasca. Like it would keep, I don't know, torturing me. Do we have that one, Limits?
41 is just a freaking number, buddy.
Was that a great call? Brian, that might have been our greatest call ever. Are you in your car in the parking lot right now?
Yeah, it's very crowded here with the presence of many national media outlets and, every local outlet going full staff for
Who's
the
there
first day
nationally?
of the rest of our Rodgers lives.
Yeah. Who's there nationally? Anybody notable?
NFL Network, Mike Garafalo is here. Mark Maskey from Washington Post, I think. Yeah. Jarrett Bell from USA Today.
Wow.
Yeah, heavy hitters.
How about that?
Limits, we have a full house there. Well, Brian, we'll let you get back to it. Very interested to see how the Rodgers Q&A goes today with the media. That's going to be fascinating.
It's going to be tough to get a word in.
It will be.
To take you behind the curtain. It's going to be very difficult to get a word in. Maybe I will, retreat to the background and go talk to Logan Lee about adding some muscle and getting ready to compete for the 6th D lineman spot.
I think you'll get in there. You're going to get a question, and thank you very much.
You're welcome. See you guys.
Bye-bye. What a wonderful man, huh, Limits? He is.
Incredible, man.
Sitting in his car, giving us his time, his effort. That was fun. All right. Back to the Pirates now for a moment with Michael McHenry. I want to hear specifically what he thinks Don Kelly has done to help turn things around for the Pirates. Michael McHenry next, mostly sunny today with a high of Chris Hoke, which would be 76 fan weather. Brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Fan hotline we mentioned by Sullivan Super Service. And the 50-minute mark on the fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Let's talk about the Good Feet store, if you would, Limits. And I can tell you that for a long time, I had pain in the joints of my big toes. It was problematic. It kept me from, even the simplest exercise regimens. Nothing will ruin one of those, by the way, like foot pain. Your feet hurt. You don't want to do it. Well, I went to the Good Feet store and the pain lessened. Worked for me. Could work for you as well. Regardless of what you're dealing with, it could be plantar fasciitis, could be needles in your heel, could be pain and burning in the balls of your feet, whatever. Sometimes difficult to diagnose, very discouraging. Check out one of the stores, Robinson Town Center across from IKEA, Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens, or down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. It's all about the Good Feet Foot Arch support system designed to provide pain relief, balance, and comfort. So come on in, try the Good Feet feeling today. Go to goodfeet.com as well. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Shamar Stewart is holding out currently of Bengals camp, the rookie first-round pick that still does not have a contract. Edmonton and Florida, Game 4 is on Thursday. Last night, Florida won 6-1 against the Oilers, now taking a 2-1 series lead. And in the NBA Finals, the series currently tied at 1 apiece. Tomorrow is Game 3 in Indiana. 1-1 series tied. 8:30 is the tip-off on Wednesday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Safe parking, free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com, USOpenParking.com.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich with tender pulled pork and tangy barbecue sauce, plus cheddar cheese, crispy onions, and chipotle ranch dressing. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. You need a new roof on a budget? Choose the Atlas Pro-Lam Shingle Package, 130 MPH wind rating, lifetime warranty. Call the Pickle. Need more protection, more color options with the Pinnacle Pristine Shingle with 3M Scotch Guard guarantee? Call the Pickle. Want the ultimate protection? Get the Storm Master Shake Package, 150 MPH wind rating, lifetime pipe boots, 50-year non-prorated warranty. Call the Pickle at Gherkin Roofing, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has 7 convenient locations, including their newest in Scott Township on Cochran Road. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and it cost me just $5 to join. And you can join if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. Right now at Allegiant, get a 7-month CD with a 4% annual percentage yield, and you only need $1,000 of new money. Learn more at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Orchestrate your network with Armstrong Business Solutions. From small or mid-size all the way up to enterprise, we have the tools to help you operate more efficiently, securely, and with peace of mind. Synchronize your connectivity across locations with SD-WAN. Get end-to-end network security that proactively monitors for threats and data management to ensure it's always available and protected. Armstrong Business Solutions has the tools to help you conduct business without missing a beat. Visit ArmstrongOneWire.com/business.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct. Don't wait, act now and get those old windows replaced with Universal Windows Direct. During their home improvement season sale, you can get payments as low as $99 a month or no payments and no interest for an entire year. Plus, Universal Windows Direct will also come out and do a free in-home window and energy assessment. Now's the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $209 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $245 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 7th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The Tacos and Tequila Festival hits Pittsburgh for the first time June 28th at EQT Park, featuring Lil Jon, Chingy, Trick Daddy, Petey Pablo, and more. Craft margaritas, tacos, luche libre wrestling, exotic cars, and so much more. Get your tickets now at tacosandtequilafestival.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Riding a 4-game winning streak after beating the Marlins 10-3 last night. The Pirates will play tonight, 6:40 first pitch against Miami in Game 2 of the series. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 5:45. Also listen on your Odyssey app. Mitch Keller goes to the mound for the Pirates. Sandy Alcantara on the mound for Miami. Should be a good matchup between two pretty solid pitchers. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Michael McHenry joins us next.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fly ball to left field. Michael McHenry, the fort! Oh, baby! Your Buccos lead it! Unbelievable! Wow! His first in the big leagues! They're going to bring the house down!
It is indeed time for the fort. Michael McHenry, he's on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You know him as a former Pirate catcher and current Pirate analyst. Michael, glad to be with you again. Don Kelly has a winning record as the Pirate manager. What are some specific things that he's done to make that so?
Well, first off, I think I need to change my alarm clock to Greg Brown's call.
I think so.
It just gets me fired up every time. You know, Donnie's such a likable person, and he's such a baseball mind. He's been in it for so long, and I think the guys just have a different respect. I think they see him as not an equal, but someone that they can go into his office, sit down, and just have some ball talk with. Just recently, I was in there in the video room talking to some of the guys, and he just sat down for about 8 to 10 minutes, which isn't normal for a manager, and just kind of shot the breeze. Like, how's life? What's going on? What are you seeing? What's going on the field that you may notice that I haven't noticed? And that's someone that's very, hungry to learn, very diligent in what he wants to do, and it's really special. You don't get that all the time. Some people have ego and they don't want to hear much about it. This guy always is learning, always is growing, is always thinking about the person first.
And how does that translate to wins?
I think you're seeing a team that's playing a lot more fearless, and they're playing a lot more together. When you see bunts and you're putting pressure on defense and guys throwing it away and it's an $80 million player, that's never a bad thing. It's saying we're buying in. And I think that's what Donnie gives, because you can't say Donnie's not putting in all the work that he needs to put in. He's not, touching base with each and every guy, because that's what he's always done. That's who he's always been. He just has a bigger title, and I think it didn't get to him. And I think he surrounded himself with some really good people, especially when it comes to Gene Lamont. I mean, you talk about being humble enough to say, I need someone with wisdom that's been around the game a long time that's completely different than the norm right now. And that was a slam dunk for me. And he can go to him and say, hey, what do you see? And it's more of a baseball thing. It's more in the dirt instead of on the computer, and I love that.
The bullpen, I would say, also has taken a turn for the better. I don't know how much of that has to do with him, how much of that has to do with the right personnel mix there. But one guy is Ashcraft has been just electric, hasn't he? What do you make of him so far?
I love it. I mean, we remember a couple of years ago when Carmen Majinski did the same thing. Starter turn reliever, stuff ticked up a little bit. This slider he throws is absolutely insanely good, kind of cutterish at times, but it's a huge swing and miss. He's got a power fastball and a power breaking ball. And I think he has the attitude, the mindset to be in that bullpen. And I think there's no better way to learn for a young puppy than to come up, get the bullpen, get some innings under his belt, and just go out there and punch tickets, not worry about pitch counts, not worry about getting to the third, fourth, fifth inning, whatever it is in today's game. They just go out and get outs because stuff always plays. And that's one thing I think we're doing better in the bullpen is we're putting better stuff. Having Kyle Nicholas back up, who's got incredible stuff, who's just got to get that deer out of headlights look at times on the mound. When you have stuff out there, it's going to play because you're going to get swing and miss, and you're going to get out of your own jams, and that's exactly what's happening.
Offensively last night, they had 15 hits. I think 9 were going the other way. How much of that is a team approach, and is that the way you need to be?
Yeah, I think the game tells you everything. When a guy's going to pound you away, you got to kind of sit out there and take what he's going to give you. You can't try to force something. We always want to chase power, but the game is shifting. Maybe not as fast as I like and as you would like, but we're starting to see people chase hits and not chase power and have more swing and miss. You can do a lot of damage by stacking hits together just as much as you can just waiting back for the home run. I mean, that's kind of a rally killer when you think about it. When it's fun and exciting, there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of balls in play, and I think that's what they're doing a really good job of. They're buying into what they can do as an individual, but also having a sense of a team approach. And honestly, the game's going to tell you. I always tell people the ball never lies. If this guy's going to pound you away and you're going to try to pull him, you're going to have a long day. But if you take what he's going to give you, I mean, there's a good chance you may find a couple wins within your at-bats, and that's all you're trying to look for. Because if you can stack wins throughout that lineup, we're going to win a lot more games.
Limits, the mere thought of leaving you out of this conversation leaves me greatly saddened.
Thank you very kindly, Joe. What did you make, Michael, of Mike Burrow's start yesterday? He didn't go very deep into the game, but I'm starting to see some things that are pretty encouraging from him. How about you?
I think today's game is so different. We used to think about depth, right? And that's why we have Heaney, right? We signed him. He's going to take the innings. He's going to get to the sixth just about every time he walks out there. But these young guys just go out and get outs and try to put up zeros. And if it takes 70, 80 pitches through 3, you just kind of wash it and move on, because a 0 is always better than giving up 3, 4 runs. And, yeah, you got to the 5th, but we're, down for the count. We have to fight and claw our way back. So I like that these guys are competing. They're competing on another level where they're saying, I don't want to give up anything, even if I have to fight through. They're picking and choosing really good battles by walking some guys here and there, whether that's by design or just sheer luck. I love it. and these guys have swing and miss stuff so they can get out of it. And that's the coolest part is as we go forward, this year is going to get really, really cool because we're going to get better and better and better, especially on the mound because just the pure talent that's behind these guys in the big leagues is remarkable, and it's just going to get better and better. And I'm so excited about it.
Lastly, Michael, Connor Griffin already has a promotion up to High A Greensboro. Next up would be Altoona. What did you see of this guy, either, I don't know if you talked to him or not, or just from your observation in spring training? What do you make of Connor Griffin?
So I've known Connor for a little over 2 years. I had him at the USA trials a couple years ago, and how much he's grown. Obviously, he looked like Captain America then. He still does. He's a freakish athlete. And in spring training, I saw a hole in his swing. He was a little late. And I kid you not, it was probably a week to 8 days into the season. I'm like, I'm going to go check on Griff, see how he's doing. And sure enough, he moved his hands back. He was in a better position. His posture was better. And he was just electric. I mean, the bat-to-ball skills are off the charts. We know with this speed. I think what's impressed the organization more than anything is his ability at shortstop. How well he's played shortstop, I think it's kind of blown them away because usually when a kid comes in from high school, they're a little bit erratic with the throws. They can't set their feet, but this guy's shown advanced skills to get around the ball and set a really good angle to make a clean throw. And he's got an absolute bazooka. He threw 98 when I was, witness to him pitching off the mound. So he's got a great arm. And everybody thought, I think scout-wise, that he would end up in center field, but I think he's proven everybody wrong. And what he's doing is just silly. The numbers are silly. That's not a good league to hit. Expect the power to maybe tick up even more because it's a really hitter-friendly park. So I'm excited for this kid, and if he stays on this path, there's a good chance we see him within the next year and a half because that's how talented he is.
Ooh, that's what I was just going to ask you. Within a year or a year and a half, that would be amazing to see that guy playing shortstop up here that soon.
Well, yeah, I think the game nowadays, you think about Jackson Morrell, high school kid, drafted as a shortstop, and then makes the opening day roster and almost wins Rookie of the Year. There's a huge advantage to giving guys opportunities early. You can get an extra pick. MLBPA is really going to incentivize that, and MLB in general. So, yeah, I think if he's ready, he's the only person that can stop him. He probably ends up in the fall league this year, maybe ends up in Double-A. Either way, if he goes to the fall league and shows that he can hang, I mean, there's no reason to believe that he can't show out spring training. And I'm not making any predictions, but saying that he's the best player at shortstop next year at spring training. And it'd be hard, just like it was with Jared Jones, if he stands out so much, which just about every field I've ever seen him on, he does. It'd be hard not to bring him to Pittsburgh.
Michael, thanks for the time. We'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely. God bless you guys. Talk soon.
See ya. Wow. How about that little opinion limits? And that's a pretty educated opinion right there, at least as far as someone who knows the game and works with these younger guys. Connor Griffin next season?
If he hits the way that he does, I hope that they reward him and call him up. Yeah. Could we see Connor Griffin at 20, 21?
Why not?
I'd take it.
Man, so would I. All right, back to the business at hand. It's Aaron Rodgers Day over on the South Side. He addressed the team, said he's all in. Have you seen any photos yet of this guy, Limits? Have we seen him in a Steeler jersey yet?
No. Practice is supposed to begin really any moment here. Wait, hold on. There might actually be a video. It says that something went wrong with the post that Pony made. Thank you, Pony. No,
Here's
is the
somebody,
answer. But there are some that are starting to trickle in.
They are trickling in. Okay. Somebody says Joe Starkey has lost his damn mind if he thinks Russ Wilson and Daniel Jones are better than Aaron Rodgers. How does anybody work with his feckless meandering every day? To which I said, I'd never said Jones, jackass. That was in reference to someone else. Pomp said that. I never said that. Did I, Limits?
No, you never said that.
Do you mind me calling him a jackass?
I could care less.
Me too. So do you have the call from before with that crazy man on his way to a workout? And I say that
41 is just a freaking number, buddy.
Do you have the call from the guy before him who said because he rides a bike at 51 or so that Aaron Rodgers will be good at 41? Can we hear a portion of that call, because here's the dynamic I'm sensing. Not that it's a bad thing. It's fun. Is that the address to the team, the fact that Rodgers actually showed up, the fact, and I think it's a fact, that he's going to be throwing the ball around today and the receivers are going to be saying, man, you could hear that thing coming to you. That's just a different ball to catch, is going to have people going crazy around here. I think that's what's going to happen. It's what's already happening, that the tide is turning on public opinion. My opinion's not changing, but the tide certainly is. Can we hear some of that call?
Listen, I'm in my 50s and I bike 4 or 5 miles on weekends every day. So if I could do this and I work every day of the week, I could think that Aaron Rodgers could do more than I could do.
Okay. You win on that one. Limits, please.
Thanks, Greg.
I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, this guy only has 1 follower, so I don't think there's much. I don't think much is going to become.
That's a burner account trying to get you.
Yeah. Let's hear my laugh. I'm curious to hear what happened there when he was in the middle of that. That just came out as a very high-pitched, unusual laugh. Limits. Can you play that clip again? If you wouldn't mind.
Listen, I'm in my 50s and I bike 4 or 5 miles on weekends every day. So if I could do this and I work every day of the week, I could think that Aaron Rodgers could do more than I could do.
I'm sure he could. I'm not even going to get into that. How about this? Myles Garrett on Aaron Rodgers joining the AFC North. Do you want to hear that one, Limits?
Oh, I just saw it.
Why don't we play that next, shall we?
Let's do it. Great idea.
Oh, did he have a nice quote on that? And you can get the clip, can't you?
Yeah, I will look for it, yes. And I think I just saw it. Yes, I got it.
Good, because that was a yes or no question.
And the answer is yes.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's wrap this up with your thoughts. Crowley saying that everybody was on Aaron Rodgers for not showing up for voluntary stuff. He says keep that same energy for TJ Watt not showing up for the involuntary stuff, the mandatory stuff, I should say. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. Should TJ Watt be here? And are you getting caught up, swept away in the wave of Aaron Rodgers optimism? We'll hear from Zach Fraser. We'll hear from Myles Garrett. Rodgers himself is not addressing the media until 3:15, but we got some treats for you next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are a 500 team with Donnie Kelly as their manager, 15-14. The starting pitching ERA with Donnie Kelly, second in all of baseball with a 2.66 ERA. Mitch Keller looks to try to continue that trend tonight at PNC Park against the Marlins. Our coverage on The Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Listen to the game right here on The Fan. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan says thank you to everyone who supported our second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Your donations will assist at least 25 volunteer fire departments in our region as we raised over $71,000. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by South Hills Lincoln, Fast Rescue Solutions, Target Freight Management, and Piata. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen, made for your brain. If you're looking for a random June bandwagon to jump on, try Murray State Baseball. The Racers beat Duke last night to advance to the program's first College World Series. You might know its basketball program because of Ja Morant. Now they have a chance to make some real noise as a baseball program in the College World Series. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Some people just know they can save hundreds on home and auto insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your house sitter has the new code first before leaving for vacation.
System lockout.
But that's the code.
Contacting authority.
I'm out of here.
Oh, seriously, the car too?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a home and auto bundle that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content, across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit ViantInc.com/CTV to unlock real results today.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at MHIRoof.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the big cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, MedMal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming, at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming.
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and wouldn't this sound nice? Clearer skin, better posture, improved digestion, better sleep, increased libido, and more energy. Just a few of the endless benefits clients receive with Awaken 180 Weight Loss.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Take a test drive at Bowser Hyundai today. BowserHyundai.com, where your summer adventure starts now.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Safe parking. Free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Before we get to the Myles Garrett quote, we have something even better. Our roving reporter, Mr. Bob Pompiani, out at Oakmont. Bob, thank you for calling in. What's happening out there? Describe the scene. Any news items? What's going on?
No, it's just a great scene here. The way they have this set up is unbelievable, Joe. When you come out here, you'll see for yourself. But it's very interesting. And I just did an interview with, you've heard of the name Cleveland Golf, right?
Yeah.
So the man who actually owns it, came up with the Cleveland wedge, Roger Cleveland. Spent a lot of time with him today talking about how he came up with all the degrees of loft on wedges. And he was the guy who came up with that. That was his thing. And he's been around for a long time, and it was a great conversation. But anyway, the reason I did him is because the wedge game is so important out here. We saw Shane Lowry get frustrated today in the high rough. Couldn't get the ball out twice. We've seen players have all sorts of issues in deep bunkers. I'm telling you, even though it's kind of wet right now, by Thursday, things are going to dry out, and I still believe you're going to see over par as the score that wins. But who knows? It's a great setup. Scotty Scheffler yesterday spent 6.5 hours out here. Today he was out grinding as well. He's the number one player in the world. He's won $10 million in the last month alone, Joe. But he's put in more time than I think anyone, which is why he's been so successful.
Our guy, Matt Vogt, is out at 6:45 a.m. Thursday, correct?
Yes, he is. He says hello. I saw him yesterday, and he said he really appreciated coming on our show. And, 6:45, he got the first shot off number one tee. And I think that will actually help him because this is kind of an overwhelming experience. He's been signing a lot of autographs. People know of him because of a lot of the media attention he's gotten. And I think having played early is probably good for his system instead of sitting around till 3 in the afternoon.
I see Eduardo Molinari's out at 8:24 a.m. Is he related to Dave Molinari, Bob?
He may be, and if so, that means he is a Hall of Famer as well. There are only so many Molinaris around, but it's a different sort of spelling on the Molinari name. But, I mean, you got players from all over the world here. It's pretty amazing. And every little thing. We talked about a stip meter, Joe. You know how fast these greens are. But we saw Justin Thomas this morning out with his own personal stip meter trying to figure out how long. And he measured him at 15 inches. So that means 15 is on the stip meter. So you hit a little putt, it could travel, or 15 feet, I should say. And it's just, they're lightning fast already. By Thursday, they're going to get back to where I think they were prior to all this rain.
Have you run
across? I want to see us do it again, Joe. It's time. We have to come back and make a second trip here.
Oh, man, would I love to do that. Have you run across Phil Mickelson at all?
He's teeing off at 125 today. No, I have not seen him. We saw Hideki Matsuyama, who's a guy who's had success in big-time events. He went through an interesting stretching rec. They have, and the thing about this place, they have all these specialized tents, with therapists, nutritionists, people who are there for physical therapy. They have people who make your clubs. If you want to change your club, you could do it right here in the truck. I mean, that's how specific and that's how important it is. You think losing by one shot, that one shot may cost you $1 million or $250,000. So every little detail is important here for these guys.
Scotty Scheffler, have you run across him, Bob?
Yeah, we saw him a lot yesterday. Like I said, he's grinding. That's the only way I can describe how his work is. He's going in every possible situation, which he also said, I don't plan on being some of these. But he's doing it anyway just to make sure he can understand, what's it like to get out of a greenside bunker? What's it like to get out of the rough as thick as it is, or even, 200 yards out from a green in the high rough. It's hard. You need specialized wedges and specialized clubs. To your point, Joe, I know you have a 9-wood or a 7-wood or a 6-wood. You have all these woods, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I saw two players today, Brian Harmon and Ben Griffin, I believe, and Eric Van Rooyen. They have as many as 7 woods. They went back to their truck, and they believe that if you get a 7-wood out of the rough here, you'll have more success than any iron you could have, which made me think of you, actually.
Limits, I would hate to – well, thank you, Bob. I would hate to leave you out of this conversation.
Bob, I see a video that you posted an hour ago saying don't overlook the grassy ditches which are lurking that you tried to take a shot from.
I know them well.
How difficult do you think that will be, and how difficult was it for you to try to get out of there?
Well, that's when we played, Joe, and the ditch got me a few times. I also, sometimes my eyesight isn't so good. I had to make sure I put ditches, and it didn't come out the other way because that would have been bad to put that out. I've done that before.
That would be bad.
And I would have some nasty grading. I didn't want to do that, so I made sure it was ditches, not the other word. And so, but you get in there. The best thing you do is take a drop. I talked to 2 players today. Trent Phillips, you don't know who he is, but he's a younger guy. And he said, if I ever get in one of those, and they're lurking out there, they cut across the 10th fairway. They're on number 12. It's very easy to get in them. He said, I won't even try to hit out of it. It's not worth it, as you saw in my video. You can't. So take a stroke and just move on with it.
And he's playing with Matt Vogt tomorrow, or Thursday, at 6:45 a.m. What's our plan for tomorrow, Bob? Are you going to be out on patrol again?
Yeah, I'll be up here. I'll have more time to spend with you, though. Today I was running around doing a bunch of interviews and things, so tomorrow I'll be able to come in frequently, and we'll give you some insight about what's going on out here. But I know a lot of people are coming out. If you do come out, I think you'll have a great time. Are you going to be down? Where are you going to be? At the Oakmont Bakery?
I don't know. Nobody's told me yet. I have no idea. Limits? Do you know? Where am I going to be tomorrow?
I think it's Thursday.
Oh, Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday. Yeah. You will be at Oakmont Bakery.
Lucky me. I love that place.
And then, Bob, I will be doing the Bob Pompiani show on Saturday from Oakmont Bakery. How about that?
Wow. How about that?
Will Bob be able to make an appearance on his own show?
I might be able to do that for you. Yes, Austin, I could. But I'll be busy out here because we have a lot of shows that we're doing and things, so it's kind of taking up a lot of time.
I hear you. You're doing a great job, and we'll let you get back to it, Bob. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Take care of yourself, Joe. Austin, have a great remainder of your day.
Thanks, Bob.
See you, buddy. That's Bob Pompiani, social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Is it Myles Garrett for this comment?
Oh, you know
Or do you like this comment?
I don't hate it, but it's Myles Garrett, so I don't like it.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. This was Myles Garrett today when asked what he thinks of Aaron Rodgers on the Steelers.
What do you think about Aaron Rodgers coming into the AFC North?
What do I think about it?
Face him twice a year.
I think it's a good opportunity to put him in the graveyard.
Put him in the graveyard.
You know, the little graveyard he has.
Yeah,
with,
for Halloween.
Is it in his own lawn that he does
I think
this
it
at
is.
his house?
Yeah, for Halloween, he puts like an actual graveyard with all the quarterbacks that he's sacked in the actual graveyard.
He hasn't sacked many in the playoffs. Then again, neither has TJ, right?
No, Myles Garrett with one career sack in the playoffs. I looked it up earlier. That's it.
How many
one
for TJ?
sack in 3 games. Myles Garrett also 5 total tackles in 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about this earlier. It's like that ain't the position that you win from necessarily. TJ in the playoffs has 1 sack in 4 games. Limits. 1 sack, 3 tackles for loss, and 5 quarterback hits in 4 games. No forced fumbles, although he did pick one up for a touchdown against Kansas City. So it's about the quarterback. It is. We had some strong differences of opinions with callers today, although you were on their side. People getting very much wrapped up in the Aaron Rodgers thing. And I think part of that is the fact that he addressed the team and said he's all in. Do we have the Zach Frazier interview from today?
We did. Zach Frazier was talking about what it was like when Aaron Rodgers talked.
I know you've seen a lot of football. I couldn't tell you how it's going to change. But I saw it.
First 2 years in the league, you're snapping to Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. You ever take a step back and think about that, or told yourself
cool.
that 3 years ago?
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. Definitely, myself as a younger kid would be pretty excited about that. I mean, I am too, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
I know you guys had a team meeting with him this morning. Did he address the team or talk to you guys at all?
Yeah, he talked today, and like I said earlier, just said he's all in from now on.
Said he's all in from now on. Limits. That's good, right? Since he's here and he's the quarterback, I hope he's all in.
I think Aaron should have talked to the team. I mean, as the quarterback, you are the de facto leader. You are somebody who everyone is going to be looking to for questions and answers. So, yeah, I'm glad that he did come out and flat out say something. And that's one question I'm sure some of the players had. How much buy-in is there from this guy? How much dedication? How much commitment? All in, whether they believe it or not, is their own premise. But, yeah, I like hearing it from Rodgers.
Premise was the wrong word there, Limits.
I know.
That's what I like about you.
Catch it.
That's what I like about you. What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Mostly sunny today and a high of Chris Hoke, 76. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. All right, Mitch Keller on the mound today. He's somehow 1-8.
Unreal. He hasn't won a game since the last Miami series.
He had a 3.5 ERA in May, and he was like 0-6.
Yes.
How is that even possible?
I don't know.
It's almost more mind-blowing than the Skeens thing.
It's because their offense, when he's been on the mound, has just been poor. They've scored runs for Heaney. They've scored runs for other guys. They've not scored
They
runs
haven't
for those
scored
two.
runs for anybody,
No.
except lately. They have a winning record under Donald Kelly. And I think they're going to win again tonight. And I think they're going to win resoundingly tonight. And I think guys like Nick Gonzalez are going to start to get going. I think Horwitz hits a homer tonight.
Oh.
I think the Pirates win 7-3 tonight.
Wow.
You, Limits?
I think they're going to win as well. Noah Hiles came on yesterday with us and said that they're going to sweep Miami. Sweep.
I mean, what would be such a big deal about that?
No, there wouldn't. But seeing the Pirates sweep somebody?
That would be interesting. Well, they just swept the Phillies,
I know,
for
but
God's
seeing them do
sakes.
back-to-back sweeps? Who would have thought?
Limits, do you think the Pirates are going to reach 500 this year?
No.
Why not?
They're playing at a 500 level right now.
They're playing above 500.
They would have to play at a 600 clip to get back to that point for a chunk of the season.
Do you think if they get within 5 games of 500 by the All-Star break, they will? If they have a huge month of June?
If they do that, then they have a chance to.
Maybe 7 games.
They're
is more
13
realistic.
under right now. I mean, that is to be able to get back.
I know, but if
that
they
was
win,
so
if
hard
they
to
do sweep the series, they're 11 under.
And they're 11 under.
They take 2 out of the next 3, they're not 10 under.
Yeah, but then, they're going to have a stretch where they lose 4
How do you
out
know?
of 6. Because that's what baseball does, Joe. Everything evens itself out, and it plateaus.
Thank you, Limits.
Thank you.
And I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, buddy.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mitch Keller will take the mound tonight for the Pirates after winning 10-3 last night. Dan Grilly has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show tonight beginning at 5:45. Also, listen on your Odyssey app. First day of mandatory minicamp. No TJ Watt. Aaron Rodgers is there for the Steelers. More headlines at 937thefan.com. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Today, the Tigers are underdogs against the Orioles, and we're taking the plus money. Detroit is a top 5 offense, top 5 in run differential, and top 5 in bullpen ERA. Meanwhile, the Orioles are 13-21 as favorites. Their starter has a 5 ERA, and their bullpen and offense sit in the bottom 8. Take the Tigers on the money line at even money. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft shoes, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
Yeah, it's another day, but what kind of day is it really? A day of doom scrolling? Laundry day? Nah, it's a White Claw day. Light and refreshing tasting, uniquely cold way filtered. There's an iconic flavor for everyone. So grab a pack, grab your friends. Make the most of each day with those who matter most. When you're together with White Claw, every day is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You just gotta grab it. White Claw. Grab life by the claw. Please drink responsibly. Hard seltzer with flavors. White Claw Seltzer works, Chicago, Illinois.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're
getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
The legacy continues with a special rock celebration live. A trip to their massive hits and fan favorites. 3 decades. Over 22 million albums sold. One night only. Friday, July 25th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Live. Tickets on sale now at riverscasino.com. Don't miss Live.
Summer's here and June savings are heating up at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Rugged and powerful 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payments starting at $389 for 36 months. Visit www.southhillschryslerjeep.net for details.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
Louis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet?
Hi, this is Jeej from Louis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Father's Day is just around the corner. And with graduation season in full swing, we have the perfect gift for the dad or grad in your life. Nothing marks an occasion better than a fine Swiss timepiece. I invite you to stop by and find out why for over 30 years everyone's been asking,
Have we met yet?
You know your bad disc is causing your pain. Epidurals, physical therapy, chiropractic, or laser therapy only gave you temporary relief. This is Dr. Rafferty, DC of the Disc Institute. If you want the answer to true disc healing, getting back to normal, and avoiding spinal surgery, call the Disc Institute. Our trademark method heals your disc and gives you lasting relief. It's proven, it's different, it corrects both your bad disc and your pain. Call the Disc Institute, 412-906-9600 or PittsburghDiscInstitute.com.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucko legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why the Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
Somewhere in a jail cell.
Hey, what's the name of that security company that caught us again?
Guardian Protection. It's always Guardian Protection.
Hello, we're Guardian Protection, your trusted hometown security pros, proudly protecting local homes and businesses. With proactive video surveillance, AI detection, and smart security systems, Guardian helps stop crime before it happens. Call 1-800-PROTECT today or visit GuardianProtection.com for special new customer offers. Guardian Protection. Burglars know us. You should too.
Hi, everyone. This is Bob Pompiani. Just when car buyers could really use a lucky break, along comes employee pricing at number one Cochran Ford. That's right. You'll get the same extraordinary discounts as if you worked in a Ford factory. In addition to these savings, number one Cochran's already reduced clear-cut pricing gives you maximum purchasing power. If you're wondering about inventory levels, you'll be happy to know that you can choose from more than 700 new vehicles across their 5 Ford stores. It's also an opportune time to buy right now at any number one Cochran location. They have 20 new car brands and more than 2,400 new vehicles on the ground. Plus, take advantage of limited-time lease and finance offers. Hurry in for employee pricing at a number one Cochran Ford store near you, or shop number one Cochran's entire inventory online at Cochran.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.org. equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power Charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates look to make it a season high. Hello, Bob.
A mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
Yeah. That's right, USOpenParking.com. Pirates and Marlins. Mitch Keller looks for a second win. Aaron Rodgers practicing right now and talks to the media at 3:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the PM team.
Hey, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
TJ Watt is not expected to be at mandatory minicamp. He is in the middle of contract negotiations as he enters the last year of his contract, the monster one that was done just a couple years ago. He is 30 years old. He has not been around for any of the OTAs, now not expected to be at minicamp. And if you remember, a couple months ago, he posted on Instagram a picture of him holding up a peace sign in a Steelers uniform that really got a lot of fans nervous. I was told at that point that he had not had contact with the organization to personally express his frustration with the contract situation, but all signs point to this not being as smooth as the Steelers had once hoped.
All right, this is like the opening act for the headliner, which is, of course, Aaron Rodgers practicing currently. We already have some Steelers media sending out pictures and videos and being forced to delete them because they've broken Steelers minicamp practice protocol. And we have Oakmont, the U.S. Open here. The epicenter of the sports world is Pittsburgh right now. And with that, too, is T.J. Watt, who, to the surprise of many, did not show up today. I say that because Steelers reporters were texting me this is the time they expected T.J. Watt to talk today about showing up for mandatory minicamp. So they were thrown off by this. Malsey is back after playing competitive golf for money yesterday. Did you win any?
No. Well, my team won a team skin. Does that count?
Was there money exchanged? Yeah, then you did. Congratulations on all your success.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm saving how the round exactly went for me for the hodgepodge here, and also one of the connections that the pro in my group had to 93.7 The Fan. It was very funny, but I'm very glad to be back in the chair across from you, Pony.
And Donnie is here as well after filling in for Starkey and Pomp partially yesterday. So this is TJ Watt holding out. This is not a hold in. This is him just straight up not showing up and making a point that he is frustrated and upset with the way negotiations have gone. I don't know how anybody could say this is no big deal because he's doing things differently. And let's just go with the evidence we have. We've got a peace sign on Instagram from him. We've got his brother repeatedly expressing anger over how the Steelers have handled negotiations on McAfee's show. And now we have this. This doesn't strike me as business per usual because it's not. So he's obviously annoyed by the state of things. I would expect the Steelers eventually to cave in and capitulate to him. But at this very second, there's trouble in paradise between the two sides. I also want to say this. If I were the Steelers, I would attempt to trade TJ Watt. They won't because they don't have the balls to do it. But if I were Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin, and Art Rooney, I would be getting teams like the Patriots and the Lions and the Bills and whoever else on the phone right now and see what they would offer me for him because I will say, just to make sure people don't think I'm the ultimate hater, he is a first ballot Hall of Famer, and he'll be in the Steelers Hall of Fame someday, even though he hasn't won a playoff game. But this is a lousy time for TJ Watt to ask to be the highest paid defensive player in the NFL, even though I do think he's better than Myles Garrett. I don't like Myles Garrett. I also don't like the way TJ Watt plays in big games. What was the joke that someone texted into the morning show today, Donnie?
TJ Watt must have thought today was a playoff game because he didn't show up.
Yes,
I like that.
And that is true.
I like that.
The guy's played in 4 playoff games. He has 1 sack. It's not just all on him. But in those 4 games, the Steelers have given up, on average, 41 points. You'll probably bring up the Branch Rickey, Ralph Kiner thing at some point, Chris, because you love that quote when bringing up either Paul Skeens on the Pirates or, in this case, TJ Watt with the Steelers. He's 30 years old. He feels more mercenary hired gun than he does fabric of the community in Steelers Nation like Cam Hayward does. I'm over it. I'm not of the opinion right now to want to take up for him and say, give this man his money. He's earned it. He's one of the all-time great Steelers. I don't want to do that, given how the defense has played in big games and how he's played in big games. So if I were running the team, this tactic would not work for me. It would fall on deaf ears. And I'm guessing you feel almost the same exact way.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really think of it as business as something other than usual, just because, like, this stuff all blends into me. But you're right. I mean, what he's doing right now isn't quite business as usual. When his brother gets involved, I think you can sort of tell that JJ Ghost speaks for TJ sometimes. Maybe TJ will give you the sanitized version of how he feels, and JJ gives you the real deal. But I would have tried to trade him before last season. I just think I'm annoyed that it's gotten to this point only because Tomlin loves to say, hey, definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. Like, they have handled him the same way they try, I think, to handle most of their quote-unquote great players, and he is a great player. He is a first-ballot Hall of Famer. He's the best edge rusher I have seen play for this team by a less wide margin than you'd think. But what have they gotten with him? They've gotten 4 playoff games he's appeared in with the 1 sack you mentioned. They haven't won a playoff game with him. They are treating him, though, in Art Rooney's comments that he's made in the past, like he is going to be held separately from the rest of these players. We want him to be a one-helmet guy. Tomlin has talked about him in the past as just visiting from another planet, the kind of praise Tomlin rarely lavishes, like, on only the best player. He only lavishes it on his best players, essentially. And yet they've gotten nothing out of it. And so I was really hopeful that they would, under Omar Khan's stewardship, to whatever degree he got to make final decisions, and this is clearly one that goes above his head. I was hoping, Pony, that they would try to get a little bit cold, I guess, cold-blooded and business-oriented and say this is all about the team name on the front of the jersey and the emblem on the side of the helmet and not about the player's name here, and maybe think about trading them for assets that they could use in the draft. And the fact that that never clearly, because I think the one thing you said that I agree with the most is they will eventually capitulate here. The fact that that hasn't even entered into the conversation for them in this and not even been considered as an option is pretty annoying and frustrating to me because, again, you can love the player all you want. You can have your TJ jersey, home, road, Bumblebee, all of that. You can have a collection of them because he's so fun to watch when he's going well. What have you gotten out of it that you care about as a fan other than watching him get individual highlights? What has he given to the Steelers? He has been their highest paid player, I believe, for all but one, if not all four of those playoff games, correct? Ben was on a discount year the last year.
He wasn't in 2017.
In 2017, I'm sorry, yeah, his rookie year. Okay, the last three of the four, thank you. He's been their highest paid player. 1 sack. I'm not expecting them to have won these games because of him or to have turned a loss into a win in any of those, but to be that much of a no-show in the biggest games of the season, or in that case the postseason, I think just means that you can move on. You can try to use him as an asset or look at him as an asset and not some untouchable. And the fact that they're looking at him as an untouchable is frustrating to me.
Garrett got $123.5 million. The belief is he wants 125 or more, and he wants way more guaranteed money than what DK Metcalf got. Jerry Dulac reported that. So this is what we're talking about. He wants to be the highest paid player on the team by far, and he wants to be the richest, highest paid defensive player in the NFL, guaranteed money-wise, at 30 years old. I think if he had been a part of dynastic teams or teams that even came close, Steelers fans would say, not a question, let's not even debate it. I don't care that he's not at minicamp, pay him. He's 30. We see edge rushers, many of which play into their mid-30s or late 30s and are still really good. There's a lot of good football left in this guy. Do it. But I don't think they're sending mixed messages here because they made moves in terms of free agency that set them up for next year's draft, but yet they're doing things that are for this year, like bringing in a 41-year-old quarterback. They're trying to do the most difficult thing in sports, which is still be good, but also set themselves up in the future. Our hockey team is doing that, and the Steelers are trying to do the same exact thing, and it very rarely works. Like, they have moved on from the Joey Porters and people like that.
The Jason Gildens,
yes,
the guys like that.
He's better than both of those guys. But they're also farther away from winning right now than they were with those teams. At least I think so.
They're far away from winning.
I mean, I've been delusional since you've been out with people. See,
People said the callers were running you over and that you needed me back because you were getting beat up by the callers. I just have a hard time believing that.
Who's they saying this?
I was just getting tweets from randos saying, like, Pony needs you back. He's getting assaulted by these callers.
Well, I was getting assaulted. Because here's the number one thing I learned while you were out over this Aaron Rodgers thing. People can say, at least this is just the interactions that I had on the show. People talk all the time about how losing and getting a big-time quarterback is probably what's best for this team. Mm-hmm. And yet I've just been, like you said, we were inundated with people saying, actually, this team right now is a chance to contend, win a playoff game, and do even more.
Just because Rodgers, the guy most of them didn't want, is here now?
Well, not only that, but now all of a sudden I guess there's this renewed belief in Mike Tomlin that he's going to be able to win.
Well, hold on. Forget about that for a second. I don't share in that. Bucko Dan said, here, because I think this is a relevant question on TJ Watt, here's what I care about. Does moving him make the team better? Now, Bucko Dan says to assume that just happens automatically, that it does make them better, is naive. It doesn't make them better, but the whole point is, if you move him right now to one of those teams, Pony, does it give you a chance to be a lot better, a lot quicker because of being able to, A, draft a quarterback, and B, still have the draft capital to get more good players early in the draft?
Yeah.
My answer to that is yes, on paper. Like, it's inarguable. If you have, what would you get for him right now? Just spitballing. Like,
I don't know.
Maybe a third, a second.
Maybe is something else.
Second, if you have a desperate team like that's in a bidding war, that absolutely, unequivocally gives you a chance, a better chance to get the quarterback you want next year and to get more good players around him, which should be the aim of this team. But again, they're stuck like the Huntington Pirates used to be too. You didn't even name him. I'm just going to try to keep my foot in both buckets here, the contending bucket and the planning for the future bucket. And you end up like that news lady stomping grapes in that winemaking segment. She falls flat on her face and everybody laughs. And that's what's probably going to happen here when they give TJ Watt what he wants, because they always do this. They just gave Aaron Rodgers a bunch of incentives. You want to bet that that Watt's new deal, whenever it actually gets done, will have random performance incentives too? Probably will. This is going to be bad when they give him what he wants, which is what I think is going to happen.
Tony and Kennedy starts us off on TJ Watt. Hello, Tony.
Gentlemen, what's up? It's so hard to listen to you guys, man. It's just negative, negative, negative. You just live in these weird hypotheticals. It's just so boring to listen to. He's the best player on the team. There's nobody better on the team. So what are you going to do? Why don't you just let it play out?
He wasn't their best defensive player last year, let alone the best player on the team.
Yes, he was.
Cam Hayward was an objectively better player than him last year. Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
That's subjective. No, that's
Was T.J. Watt a first-team All-Pro last year?
I don't really care because
that's a pretty objective measurement here. I mean, usually the voters get it right.
People vote on it, Chris. It's not objective.
Okay, so because T.J. Watt had, I guess, more sacks, he's automatically the best player?
No, why are you putting words in my mouth?
Well, what is an objective case for him as the best player?
Why don't you let the people
What is your objective case? What is your objective case for why he was their best player last year? Because you treated your subjective opinion as an objective fact.
I don't have it. It's all subjective.
Okay,
Chris,
then don't treat it like it's objective unless you want me to respond in kind.
You're the one treating it like it's objective. You're the one treating it like it's objective.
Hey, Tony.
You said the word objective
Hey,
first.
Tony.
You said the word objective first.
Tony, it's
easy there.
Tony.
Easy there.
Tony, instead of
what did he call me?
I don't know. Instead of us like
skin grafts.
That's
I thought it was skin graft, not the Great Gazoo that was talking. My bad.
okay. I don't know why we're like being so personal and name calling each other when all we're doing is talking about sports, but that's fine, Tony.
Well, because you feel like you guys are the general managers and you're not. Why don't you talk about the Pirates? They're on a 4-game win streak. You start with T.J. Watt not showing up to camp and act like that's some scary big thing. You know he's done it before, right?
When?
Has he held out of camp?
No.
Yes, he has.
No, he held in.
Oh, right. He sat on the sideline. You're right. It's so much better.
Well, there is a difference. One involves him being there, and one doesn't involve him being there.
What's the difference, and which one's better, and why?
All right, Tony, thank you.
Got you, Joey.
That's the same guy. Yeah.
I mean, he says the show is boring. He was doing his best to try to make it not boring.
Yeah. Well, he's also giving us advice on what to talk about. That's all right.
Yet he still listens, though.
Yeah.
To every single syllable and half syllable.
That's a useful idiot, though. I like that. For my purposes, at least.
Tony always has his spot. I knew it was him the moment he called.
Yeah, I want him to call back. The useful idiot part is part of the game here. I want to entice him to call back even angrier next time. That's kind of my specialty.
I mean, I don't really get the skin graft thing.
Because you said that didn't they have to take a piece of skin from inside of your cheek for your penis surgery?
Yeah, so now we're making jokes about me having a urethroplasty on there. That's
But
off to
again,
a red
I'll
hot
point
start
out
here,
the
Tony.
guy who allegedly hates the show knows exactly where they took skin from your body to fix your penis. We really took a journey here.
What's Tony got next time he calls in? He's going to make fun of any dead relatives that we have? Is that going to be his next gambit?
Donnie, does he have anything he can make fun of about you?
Well, let's see. I got 4 dead grandparents he could
You
go
went to
at.
school in Westmoreland County?
Yeah, so I can't spell or write.
He going to call you like a dumb hayseed or something like that?
412-928-9370. Let's see if you want to react to Tony. You don't have to react to Tony. T.J. Watt and his holdout, 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. We're off and running. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
10 runs from your Buccos last night. They beat the Marlins 10-3, 15 hits for Pittsburgh as well. Adam Frazier, Andrew McCutchen each had 3. Brian Reynolds had a pair. He also had 3 runs knocked in. Mitch Keller starts tonight. Pirates go for 5 straight wins. First pitch at 6:40 against the Marlins at PNC Park. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of Major League Baseball. It's a Tuesday, so that means it is a Dinger Tuesday on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, here's how it works. You pick someone to hit a home run in the Pirates-Marlins game tonight. They went for a 10 spot last night. O'Neal Cruz has the best odds, followed by Andrew McCutchen. Shortly behind him is Brian Reynolds, who's swinging a much better bat in June, as per usual. And so you get on FanDuel right now, great profit boost on any of those guys to go deep. And if they do, you're going to be laughing all the way to a huge payout. FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now. Withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan says thank you to everyone who supported our second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your donations will assist at least 25 volunteer fire departments in our region. We also acknowledge some of our partners, Fast Rescue Solutions, the PA Market, John's Appliances, Target Freight Management, and People's Natural Gas. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sacks may not be worth what they used to be. The 2024 sack leader, Trey Hendrickson, and the 23 leader, TJ Watt, are both holding out at mandatory minicamps. They both want lucrative extensions. The problem is the position has gotten very expensive. Both Hendrickson and Watt are over 30. The question is, how long do you commit at a position where the production tends to fall off with age? I'm Andrew Perloff.
Attention retirement savers. A top U.S. bank predicts a 2025 recession as tariffs rattle markets. According to reports, 2025 recession risk just increased significantly. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to award-winning precious metals company, Goldco. Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver for qualified accounts. Call 855-969-GOLD. Find out how you can help diversify your savings. Tax and penalty-free today. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
Asbestos-related deaths in Allegheny County are 50 to 100% higher than the national average. In a city defined by its history with steelmaking, many local area tradesmen and steelworkers were exposed to asbestos on the job and are now suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you have been diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation, even if you smoked. For a free consultation, contact the Pittsburgh-based law firm Goldberg, Persky & White at 1-800-COMPLEX or online at gpwlaw.com.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call The Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Safe parking. Free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, he's handling his business, he's doing his thing, and you know, we've touched base a few times this summer, but it's not about the football stuff. I'm just seeing how he's doing, how his family's doing, new baby, all that good stuff. So, you know, when TJ shows up, he'll be ready to go.
Terrell Austin on TJ Watt, who is holding out. He's unhappy with the state of contract negotiations with the Steelers. It's a leverage negotiating ploy. Do you want the Steelers to make him the highest paid defensive player in the NFL again? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. My preference would have been to trade him. They won't. I think they'll just re-sign him. I think the next best thing would be to just let his contract play out, but they won't do that either. So I think they'll probably make the worst decision. So if Tony thinks that's negative, I guess putting it that way is. So.
Well, when did they become, I guess, the franchise that is just going to it's actually on brand for them. Now, as I say that out loud, they do it their way. They think TJ Watt is a player whose caliber dictates that he be treated a certain way. He doesn't act up off the field, and so they're going to give him, I think, pretty much everything that he wants. It's going to be a more player-friendly deal. He's acting differently this time. You can just very simply say it because he's not a guy with time on his side. This is his last big swing at a deal. And I think they're going to give him what he wants and capitulate. I think, like, too, the idea that we're somehow being mean or negative about this is ridiculous. There are obvious football reasons to be very wary of a contract for this player. Coming off his worst season, you said that edge rushers can age very gracefully into their 30s.
Yep.
Some of them also fall off a cliff. That is the nature of the beast at pretty much every position.
You're also not being negative if you think it's in the team's best interest because you believe it's going to beget winning by trading him. That's not negative.
I do think it stacks
trying
cards
to find
in your
the
deck.
positives.
Yes.
In making a move because the hope is, the end goal is for them to win a playoff game again, which they haven't done since 2016 with Watt, by the way.
I think Lenoris Sellers, if he were to come out next year, he is the guy that I have identified as my personal pick.
I predicted you were going to say that today when we talked about him yesterday.
Wonderful. A lottery ticket. An athletic specimen, a guy who just it's hard to read really bad things about him as a prospect. If he were their next quarterback, I would have very high hopes for the next 10 years of Steelers football. Trading TJ Watt would help you get closer to the goal of having the draft capital to move up, if it became possible to do so, to go and get that guy.
Here's the winner of our PM Team Best Caller Tournament in 2025, Anthony in Oakland. Hello, Anthony.
Thank you, gentlemen. Listen, I'm less disturbed than you guys are about the TJ Watt situation.
Well, no one said disturbed, but you can continue.
Well, the callers sounded like you guys were disturbed. Look, the problem I have is, as J.J. Watt said, the Steelers should have looked at this thing last year before those two players who were of his caliber were going to get big raises. If they would have done this last year, you're talking about maybe in a $35 million range instead of in the $41 million range. That was a mistake they made. Now they got to live with it. And he's a one-helmet guy. What they did in college by getting some reinforcements, they won't put such stress on him and start moving him around. Be a little more innovating than having him in that one spot too. If he's going to,
I have a question for you, Anthony. I have a question about what you're saying right now, like the ways they might utilize him. If what he wants is market-setting money for his position,
that is what he wants.
Right. Yes. And what you're saying is they're going to do some things to help him, keep him fresher, i.e. fewer plays for him because they have more capable backups, and then move him around the formation. Some of those things, even if they're good ideas, suggest that he just physically is not the same player that he was even 2 or 3 years ago. And then to me, it's like, all right, well, if you're going to help this guy out in different ways that you didn't feel you had to before, is he really worth paying top-of-the-market money to? I would argue no.
I would have traded him also, but that's not what they're going to do. And they made this mistake. They made. Let's be very clear.
It's like another riff, though, on the same old Steelers song. Like they act and conduct themselves in a very frustrating and predictable way.
If the whole point is to win in the playoffs because you haven't done so in almost a decade, it does not make sense to give somebody over $40 million a year who literally shrinks in those situations. And that's what he does. If people are going to say about quarterbacks coming to the Steelers, well, why would we want, I don't know, Kirk Cousins because he doesn't play well in the playoffs? He turns into a pumpkin. Mm-hmm. Why are now people, not that there's been many, there's been one guy who's called in and decided to rip apart everything we do as a radio station. Why would you then want to give record-breaking money to somebody who turns into like not even a shell of themselves in big games?
I can tell you.
He's got one touchdown is because he picked up a ball that was on the turf and was able to run scot-free to the end zone. That's his biggest playoff moment. You could have done that, Chris.
I would have gotten caught, I think. Although I was hustling to get that ball from going out onto 19 when we were playing hoops.
Yes, you were very close to getting run over there.
I was 7 or 8 feet from the road, and everyone was very impressed with my closing speed. Why doesn't he get ripped, though, like that? Like we would rip Cousins? Very simple. It's double. I think it's probably a fair double standard, too, so it's not even a double standard. Defensive players, no matter how good individually, are never going to be held to the same standard as a quarterback.
That's right.
Because there is no defensive player.
But when you're making close to quarterback money, you should.
Well, you should be held to whatever the highest possible realistic standard a defensive player should be held to, which I agree he's not held to in this town.
If you're the team's highest paid player, you should be the team's best player in big games, and he's not even close. To me, that's an inarguable point. If you're paying somebody by far to be you're paying somebody by leaps and bounds more than anybody else. You're telling everyone that you think this guy is your best player and most important player.
And you expect him to do more than that.
And he had zeros.
No, I know.
He didn't register. He didn't make a play.
Who was
in
it?
the Baltimore
was it
playoff
Rosengarten
game?
just shut him down? Ah, yes.
Anytime you run into Roger
Rosengarten, it's a problem. He had the Tony Snell line. Real quick, by the way, Pony, programming note. I always throw out the YouTube link for the live stream of the show, which theoretically you could probably put on your card and just leave your phone open if you usually listen through the app, Donnie. Apparently, we've had some app issues that I'm alerting Craig Riley about now publicly. Listen to it on YouTube if you can. You'll see quite the whack pack of people telling us we stink. Anyway.
We have an Oakmont minute because tea times are out, plus more of your calls on TJ Watt and his holdout. He has decided to stay away. Aaron Rodgers is here. We will hear from him and get a reaction to his first practice later on in the show. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. 412-928-9370 is the number to call to join the show. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Florida blows out Edmonton in Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Panthers now with a 2-1 series lead. Game 4 in Florida on Thursday night, 8 p.m., just after 8 p.m. puck drop. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
All right, the boss said, by the way, Donnie, he's looking into it when it comes to the app, and definitely YouTube or your regular old radio, best way to listen to the show right this second. I'm going to tell you right now, the best place to go, you need brand new windows for your house because today it's a hot, sticky one. It's going to be same tomorrow, same Thursday. Here comes the warm air leaching in through the windows that aren't as great as they used to be. All that cold air, shoop, right out the door. Or in the winter, it's the opposite. All the warm air, goodbye. You're heating the whole neighborhood while the cold air rushes in. If your windows are like that, check out my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Take advantage of the deals right now during their home improvement season sale. You can get payments as low as $99 a month or no payments and no interest for an entire year. That means, yes, a full year of enjoying the savings, the comfort, the curb appeal before you make one single payment. Universal Windows Direct, they'll also come out and do a free in-home window and energy assessment. And their Super Spacer technology on their windows, simply put, makes them last longer and perform better. Do not wait. Schedule your free in-home estimate today. 412-545-6003 or universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Zero Res wants to help you clean your home or business. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $129.75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for this Zero Res special.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at MetzPlumbingandSewerlining.com.
Built for summer adventures on the road ahead. It's not just a vehicle, it's your vehicle. From Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. During our summer road trip sales event, enjoy hot deals on every Toyota in stock, including new Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, hybrids, and more. And yes, Santa's packing peace of mind for the trip with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Visit us today or online at SpitzerToyota.com.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
See dealer for details and 6/30/2025.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and the North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrackMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, June 20th through 22nd at the Waterworks.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the 2 areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project, and how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no-obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Looking for a full-size SUV that does it all? Then come meet the 2025 Hyundai Palisade at Bowser Hyundai today. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, lease a 2025 Palisade SEL all-wheel drive for only $419 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. 36 months, 10,000 miles per year, $29.99 total due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, the Doobie Brothers, with special guests Jimmy Buffett's Coral Reefer Band, live in concert. The Walk This Road Tour. This is a party you won't want to miss. The Doobies and the Reefers, live at the Pavilion at Star Lake, August 6th. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Craftsman Days are here at Lowe's with big savings on the tools you need. Right now, get a free select tool when you buy the Craftsman V22 pack battery kit. Whether it's the backyard, the bathroom, or beyond, Craftsman has the tools to help you power through and get the project done right. Because DIYing is unpredictable, but your tools shouldn't be. Shop Craftsman at Lowe's today. Valid through 6/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Tomorrow, listen to Pomp and Joe for Starkey's Card of the Week every Wednesday at noon from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contest runs Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 93.7thefan.com contesting page. It is time for an Oakmont Minute. The U.S. Open returns to Oakmont Country Club on Thursday. My wife is there for the practice rounds today. Many are as well. It is looking like it's going to be the ultimate test of golf, which is what people like Malsey pay to see. They want to see these guys brought to their knees by Oakmont Country Club. Rory McIlroy playing there today saying he needed a birdie 17 and 18 to shoot an 81. Now, he sucked at the Canadian Open, so it might just be that his game is completely out of whack going into this.
He had to get the new driver because the face on his became too hot and the tour randomly tests, and he got very bent out of shape about that at the PGA. And he apparently cannot find – it's like an old reliable. Once they took the old driver head out of play and made him try a new one, he can't get the ball in the fairway.
Is he off Mulsey's board?
I think there's a better chance Rory misses the cut than wins the tournament.
Better chance Matt Vogt makes the cut than Rory McIlroy?
No, but I would love to see it just because of the story.
The tee times are out for Thursday, and what do you know? Pittsburgh's Matt Vogt, who's now – what happened to the music? Thank you, Donnie. Who's now in Indianapolis as a dentist. He will be in the first group teeing off at 6:45 a.m. with two other guys who I'm guessing they're just qualified.
Guys.
Kevin Velo and Trent Phillips.
These are in order, though, of how he's supposed to tee off, I believe. He will fire the first shot of the U.S. Open.
Well, what if the guy who's starting on 10 hits the ball before him?
I think the whole point is the guy on 1 starts first, technically. And the USGA does this. They want this to be this way. They want the good story. They try to go for kind of like the dramatic pairing like this, so that's why he's doing that. He'll definitely be the first person to hit a shot.
Other notable groups for people who are going out Thursday to watch. 7:18, hole 1, Harris English, Tommy Fleetwood, Keegan Bradley.
Yeah, Tommy ain't winning this.
He's never won on American soil.
Harris English flushes the ball, though. You want to watch a guy just hit the crap out of the ball? Harris English does that.
7:18 at 10, the man who will win this year's U.S. Open, the 125th, from Sweden, Ludvig Åberg.
Man, I would love for you to be
lock to win. Get to FanDuel and bet him now at 28 to 1.
Why are you doing this to me?
Oh, my. Åberg will win it.
Why are you doing this to me?
Why?
I actually would like him to win for the fantasy.
And he will.
But you're a jinx.
Oh, boy. Åberg has done it.
That was Oberto's thing with Stephen A. Smith. Åberg's
playing with Adam Scott and Hideki Matsuyama at 7:18. I want to watch my man Åberg go out and shoot a 63 to tie Johnny Miller's record.
Here's what Åberg's going to do. He's going to play like the front 9 2 under.
Yeah.
And he's going to have like 3 pars, and then inexplicably on the 14th, a relatively straightforward hole, he's going to make like an 8.
Is that because you birdied that hole and you want to make it seem like you did better than him?
No, I don't. I want to say that because he's inexplicably been making like 1 quad per tournament,
and that's
at regular courses.
Well, he's not going to do it here because I plan on getting there early enough to watch all 18.
Let me tell you something else about who's not winning from that group. Hideki Matsuyama, take him off your board.
I don't think anyone had him on the board.
He's a former major winner, Pony. He hits the crap out of the ball, too, but he cannot putt.
There's a lot of former major winners in this field.
Who, by the way, did Pomp pick for this?
Don?
Oh, now I can't think of the guy's name. Lucas Glover.
Not going to win it.
I wanted to say Danny Glover.
Not going to win it. He is too old for this bleep. And he can't putt. He's got the broomstick. Hits, again, theme here. Like, even among tour pros, hits the absolute bejesus out of the ball. Cannot putt it.
Pomp doesn't seem to like Scotty's chances.
Pomp has got to be going contrarian there. Because Scotty is like, this is as confident as I have been that somebody was going to win a major since, like, Tiger in his prime.
125 is when Scheffler tees off playing with Hovland and Morikawa. 2 more Pomp favorites.
Yeah,
that's the Pomp group right there. He loves Hovland and Morikawa.
Hovland's short game is kind of a mess right now. Morikawa, if he's hitting the fairway, can win this tournament because he's a great iron player, but he's been kind of off. By the way, if you're going on Friday, the Scheffler group may be a little bit, let's see here.
You're already jumping ahead to Friday? I'm not even done with Thursday groups here, Mulsey.
Well, I'm just saying for the Friday people, go there in the morning if you want to see Scotty. But yes.
Why is that?
Because they flip the tee times.
Well, yeah. But why are we already getting ahead of ourselves?
We're not. I am, but we're not. I'll go back here.
2 more groups of note.
Okay.
DeChambeau is teeing off at 7:29 with Xander Schauffele, who won 2 majors last year. I do not know who Jose Luis Ballester is.
Ballester, I don't even know how he says it. He went to live. He won the U.S. Amateur.
Okay.
Reigning U.S. Amateur champ.
And then
He's the guy who peed in Rays Creek at the Masters.
Okay. Now I remember that. And then 7:40 starting on hole 10, Shane Lowry, Justin Rose, and Rory McIlroy. So those are the big. 1:14 p.m. on 10, Jordan Spieth, John Rahm, and Dustin Johnson.
Man, Rahm
those
should
be
be
the big featured groups on Thursday.
I'm trying to think if there's anybody else on Thursday that would be worth people's time.
But I suggested going over to watch all of Åberg's round So I don't know how to do it yet. I'm thinking about parking at Craig's house and having him personally shuttle me.
Chauffeur you.
Over to Oakmont. How long do you think it'll take him to play?
4 hours, 15 minutes.
Oh, so then I can be, if he tees off at 7:20, I can be at Oakmont Bakery where we'll be broadcasting in plenty of time.
Yeah.
to host the show.
I got one other group, I think, that's just going to be low-key interesting, and it's right after the Hovland group. Corey Connors hits a lot of fairways. Jason Day has the game. And then Patrick Reed. You want to talk about a guy in Patrick Reed who is like the dirtiest player, the Ric Flair of professional golf.
Because he cheats?
He does, literally.
Yeah.
He got kicked off his college team. He has possibly cheated in the pros. You want to have an eagle eye and be like an amateur rules official? That's an interesting group to follow.
Well, can you actually tattletale on these guys if you watch them do something?
I think it's hard to do in person because your sight lines aren't that good.
So it's people watching
there are
on TV.
absolutely TV tattlers who have gotten penalty strokes.
Tiger's gotten busted doing
that.
that
Dude, the last time the Open was here, the USGA hemmed and hawed about whether they'd give Dustin Johnson a one-shot penalty, and he didn't get it hanging over his head. His 18th
and honestly, I thought cast a pall over the whole tournament.
His 18th hole is truly one of the great golf holes in history. He had no idea at that point, because they kept it from him, their decision, what he needed to win. Flushes a drive, 6-iron to 4 feet, still thinks he might need the putt anyway, and pours it in the heart. One of the greatest holes ever played.
I mean, Ernie Els benefited in '94 because they moved a crane that they didn't move the crane. So he got to move his ball. How about that, Donnie? There was a crane controversy.
That sounds like it inspired the final scene of Happy Gilmore.
He said that crane's in the way.
Temporary
and the rules official said, you're right.
Oh, yeah.
But then somebody came in and said, you got the rules violation wrong. They could have moved the crane. The crane should have moved, and the ball should have stood where it was.
Donnie, can you tell me, that ended in a playoff that year. It was a one-day playoff.
He's not going to get
Can
this.
you tell me what hole that U.S. Open in '94 ended on? It was not 18. You got 17 other chances
What's
to guess.
Next? Can you guess what brand
11.
of underwear I'm wearing today?
Do you know, Pony? Are you aware? You're aware because you're a psycho and you read everything. I wonder how many people are aware that they've had now for 7 years since 2018. It will not be, if it's tied after 4 rounds, it will not be the classic one-day playoff.
Like
they
it
got
was
rid
with
of
Rocco and Tiger.
They got rid of that in 2018. It'll be a 2-hole aggregate. Interesting little note for people that are more casual fans. It's going to be Scotty, by the way. He's only plus 280.
I don't know why everyone's convinced, like Pomp is, that the scores are going to suck. Going back to '94, it was like 100 degrees all 4 days, and they shot great. So
well, the one-day playoff, they did not. I think Els won it with like a 73 or a 74.
Yeah, but Els was 7 under after 4 rounds.
No, I know, but like
they didn't have any rain on the course. It was record-breaking highs. There was no rain at all.
I think this year, I think if there's going to be a round that's really difficult to par, it's probably Friday or Saturday, because I just don't think they're going to make it through Saturday and Sunday rain-free.
Greg Brown on the Red Hot Pirates next. Quick timeout. We're right back. It's the PM team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This Father's Day, treat Dad with a fine timepiece from Louis Anthony Jewelers.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead. Take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
The industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs now come with even hotter deals.
Summertime is the right time to upgrade, and here at Shorkey Mitsubishi, we've made it easier than ever.
Everyone loves the Outlander, Jim.
It's a fan favorite for a good reason. 7-passenger seating, loaded with tech and safety equipment, now priced at $6,000 off, or you can finance at 1.99% for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, or 3.99% financing for 60 months.
Or get a brand new Mirage as low as $16,000. It's incredible.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
And we need trade-ins. So let Shorkey Mitsubishi help heat up your summer with your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Weekend Wild Things Fun at EQT Park. Fireworks presented by Range Resources. A baseball card giveaway and Salute to Service Night presented by Clearview FCU. And Toy and Game Night with a Kids Rubik's Cube giveaway thanks to First Federal of Greene County on a Pathways Kids Eat Free Sunday.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $379 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $249 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 7th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Frustration, humiliation, zero confidence. Sounds like ED. It doesn't have to be that way. New Flow Men's Health will help you get your natural function back. No pills, no injections, no games. If that crap worked, New Flow wouldn't be here. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000 and tell them Donnie sent you.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655
1565.
The sun is out and you're ready. You got your sprinkler going, your mister with the little fan, and your cooler. All you need is something good and refreshing to pour over ice. Like a spritz with Aperol, Aperitivo, and Mio Netto Prosecco brewed from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Mix with sunshine, add soda water, a slice of orange, and you're good. The drink is good. The weather, good. June is good. Start summer off right at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Safe parking. Free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
TJ Watt, a no-show at Steelers minicamp. This is mandatory. He's now subjected to fines. If he misses all week, he'll be fined, or could be fined up to $104,000 by the organization. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now. More PM Team.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
The 1-2 pitch. Called third strike. Praise the Jolly Roger for a fourth straight game. Donnie Ball rolls on.
Pirates sweep the Phillies, followed up with a nice win last night. 10 runs on the lowly Marlins. And they look to win the series tonight, 6:40 on the Fan. Mitch Keller goes for his second win of the year against the Marlins. His only win of the year came against Miami back in March when the Pirates opened the season there. A much different Pirates team. That team was managed by Derek Shelton. This team's managed by Donnie Kelly. And the Pittsburgh native has the Pirates at 15-14 a month into the job. You can go to the game tonight and you'll have beautiful weather. Low of 58, Jack Lambert, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find Greg Brown a little early, because an hour from now we'll be listening to Aaron Rodgers talk as a Steeler for the first time. Greg, we had Dan Zangrilli on yesterday. You know what a good job he does. And he seems convinced that Donnie Kelly is in this for the long haul. He said he'd be shocked if Kelly isn't back as manager next year, and says, look, they didn't even put the interim tag on him when he replaced Derek Shelton, which leads everyone to believe that they are committed to Donnie Kelly for the long term. Do you agree with that, Greg?
100%. Yeah, I don't think there's a doubt in my mind. He's in it for a long, long while. And there's a reason why they didn't put the interim tag, as Dan said, and they've made it clear that he's not an interim manager. And it's tremendous that we've discussed it on occasion on this day, the past couple of weeks since Donnie took over, and he's been even better than I possibly could have dreamed. He's unbelievable right now. This guy is everything you could want in a Pittsburgh Pirates manager, and I think that's key. You mentioned the hometown guy. We have a guy now who's invested in this history and in this organization, who wears the uniform proudly. I think that is important in a town like Pittsburgh, that we have a guy like Donnie as the manager, and we see what's happened since he took over.
The other point about him being in it for the long haul, Greg, is that it would seem then that Ben Cherington's job is very much safe no matter what happens the rest of the way, because a new GM would presumably want say-so in his field manager if one was hired.
Well, I mean, maybe, yeah. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I'm thinking that...
I guess I'm asking, is your opinion the same as mine, that typically in baseball that's how it would work? If you were going to switch GMs, the new guy would, broadly speaking, have his say in who's going to be the next manager?
I mean, that does happen, but there are many, many instances where a new GM takes over and keeps the guy. But the bottom line is, in terms of where things stand right now, Don Kelly is here for the long haul, regardless of what happens anywhere else in the organization.
Is So we've got June Brian Reynolds has arrived, not quite to the degree he usually does, but better than he has, Brownie, played this year. Why are have you ever asked these guys why certain guys with goofy splits like Reynolds just being basically an MVP candidate in June, separate from the rest of the months, why that happens for certain players?
I've asked them, Chris, and there's never an answer. There's never legit. They always say, well, if I knew that, I'd pretend, April or June. Players that get off the slow starts historically, they just can't figure it out. I will say I had an interesting conversation a few weeks ago with Matt Haig, the hitting coach, and I guess it's kind of I don't know if it's well known or there's a common belief that it takes usually a couple of months for anything new in baseball. It takes a couple of months for, in this instance, like a hitting coach and philosophies and that kind of thing to kind of take hold. And so, again, we know that the history of Brian Reynolds is that he's been a kind of a slow starter, and June is his hottest month. Well, Reynolds wasn't the only one that was really struggling offensively. You can see some other guys that are starting to hit now that June has come, whether it's the heat or whether it's the Haig philosophy starting to take hold. But whatever it is, it's working right now. It's contagious.
Greg, you said that Donnie Kelly has exceeded your wildest dreams as Pirates manager so far. He does have a winning record. What has he done in that role that's led you to feel that way about him?
Well, a couple things, Andrew. First of all, he's also, and I like this stat. He's now 15-11 in CGMs, complete games managed. So his record is even better than the one game over 500. And as my calculations are correct, the run differential for the Pirates this season is -54. It's +3 under Kelly. I think what he's done first and foremost is communicate with each player, and that's not easy to do on a pretty regular basis. They know where he stands. He knows where they stand, each player. He converses with each player and with members of the media in a genuine fashion. There's nothing phony about his enthusiasm for baseball, for the Pirates, for this gig. I have believed over the years that if any individual can spot a fraud, a phony, it's a baseball player. I don't know why that is. I guess it's because they're hanging around each other for 8 months of the year, every single day. But these guys can detect. They've got radar on phoniness, and Don Kelly is the real deal, and they appreciate that. They appreciate how he stands up for them, not just by arguing with umpires, but just listen to his post-game or pre-game press conferences. Always positive, always talking up a guy. Dennis Santana gave up a home run, I think, against Houston, the start of this homestand. And afterwards, somebody asked him about Santana, and he just unabashedly, and rightfully so, but he talked up Santana like, oh, man, this guy has been so good for us, so great. And in so many words said, he'll get right back out there and he'll deal. I mean, that means something to these players. And sure enough, Santana's gone out there and been lights out since.
Had Derek Shelton lost these guys in the very same aspects and things that you're saying Donnie Kelly does well? Had Shelton, to your understanding, started to lose guys that way?
I don't know the answer to that, Chris. I don't know. I can't ask. I can't say that he had. I can just say that the atmosphere around the ball club was not good. Now, I don't want to just point the finger at Derek Shelton. And other things have happened, too, since Donnie has arrived, and it just maybe the stars have aligned. Nick Gonzalez returns. Spencer Horwitz returns. That's helped. They made a couple of moves that seem minor that have helped transaction-wise with the bullpen and so on. But it is a different atmosphere, and maybe so. I think Clint Hurdle said that everybody has a shelf life. And I guess that's probably true with managers, and maybe Derek Shelton's expiration date had come to pass, and a new voice in the clubhouse was needed. There's a refreshing, almost from day one, a refreshing, feel-good atmosphere in that clubhouse, in that dugout, and you can see it, the way the players just walk around, how people are engaged now. This has been going on, well, again, almost from day one, that it's just like a cloud has been lifted, and the players are feeling it.
Paul Skeens was a tough luck, no decision getter on Sunday. Pitched into the 8th inning again. He has won only one of his last 8 starts, which is mind-boggling based on how he's pitched. Zangrilli said yesterday, Greg, that because these old, stodgy baseball writers are so set in their ways, he does not believe, Dan that is, that a pitcher with a losing record can win the Cy Young Award. It's never happened, and he doesn't think it'll start now. Do you agree with that?
I think it could happen. I think it could start now if he ends up in every other category aspect, being the best pitcher. I think that those old stodgy writers, I think that there are fewer of them in the voting process, and I think they rely much more now on current analytics. And I guess Kodai Senga has an ERA of like 1.5.
Yep.
So I could see that he ends up winning. Now, I'm not saying they're out to change it, but I think that they will certainly look at every category. And if Senga has a winning record and a lower ERA, if this continues, I could see him winning it. But if Skeens is outright a clear favorite in terms of all the other stats aside from the wins and losses, I think he still can win it.
I'm with you, Brownie. I think if he reverses Jacob deGrom's 2018 record of 10-9 and goes 9-10 with a 1.70 ERA, I think he would win it.
Yeah, I agree. And he's going to end up, if I had to put money on it, I'd put money on he ends up with a winning record anyway. So,
Brownie,
well, let's hope so, but every time he pitches, they get him no runs. So it's hard to win games when the offense gives you zero.
But maybe that's going to change, Brownie, because his personal catcher, Henry Davis, is starting to show maybe a sign, right? Right?
Well, you're 100%.
Give me some hope, Brownie.
Well, 100%. And then the offense is, I know it struggled. It struggled also with Keller. Keller's on the mound today.
Yep.
But as we have been saying from opening day, that they don't have to score 10 like they did last night. They need to score 4, and he'll win more ball games. And I think they're starting to do that slowly but surely. The offense is coming around. And the other thing about Don Kelly, he's unafraid. We see him a big stolen base the other night for O'Neal Cruz late in ball games. Rarely do teams do that. They're fearful in a close game to steal in a tight game late. They did that. They do more hitting and running, the bunt by Hayes, everything. It's a different feel, and I think the offense has improved, maybe not dramatically, but enough that Skeens' wins will start to rack up.
Greg, we saw Roman Anthony get called up by the Red Sox yesterday. Do you think we see Bubba Chandler here next week?
I thought he might be in here this homestand, but his last start, I actually watched it, and his command was not great. So I think it's a matter of whether he goes out there and shows – it's just not automatic that he comes up in whatever it would be, 6 days or a week. He's got to consistently go out there and show the good command, because really, Andrew, there's not a great demand for him either. With Roman Anthony, and I think Alex Cora said it as much, that this is not ideal. In other words, if we had our druthers, he'd still be in the minors. But they're so desperate for offense in Boston, they called him up, I think, earlier than they had wanted. And right now, the Pirates don't have a great need from their pitching staff to call up Chandler, unless he makes it clear that there's just nothing else he can prove down at AAA.
Well, I think to fill they don't have a great need, but I would suppose that he's a much better pitcher than Mike Burrows, right? I
don't know that.
He better be. He's the number one pitching prospect in baseball. He better be way better than Burrows.
Well, we've heard that before. I mean, Ben Burrows was a top pitching prospect. He's one of the top pitching prospects before he got called up.
Yes, but this is the guy.
Last year.
I mean, he should be like.
Yeah, but it's not automatic. He comes in and starts winning all these ball games. That's my point. Until he proves down
you're
there
not
that he is
supposed to
ready.
be the guy that's raining on the Bubba Chandler parade. You're supposed to be the guy that's the drum leader or band leader of it.
I'm a truth teller, Andrew. You know that.
I understand
you know that.
but
and people I get criticized for telling the truth, but I'm sorry. I'm a truth teller.
I get that, but I am surprised to hear you say let's pump the brakes on Bubba Chandler a little bit. That's all.
I didn't say let's pump the brakes on Bubba Chandler. Never said that.
You did not say
said,
that exactly, but I am inferring.
No, not even close.
Well, what you said was unless he proves that there's nothing left for him to accomplish down there. Now, he's got a 2.49 ERA, and he's striking out 12.5 batters per nine.
Yes, Greg, I don't think there is anything left to prove there, buddy.
Andrew, have you watched his starts down there?
No, I have not.
Okay, I have.
So what does he have to work on?
Command.
So let me get this straight.
Look. Just go back. You don't even have to watch the games. Just
he's
go back
walking
and
4 per 9.
Okay,
so that's it.
Just let me just make sure I hear this right. If you had a game to save the Brown clan's lives, and you could either pick Bubba Chandler or Mike Burrows to pitch that game right now, you're telling me you'd pick Mike Burrows? Get out of here. Come on now. Come on.
That is a terrible scenario.
No, it's not.
I have no idea.
Tony's favorite rhetorical trap. It's
if
like a
you've
bear
watched
trap.
every one of Bubba Chandler's starts, you should be able to answer that question. Yes.
In the minor leagues. So right now in the big leagues, I'd have to say Burrows because I've not seen Chandler throw one pitch in the big leagues.
Okay.
It's such a different game. Between the major leagues and the minor leagues.
No doubt.
So
but before I saw Paul Skeens pitch a game in the major leagues, I was pretty convinced he was better than Carmen Majinski.
I will say this to maybe put a capper on this. And yes, indeed. I'm not falling back. I'm still sticking to my guns in terms of how he has to absolutely prove at AAA. And I may have said this a couple of weeks ago. As a well-established veteran scout told me toward the end of spring training this year, he had gone around to see a bunch of games, and I will not forget this conversation. I said, "How you been?" "Good." He said, "I just saw Bubba Chandler the other day," and then I was not watching every single Pirate game, and he said, "He's by far, he's got the best stuff of any pitcher." And I said, "Yeah, of any Pirate pitcher, I know that." He goes, No. Of any pitcher that I've seen in Florida, he has the best stuff by far. So it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. That's all there is to it.
And I think he'll do great. Meanwhile, you'll be keeping your fingers crossed that we get through 5 innings with him.
And the Filipponi family will put all their chips in on Chandler rather than Burrows.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine.
See you, Greg. Good talk. We'll
See you
do
guys.
it again next
Good
week.
Talk. Good talk.
Greg
All right,
Brown.
see ya.
You know what number Burrows is creeping up on? Over 24 strikeouts, my friend.
You're running away with Bucko Auction House.
Let's get old Burrows some more punch-outs, baby.
We're a few minutes away from Aaron Rodgers wrapping up his first Steelers practice and addressing reporters. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. We'll be right back with that on the Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
10-3 Pirates win last night over the Marlins. 4 straight W's for Pittsburgh. 15 hits in the win last night. Mitch Keller gets the ball tonight, looking for just his second win of 2025. First pitch against the Marlins at 6:40. Pre-game coverage on the Fan at 5:45. All brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thank you, Donnie. The roof over your head, pretty big part of your house, right? It's the stuff keeping the rain out. It's the stuff keeping the snow out, all the bad stuff out. It's important. So if you are thinking about a new roof, if you think it's time, wouldn't you want to trust that to the absolute best people? Of course you would. You'd want to trust that to people who live roofs, who breathe roofs, who sleep roofs. I don't know how you sleep roofs. I guess you dream about roofs and making them even better than ever. In short, you need to trust the people at MHI Roofing because that's what they're all about. Xavier came out to my house to look at my roof to make sure there was not hail damage, and he sat me down after and just explained every little detail of my roof, stuff that the installers had maybe not done so well. It was like getting a graduate-level course in my roof, and that was just incredibly reassuring for something so important for my house. That kind of dedication is how MHI is able to do things like offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee, able to say things like their installers will install a perfect roof the first time. You got to see it for yourself. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today, 412-998-8864, online, MHIRoof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. TJ Oshie retired yesterday after 16 NHL seasons. He'll be loved forever in Washington for helping the Capitals win the Stanley Cup 7 years ago. But if you're not a Caps fan, your top Oshie memory is probably the Sochi Olympics. It was one of the coolest individual moments we've seen, with Oshie going 6 times in a shootout, scoring 4 to help the U.S. beat Russia. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Goldberg, Persky, and White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call 1-800-COMPLEX.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is starting to slow down around Technology Drive, and the Parkway West outbound is stacked from the county jail. The Parkway West inbound is bumper to bumper to Green Tree Hill. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensall.
Verona News, 4-Day Smoker, June 11th through the 14th, 7 to 10 p.m. Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigar Smoker and meet AJ Fernandez representative on June 11th from 7 to 10 p.m. on Allegheny River Boulevard. Beer, food, and prizes. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I think the sky's the limit. The goal is to put up a lot of points every game, and that's what we're here to do. Yeah, he just said he's all in. He's ready to get to work, and that was the main message. He's all in, ready to go from now on.
From now on, that's Zach Frazier, who I think will be the Steelers' best offensive player this year. On Aaron Rodgers, his message to the team: practice is wrapping up right now, and in the next 15 minutes, Aaron Rodgers will address reporters and talk about signing with the Steelers for the first time. Ed Bouchette joined me yesterday, and I asked Ed, if you were there, what would be the first question you asked Rodgers? And Ed pretty much said, hey, you old fart, what makes you want to keep playing football? Why are you still doing this? Why didn't you just pack it in, take your Lombardi and your 4 MVPs, and just call it a career. And I said back to him, I think he won't necessarily answer it this way, but he doesn't want the last image of him in a football uniform to be that disaster that it was in New York last year. I think if things had gone better there, he might be done at 41 years old.
See, this is why I would be a terrible reporter, and maybe some people think I'm a terrible interviewer in this position.
Why are you starting by putting yourself down here?
Because I feel like I don't think he would answer this question because it's too inflammatory. My serious question, what I would ask is, Aaron, this team's offenses have struggled to significant degrees, specifically since Ben Roethlisberger left under Mike Tomlin's stewardship as head coach. What makes you confident that a Mike Tomlin-led team can, perform at a high level offensively, given his influence on the operation? I don't think he'd answer that. I think Coach Tomlin's the best, blah, blah, blah. I think he would toe the company line there. But I would really want to know why. Aaron's, we all agree he's a little off-kilter. I think he's a pretty smart guy. I do. So he's not ignorant of the fact that they have taken the handcuffs out for Russell Wilson after he started turning the ball over a little bit. He cannot possibly be ignorant of how Mike Tomlin has generally held back or wanted conservative offense. So I would want to know what would attract him to a place where the offense has been by design very conservative. Maybe that's a cleaner way to ask it.
He won't get that question today.
Do you think that's a fair question?
Sure, it's going to be a love fest. How was your first day? What made you sign here? He's not going to get any hard-hitting questions. All of these Steelers media members are trying to make a good first impression with him. No one wants to be the a-hole or the bad guy who rocks the boat today. They're going to be around this guy all summer and all season, and he hasn't done anything wrong yet. The only thing you could ask him that's fair, I think, like that, he couldn't say, wow, you're really like trying to nail me to the cross here, is what made you sign now and not in time for OTAs? Something about like how he felt about missing or why he felt it was okay to miss those.
Or why he didn't sign early enough. Didn't you say this yesterday so that they can maybe try to make other moves?
Right. Yeah, like saving that money, like, oh my God, they got him for only $13 million. What a bargain. Okay, so what are the Steelers going to do in terms of making this year's team better with that extra money? They can't. All the good players are signed.
But
there's nobody left out there.
But one of them can be traded for, and his name is Alan Lazard.
Oh, I thought you were going to say your guy, Scary Terry, who's back in the
He still wants a new deal. Yeah. The Onion has sounded off with an Aaron Rodgers story. Satirical newspaper, The Onion, Pony.
What did they go with?
Headlines are always the best there. Aaron Rodgers purchases lavish Pittsburgh area bunker. Apparently they've got him as a doomsday prepper now. And cite the bunker's convenient location near Acrisure Stadium.
I've had a few people send me messages of the house he either bought or is renting. And I'm not going to post it, but I was surprised by the location of it. Put it that way. Yeah.
Vandergrift?
It's just not as close to the facilities and the stadium as I thought it would be.
Would you like to tell us a direction?
South.
Near you?
Yeah, actually way closer to me than I thought he would be.
Maybe he wants to be near Pittsburgh's biggest newsbreaker. Maybe he wants to strike up a friendship, perhaps based around golf.
But in all seriousness, though, why would he want to go super south?
I don't know, just likes the house or likes the area.
He's going to be here for, like, I would think he would go.
The golf club he is reportedly a member of now.
And what one is that?
I feel like I'm not supposed to say that one either.
Why not?
Because I feel like that's still not public knowledge, but there's a very prominent golf club that is more south of the
Well, wait a
city.
minute. Why can't you break that news?
I mean, I could.
So what's keeping you from doing it?
I mean, an invite to that club maybe?
Do you really think that it's going to hinge on that? I know someone else who played that golf course, and I'm shocked he isn't banned for life based on what happened.
That's true. I mean, I've heard it's Nevillewood for him.
Oh, okay. Because there wasn't, speculation about that already.
Well, you're saying I'm breaking it like it would be. I'm trying to couch it as that's what I've heard. Now, I don't have a picture of his locker with a name tag
I don't think he's living in Nevillewood.
No, but a house in the South Hills would be, by definition, closer to Nevillewood than houses in other parts of the city.
I just thought he'd go the Russell Wilson route and live at, like, the Fairmont or something and just have an easy commute.
Maybe he likes having a set of keys and, a garage door opener.
A garage door opener.
Just the comfort.
The feeling of being able to hit a button and watching the garage door go up and down.
He probably is a manual garage door opener guy. They run on you can run them off of your phone now. They run on 5G. He wouldn't want that.
No, because he doesn't even do the AirPods thing.
That's the first thing I noticed about all those paparazzi shots is he's got the wired earbuds.
Somebody should ask him that, just at the end of it. Just say, hey,
Why
Aaron,
does he like taking
just out of curiosity, why no AirPods?
Why does he like taking calls from the coordinator in his helmet? I know that's probably like a radio signal you'd say, but there might be 5G technology that's getting integrated into that.
So the videos out of this practice, it is super surreal to see Aaron Rodgers in a number 8 Steelers jersey.
Will he have a better number 8 Steelers quarterback career than Tommy Maddox, yes or no?
No, because Maddox won one of the most epic playoff games in Steelers history.
And probably should have won another one.
And I don't think this team is coming anywhere, anything close to that. So, no, he won't. I don't really foresee a season where Rodgers goes off and everything else around him is crap.
That would be hard to
imagine.
Yeah, he throws 40 touchdowns and they go 8 and 9.
And I don't think he's going to be here beyond this year. So, no, I don't think he's going to have a better Steelers career than Tommy Maddox. Do you, Donnie?
Well, let's see. Maddox, I was looking earlier, 42 touchdowns for old Tommy Gunn.
Threw a lot of picks.
40 picks. He was a gunslinger.
Those two big years, it was 36 touchdowns and 33 picks. He was Jameis before Jameis, baby.
They didn't call him Tommy Gunn for nothing. I mean, it is wild to think that beyond a Joe Nedney acting job for the ages, the Steelers would have been in the AFC Championship with him at quarterback. What an era.
You haven't answered the question yet.
I mean, I don't think they would actually reach those same heights. I don't think they'd get to the divisional round.
So it's Tommy Gunn, baby.
So are you saying Tommy Maddox will have a better Steelers career than Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, he also played here for 5 years.
He was the man for 2, basically. And he helped get Ben Roethlisberger here, which could be Rodgers. If Rodgers has a horrible year and they get the quarterback they need next year, he'll have had a great career here.
I agree with that. And I think that is what's going to happen. Yep.
Countryman on YouTube comments, which is, by the way, if you're normally an app user, we've got an app outage. Go to YouTube and watch the show that way. Listen to the show that way. You can see our pretty faces. Countryman has offered a wired earbuds take, boys. They sound better and more balanced. Wired inner ear are more expensive and harder to find because of the good quality of sound.
I think the best sort of headphones are the ones that we have where they cover most of the ear, whether they're wired or not.
All right, Aaron Rodgers talking right now. We're going to turn around these clips for you immediately. You'll hear all of Aaron Rodgers around 3:50. 3:50 for all of Aaron Rodgers, unedited. Some of his highlights coming up next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. First a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game 3. NBA Finals tomorrow night, 8:30, between Oklahoma City and Indiana. Series even at 1. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Guess what? Best place to go to find the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs because they've got even hotter deals. This is the right time to make that upgrade. The Outlander, phenomenal. It's a fan favorite. It's my favorite for very good reason. You're not getting 7-passenger seating, the safety and technology, bells and whistles, all that good stuff for a better deal. They're right now $6,000 off, or you can finance at 1.99% for 60 months. Eclipse Crosses, another great option from Mitsubishi, up to $4,500 off or 3.99% financing for 60 months. Brand new Mirages are as low as only $16,000, and you get a ton. With Mitsubishi, a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance. How about $500 more for your trade as well? And they are looking, by the way, at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington for your trade. So come get your deal your way. What a great day. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington online. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Trotter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, Hickory Heights Golf Club, MHI Roofing, and Brookline.com. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Malsey here, alongside my guy Donnie Football. And listen, it has been so long since we dropped weight with Awaken 180, people can't figure out who did it first. It's the old chicken or the egg bit as far as weight loss goes. So, Don, which one are you, buddy?
Malsey, you're a smart guy. Obviously, the egg. I mean, you saw my shape 45 to 50 pounds ago. Round, pale, fragile, wasn't good.
Yeah, you know what? That's a fair point. Listeners know that I dropped my 35 pounds almost 3 years ago. Donnie finally cracked 2 years back. Yes, 2 years ago. So I was first to the mountaintop.
You hatched the idea, but listeners, you ran with it too. We hear your stories, and honestly, some of you make our losses look minor league.
Like single A ball, kind of minor league. Yeah, bottom line, Awaken 180 makes it easy to lose weight and keep it off. No yoke. Sorry, I'm a dad. That's a dad joke I had to.
Awaken180weightloss.com. 25,000 success stories and counting. Just tell them Malsey, Donnie, and Callis sent you. Online, Awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
3:30, time to make the call to the Beal Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Jeff Hathorn is at Steelers headquarters. He blew off Oakmont today, which had to break his heart because of Aaron Rodgers showing up to Steelers minicamp and practicing for the first time. These mandatory practices are underway. No T.J. Watt. Mike Tomlin will talk about that and Rodgers coming here in just a little bit. Rodgers is still talking, and as soon as he's done, Jeff is going to send that back to us, and you'll hear him unedited in his own words. Although I'm guessing right now the quality is not going to be great because the Steelers did not put him in a press conference room with everything mic'd up like they do Tomlin press conferences on Tuesdays. This was outside, and there had to be like 50 people there. So who knows where Jeff's mic is and all of that. I was thinking in my head we could probably pirate it from somewhere else, but I don't want to get Donnie and I don't want to get everybody in trouble. So we'll just make do with what he brings us back. Here are a couple of clips we already have. Again, I'd give the audio quality here like a 5 out of 10, so hopefully everybody can hear these things. The first one is just a simple question. Usually Will Graves asks about 90-second questions, the AP sports writer in town, and he would be the first one to tell you that. This is a short but sweet Graves question. He just asked Aaron Rodgers why he signed with the Steelers.
I don't need it. For my ego, I don't need it to keep playing. A lot of decisions that I've made over my career in life from strictly the ego, even if they turn out well, are always unfulfilling. But the decisions made from the soul are usually pretty fulfilling. So this was a decision that was best for my soul. And I felt like being here with Coach T and the guys that got here, and the opportunity here was the best for me, and I'm excited to be here.
Aaron, is it?
All right.
Oh, we are off and running, man. If this is how it's going to be, I don't care if they suck on the field. That might even be better. Decisions I make for my soul. Let's get right onto the therapist's couch and get into this.
I mean, I would have loved to have asked the follow-up question. Give us something that you did that was ego-driven, that everybody thinks was great, but actually was unfulfilling. Is Super Bowl 45 one of those things?
Is the discount double check one of those things?
Dating Danica Patrick. Dating Shailene Woodley.
Is it Shailene?
I don't know. I
Olivia
said Lamar
Munn.
by accident. Olivia Munn. A Wiccan.
Well, isn't that still his current girlfriend?
I think it might be.
The one who
well, now there's allegations that they're married or engaged.
I mean, his picture, he had a ring on.
Yeah.
His contract signing picture.
Oh, there you go. Great detective
Could
work.
just be a Wiccan ring.
Did you spot that, or did Sarah spot that and tell you? Because that's usually something like wives pick up on. Amanda would have seen that very quickly and be like, "Oh, look, he's married." And I would have said, "Oh, damn, you're right. He is." I feel like that's a wives thing.
I think I noticed.
It was pretty obvious, but like no one said anything.
He had like a black or charcoal colored.
Looked like one of those silicone
wedding bands.
Yeah, he's a married man.
So I guess we're all assuming that.
Maybe he's just married to the game, bro.
What if someone did ask him that? Why are you wearing this ring? I'm married to football. I'm here.
See this ball? It's my lover.
Yeah. I'm doing this for the soul. I do think that he's been pretty consistent about how like Pittsburgh does have a soft spot with him because of McCarthy and Clements and who else am I missing here? Who's a Pittsburgh guy?
Tom Clements, by the way, for people who don't know that first name.
Alex Van Pelt is another one who coached with him in Green Bay.
Are there any other Pittsburgh connections?
Jim Tomsula. He's been around these Pittsburghers, and I think he said he grew up
a Steelers fan.
Well, he loved the NFL films, 70s Steelers stuff.
Well, I feel like you and Aaron Rodgers could get along famously.
He got a big, well, maybe we could actually.
Easy points out on YouTube, there was one quarterback truly married to football. Brady leaves his supermodel wife for the game. Great point. He truly was married to the game.
Here's the clip of Rodgers talking about his love affair with the Steelers.
But I grew up watching an old VHS tape of Super Bowl highlights, and 60s was Packers, 70s was the Steelers, 80s was the Niners, 90s was the Cowboys. That was kind of when it stopped. It was probably, but the 70s was the Steelers. So I grew up knowing all those names. I've got to meet some of those guys over the years, the legends that played in Pittsburgh. And it's a special place. You know, you think about the cornerstones of the NFL, obviously Green Bay and Chicago with the history and how far they go back, but you can't write the history of the NFL without the Pittsburgh Steelers. They got a great fan base. They got a great home field advantage. They got one of my favorite coaches and people in the league, Mike Tomlin. They play that renegade in the fourth quarter. You know what's coming. It's a great place to play.
Yeah, he knows how to play the hits, but I do think he genuinely feels that way. He also said, and we'll have this audio in a little bit, my big attraction to this place was Mike Tomlin. He's a big reason why I'm here. Which is a tough one for the pro Aaron Rodgers, but also anti-Mike Tomlin crowd. Because it feels to me like this would be akin to a situation where a kid is trying to pick a college and he goes to the coach he wants to play for. You know, if this team, I don't know, I mean, if the Steelers were coached by Russ Grimm. Or give me someone random. Maybe Aaron Rodgers wouldn't be here right now.
I think it speaks to how much he likes Tomlin. Because
he has a big
Tomlin's a defensive
mad respect
coach,
for Tomlin.
and he's played for a defensive coach more recently, and it's not gone well. I'm getting accused on YouTube. Did I just shake my head to the idea that Pittsburgh has great fans? No. Shook my head kind of smirking at the Pittsburgh has a huge home field advantage. It's hard to have one when you're just an average team. And didn't somebody do a study that when they played Renegade for like a couple of years stretch, they were giving up like huge chunks of yardage on the very next play? Didn't Josh Allen come in here one time and the Bills said, we called a play specifically because we thought they'd over-pursue after Renegade?
That's actually something where I'm surprised there isn't a Twitter account.
Like what happened
after Renegade? There isn't a website that just tracks what happens after Renegade. So we have like some Renegade of record, if you will.
Yes.
In 2024, Renegade was 7-1. In 2023, Renegade had a down year.
It should be after.
They went 3-6.
All you should have is they played Renegade before this drive. What was the outcome of the opposing
That's what
drive?
I'm saying. And a win would be they got to stop, or a loss would be the team scored, right?
Yeah, I do remember last year having a pretty decent success rate, but there have definitely been years.
There have been down years for Renegade.
Yeah.
Man,
how about games with double Renegades? The rare double Renegade.
No, those are rare.
Playoff.
Yeah.
I feel like that should be reserved for a playoff game. Question: who decides on the game ops staff when to play it?
Fantastic question.
That should be a Larry question. Larry would know. Like, he's up with that whole crew of people of like, hey, guys, is it time? And
Malsey, you just brought up a very good question.
I know. I've never thought of it until now. Who makes that call?
It almost always has to correlate with a TV timeout because they need, you need the red hat to come out there, put up
get the people going. You need a certain set amount of time, so that narrows it down. But like,
it's a big job.
There's still a point. They've played it before the fourth quarter, have they not?
I would think, yeah, they have.
They have, yeah.
Okay, so it's not a fourth quarter big drive moment.
They try to make it fourth.
I think somebody from the coaching staff makes that call.
So is that
right?
Tom?
No, it has to do with the game.
It has to be.
You don't think
somebody in game ops has to have a gut feeling of we need this right now.
So you don't think the coaches would be like, this is a pretty crappy time to play Renegade. I don't want Renegade right now.
I don't think the coaching staff has anything to do with it.
Tomlin says he's got guys looking at replays, and so he's got a Renegade guy who runs down the hall.
Yeah, he's like telling the people up in the booth, like, all right, guys, crank it now.
They show Mike cutting on the sideline talking animatedly, and all he's saying is, I need sticks.
We've gone way off the Rodgers beaten path here, but for splits, for just a quick second. You don't think since 2007, not one time in his career, Tomlin's called for a Renegade?
No, I actually do not.
I think he absolutely has.
I'm sure there have been times.
There's a time where he's made a Renegade request. I believe that.
I really think
I could see him say, "Give me a Renegade right here."
Mike Tomlin has a lot of control in the organization. I don't think he is pinpointing when Renegade.
What is it, like the Buffalo Wild Wings Renegade button?
Yes.
He just presses
I
it?
totally
he
disagree.
Just points up to Larry Richert.
No, I think on the headset
like at the end of the Sandlot.
Larry,
I think on the headset,
mama, I'm in fear.
He'd say, "Give me Renegade right now."
I'm sure there's times where if he's mic'd up, he's like, "Oh, Renegade would hit right now," and then like maybe it does, but I don't think
you Tenuta Renegade would hit right now.
But you're then acknowledging that he does care about Renegade if he's thinking about it and making comments about it.
In game, I think the players are obviously they acknowledge it. The players think about it and notice it, and everyone talks about it after the fact. I think Mike, if you asked him about it, would basically plead the fifth. Same guy who asked if I was laughing at the fans said this, which is another interesting quick discussion. I do think Renegade is kind of jumping the shark, but so many fans who travel in from out of town for games love to see it. Is Renegade jumping the shark?
I think Renegade's
has it gone the way of the Fonz?
No, I think it's had a renaissance.
A Renegade renaissance? The team hasn't won a playoff game in almost a decade. What are you talking about?
I know, but I'm back into it.
Why?
I fell out of love with it, but
You're
now
back on the Renegade wagon?
I am, yes.
What got you back?
I just think it's a nice, quaint thing that we do.
It's supposed to be the rowdiest thing that happens at games, and here you're talking about it like it's a golf class.
I just think it's a nice tradition we have.
Somebody on the text line, maybe that's why he's so bad at challenges, too focused on Renegade.
I just got a text from somebody who would know that said you're right on Renegade. So
wait, what is your stance again?
Somebody said maybe he has a Renegade flag that he'll wave up to the booth.
He should. We do.
Team's definitely waving the white flag on defense too often.
We have an answer on Rodgers' nuptials. He did just get asked that question. So you will likely hear when we come back from this very quick break for a long commercial-free segment, Aaron Rodgers, unedited, unfiltered, on signing with the Steelers. And you'll hear Mike Tomlin next hour, too. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM team. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. But first, a message from me on Weather Seal Home Services. What are you making that face for?
No,
I've got the wrong hour.
Yeah, it's a message from me.
Go ahead, Malsey.
Thanks,
Sorry.
Pony. Yeah. I want to tell you about Rookline, man. Rookline.com, at RooklineCO on Instagram. I was playing golf with one of the Rookline guys this morning. Had a nice little quick 9 holes out there at a TBD, or an undetermined course that was in very good shape, that was very enjoyable. Some of the Rookline guys are in town right now. They're going to be down at Carnivores tonight. If you're out for the tournament out in Oakmont, go down into town, see some of the Rookline guys. They've got some stuff, and they love to talk golf. And I love to talk about their Hudson Polo. It is, in my opinion, it's the Cadillac of golf polos. It's 4-way stretch. It's moisture wicking. I sweat when I'm on the course because I'm usually playing in hot weather, and the Hudson Polo handles it in a big way. The collar is elite. If you've ever seen a shirt that suffers from a bad collar, you don't want that, and you don't have to worry about with the Hudson Polo. The Malta short, they just bring it together on a hot summer day. Moisture wicking, workhorse shorts, and they feel great. They look great too. Rookline.com, Chris25. That code gets you 25% off. Chris25 at Rookline.com, and on Instagram at RooklineCO.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, mostly sunny with temperatures in the mid-70s. Mostly clear tonight with lows in the upper 50s. Another sunny Wednesday with highs in the low 80s. Mostly clear Wednesday night with temperatures in the low 60s. And a sunny Thursday with highs staying in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK for Solar Weather Center.
Precision Pointing and Restoration. Free estimates, no money down. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh employee pricing plus event, what's the difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new or pre-owned Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No waiting, no games, easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Take worry and hassle out of Spirit Wear fundraisers this season with Keystone Custom Apparel, and get back to enjoying watching your children learn and grow through youth sports. That's what I do with my 3 boys. Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. With top brands like Nike, Under Armour, and more, Keystone Custom Apparel has your organization covered. With their 24/7, 365 online Spirit Wear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Your Banowitz Jewelers store closing and consolidation sale is happening now, and it's your last chance to save on our incredible selection. After 43 years, we are closing our Casti Village store and consolidating into our Peters Township store. Shop now to receive final reductions at both locations on fine jewelry, diamonds, gemstones, and more. Near, at, or below cost. Inventory must be sold, so hurry in. To learn more, visit our website at PittsburghDiamonds.com. For Banowitz Jewelers, we're like having a jeweler in the family.
That's the power of Bowser.
Summer adventures start at Bowser Hyundai with the Hyundai Tucson. Get 3.49% APR for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Tucson SE all-wheel drive from Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends June 30th. Now that's the power of Bowser. Take a test drive at Bowser Hyundai today. BowserHyundai.com, where your summer adventure starts now.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy, fresh chicken tenders and mega bites, all hand-breaded in-store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Chargers sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Let's buy the dip on Tyrese Halliburton. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. 14 points in Game 1, 17 in Game 2, so the number has come down. Halliburton's point prop, 17.5 at MGM. I think we get more takes and makes. Let's go over at -110. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please, gamble responsibly.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Built for summer adventures on the road ahead. It's not just a vehicle, it's your vehicle. From Spitzer Toyota Monroeville during our summer road trip sales event. Enjoy hot deals on every Toyota in stock, including new Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, hybrids, and more. And yes, Santa's packing peace of mind for the trip with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Visit us today or online at SpitzerToyota.com.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details and 6/30/2025.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. we've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. I've got my freedom and I'm standing tall. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I feel relief standing on my own 2 feet. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Do what you want to do. Be who you want to be. Go where you want to go. Now I can live free. Today I'm free, free to be me. Nothing's gonna stop me, nothing at all. I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Introducing a completely redesigned Dick's Experience, a reimagined sports destination with an expanded assortment of the latest apparel and footwear styles from Nike, Adidas, Kalia, and the North Face, and the best gear to improve your game. Plus interactive experiences. Perfect your swing with TrekMan golf simulators. Test your skills in our multi-sport cage. Welcome to an entirely new next-generation Dick's. Grand opening weekend, June 20th through 22nd at the Waterworks.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's a good boy? Oh, who's what? Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union has 7 convenient locations, including their newest in Scott Township on Cochran Road. It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a member, and it cost me just $5 to join. And you can join if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. Right now at Allegiant, get a 7-month CD with a 4% annual percentage yield, and you only need $1,000 of new money. Learn more at AllegiantFCU.org. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
2 Men and a Junk Truck are the big job specialists. We're happy to give you an estimate on that large cleanout and take care of it right away. Wow! 2 Men. Book us online at junkTruck.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, TJ Watt not at mandatory minicamp. He is skipping. The Steelers can fine him more than $100,000 if he misses all 3 days. Aaron Rodgers just wrapped up his first Steelers practice. You will hear him next. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I think I just want to be a servant leader here and just pass on the knowledge that I have for 20 years, the experience, and just try and fit in with the guys, get to know them, let them get to know me, and just enjoy the process. Everything's everything's new. It's like the first day of school. I don't know a lot of guys' names. They don't have names on the back of the jerseys here. They don't have names on the doors in the meeting room. So I literally walk out of locker room lost. Trying to grab somebody, hey, where am I going? But I get the feel of it. I'm excited about making this one.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township on a day where Aaron Rodgers has finally made it to Pittsburgh and practiced for the first time in his number 8 jersey and shorts with a helmet on. And low 58 degrees during that practice, brought to you by the Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions, your fan weather. Let's get to Rodgers in full. These are his first comments. The conversation really touched on a lot of things, including his marital status came up at one point because of the ring that he wore to sign the contract and the picture that went out over the weekend. So let's get to it. Jeff Hathorn there. Aaron Rodgers talking about signing with the Steelers.
Aaron, what was the first day of practice like?
Oh, it's good. Good to be out here with the guys. Still learning the offense, but good to be in a jersey and cleats again.
How long will it take you to get acclimated, you think, with the offense and the team?
I mean, those are two different things. The offense, it's a lot of the similar terms from the Shanahan offense, so I got a lot of stuff already booked. There's a couple new words and different things formationally, but I'll have it figured out, in a couple weeks probably.
Aaron, you visited here over 70 days ago. What made now the right
70?
time? 70, yeah. It's been a little bit. What made now the right time to sign a deal and be here?
I was dealing with a lot of things in my personal life, and some things improved a little bit where I felt like I could fully be all in here with the guys. I had a great conversation with Mike throughout the entire process, and Omar. But it's good to get that done and get behind us.
Aaron, why was the Steelers the right fit for you?
I think it starts with Mike Tomlin. I've been a fan of his for a long time. There's a few iconic franchises in the NFL. I played for one of them for 18 years. This is another one of those. There's something special about, obviously, this area. So many great quarterbacks are from Pittsburgh. I feel like Pittsburgh has been a part of my career from the beginning. Playing for Mike McCarthy for 13 years, having Tom Clements with Tommy Clements, depending on how old you are, as my quarterback coach forever, Don Capers, Kevin Green, Darren Perry, Ben McAdoo, Frank Signetti, Luke Getsy. I don't want to forget anybody, but a lot of Yinzers in my life.
You had said a week ahead of the draft you really do all options open, including retiring. How clear cut was it in your mind as you went through the process of what you were going to play?
I wouldn't say it was super clear cut. I don't want to shortchange the guys and be, sign, but be elsewhere mentally or physically. So until I could be here and be all in, I needed to take care of my business.
Aaron, what was your message?
I'm going to keep that between me and the guys.
Jim Hayward talked on the podcast this morning about how important it would be to bring
This morning?
This morning.
Yeah, no, nice.
But he talked about the leadership that you could bring to the offensive side of the ball and how that'll be very important. How much of that was the conversation when you first talked with the team about what you can be as a leader here?
Well, I think I just want to be a servant leader here and just pass on the knowledge that I have with 20 years experience and just try and fit in with the guys, get to know them, let them get to know me, and just enjoy the process. Everything's new. It's like the first day of school. I don't know a lot of guys' names. They don't have names on the back of the jerseys here. They don't have names on the doors in the meeting room. So I literally walk out of the locker room lost, trying to grab somebody, hey, where am I going? But I'll get the feel of it, and I'm excited about making this home.
Aaron, at this point in your life, why do you still want to play?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Like, I don't need it. For my ego, I don't need it to keep playing. A lot of decisions that I've made over my career and life from strictly the ego, even if they turn out well, are always unfulfilling. But the decisions made from the soul are usually pretty fulfilling. So this was a decision that was best for my soul. And I felt like being here with Coach T and the guys that got here and the opportunity here was the best for me. And I'm excited to be here.
Aaron, is it different physically being almost 2 years out from the Achilles as it was opposed to one?
Yeah, I'm 41, so body feels different than it did at 25. But I feel better. I feel good last year. I worked really hard. It was a tough couple of years, getting hurt and then rehabbing for a year to get back. But I feel good.
Aaron,
Aaron, kind of along those lines, after the way things unfolded last year, what do you feel like is different about this organization and about you physically, mentally, that will lead to more success here?
I'm not gonna take any shots at my previous organization. If that's what you're trying to get me to do. I'm just going to talk about these guys. I like the opportunity here. I like the feel with the guys. I like how Mike T has been in the meetings. Tom Arth and I have known each other since 2006. He was in my quarterback room our first off season together. Still has the prettiest drop I've ever seen. So it was good to see him. Arthur I've known for a number of years. Obviously everybody in the Shanahan tree is close. Enjoyed our conversations over the last few months and the one-on-one times we've had in the meeting rooms looking at film and talking about the offense.
What have you grown to appreciate about the city of Pittsburgh, and what are you looking forward to experiencing more now, living here and working?
I love the Greenfield Avenue area. Mike told me to say that. No, I mean, this is a blue-collar town. The history of this great area is building the structure of the country. So a lot of great people here, great fan base. We played here over the years. They even got their own song they play, late in the third or in the fourth quarter. But it's a special place to play sports. Just great blue-collar people, and I'm excited to meet some of the fans along the way.
Hey, Aaron, what would winning a championship mean to you as far as you've accomplished at this point in your career?
It'd mean the 7th championship for the city, right? That'd be great.
Is it internally though? Is there a drive for you that motivates you in terms of pursuing that?
Yeah, I have a lot that motivates me, but this is about the love of the game. The game has given me so much over the years, and making peace with a nice long career.
Aaron, you mentioned the Shanahan offense a couple times. Is the familiarity already with this system part of what made this an attractive destination?
I mean, that was part of it. Yeah, I mean, I liked Arthur. Obviously, I've known Tom forever. A big attraction was Mike Tomlin. I've gone against him over the years. The way that the conversations went between him and I, between whatever it was in March or April, and the last Sunday when I called him, was some of the coolest conversations I've had in the game. Definitely with the head coach. So he's a big reason I'm here. I believe in him and excited to play for him.
What about him makes you feel that way? Why do you say those things about Mike Tomlin? What has he kind of shown you and rubbed off on you?
Well, I mean, we've had some great conversations, and I just appreciated the way that he treated me throughout the process.
What do you know of DK Metcalf and Pat Fryerman's game that makes you decided to work with him as pass catchers?
DK's been blowing me up for a while. We got to get together out west, but I've gone against him a number of times. He's big, athletic, fast, got great hands, ball skills. But the thing that really excites me the most is his character. I think he's a high character guy. I was teasing him the first conversation we had. He said, "Yes, sir," like 10 times. I said, "Is that because I'm 41?" He said, "No, that's how I talk." So I like his whole personality and his approach and the way he is on the field, his professionalism. Pat's been blowing me up mostly on DMs and on the gram, but I've had respect for his game for a while too. He was just teasing me about 2-minute starters there at the end, but I like the opportunity to work with all the guys in the tight end room. But there's a lot of guys with different skill set. I told Darnell today I haven't had a tight end like him since Mercedes, and Mercedes all-time great. Darnell is like a young Mercedes, able to do things in the passing game, dominate the line of scrimmage. Connor had a really nice day-to-day, I thought, making plays. So there's a lot of guys in that room with great skill sets.
Aaron, do you anticipate having another workout with any of the guys between now and training camp?
I do. I just got to get him. I got to try and convince him to come out to Malibu, California. It's going to be a tough sell, I think. Tough sell.
Did you respond to Pat's DMs on?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Aaron, did you do your meeting here earlier in the year? Did you meet with any material just to study what they do or anything like that?
No, I just got in my Malibu and took off.
As you were going through your process this offseason, how much did you consider maybe other organizations when you were weighing all your options, or when you decided that you were going to return this season with Pittsburgh, really, the choice that you made?
I think there was conversations with other organizations for sure, but again, the rapport that fell in between me and Mike made it to where, as I was going through my personal stuff, there wasn't any other option for me. It was here or not play.
Aaron, at the end of your documentary, you said you're at the point in your career you don't looking to prove anything to anyone but yourself. What do you want to prove to yourself this year?
I said that in my documentary. I just want to have fun. I want to enjoy the game. The game's given me a ton. It's hard to think of anything in my life that's positive that wasn't impacted by directly or indirectly by playing this game. So just want to give love back to the game, enjoy it, pass on my knowledge to my teammates, and try and find ways to help lead the team.
Aaron, I don't think you took any team reps today. Is that the plan the next couple of days? And how much was it learning? You had the helmet up, you listened to the play call. How much learning today on the field watching?
I can't stand the helmet. I've worn a shut for 20 years, and somehow it finally didn't pass the safety standards. But no, I'm just going through the script. Like Tom's giving me a script so I can follow along, trying to listen to the plays in my helmet, and then say them back, and then read it. So for me, the more times that I write it or read it or hear it, the more it kind of sticks in. Again, a lot of stuff is stuff I've done before, but there's some new terms and new types of motion words and different stuff. So I'm learning. I'm going to go through the individual stuff. I think that's what Mike wants me to do. And I told Mike, he wants me to practice, I'll practice, but I think he said he just wants me to stick to the individual until I got the offense down.
They got to find a new helmet?
Shit, I hope so.
Aaron, it's been 9 years since this fan base playoff win. Do you feel you're that person that can help this team get over that hump?
We're day one of minicamp for me, so I'm just taking it one day at a time.
Aaron, a lot's been made about the ring on your left ring finger. Is that an Aura ring or anything else? That wedding ring? Anything?
Yeah, it's a wedding ring.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How long ago?
It's been a couple months.
A few more here. A few more.
You talked a lot about getting activated. Is there any trepidation over missing the OTAs, not being here for OTAs, and that getting the know process now?
No.
You talked in your documentary about
Sweet. 2 documentary questions. All right. About what?
about mentoring Jordan Love.
Yeah.
You wanted to do to him kind of what you did in Howard Press are. Are you looking forward to doing the same thing with Will Howard here? I
am. Will's a good kid. We've got to talk a little bit. I thought he did really well today. He seems pretty bright. Not too big for him. Going through the progressions really well. But yeah, I'm going to be with him every single day and every single meeting. Found my seat next to him today in the offensive meeting. Whether or not that sticks, right next to Will Howard. So I'm going to help him out as much as I can.
Has he told
Two
you
more.
that he was 3 years old when you got drafted?
Not yet, but I'm sure he will.
Aaron,
Last one
how
here.
much freedom do you anticipate to Audible to use your in-helmet experience, kind of take over when you see fit?
I don't understand that last term, take over when I see fit. I mean, I've called some 2 minutes over the years. But the idea that somehow I need to or have spent most of my career playing outside of an offensive system is just not correct. So I'm going to learn the offense, and Arthur and I are going to talk a bunch this summer. And if there's things that I like that I'd like to see in the offense, Arthur, I'm sure, is going to put it in. But he knows how to call a game. I know how to get us in the right spot based on what's called. There's 2 or 3 plays called in the huddle sometimes. My job is to get us in the right play.
All right. On that note, and then we'll unpack everything else from Aaron Rodgers. That is the interesting thing about him, first of all, getting defensive about, I don't take over games. It's not my offense. Not how dare you, but that's kind of a weird question. Why would you ask me that? I don't do that. I'm subservient. I didn't ask for all of my former Jet players or Packers receivers there. I didn't ask for all my coaches there. He has a reputation for asking for things and getting what he wants. So I think that's a very fair question from Purzuta there to end the press conference, because a lot of fans are wondering about it. It's also very relevant because you would think the Steelers would have been fine with Russell Wilson having that kind of authority in an offense. in that they would have been fine with Ben Roethlisberger at the end of his career having that kind of power in offense, and they weren't. And both of those guys are Hall of Famers, and in Ben's case, he's probably a first ballot Hall of Famer. And I know that Rodgers is all-time better than both, but he's also older than both and probably has, I think he has less left than both of those guys then. So that's why I think this tug of war that the reporters are asking about there is like completely fair. And you can give an answer right now that makes things seem like everyone's going to get along and he respects Arthur Smith and thinks Art calls a great game and all those things. But let's see what happens when they're actually like stalling as an offense and they've got a losing streak and things like that. What happens then? Because we know what happened last year. They hit a losing skid, and what do you know? A week after the season ended, the offensive coordinator and Hall of Fame quarterback couldn't see eye to eye on things, and they couldn't wait to get a divorce. Even though we were told during the season, guess what? We're FaceTiming our wives together. That's how much we love each other. Whee! It's so much fun. We'd rather hang out with each other than have sex with our wives. Isn't this great? No, it wasn't. It was all BS. Right? I mean,
I'm still hung up on you saying Ben had more left at the end of the career than Rodgers. I don't even think that's necessarily true. But
really?
There. Ben was a guy whose best years were when he could improv too and still move around a little bit. He didn't want to hold on to the ball or do anything. Rodgers still has the arm.
Yes, but Rodgers also got rid of the ball super fast last year, a la Ben.
Yeah, but with a better arm. He's still, Ben's arm, I thought, started to weaken.
Yes, he still made clutch plays and got them to the playoffs, though, Malsey.
Where they were a dead team walking.
Yes, at least he got them there. Rodgers has played the last 2 seasons that he's been around for in full, last one in Green Bay and the last year in New York, and the teams combined went 13-21 with him under center.
On the other point, I just think Wilson and Arthur Smith was like a legitimate personality clash, and we know Arthur Smith wanted Fields. So he was being forced to basically work with a guy he did not want to coach.
Are you implying there you think this is going to go well between these two?
No.
I'm sensing that a little bit.
No, I don't. Van Slyke agrees with me on YouTube. Ben was a shell of himself. You're insane if you think he had more than Rodgers does in the tank.
Donnie, I feel like every time I've done a show now since Rodgers signed, Ben has caught an unbelievable amount of strays from people here.
I guess this old Cowboys got a little bit left.
One guy called it and said they're not even in the same class. The next day it was Ben is totally out of shape, unlike Rodgers. And now it's Malsey saying that Ben, his last year, sucked.
No, wait. Didn't say he sucked. I said he had less left in the tank than I think Rodgers had left. That's once again Pony throwing the old words and just jamming the words into somebody else's mouth. Did not say he sucked.
I would actually say when it comes to physically being in shape, it looked like Ben was in better physical shape than he was in the middle of his career. He was just a much better player in the early 2010s.
So
he was a hoss there for a couple years.
So you'd rather have Aaron Rodgers right now than 2021 Ben Roethlisberger?
Yeah, Rodgers does still have the arm. He has the arm that Ben did not have. Ben clearly had lost a bit of the fastball there.
Definitely.
He was getting more in to the Reagan era fastball, not the mid 90s. And Rodgers, yeah, the misses for him can still be bad, but when he wants to really put it up there, I think that his arm still stacks up pretty high.
If you remember the highlight tape for Rodgers last year, and there are plenty of lowlights, the highlight throws were still pretty jaw-dropping at times.
Ben's second to last year here in 2020, I would bet every dollar in my savings account 2 things he did won't happen for Rodgers. Rodgers won't win 12 games here, and he won't go 33 touchdowns to 10 picks.
Yeah, throw 2020 out. It was a goofy season.
You asked about
with
21.
No crowds.
A goofy season with no crowds.
Offense noticeably spiked around the league.
You said last hour, stuff like Renegade has jumped the shark. Getting crowds up for things, not really a big deal. Now you're saying Ben was able to put up big numbers because crowds weren't there?
Broadly speaking, crowd noise does have some at least tangible impact on most NFL teams with false starts and procedure penalties. That's a fact. That's separate from saying the special song the Steelers play to try to get the crowd extra revved up is infallible.
I just don't remember you putting down anybody else's stats from 2020, but now Ben's stats are less impressive because of the lack of crowds at games. You've literally never used this to talk down any. We lived through that season together doing a show, and you didn't bring it up one time.
No, I definitely did.
No, you did not.
100% brought up how offense was favored.
I'll do a special search. There is not a tweet from Chris Muller that
you
says...
You didn't say tweet. You said on the show. I absolutely brought stuff like that up on the show.
So it was a take that was only good enough for the show, but not good to live forever in Twitter.
Hold on. Do you tweet out every individual take you have?
I mean, if it was a big take, like take these numbers and throw them in the garbage because they happened in a year where there weren't fans at game, I think I might have gotten that message out to my social media followers. Yes, I do.
We had plenty of data in the next year or two to show that there was an artificial spike caused largely by there not being crowds. Nate tweets in, his elbow was shot. He was throwing 86-mile-an-hour fastballs like he was Bartolo Colon.
So, okay, what were – because I know you have it pulled up. So what was Ben's line in 21?
22-10.
You don't think Rodgers can do that?
I think he absolutely can.
And I understand that the box score isn't always going to match. We saw that firsthand last year. I mean,
I think he can do 22-10.
I think he absolutely can. I mean, the concern with him, for me, it's not the arm; it's just the mobility, like recovering from an Achilles injury at 40+ years old. He did look pretty
spry on those little rollouts against air, Donnie. He was moving better than Starkey post Achilles.
I'm not worried about the guy's arm or his football intelligence.
But you've also said you like Justin Fields more than him.
I like Fields more for the fact that he's 25 years old.
But I thought you and Pomp said two days ago, or yesterday, not 2 days ago, that you both think Justin Fields right now is better than Rodgers.
I think overall that he could be better than Rodgers right now. One guy's 15 years younger than the other.
Yeah, that's why I think Ben in his 30s had more left than a guy at 41. That's all I'm saying.
We're talking Ben in his late 30s. We're not talking Ben at 30.
There's only been one guy in NFL history that had a good season as a quarterback at 41. I'm sorry if I'm dubious and skeptical of Aaron Rodgers. My bad.
I understand that, but you said Ben in his 30s. Like, okay, Ben had his best year at like 32. We're not talking about Ben at 32. We're talking about Ben at like 37.
The interesting apples.
Yes, that guy got them to the playoffs by making clutch plays. We were both at the game in Minnesota where he played out of his ass. He didn't look like some ancient quarterback to me in Minnesota that night.
Humor me, though, with this. To do an apples to apples just to see how Rodgers could age. And listen, the Brady being the only guy at age 41 to have a great year, it's a pretty strong argument. Rodgers is an all-time great, but you're bucking history if you do it again. Rodgers at the same age Ben was winding down was winning back-to-back MVP awards. So there was way more left in the tank at that age, which leads me to believe that if the arm isn't shot, and we know the arm is still good, maybe there is more left in there, which was all this argument actually, of course, was, that I thought he had more left in the tank now than Ben did in his very last year.
But I got defensive over Ben, and I should be. I'm going to protect the guy that's the franchise's two-time Super Bowl champion.
I have been accused of having an incredibly weird hate for Big Ben, which somebody then explained by saying, that's because Ben called him out on his podcast.
Also true. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text on a person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. If you want to react to any of what we just said and what you heard Aaron Rodgers say, 412-928-9370. We'll take some calls and we'll be right back. It's the PM Team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
10 spot put up by the Buccos last night. They beat the Marlins 10-3. Brian Reynolds, a bases clearing extra base hit in the game, one of his 2 hits. Adam Frazier, Andrew McCutchen with 3 hits apiece. Mitch Keller starts tonight as the Pirates try to win 5 in a row. Marlins and Buccos at 6:40. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Mitsu by the Mall is Shorkey, Mitsubishi North Hills, where GM Tim Ferraro, General Sales Manager Corey Davison, and the team have it going on, and they want you to know that this is the single best time right now. Summertime. Deals are hotter. Temperatures are hotter. Best time to upgrade to the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs in the industry. The Outlander is, in my opinion, the gold standard. I think you'll feel the same way, especially if you got a bigger family. You need 7-passenger capability. The Outlander got you covered. Plus, all the safety features you'd want, all the bells and whistles technologically. In fact, I was actually backing out of a parking space today, kind of cavalier, just didn't really think about what I was doing. Auto brake stopped. I was a little too close. Love having that. The Outlander, by the way, it's now $6,000 off, or you can finance at 1.99% for 60 months. You can also check out great deals on Eclipse Cross and on new Mirages. Bottom line, it's time for you to get your deal your way. What a great day. Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, online, Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarburg Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist. I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The New York Knicks are facing perhaps the most important moment in their franchise's history since they drafted Patrick Ewing. This is an organization that could go either way, having fired Tom Thibodeau. Hire the right coach, and the Knicks are more than capable of rolling through the East next year and perhaps claiming that elusive NBA championship. But screw this up, as the Knicks tend to do, and they could miss this opportunity. I'm Bill Ryder.
The basketball playoffs are wrapping up, but the action is still heating up on PrizePicks, the best place to cash in on your favorite sports. The app is simple to use. Pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Download the PrizePicks app today, use the code ROAM, and get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. That's code ROAM on PrizePicks to get $50 in bonus promo funds instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you get the $50 bonus credit just for playing. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks, run your game. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit PrizePicks.com for restrictions and details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay or go to callmcvay.com to schedule an appointment online.
Hard hit ball to short, scooped up and tossed to second. Quick turnaround, it's going to be close. Throws it to first and he's out. Double play.
A Pirates double play is a well-oiled machine, just like Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll change your oil in about 15 minutes while you stay in your car. The only thing that'll be out here is your old oil. Drive it to your neighborhood Pittsburgh location today. No appointment needed. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is a proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Goldberg, Persky & White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call 1-800-COMPLEX.
Clear skies tonight, the low 56.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is slow from Technology Drive, and the Parkway West inbound is congested from the County Jail. Starting to get slow on the Parkway West inbound also near Robinson Town Center. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Few minutes away from Donnie's biggest football topic of the day in the debrief. Richie Walsh next hour. He asked Aaron Rodgers the first 2 questions today as KDK-TV Steelers reporter. And watch Aaron Rodgers' first practice in a Steelers uniform in person. Mike Tomlin just addressed Jeff Hathorn and others at Steelers headquarters after practice on Aaron Rodgers and TJ Watt being MIA. Let's listen in.
Man, had a really good and exciting day today. Very similar to the work we've done to this point in the offseason, but it's another step closer to a football-like environment. The days are a little bit longer, not only in terms of us being in the building, but the length of practice. We're at that stage where we get the opportunity to continue to work on our football conditioning and display it. Present some more challenging schematics in all three phases, and just really a little bit more formal work. And so from a competitive standpoint, it's a fun environment, and we had a really good day. And I look forward to us getting back out and doing similar things tomorrow. Questions?
Any comment on TJ Watt's absence?
No. Certainly we'd like him to be here, but certainly not surprised by where we are. We've expressed the desire to get the business done. He has as well. And so we'll continue to work. We've been here before.
Mike, is there concern about his future for the team?
No.
Did he give you advance notice that he wouldn't?
Whatever communication transpires between he and I will remain there.
Mike, what does Aaron Rodgers bring to this team in your eyes?
I mean, read his resume. We're excited about him being here. He's excited about being here. But we'll make no bold predictions. We're just going to roll our sleeves up and go to work and let our efforts do the talking.
Mike, he said that you wanted him to just do the individual stuff as he learned the offense. What went into that decision?
I'll be really straightforward with you. June reps are a heck of a lot more important for a guy like Will Howard at this stage of his career than a guy who's been doing it for 20 years. And so whatever snaps he gets, you take away from a guy like Will Howard, and we're trying to get this collective ready for training camp.
Like you said, I think the league meeting, you were comfortable being uncomfortable in terms of the weight for Aaron to make a decision. How uncomfortable was it really, or did you kind of know you get to this time?
It wasn't for me. I don't.
How beneficial can it be to have your starting quarterback, though, in mini camp and OTAs when you have the goals that you guys do?
Again, as I said, physical repetitions in June for a guy with 20 years experience is not that significant. It's very significant for a guy with no snaps.
Does it change when he has no snaps here with these guys and this staff and this environment?
I trust that whatever issues or, learning curve things that he needs to get through will be handled during the down period of the summer for sure.
Mike, Aaron said he appreciated the way you communicated with him through his personal stuff. What allowed you that patience of letting him go through that stuff while you didn't have him all spring?
We've both been in our roles a long time, and so there's personal comfort and security in that, and maybe we could relate on that level.
In the past, when you had Russell Wilson here, his leadership and his veteran experience was a big reason why you brought him into the building. What does Aaron bring in that regard?
Read his resume.
Anyone else?
I think Dunbar said Derek Harmon he's a starter now. Is that how you view it? And
we'll sort out all of that division of labor and roles and depth chart things when we get to real football. Right now, it's just football-like.
Yeah, I was surprised that the longtime Steelers defensive line coach already anointed someone as starter before actual practices started. I can't imagine Tomlin was thrilled that somebody would already let the cat out of the bag on that when he's literally done nothing yet to earn that spot. It used to sometimes take a whole season for a rookie to get there. A couple things. I'm happy Badco asked that follow-up on Rodgers. Yes, we get it, Mike. He's been in the league for 20 years. You know how long he's been on your roster for? 3 days. So just because he knows how to play quarterback doesn't mean he knows how to play quarterback for you. So I think that's a really good question, and I don't think Mike did a great job of answering it like, these reps are more important for Will Howard than they are Aaron Rodgers. I disagree with him on that. It looks like, for their purposes, their season's all about Aaron Rodgers being the best quarterback he can possibly be. Will Howard now is out of sight, out of mind. So I would want Aaron Rodgers spending as much time working on the Steelers' offense with the guys in this offense, even in practice now, right?
It's not the same as Ben at the end of his career when it was his offense through and through, and he didn't need to get up to speed on anything. I also just thought the most telling answer was the first one, basically, of what attracted you to Aaron Rodgers as a guy to bring in here. Read his resume. It's the same thing we've all been saying. Mike is collecting baseball card-type players. His resume tells you what he has done in the past. You would presumably bring a guy in like this because of what you think he can do in the future.
I just feel like the last few guys they've done this with, and I hate to bring this up because he's my friend. Hey, read Patrick Peterson's resume. Hey, read Russell Wilson's resume. There's a reason why these guys with resumes like that are available in the first place, because they're not what they were on the resume. They're different guys now. Donnie has a debrief coming up. We'll get into our highlights from Aaron Rodgers. He talked for the first time in practice for the first time. If you missed what he said, we'll hit on the biggest comments later on this hour. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Florida blows out Edmonton 6-1 to take a 2-1 series lead in the Stanley Cup Final. Game 4 in Florida between the Panthers and Oilers Thursday night. Puck drop set for just after 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you, Don. Let's talk right now about my friends at Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park. The Buccos are red hot. If you're going over to the game tonight, good weather for it. Stop over at Mike's beforehand and have a couple beers with friends. Great dining options, too. Steak on a stone, wings, wraps, sandwiches, burgers, you name it. And also, the thing I love about Mike's, the TVs are on the right things. They have the games on. You don't have to beg or plead or bug a bartender to put the baseball game on or the hockey game tomorrow night or 2 nights from now. The basketball game tomorrow night. It's all there at Mike's. Meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan says thank you to everyone who supported our second annual Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. Your donations will assist at least 25 volunteer fire departments in our region as we raised over $71,000. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by South Hills Lincoln, Fast Rescue Solutions, Target Freight Management, and Piata. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, get 50% off your windows. That's half off. Plus, no interest and no payments for 12 months and a free entry door with your window purchase. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Summer adventure awaits at Dick's House of Sport. Visit us all season to score the hottest outdoor essentials. Join our summer camps, climb the rock wall, host a birthday party, and more. Plus, test your skills or schedule a fitting in our golf simulators and multi-sport cage while fine-tuning your equipment with repairs, re-gripping, customization, and more expert services. And while you're here, shop trending styles from top brands you love, like Chubbies, Kalia, New Balance, Birkenstock, and FP Movement. Sport happens here at Dick's House of Sport.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Safe parking, free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com, USOpenParking.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
That music means it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief. And it's brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. TJ Watt staying away. Aaron Rodgers is here. Tons of eyeballs on the Steelers. And Donnie Football has more on the other big stories in football today. Hello, Don.
The Debrief, June 10, 2025. It won't happen until week 6, but the Steelers-Browns first matchup of the season already has some juice to it after the Aaron Rodgers signing. Greg Newsome, who got in the fight with George Pickens at the end of last year's snow game, he already guaranteed an interception of Aaron Rodgers. And then we had our pal Myles Garrett say this to Cleveland Browns media earlier today.
Rodgers coming into the AFC North.
What do I think about it?
Face him twice a year.
I think it's a good opportunity to put him in the graveyard.
And apparently it has something to do with Halloween.
Yeah, he decorates his big front lawn. There's lots of pictures of it. So everyone who wants to know what Myles Garrett's house looks like, you can go see it easily on the internet. He just puts tombstones with all the AFC North quarterbacks, or I think all the quarterbacks he's sacked and their numbers and everything in his front yard.
How many tombstones would he have in his front yard if he just did playoff wins?
Same number as TJ Watt, or one more than TJ Watt. Sorry.
He'd have one. Yeah.
Still, again, doesn't work too well when we have to come back and say one more than the Steelers would have since 2017.
They could also very well have one inserted on their season by the time they play Pittsburgh on October 12th. Are you aware of what their first 5 games are? I didn't realize it was
Let's hear
this. Against Cincinnati at home, which they do oddly always play Joe Burrow pretty well. So we'll see how that goes. At Baltimore, Green Bay, at Detroit, and then international game against Minnesota.
So I think they're an incompetent organization that can't get out of its own way. Let me start with that. In many ways, though, like their outlook for the season, I am jealous of. I think they'll find a way to screw it up, but they have lottery tickets at quarterback. Now, Kenny is one that obviously you guys don't think will pan out.
It's more like one of those scratch-offs that you could win $20 on.
They've got 2 rookie quarterbacks. Now, I thought it was kind of foolish to draft 2, but, 2 question marks. If none of them pan out, they're likely going to go like 2-15 or 3-14, and they've got a great pick. Now, for some reason, they do better than I just described. Then they'll have probably at best an average pick, but they also have Jacksonville's first-round pick. So, to me, this season is not about extending the Steelers' streak of non-losing seasons for Mike or merely winning one playoff game, which is meaningful to me, but not the end-all, be-all. It's about finding your next solution at quarterback. And at this very second, I think the Browns have the potential to do that. Now, like I mentioned at the start of it, though, I feel like they have a tendency to really F these things up. But they've got the ducks in a row, so to speak, to really have their pick of the litter in next year's draft here. Like Donnie says, man, have you seen the way their season starts as if it's a bad thing? I'd actually be excited for oh, great.
Now, 0-5, we're on our way.
Now, but the difference though too is they've already done that. They've already gone 1-15 and 0-16 and watched it really not work out for them.
I mean, they had it fixed with Baker, and then his desire to play through injury and their stupidity ruined
which
it.
gets back to what I said. They can't get out of their own way.
Yeah, see, that's why if I was one of their fans, I don't know how excited I would be, because it would almost be, I mean, you know how down people are always on the Pirates, and the Pirates have a golden goose of their own right now.
Yep.
I mean, don't you kind of feel that way if you're a Browns fan?
I don't know. Have you seen these Shedeur OTA highlights? Boy, they are throwing out every highlight throw he makes on ESPN.
But more than any other team in my lifetime, have they had either the first overall pick or a pick in the top 5? And how often have they screwed it up?
Yeah, I mean,
almost every time.
That's why, Myles Garrett signing back there for all that money, he's the defensive Joe Thomas now. Cool. You got paid again. You're uber rich. You're going to be a Hall of Famer, but you're never, ever, ever going to win. And you voluntarily, willingly signed up for more of that. Mm-hmm. You could have gotten traded, and that new team probably would have given you very close to that amount of money. And you'd actually have a chance to do something team-oriented in your career. He decided not to do that because instead he wants to get an Aaron Rodgers tombstone in his front yard in suburban Cleveland.
Well, it's hard to find real estate in a new city where you can, the zoning ordinances, everything else. I mean, easements and what have you. You put those tombstones too close to the sidewalk.
But Donnie, to the point you were saying about, about like how if you were a Browns fan, you'd have such a defeatist attitude about everything, and I agree with that. Like, I enjoyed for the last couple of years that we got to laugh and make fun of and poke fun at the New England Patriots again. I think they're right back to being in a better situation than we are. They put up with like 2 or 3 years of people dunking on them again and making fun of them post-Brady. And now they are right back to a better situation than us.
They got a potential dude at quarterback. That's all that matters. They got a potential dude.
Yep.
They got a guy who reminds me more of Big Ben than just about any quarterback that's been drafted in recent years.
I'd rather be them than us right now.
I can see that argument because we've also talked about how we think that the Patriots could be a sneaky wild card team this year.
Steelers are addicted to the middle of the league. They are in the worst spot. They're going to go 8-9 or 9-8. They are addicted to being this way.
My good friend Nick Wright said it exactly right on his podcast today. His point was about the Aaron Rodgers signing. Their goal is to go 11-8. Okay, that's 19 games. What's that mean? Their goal is to go 10-7, win one playoff game, 11-7, lose in the divisional round, 11-8. That's what they're building a team to do. Like, best case scenario, that's what they're building for. They're getting together like, all right, how do we get to the round of 8?
How do we get one play? They're building a team to win one playoff game, period. Which it could be that happening.
That's their goal.
That happening could be as simple as the other team's quarterback is hurt in that game, and it might not even be you built a good team. You just got lucky.
And to that point, I brought this up to Bob yesterday. Why I don't care for, and I haven't for a while cared for, the point that people, and Mike Tomlin will say this all the time, and I know that he's the head coach, so he has to instill some sort of confidence. But the people that will say, well, as long as they get in, then we'll see what happens.
That doesn't.
No, because we do know what happens. They get in, they get their ass kicked.
1 7 seed is one.
I want them to actually feel like a threat.
One time a 7 seed is one since they went to the expanded playoffs. I don't think that Kyle Dubas has done a good job as Penguins GM, but I agreed with what he said at the end of the year. What's the point in just building a team that backdoors its way in?
And he's talking about a playoffs in his sport that actually is hyper random and can go.
Yeah, not as much lately, but the history of it for sure is like that, Chris.
Well, it's a sport that doesn't have quarterbacks and doesn't have one position can have an outsized influence on every series. If it could, guess what? Connor McDavid and the Oilers wouldn't have got their asses handed to them. But he's got his feet more firmly planted on the ground than the Steelers do.
Our biggest takeaways from what Aaron Rodgers said today, coming up next. You'll hear some of the top highlights from his conversation with Steelers media for the first time. Plus, Richie Walsh, he was there. How did Rodgers look? How was he spinning that ball at practice? Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Weather Seal Home Services. Weather Seal is an amazing company, not just in my words and in my experience, but you as well. Your ratings, your reviews of Weather Seal are top-notch. On Google, a 4.8 rating out of 5. That's amazing. That's like, you get that, you put it on the refrigerator when you come home, and mom and dad take you out for like pizza and ice cream afterwards because you did such a good job for your report card. 4.8 rating. Better Business Bureau. They look at businesses to make sure they're honest, they're upfront. There's no funny business. They gave Weather Seal an A+. Right now, Weather Seal's roof replacement program is going on, the affordable roof replacement program. No payments, no interest payments for 2 years, no payments of any kind, free gutters included. So sign up right now, weathersealhomeservices.com. That's weathersealhomeservices.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40, period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $209 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $245 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 7th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, the Doobie Brothers, with special guests, Jimmy Buffett's Coral Reefer Band, live in concert. The Walk This Road Tour. This is a party you won't want to miss. The Doobies and the Reefers, live at the Pavilion at Star Lake, August 6th. Get tickets now at LiveNation.com. Part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions Concert Series.
Built for summer adventures on the road ahead. It's not just a vehicle, it's your vehicle. From Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. During our summer road trip sales event. Enjoy hot deals on every Toyota in stock, including new Camrys, Corollas, Tacomas, hybrids, and more. And yes, Santa's packing peace of mind for the trip with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Visit us today or online at SpitzerToyota.com.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details and 6/30/2025.
Warmer weather is here, and you know what that means, right? Your energy bills are going to be spiking right along with those temperatures, and that means that the money, it's going to be flying out of your home faster than all that cold air that you're paying for. Listen closely, though, because I'm going to tell you how to beat the heat. It's Malzy here for my friends at MHI Roofing. The main areas that a home loses cool air from, they're your roof and your attic, if you didn't know. And those are the two areas that MHI specializes in. They offer a free 21-point inspection to find out if your roof or your attic are causing your AC unit to work harder, which could double or even triple those energy bills. Usually an inexpensive repair can fix any problem they may find, but if it's time for a new roof, you can get $500 off your project. And how about this? No interest and no payment financing until 2027. So set up your free, no-obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours?
Is this real life? Yeah, it's real life, all right.
What you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are cleaning up an earlier accident on the Parkway West inbound near the Green Tree Road ramp. Also another accident on the Parkway East outbound right before the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the other major roadways, the Parkway West outbound is congested from Technology Drive and 28 inbound backed up to the Etna bypass. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
Cohen Markets now has spicy fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers.
It's getting hot. Cohen Markets now has spicy fresh chicken tenders and megabites, all hand-breaded in store for all you heat lovers out there. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today and see if you can handle the heat. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
Safe parking. Free shuttle a mile away. USOpenParking.com. USOpenParking.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Marlins tonight at PNC Park. The Buccos looking for a 5th straight win. Mitch Keller goes for his 2nd win of the season. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
You know, I think it starts with Mike Tomlin. I mean, I've been a fan of his for a long time. There's a few iconic franchises in the NFL. I played for one of them for 18 years. This is another one of those. There's something special about, obviously, this area. So many great quarterbacks are from Pittsburgh. I feel like Pittsburgh has been a part of my career from the beginning, playing for Mike